Grasping Evil Chapter 660 to Chapter 685. It was an abandoned temple. The red paint was peeling and the door knocker was rusty. Outside the temple, it was raining at night, giving off a feeling of desolation and loneliness. Inside the temple, 5 people wearing straw raincoats started a bonfire. They took out some dry rations and chatted loudly while eating. Ning Fan sat at the corner of the temple. He had no intention of talking to anyone. His clothes were not wet at all. With the strength of his rain intent, he would not be drenched by the rain if he did not want to. "Kid, you look like a scholar. Why didn't you bring any luggage with you? Could it be that you were robbed by bandits?" A burly man in a straw raincoat looked at Ning Fan from top to bottom. When he saw that Ning Fan had nothing on him, he could not help but burst into laughter. "Come, help us gather some firewood and add some fuel to the fire. I will let you eat some meat." Another burly man who was gnawing on half a roasted chicken said with a laugh. His words were filled with sarcasm. The 5 of them were people from the Green Forest. They had never looked up to a weak scholar like Ning Fan, but they were making fun of him. Ning Fan glanced at them indifferently and did not say anything. Naturally, he would not add fuel to their firewood and beg for food. He disdained to beg. What he liked was to rob others. However, he disdained to rob a few mortals. He had his own principles. Seeing that Ning Fan was ignoring them, the 5 burly men in woven rush capes lost their interest. They ignored Ning Fan and began to talk about other things. Ning Fan looked at the rain outside the temple and his state of mind gradually became calm. He could not remember who he was, but he remembered all the insights he had about the rain. He remembered all of his divine arts, he remembered all of his killings, the only thing he could not remember was who he was. Suddenly, Ning Fan's eyes flashed. He saw a white-robed young man walking slowly in the rain. The young man had an ordinary appearance, but when he walked, he naturally had the temperament of someone who would go through life and death together. That young man was not far from the spirit-severing realm. His cultivation base was secondary, but his Tao of life and death was slightly higher than Ning Fan. This man's spirit-severing realm intent realm is actually life and death. Ning Fan's expression did not change, but his heart was shocked. Since ancient times, life and death were the Tao that immortals needed to comprehend. However, there was a nascent soul realm cultivator who entered the spirit-severing realm through life and death. Although this person's cultivation was low, his comprehension wasn't any weaker than his. The white-robed youth frowned as he looked at the 5 men in woven rush capes gathered around the bonfire. His life and death intent domain had a sign of starting to change in this rainy night. However, the rude behavior of these 5 men had destroyed this atmosphere. He was about to find a corner to sit down when his gaze suddenly changed. He saw Ning Fan sitting in the corner, looking at him with a smile. Ning Fan was originally here, but his chi was too restrained. For a moment, the white-robed young man nearly ignored him. The white-clothed youth had rarely encountered such a thing in his life, except for a few powerful figures. Like Situnan, like young Kizi, this person is a cultivator, and his cultivation base far surpasses mine. However, he doesn't seem to have any ill intentions towards me. The white-robed young man sat beside Ning Fan's. He nodded slightly to Ning Fan's, but didn't say anything. He lifted his head to look at the rain outside the temple. Ning Fan also did not say much. He was also looking at the rain, as if any unnecessary words would destroy the beauty of this rainy night. "I've finally found shelter from the rain." A voice resounded in the temple. Immediately, another person entered the temple to seek shelter from the rain. It was a tall and burly man wearing a thin robe. As soon as the burly man entered the temple, his eyes swept across the people in the temple. However, his gaze stopped on Ning Fan and the white-robed youth. "Oh? I didn't expect to see someone with the same cultivation base in this temple. My name is Emoji. How do I address you two friends? I'm from the mountains. I don't have any name. Just call me Dinyo." The white-robed youth cupped his fists and said, "I don't know who I am. Some people call me Lu Sheng, but I have a feeling that this isn't my real name." Ning Fan also cupped his fists at the burly man. He could vaguely see that this burly man was extraordinary. This person's intent domain was very similar to Yun Bushu's. It was the intent domain of forgetfulness. However, the difference between his and Yun Bush's cultivation base was like heaven and earth. This person's cultivation base wasn't even at the first step of Tao cultivation. He wasn't even at the life immortal realm, haha. Interesting. Could it be that this scholar really met a bandit and was beaten silly? How could he not remember who he is? The burly man in woven rush capes laughed. Emoji, on the other hand, faintly sensed something from Ning Fan, but he wasn't too sure. Then, he smiled and said, "So Brother Lu also doesn't know who you are. You are very similar to me. It's rare to meet two people with the same cultivation base here. Why don't we sit down and discuss the Tao in this rainy night?" Discuss the Tao. Ning Fan's eyes were sometimes blank and sometimes clear. Even though he didn't know who he was, he knew that he was pursuing the Tao of life and death. Discussing the Tao was good too. As for wine, he had bought quite a lot of it. It would be great if there was good wine during the Tao discussion. Ning Fan didn't say much. He flicked his sleeve and took out 3 jars of wine. He took one for himself and gave one to Emoji and Dinyo. The white-robed youth who was called Dinyo smiled lightly. He took the jar of wine and gulped it down. He was a free and easy person. Emoji was startled. He also took the wine and laughed heartily, drinking it to his heart's content. Then, he looked at Dinyo and said, "Brother Dinyo's cultivation base is shocking. If I'm not mistaken, you should have reached the realm of soul-locking intent domain. You have a chance to break through Yun Shao." Dinyo's expression changed slightly. He revealed a cautious expression and avoided talking about his own cultivation base. Not far away from the campfire, one of the few burly men sneered loudly. "What are you guys talking about? We don't understand a single word of it. What soul-locking intent domain? You still have a chance to break through Yun Shao? Are you guys crazy?" Emoji looked at Ning Fan again. After taking a closer look, his eyes became more and more serious. His seriousness was not because of Ning Fan's cultivation base but because he had noticed something else. Brother Lu's cultivation base is also shocking. What surprised me the most is that Brother Lu doesn't seem to be someone from this world. Brother Lu seems to have come from outside the defying mortal world. No, Brother Lu comes from outside the 4 great worlds. You are a cultivator from the outer world. May I know which immortal region Brother Lu came from? Ning Fan's eyes were stunned and he said with a little confusion. "I don't know." The burly man beside the bonfire laughed again. "Haha. What inner world? What outer world? What outer world? These people are really crazy." Emoji smiled faintly. He was not angry. "What you said is right. The word crazy is very well used. If one is not crazy, it would naturally be difficult to comprehend the heavenly Tao. If one is not crazy, who would seek the art of immortality? This is the saying that if heaven desires something, there must be a desire." The burly man beside the bonfire frowned and scolded. "He really is a madman. I don't understand a single word of it." Emoji could not help but laugh. He shook his head gently and looked at Dinyo. "Brother Dinyo, do you understand?" Dinyo said. "Brother, there is a profound meaning in your words. I don't understand. But I think. The word crazy. The land isn't good. It's better to use infatuation." "Well said. The word infatuation. Very good. If the people of our generation don't have infatuation, they will definitely not be able to achieve the right result. You will definitely not be able to cultivate to fruition, and the heavenly Tao will be destroyed." Emoji stopped laughing and looked at Ning Fan. "What do you think of the word infatuation?" Infatuation. Ning Fan's eyes became even more dazed. "Whether I am crazy or infatuated, I can still pursue the Tao. However, my Tao is obsession. My obsession is in my heart. That's why I became a devil." Obsession. Emoji and Dinyo revealed a thoughtful expression. Obsession was being trapped by love and being bewitched by the Tao. It was because love could defy the heavens. Obsession was locking the love in one's heart. One would rather have the heart devil in one's heart than to retreat or give up. Gee. Obsession. Where were we just now? I was careless and forgot everything. Emoji's face suddenly showed a dazed expression. So you really are a madman? The burly man beside the bonfire laughed. Forget it. It's fine if you have forgotten. I am Emoji. How do I address you two fellow Taoists? Denyo. Denyo's eyes flickered as if he had discovered something. Maybe my surname is Liu. Maybe not. Ning Fan was at a loss again. Emoji nodded his head. He looked at the rainy night outside and praised. The beauty of a rainy night lies in its artistic conception. It lies in its endless life. The flowers and grass absorb the water vapor. The original death intent will also quietly flow away. This is the beauty of a rainy night and also the taste of life. Outside the temple, the sound of rain falling could be heard. Occasionally, lightning would flash across the sky, illuminating the rainy night. The bonfire inside the temple flickered between light and darkness, illuminating the surroundings. It was like the transition between life and death. The change between light and darkness seemed to contain the Tao of life and death. Light was life and darkness was death. In the flickering of light and darkness, life and death would intertwine. What is life? Just as Denyo was about to ask this question, Ning Fan had already asked it. Ning Fan's heart was at a loss. It was the confusion of not being able to comprehend life and death. Emoji pointed at the bonfire and said, "This fire is life." Why? I don't know what life is, but I have often heard mortals say, make fire, make fire. I think this fire is life. Madman. This time, the burly man beside the bonfire looked at Emoji with a strange expression. What is death? Ning Fan asked again. Just as Emoji was about to answer, his eyes suddenly became confused again. After a while, he looked around blankly. Where were we before? Without waiting for Ning Fan and Denyo to speak, a burly man beside the bonfire immediately said, "That scholar just asked you, what is death?" Emoji looked at Ning Fan apologetically. He hesitated for a moment and asked, "I think you already know my name. May I know how to address you?" Another burly man beside the bonfire said with a smile, "He has a bad memory like you. He can't remember who he is. He only knows that his surname is Liu." The apologetic look in Emoji's eyes became thicker. Ever since I comprehended the heavenly Tao, my memory has been deteriorating. I hope Brother Liu can forgive me. This person really comprehended the intent of forgetfulness. Denyo pondered. Hey, you haven't said what death is. Go on, it's interesting. A burly man beside the bonfire urged. What is death? Death is death. If a person dies, they die. If their heart dies, they forget. This is death. Today, there is rootless water. The water in this bottomless land is life. In the future, when the rootless water is lost, the water in this bottomless land is death. There is no vitality and no flow. This is the so-called stagnant water. Emoji pointed at the burly men beside the bonfire and said, "Today, they can be happy, angry, sad, and happy. This is life. In the future, they won't be happy, angry, sad, or happy. They won't be able to escape the cycle of samsara. This is death." Emoji pointed at the petal cushion inside the temple and said, "When the statue of the god in this temple is here, the temple is alive. Now that the statue has disappeared, it is death." Speaking until here, he stood up and pointed at the sky. This rain is born from the sky and dies on the earth. The process in between is the life of the rain. The reason why I look at the rain is not to look at the sky or the earth. I'm not looking at the rain, but the life of the rain. This is life and death. After listening to Emoji's profound words, the confusion in Denyo's heart disappeared. He seemed to have understood something. He stood up and cupped his fists at Emoji. At this moment, Denyo had yet to attain spirit-severing realm, but he could almost follow Emoji through life and death. The blankness in Ning Fan's eyes faded a little, but he still couldn't understand it completely. He always felt that Emoji's words were one-sided. He talked about the death of the temple, the death of the rain, the death of mortals, the death of flowers, trees, and humans, but he didn't mention the death of immortals. For those who are at the peak of the Tao, they might seem immortal on the surface, but in reality, they will still die, right? If that's the case, what is immortality? Ning Fan suddenly asked. This question suddenly turned into two thunderbolts that exploded in Daniel and Emoji's mind. Daniel was at a loss again when he just understood the meaning of life and death. He had never thought about this question before. Emoji's expression changed. His master was a peerless expert. He had never thought that his master would fall one day. Would he die? Would he die? He thought that his understanding of the heavenly Tao was profound, but the heavenly Tao that he saw was still one-sided. Did the immortality that he pursued not exist from the beginning? The death of mortals and cultivators should be different from the death of fourth-step cultivators. The death of a fourth-step cultivator should have touched the origin of Tao. All of a sudden, Emoji seemed to have realized something. He looked at Ning Fan with surprise. I know now. The reason why you can appear in the defying earth world is because he had heard from his master that there was a fourth-step supremacy among the experts of the outer world who transformed his body into heaven and earth and used his dream to transform his reincarnation. The reincarnation cycle of that person had a life and death tribulation that could help cultivators peek into the supreme great Tao. The Ning Fan in front of them might be a cultivator who was undergoing the life and death tribulation in that immortal region. The Ning Fan they saw was not real. What Ning Fan saw was also not real. One side was real while the other side was definitely an illusion. Both of them could never coexist in this rainy night. I still don't understand the Tao of life and death. Even if I step on the path of life and death, I might still not understand it. Stepping on the path of life and death is just the first step to thoroughly understand life and death. Many life immortals haven't even achieved this first step. However, I seem to have remembered who I am. Brother Mo is right. As long as the heart is not dead, everything can be recalled. Is this the fortune that I obtained after refining the 7 pieces of life and death crystals? Life and death tribulation? I am Ning Fan. The obsession in my heart can't be erased even by reincarnation. This life and death tribulation also can't deceive my heart. Ning Fan pointed his finger and the entire world shattered like glass. Even though Emoji's words did not touch upon the origin of Tao, it gave Ning Fan a lot of enlightenment. There were 500 more Tao marks of life and death on his primordial spirit, making a total of 1,720 lines. The scenery in front of him changed rapidly. The first stage of the life and death tribulation had been broken. It was a very good Tao discussion. According to Emoji, I don't belong to the same reincarnation cycle as them. Perhaps I won't be able to meet them again. This life and death tribulation is really mysterious. It actually allowed me to meet people from other reincarnations. Is this the technique of immortal sovereign Zido? Ning Fan's body gradually dissipated and the world began to condense again. In a place called the Ning family village in the Aparagodania continent, there was a local tycoon. People called him Old Rich Ning. According to the rumors in the village, this man had 2 lovely wives, each as beautiful as a flower or jade. Within the Ning family village, in a certain deep courtyard, a man and 2 women were on the bed making love in a bedroom. The man was a handsome young man with fair skin. His eyes were filled with lust as he was conquering the bodies of the 2 beautiful women. Both of the women were extremely beautiful. One of them had black eyes that resembled black gemstones. Her name was Xiao'er. The other one had blood-red eyes and was enduring the young man's attack. Her name was Hong-er. That young man was Old Rich Ning. As for the 2 women, they were naturally his beautiful wives who were serving him in bed. While they were attacking each other, the young man suddenly stopped. He looked at the 2 beauties below him in disbelief. His facial expression was extremely ugly as if he had swallowed a fly. Why am I here? Who am I? You are. Although I can't remember your names, I vaguely remember that I shouldn't do this to you. Our relationship hasn't reached this stage yet. My head hurts. Husband, why did you stop? Hurry up. Xiao'er's eyes were blurred. She was panting and her chest was slightly moving up and down. However, she was smiling slyly. You can't even do this? Didn't you want to fight with me for 300 rounds? Hong-er sneered. She moved her body and put something into it again. The veins on Old Rich Ning's forehead popped. He couldn't do it? He was actually rejected by Hong-er, although he couldn't remember who he was, he remembered that he was the lord of the Ning family village. He was the husband of Hong Er and Xiao Er. It seemed natural for a husband to be like a fish in water. I'll let you see if your husband can't do it anymore. Old Rich Ning bent down and pressed down, his palms moved around the two women's bodies. After a bout of madness, it was already evening. The two women had already fallen asleep with satisfaction. Old Rich Ning got up and changed his clothes. He felt refreshed, but he had a strange feeling in his heart. He felt that he really shouldn't do this to the two women. However, the two women were his wives and concubines. Why couldn't he do this? In his memory, he had already done it with his children countless times. Why? It was as if he had forgotten something important. Old master, the demon is here. A monk who claims to be from Tang Tang of the Eastern Land has brought 3 demons into the village. Monk? Demon? Old Rich Ning's eyes turned serious. He pushed the door open and a sharp aura condensed in his eyes. The servant girl who came to report the news thought that her master would be as timid as before. She didn't expect her master's eyes to be so sharp today. He wasn't afraid when he heard that the demons had entered the village. With me here, the Ning family village will be fine. Bring me to see the monk and the demon. The servant girl was stunned. Her master had never been so heroic. Why was he different today? He really wasn't afraid of the demon and wanted to see the demon. He even said that he wanted to protect the Ning family village. She led Ning Fan out of the house and searched for the monk and the demon. Suddenly, she heard a thunder-like roar. Hey! Why can't I see anyone in such a big village? Come out for Grandpa Pig. Quickly serve good wine and dishes to show respect to your Grandpa Pig. A black-bristled boar demon carried a rake and walked towards them casually. When he saw the extraordinary appearance of the servant girl in front of Ning Fan, his small eyes immediately turned green and filled with a wretched smile. Hee. How should I address you, miss? He went forward and tried to strike up a conversation with the servant girl. The servant girl was so frightened that she fell to the ground. Her body was trembling and she hugged old Rich Ning's thigh. Her eyes were asking for help. What does the name of my servant have to do with you? Old Rich Ning's left eye suddenly flashed with a purple-black light. A wave of demon ancestor aura suddenly pressed down on the black-bristled boar demon. The instant the boar demon came into contact with the demonic aura, his expression changed drastically. His demon blood uncontrollably trembled. You are the demon ancestor. You are the eternal immortal venerable. In the boar demon's impression, the demon ancestor was equivalent to the eternal immortal venerable. The eternal immortal venerable was someone who was at the peak of the second step of Tao cultivation. In the future, perhaps he should be called the immortal emperor. Of course, he was terrified. Wu Neng, don't be rude. A fair-skinned monk walked towards Ning Fan and put his palms together. I come from the great Tang of the Eastern Lands. Since it's already late, I would like to stay in your manor for the night. I have 3 disciples and each of them has a stunning appearance. Please forgive me if they have disturbed you, manor lord. Old Rich Ning cupped his fists at the monk. Then, his gaze shifted to the other 2 disciples behind the monk. Finally, his eyes fell on the monk. When he met the monk's clear eyes, old Rich Ning seemed to have recalled something. I am Ning Fan. Who is this monk? He's clearly just a mortal, but his eyes are as sharp as Meng Xuanzi's. Meng Xuanzi is the tablet-wielding immortal emperor. Is this person also an immortal emperor? May I know how to address you, elder? Ning Fan cupped his fists and asked. The people of the world call me Xuanzong. You are different from the people of this world. You can call me Golden Cicada. As you expected, I was probably the immortal emperor you mentioned in my previous life. In this life, I'm just a mortal who wholeheartedly worships Buddha. Golden Cicada said with a smile. His eyes were empty, as if he could see through Ning Fan's thoughts. This person, what a strange divine ability. To be continued. At night, Jin Chan and his 3 disciples rested in the Ning family manor. The 3 demon disciples of Jin Chan were arranged to stay in one of the empty courtyards in the manor. Jin Chan himself was invited to Ning Fan's room for a talk by candlelight. As for Ning Fan's 2 lovely wives, they had already returned to their own rooms to sleep. After the battle during the day, the two of them had suffered a lot. Perhaps they would not want to sleep for a few days. The candle flame flickered. Ning Fan would occasionally cut the candle with a pair of scissors. He looked at Jin Chan without saying a word. Jin Chan also smiled without saying a word. It was as if the two of them were doing a silent meditation of nothingness. Ba. Manor Lord's mind is indeed calm. You are indeed someone who has escaped from the tribulation. Is Manor Lord comprehending life and death in this tribulation? Jin Chan said with a smile. Yes. I have quite an understanding of life and death. My body and Tao have already become one. For those who have reached the first step of Tao cultivation, if they eat a mouthful of my flesh, they will understand life and death and become immortal. Buddhism is the law of fate. Since I am fated with Manor Lord, I am willing to sacrifice my cultivation to give Manor Lord a piece of flesh. No need. I would like to hear Elder Jin Chan's opinion on life and death. Ning Fan shook his head. Manor Lord is indeed extraordinary. Jin Chan nodded and continued. What Manor Lord wants to know is which ring of the heavenly Tao is life and death. Which ring of the heavenly Tao? Ning Fan frowned deeply. Mortals and those who have reached the first step of Tao cultivation are in the first ring of the heavenly Tao. If they die, their souls can enter samsara. If their souls die, they will lose the chance to be reincarnated and lose their true path forever. Their life is just a process of walking towards death step by step. Their death is a process of walking towards life step by step. Their life and death is a circle that constantly alternates and repeats. Therefore, there is a saying in Buddhism that everything is nothingness, like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, a shadow, like dew or lightning. Their life and death are all illusions. Now, I am also in the first ring of the heavenly Tao. Life and death are just illusions. Ning Fan pondered. The second step of Tao cultivation allows one to be listed on the immortal list and become an immortal. Their souls fused with their primordial spirits. When their bodies died, their primordial spirits remained. When their primordial spirits died, their souls also died. They would never be able to reincarnate. They had obtained immortality, so if they died, they would die forever and lose their true path forever. But for those who had attained Tao, if their Tao hadn't disappeared yet, they could be reborn with the help of the saints whose Tao had surpassed the second ring of the heavenly Tao. In the second step of Tao cultivation, their life and death is a straight line that extends endlessly. If this straight line stops extending one day, it will be the time of their death. The price of longevity is a long death. The price of immortality is immortality. Ning Fan's mind rumbled. The puzzle that had puzzled him for a long time was finally solved. What is immortality? Immortality is to give up the chance to enter the reincarnation cycle and fight for this life at the cost of immortality. He suddenly understood the meaning of Immortal Emperor Zido's Daohim. Death is like the extinguishing of a lamp, and reincarnation blows and reignites. The death of an immortal is like the scattering of one's thoughts. This life will never come back. If an immortal dies, this life will never come back. On the surface, Mu Weiliang was dead. However, her soul was still there. Therefore, she was not really dead. Therefore, she still had a chance to be resurrected. Lightning Emperor Taisu was dead. His death was too thorough. His body was dead, his soul was destroyed and his Tao vanished. He could never be resurrected in this life and had no chance of reincarnation. Originally, he had the chance to be reborn. However, in order to save Ning Fan, he destroyed his own Tao. Lightning Emperor Taisu saved me with his life that day. I actually didn't know about it. Ning Fan closed his eyes in disappointment. Those who have attained the third step of Tao cultivation are called saints. They are situated in the third ring of the heavenly Tao. I don't know about the life and death of a saint. However, I have heard the revered one of the world saying, all forms are fabricated. If all forms are not real, then one would see Tathagata. From this point of view, the saint realm should already be a realm where life is neither life nor death. It is an indescribable and mysterious realm that I don't know. As soon as Jin Chan finished speaking, he smiled and looked at Ning Fan quietly. He had said all these. If Ning Fan understood it, then he understood it. If he didn't, then he didn't. Nothing in this world could be forced. Will the fourth step of Tao cultivation fall under the fourth ring of the heavenly Tao? Will they die? Which ring of the heavenly Tao does Zhu Hua belong to? Jin Chan's eyes suddenly turned solemn. Then, he revealed a thoughtful expression. He did not know if the fourth ring of the heavenly Tao really existed. However, he vaguely felt that he seemed to have sensed the existence of the fourth ring of the heavenly Tao before. He seemed to remember that his eldest disciple, Wukong, was not the same person as the Wukong in his memory. When Ning Fan asked this question, this strange feeling surged into his heart. Whether the fourth ring of the heavenly Tao exists or not, I don't know. I also don't know which ring of the heavenly Tao does Zhu Hua belong to. Jin Chan sighed. Is that so? Ning Fan looked at the candle in a daze. Jin Chan also looked at the candle. Just like that, the two of them kept looking at the candle until it burned out. The sky brightened up. On the next day, Jin Chan and his disciple bid farewell to Ning Fan and continued their journey to the west. As for Ning Fan, he stayed in the Ning family village. He did not break through the second tribulation of life and death. He remembered who he was. He could obviously break through the tribulation, but he was unwilling to do so. During the day, he stood on a tall mountain outside the Ning family village, watching the changes of the wind and clouds, the alternation of the sun and the moon, the withering of the plants. At night, he also stood on the tall mountain, watching the moon set, the cries of the crows and the movement of the stars. Hong Er and Xiao Er also stood behind Ning Fan blankly. Each of their eyes revealed a gaze that seemed to understand life and death. They vaguely remembered that they did not seem to have the obligation to serve Ning Fan in bed. However, in name, they were obviously Ning Fan's wives. It did not seem to be inappropriate for them to have sex with him. They vaguely remembered that they were also pursuing the Tao of life and death. However, they could not remember who they were. 10 years. 100 years. 1,000 years. The three of them still stood on the tall mountain. As for the Ning family village, it was unknown how many generations of people had changed. Ning Fan had seen the life and death of mortals and the withering of plants. However, he gradually felt that he could not see through life and death anymore. However, the Tao marks of life and death on his primordial spirit had increased by another 500, making a total of 2,220. Is it time for the next tribulation? Ning Fan sighed. He lifted his finger, intending to break this piece of heaven and earth. Seeing Ning Fan lift his finger, Xiao Er suddenly revealed a reluctant look. Hong Er's blood-red eyes flickered slightly. She was also reluctant to part with him. Are you going to leave, husband? You're leaving? Both of them asked almost at the same time. Yes. Before I leave, I should leave behind some souvenirs. Xiao Er suddenly revealed a cunning look. Souvenirs? What souvenirs? Before Ning Fan could react, Xiao Er had already pushed him to the top of the mountain. Hong Er, on the other hand, had already begun to undress, revealing her graceful body under the moonlight. She leaned on Ning Fan's body and caressed it. Souvenirs. What could be more unforgettable than a night of pleasure? If it's just an illusory realm during the tribulation. Forget it, Ning Fan turned around and pressed the two of them down. The second tribulation of life and death was still broken. Heaven and earth regained their clarity. Ning Fan appeared in an unfamiliar giant city. The spiritual chi here was several thousand times denser than in the rain world. The speed of cultivation in this place was unimaginable to ordinary people. In the sky of this place, there were countless extremely terrifying rays of light flying past. Ning Fan's eyes swept across the place. Most of the people here were immortals. Where is this place? Ning Fan asked himself. He even saw existences who were comparable to immortal emperors among those people. This time, he remembered that he was Ning Fan. However, he did not know where this place was and why the cultivators here had such terrifying cultivation bases. Dong all of a sudden, the sound of a bell resounded across the sky. Countless immortals immediately became excited. The immortal sovereign is going to preach the Tao. Let's hurry to the great overarching heaven. Many cultivators whose cultivation base had yet to reach the second step sighed. Sigh. Cultivators at the first step like us can't enter the great overarching heaven. When will we have the chance to listen to the immortal sovereign's Tao preach? Ning Fan remained silent for a while. Then, he walked towards a cultivator who was at the fourth heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm and cupped his fists. Fellow Taoist, may I know where this place is? When the cultivator at the fourth heavenly layer saw Ning Fan's cultivation base at the sixth heavenly layer, he felt a little admiration for him. However, when he heard Ning Fan's silly question, he immediately said disdainfully, "Could it be that fellow Taoist made a mistake in your cultivation and damaged your sea of consciousness? You don't even know where this place is, I have indeed damaged my sea of consciousness. My memory is a little messed up." Ning Fan said, feeling a little speechless. I see. When it comes to cultivation, one mustn't be eager for instant benefits. You need to cultivate step by step in order to reach the peak. After giving Ning Fan some advice, he continued. This is the Zido Immortal Domain. It used to be the Ziwei Immortal Domain and the Beidou Immortal Domain. There were endless wars and massacres. Immortal Emperor Ziwei and Immortal Emperor Beidou were both fourth-step experts. Both of them were extremely strong. However, an expert appeared later on and killed the two immortal emperors alone. He single-handedly eliminated the two immortal sovereigns alone. With just a finger, he defeated all the immortal emperors of 1 billion worlds and put down the rebellions of two great immortal domains, unifying 1 billion worlds. He is immortal sovereign Zido. When he thought of this, the cultivator could not help but reveal a delighted and fascinated expression. Ever since immortal sovereign Zido guarded the ancient immortal domain and forbade killing, no one in 1 billion worlds dared to disrespect him. In the current world of cultivation, no one dared to kill others and rob them of their treasures. No one dared to violate the moral code and kill their own kin. No one dared to bully men and take advantage of women, even immortal emperors did not dare to bully first-step cultivators. It was because Zido did not allow it. No one could do what he did not allow. Otherwise, they would die. He used the slaughter of a single person to bring peace to 1 billion worlds. In the Zido Immortal Domain, there was not much difference between immortals and mortals. There was also not much difference between mortals and livestock. Tigers could not eat humans and humans could not eat livestock. Everyone had a Tao in their heart. Even mortals could prolong their lives. Ning Fan's eyes widened. The atmosphere of cultivation in the Zido Immortal Domain was beyond Ning Fan's imagination, who lived in a chaotic world. Killing others and robbing their treasures, massacring sects and exterminating entire clans were almost common occurrences in the era that Ning Fan lived in. No one could change the entire world. Zido was the only one. He used the slaughter of a single person to pacify the world. Ning Fan felt a trace of hot blood flowing through his heart. It was a feeling that he had never felt before. If it's possible, if there's even a trace of possibility, I can also be like Zido and use the slaughter of a single person to pacify the world and create a cultivation world that I yearn for. This thought only rose in his mind for a moment before it was erased from his heart. He then revealed a bitter smile. The reason why no one disobeyed Zido's order was because he was strong. Zido could kill two immortal sovereigns on his own. Even if the immortal emperors of 1 billion worlds joined forces, they would not be a match for him. He just used a finger to defeat all the immortal emperors of 1 billion worlds. That kind of strength was beyond Ning Fan's imagination. Without such strength, who would obey his order? Ning Fan shook his head helplessly. His strength was weak and he had already exhausted all his strength to protect himself. Pacifying the world was probably just a dream. When Ning Fan was sighing, the 4 cultivators had already left. However, a slightly reproachful voice entered Ning Fan's ears from behind. How will you know the outcome of everything in this world if you don't try? A man can grow old and his strength can decline, but his heart cannot die and his ideals cannot be extinguished. This voice was so familiar that it made Ning Fan turn his head abruptly. He saw a young man who was dressed in purple robes and had an elegant demeanor standing behind Ning Fan. He was slightly frowning at him. That young man had long hair that flowed like a waterfall. His appearance was handsome and there was a purplish-golden mark of stone flame on his glabella. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes as if he had lived for too long and had been lonely for too long. As soon as Ning Fan saw him, his eyes widened. He immediately bowed deeply and said respectfully, "Teacher." This purple-robed young man was none other than immortal sovereign Zido. After hearing Ning Fan address him in such a manner, Zido's frown eased. He reached out his hand and patted Ning Fan's shoulder. You've grown up. You've also begun to transcend the life and death tribulation. Not bad. As soon as he finished speaking, Zido let out a faint sigh. Zido Immortal Domain isn't a place you should know about right now. It's still too early for you to learn the secrets of this place. Let's go to another place. Zido flicked his sleeve. A purplish golden wind blew past and carried the two of them across countless worlds in an instant. They appeared in a small village with beautiful scenery. The place was filled with cattail grass that withered and flourished with each passing year. Shouldn't teacher be preaching the Tao in the great overarching heaven right now? Ning Fan asked doubtfully. Let them wait. In my heart, you are more important than them. Sit down. I know you're comprehending life and death. With my cultivation base, I can directly help you comprehend life and death. However, the life and death that you'll comprehend might not be compatible with your Tao. I've reincarnated for 10,000 lifetimes and I only entered the devil barrier in one of my reincarnations. That's why I am who I am today. In that life, I had a teacher who taught me a principle. The Tao can be Tao, but it is not the Tao. The true Tao is indescribable. You sought the Tao amidst the life and death tribulation and fell behind. After hearing these words, Ning Fan felt as if he was suddenly enlightened. Emoji's words made a lot of sense while Jing Chan's words were even more profound and unfathomable. However, Ning Fan still felt that something was missing. Now he understood. They had spoken of the Tao of life and death, but the true great Tao was indescribable. If he could say it, then it wouldn't be the true Tao. He could only be considered to be close to the Tao. In the end, he was still lacking by a bit. I know you have countless questions in your heart, but I can't give you an answer to your questions. You can only search for the answer yourself. Zido smiled at Ning Fan and pointed at the cattail grass beneath his feet. Do you want to learn how to weave the great Tao from me? Weaving the great Tao. Ning Fan's eyes widened. Weaving the great Tao was the creation of the rules of heaven and earth. Could such a thing be learned? Yes, there is nothing in this world that is impossible. It just depends on whether you are willing to do it or not. It was ridiculous for an ordinary youth to try to change the world. However, if it's me, I can truly rewrite everything in this world. Do you have any ideals in your heart? Ideals? I don't think so. Ning Fan smiled self-mockingly. He had already exhausted all of his strength to protect himself. How could he have any ideals? You will have them. When I was your age, I was just a demon devil who slaughtered without restraint. One day, you will have your own opinion about the cultivation world. Zido remained silent for a moment. Then, he flicked his sleeves and plucked some cattail grass from the ground. He sat cross-legged on the ground and began to weave a grass ring. Although he was just weaving a grass ring, it gave Ning Fan the feeling that he was weaving the heavenly Tao. No, the grass ring in Zido's hands was the heavenly Tao. After a long time, the grass ring was completed. Zido waved his hand and the grass ring soared into the sky, turning into a massive black and white ring shadow. This is life and death. As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow of the ring gradually disappeared. Zido stood up and gave Ning Fan a deep look. Then, he turned around and left. He did not give any advice, but the scene of him weaving the grass ring was better than thousands of words. As long as Ning Fan weaves the grass ring like Zido did, there would come a day when he would have a basic understanding of life and death. Looking at the gradually fading shadow of the ring in the sky, Ning Fan seemed to have understood something. However, he also felt that there was a barrier that prevented him from comprehending it. He suddenly woke up from his dream and thought of something. Looking at Zido's back, he suddenly asked. Teacher. Are you alive or dead now? Zido stopped walking inside. You still asked this question in the end. So what if I'm alive or dead? Regardless of whether I'm alive or dead, I will do what I have to do. He suddenly turned around and looked at Ning Fan calmly. However, there was an aura force that could make 1 billion worlds tremble in fear. As long as I'm alive, all living beings are alive. Zido's body swayed and he disappeared without a trace. The third life and death tribulation gradually began to collapse. Ning Fan's heart, which had been cold for a long time, was once again filled with hot blood. As long as I'm alive, all living beings are alive. What kind of heroic spirit was that? Only the overlord of 1 billion worlds could say that. Suddenly, Ning Fan felt a little sad. He felt that Zido's back was very bleak. After overcoming the third stage of the life and death tribulation, the number of Dao marks of life and death on Ning Fan's primordial spirit increased by another 500, making a total of 2,720 Dao marks. At this moment, he could barely take a step between life and death. However, he was still a little short of truly stepping on life and death. The purple sun seal on the left side of his face was slowly disappearing. Only then did Ning Fan notice that when Zido waved his hand to summon the shadow of the ring, it had also helped him remove the seal within his body. The seal gradually disappeared. The power of the purple sun spread out from Ning Fan's body and condensed into a purple pearl in front of him. It was shining with the radiance of the sun. This was the crystallization of the power of the purple sun. If he swallowed this violet sun crystal, he could make up for the third yang on the yin-yang tablet. But if he did that, then there would be 3 yang and 1 yin. Yin and yang would be completely out of balance. He could only wait until his second yin was complete before devouring the violet sun crystal. Ning Fan kept the purple sun crystal. At the moment when the life and death tribulation collapsed, his consciousness returned to the outside world. On the ice bed, Ning Fan opened his eyes and gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. The triple tribulation of life and death was indeed a great opportunity. With that, he could leave the stone room. Just as he was thinking about this, his face suddenly turned pale. At this moment, his clothes were completely undone. The clothes of little Demoness and Hong Yi were also scattered all over the place. The bodies of the 3 of them were intertwined with each other. Their bodies were extremely ambiguous. Little Demoness was still in a deep sleep. Her slender arms were tightly wrapped around Ning Fan's neck and her head was nestled in his arms. As for Hong Yi, she placed her proud snowy peaks on Ning Fan's back. Her delicate body was pressed tightly against Ning Fan's back. The soft feeling almost made Ning Fan lose control of his mind. How could this be? Could it be that what happened in the second life and death tribulation wasn't fake? When I was going through the tribulation with the 2 ladies, Ning Fan's expression relaxed a little when he felt that their primordial yin was still present on their abdomen. It seems like I didn't destroy their chastity. However, since they had already slept together like this, their chastity no longer seemed to exist anymore. At this moment, little Demoness slowly opened her eyes. Hong Yi also opened her eyes in a daze. As soon as she saw them hugging each other naked, little Demoness trembled with anger while Hong Yi's blood-red eyes were frighteningly cold. Little Fan. No matter how much I like you, you can't do this when I'm asleep. Ning Fan. Even though I'm your companion, I have no obligation to serve you. You've crossed the line. Ning Fan was unable to explain himself. He smiled bitterly. Do you still remember Ning Laokai, Hong Er, and Xiao Er? I think our current situation is related to what happened at that time. Little Demoness was petrified by Ning Fan's words while Hong Yi revealed a look of disbelief. Hong Er, Xiao Er, you also dreamt of it? Both of them asked at the same time. As soon as the question was asked, both of them understood. It wasn't a wet dream that they had alone. It was a wet dream that the 3 of them had together. Even Hong Yi blushed when she thought of the countless times of pleasure they had in their dreams, let alone little Demoness. The atmosphere was extremely awkward for a moment. Put on your clothes first. Ning Fan suggested and got up from little Demoness' arms. Accidentally, his left hand touched little Demoness' breasts while his right hand touched Hong Yi's smooth abdomen. In an instant, little Demoness' face turned as red as a persimmon. Black-bellied, cunning, disguise. She couldn't remember anything. There was also a strange feeling that flowed through her body like an electric current, reminding her of the scenes in her dreams. Hong Yi's delicate body trembled. She gritted her teeth but she couldn't say a word. What exactly happened in that dream? Explain it to me. Hong Yi gritted her teeth and said. To be continued. To explain was to cover up, to remain silent was to acquiesce, and to deny it was too shameless. The 3 of them quickly put on their clothes. Then, Ning Fan told them everything about the 2 ladies who had been asleep for 40 years. In order to free himself, he had reached the 6th demolishing level. Refining the 7 life and death crystals would trigger the ancient heavenly tribulation. During the second life and death tribulation, he did something inappropriate with the 2 girls. Ning Fan did not tell them the specific details of the life and death tribulation. The third tribulation was related to the Purple Dipper while the first tribulation was related to the existential plane. Thus, he naturally could not tell them about it casually. After listening to Ning Fan's explanation, the little demoness wore a thoughtful expression while Hong Yi had already calmed down. It was absurd in the dream, but in reality, it had not been broken. Yuan Hong, was this a comfort? The little demon girl thought about it for a long time. Her Yuan Hong could not be broken so easily, or else many people would die. At first, he was angry because of this matter. Seeing that Yuan Hong was not broken, he could not help but feel slightly relieved. Then, he began to think about Ning Fan's fortuitous encounter. The life and death tribulation was an ancient tribulation that countless cultivators yearned for. It was said that one could comprehend the great Tao during the tribulation. Ning Fan actually came across such a good thing. Isn't his luck a little too good? Also, the last time he fished a dragon, he actually fished up the yin and yang dragons. Was he really a black fate? The black eyes of the demoness flickered. Then, she looked at Ning Fan slyly and smiled evilly. My tofu has been eaten by you. You can't not take responsibility for it. Just a moment ago, he was still huffing and puffing with anger, and now he was trying to be funny. Ning Fan shook his head helplessly. He didn't really think that the little demoness wanted to marry him. Hong Yi, on the other hand, looked at Ning Fan quietly. She was not a person who cared about trifles. However, she had a prideful nature. Just now when she saw Ning Fan's reaction, she thought that she had been raped by him and lost all her face. Naturally, she was furious. Now that she knew the truth and that Ning Fan did not do it on purpose, she no longer cared about the fact that Ning Fan had seen her naked body. Didn't she also face Ning Fan naked the last time? What was there to mind? In the past, didn't he also see Ning Hong's clone naked? Besides, according to what she knew, Ning Fan had helped her take revenge by killing the Rain Sovereign and the Cloud Lion. Previously, he even helped her resurrect. From this point of view, she owed Ning Fan a great debt of gratitude. Even if he really destroys her, she would only feel angry. She would not kill Ning Fan. Speaking of which, she originally wanted to take revenge herself. Even if Lu Haoyue and the others wanted to help her, she would still firmly refuse. She did not like anyone interfering in her affairs, except for Ning Fan. Ning Fan had helped her to take revenge and she actually felt that it was a good thing. Hong Yi, you said that you are my companion demon. You are indeed Hong, aren't you? Ning Fan suddenly asked Hong Yi. Yes. When I died, my primordial spirit split into 10,000. Ning Hong was one of them. I can be considered your demon companion, but I'm not. Since she had taken the initiative to ask, Hong Yi would not lie. Is that so? Speaking of which, the 2 of you have been asleep for 40 years. How much has your Tao of life and death improved? Tao of life and death, Hong Yi looked at her dantian and continued, I already have 1,000 life and death Tao patterns. As for his cultivation base, he actually broke through to the 8th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm in just a dream and avoided the heavenly tribulation. This ice bed is so mysterious. Hee, I already have 3,800 life and death Tao patterns. I'm close to attaining the life immortal realm. The little demoness cultivation base had already recovered to the peak 9 soul-breaking realm. Now that her Tao of life and death had reached the perfection realm, her strength was comparable to the old Yuan Emperor at his peak. In addition to the means she had at the 4 heavenly realms, her strength was much stronger than the old Yuan Emperor. Speaking of which, my husband, you really surprised me. Attaining the 6th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm in 40 years. With your current strength, if the people of the mountain world provoke you, I'm afraid they will be looking for trouble. The little demoness smiled evilly. She really wanted to see the unlucky faces of the people of the mountain world. Ning Fan smiled faintly without saying a word. His gaze swept across the stone room and eventually fell on the ice bed. How about the 3 of us take this ice bed together? All right. Hong Yi said in an indifferent tone. She had tried using the ice bed. Each of them could only sleep on it once to comprehend life and death once. After waking up, they could no longer use the ice bed to comprehend the Tao of life and death. She had already comprehended life and death once. To her, this ice bed was not essential. As long as Ning Fan asked her, she would naturally help him. Hee. I don't have any opinion on taking this ice bed away. However, after that, who will be the owner of this ice bed? The little demoness said smilingly. You are the dignified young lord of the godly void pavilion. Do you still need to fight with me for an ice bed from the mortal world? Ning Fan was speechless. I didn't say that I want to fight with you. Kiss me and I will help you take the ice bed away. The little demoness stood on her tiptoes and moved her face closer to Ning Fan's. The kiss in my dream was too much. I don't feel like kissing you now. Let's start taking the ice bed away. Ning Fan teased her back. After that incident, he was no longer as distant towards the little demoness as he was in the past. If the little demoness teases him again, he would really kiss her. The little demoness' face turned red. She took a few steps back as if she had recalled the dream again. She no longer dared to tease Ning Fan with her body. He pretended to be calm and smiled at Hong Yi. Sister Hong Yi, it's enough for the two of us to take this ice bed away. Little Fanfan's cultivation base is the lowest. Let him go to the side to cool off. All right. Hong Yi's tone was still as indifferent as before. One of the two ladies was at the peak 9th break realm while the other was at the 8th break realm. They moved at the same time and uprooted the ice bed from the stone chamber. The ice bed immediately turned into a small ice bed that was the size of a palm. After handing the ice bed to Ning Fan, the two ladies tried to break free from the stone chamber with their respective cultivation bases. Ning Fan did not say much. He took a step forward and wrapped his arms around the two ladies' slender waists. Then, he closed his eyes. The only thought in his mind was to escape from this place. All of a sudden, everyone left the stone chamber and even the magical treasure world of the immemorial fisherman's Mino painting. In the forbidden area, there was a huge bronze palace. There was a bronze platform on which an ancient painting was placed. Inside the bronze palace, Ning Fan appeared with the two ladies in his arms. He let go of them and walked towards the ancient painting. Is this the immemorial fisherman's Mino painting? Ning Fan walked closer to it and carefully studied the ancient map. The ancient painting depicted 1,000 snowy mountains and 10,000 li of glaciers. There was also a fisherman fishing alone in the cold river. The ancient painting contained an extremely strong Tao of life and death. It could help cultivators comprehend life and death and obtain the chance to become an immortal. This treasure was very good. With this painting, the godly void pavilion would most likely have many life immortals. Ning Fan was extremely tempted by this painting, but he did not have the intention to snatch it. He promised the little demoness to get the painting and he would not break his promise. Moreover, if he snatched the painting, the little demoness would not be able to answer to the godly void pavilion. Hee, doesn't my husband love to kill people and snatch their treasures? I thought you would kill me for the immemorial fisherman's Mino painting. I'm so scared. I didn't expect you to not be greedy after seeing this painting. The little demoness looked at Ning Fan with a smile. There was a hint of surprise in her eyes. Ning Fan shook his head and took a few steps back, letting the little demoness collect the immemorial fisherman's Mino painting alone. Hong Yi did not go forward to look at the painting at all, as if she was indifferent to it. She had already received some benefits from helping the little demoness. She would not do anything else. Huh? There seemed to be 4 people in this painting. Are they Xianxia and the others? The little demoness held the immemorial fisherman's Mino painting in her hand. With a shake, 4 human figures appeared and landed on the ground. There were 3 frozen corpses and Yun Yomu, who was on the verge of death. Xianxia, Gong Yangzi, and Xianhua had all died in the immemorial fisherman's Mino painting. Yun Yomu, on the other hand, was in a daze. Xianxia is dead? This is going to be a little troublesome. The Jade Dao sect will probably come to my godly void pavilion to make a ruckus and ask for more benefits. Forget it. I'll leave these matters to the old monsters in the pavilion to worry about. It has nothing to do with me. The little demoness kept the immemorial fisherman's Mino painting and smiled at Ning Fan. Are you going to save this Xinyomu or not? If you don't, he will die here. If he stays in the rain world, he will more or less be of some use to it. It's a waste for him to die here. Ning Fan flicked his finger and a low-grade 7th revolution pill flew into Yunyomu's mouth. Then, he flicked his sleeve and took away the storage pouches of Xianxia, Xianxia, and Xianxia. His actions were extremely familiar. He had already used up all of his Dao crystals. He just wanted to get some Dao crystals from the storage pouches of Xianxia, Xianxia, and Xianxia. There were a total of 50,000 Dao crystals in their storage pouches. Xianxia's storage pouch also contained an immortal-grade restriction-breaking talisman. As for the other items, he did not need to care about them. After consuming the pill, Yunyomu gradually regained consciousness. While he was in a daze, he vaguely felt that he had been saved by someone. When he opened his eyes, he realized that the person who saved him was actually Ning Fan. His expression turned extremely complicated. When he saw the corpses of Xianxia and the other two, he could not help but sigh. He struggled to get up and cupped his fists at Ning Fan. "Thank you for saving me, Divine Sovereign. You don't have to thank me. I saved you because you are of some use to the rain world. That's all. As long as you don't cause any trouble in the rain world, you will be able to live until the Dao poison takes effect." Ning Fan's words carried the aura force of a 6th heavenly layer void fragmentation realm expert. Yunyomu's expression changed when he felt Ning Fan's powerful aura force. He estimated that it had only been 40 years since he was trapped in the immemorial fisherman's cowhide painting. In just 40 years, Ning Fan had advanced from the 2nd heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm to the 6th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. The current Ning Fan was fully qualified to be a titled Rain Sovereign. He was the Evil Cloud Rain Sovereign. The two words Evil Cloud could truly become his title. With him around, the rain world would probably welcome a prosperous day. When Yunyomu thought of this, the complicated expression in his eyes became even more intense. When he thought of the Dao poison in his body, he could not help but sigh continuously. Forget it. If I can live for 1,000 years, then I'll just live for another 1,000 years. There should be 1 or 2 years left before the opening of the ancient heavenly court. I'm close to breaking through to the life-immortal realm and I need to return to the eastern heaven immediately to enter seclusion in the godly void pavilion and pass this painting to the old monsters in the pavilion. Little Fan, what are your plans? What about big sister Hongyi? With your potential, if you want to ascend to the eastern heaven, I can give you an ascension quota. I don't like being controlled by others. It was a very simple sentence but it expressed Hongyi's attitude. She would not use the ascension quota of the godly void pavilion to ascend. I naturally want to return to Yu country and make some preparations for the trip to the ancient heavenly court. Hong, follow me back to Yu country. Ning Fan looked at Hongyi. Alright. It was a very simple sentence without any hesitation. Actually, I also miss little Liang very much. I haven't forgotten what happened in the demon sinister forest. Unnecessary explanations did not fit Hongyi's character. It seemed like she was trying to cover something up. Sigh. Even big sister Hongyi isn't willing to ascend to the eastern heaven and be my companion. It's really lonely. Then, are we going to part ways once we leave the immortal burning valley? Little Demoness sighed. Before we part ways, how about helping me do one more thing? As soon as he finished speaking, he told Little Demoness and Hongyi about the matter of collecting the immortal fire and formation. Collecting the immortal fire and formation required almost 2 rogue immortals to do it at the same time. The rogue devil and Little Demoness were enough. Hee. If I help you, what benefits will you give me? The corner of Little Demoness' mouth rose slightly. Are you going to help me or not? Ning Fan asked helplessly. Of course, I'll help you. You're my husband after all. Of course, I'll help you. Ning Fan, Hongyi, Little Demoness and Yunyomu left the immemorial 5 stages together. After returning to the inner valley of the immortal burning valley, Ning Fan ordered Yunyomu to return to the middle state to recuperate first. Then, he sent out 2 message-transmitting flying swords. One of them was sent to the middle state while the other one was sent to 7 Apricot City to inform everyone that he was safe. The message-transmitting flying swords that replied to him arrived very quickly. In the past 40 years, nothing major had happened in the rain world. However, as the ancient heavenly court was about to open, many cultivators of the rain world were rushing to the southeastern continent. After all, there was only one entrance to the ancient heavenly court in the rain world, and it was near Yu country. With Li Long guarding the southeastern continent, there was no need to worry about any trouble. Collecting the immortal fire took quite some time. Ning Fan summoned the rogue devil and asked it to work together with little demoness to collect the immortal fire and formation. Hong Yi helped him from the side. As for Ning Fan, he stepped on Yali and went to fight against the many vengeful spirits in the inner valley. The vengeful spirits were endless. They would definitely die in 7 days, but they would be reborn 7 days later. To others, this place was a dangerous place. However, to Ning Fan, it was the best place for him to gain experience. The little demoness spent a whole year collecting the immortal fire and formation. Within this year, Ning Fan had killed countless void fragmentation realm vengeful spirits. His chi gradually became stronger and more condensed. At this moment, he could finally be considered as a true six-break realm cultivator. The immortal fire and formation were all collected by the little demoness. The immortal fire was sealed inside the steel of sun and moon. With Ning Fan's current cultivation base, it would not take him long to be completely refined by the steel of sun and moon. The immortal formation was collected together with all 256 abodes and was sealed inside a compass. As soon as Ning Fan returned to Yu country, he could set up this immortal formation within the entire country. After everything was settled, Ning Fan kept his rogue devil and looked at the little demoness in silence. The little demoness, on the other hand, looked at Ning Fan with a smile and took out a compass that was engraved with a special talisman. As soon as she activated it, an immortal gate appeared. Inside the gate was an immortal path that led to the eastern heaven immortal world. With a gentle leap, she stepped onto the immortal path and gradually walked further away. Suddenly, she turned back and gave Ning Fan a sly smile. "Don't forget that you still owe me a third promise." As soon as she finished speaking, she left with a giggle and the immortal gate closed. "Is she gone?" Ning Fan sighed softly. He did not expect to feel a little disappointed after seeing the little demoness leave. "Let's go back to Yu country." Ning Fan looked at Hong Yi. "All right." Hong Yi answered in a casual manner. The two of them rose into the sky and turned into rays of light, heading back to the southeastern continent. 1 month later, the news that Thunder Sovereign Bu Zhou was still alive and had broken through to the 8th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm spread across the 9 worlds. The rain world's strength skyrocketed and even the 3 middle realms were shocked. Even the 3 upper realms did not dare to underestimate the rain world. 2 months later, an immortal grade grand formation appeared in the territory of Yu country. Only a few people knew about it. 3 months later, the shadow of an ancient heavenly gate appeared 900,000 zhang * 33 m per zhang, above the border of Yu country. That shadow was slowly solidifying. It was the immortal gate that led to the ruins of the ancient heavenly court. There was only one such immortal gate in the rain world and a few other worlds. Countless cultivators of the rain world gathered at the border of Yu country, waiting for the opportunity to enter the ancient heavenly court. Those who were excited about this matter included Harmonious Spirit Realm cultivators, Gold Core Realm cultivators, Nascent Soul Realm cultivators and Divine Transformation Realm cultivators. However, there were only a few Void Refinement Realm cultivators and none of them were at the Void Fragmentation Realm. The ancient heavenly court was divided into 2 parts, the Shattered Realm and the 33 Heavens. The Broken Realm was a place where countless ruins of the Heaven Court had been destroyed. There were very few dangers here, and there weren't many fortuitous opportunities. It was a place where low-grade cultivators liked to search for treasures. Nanyangzi had found Mu Weiliang's green coffin in a cave in the Broken Territory, but he didn't know how valuable it was. Void Fragmentation Realm cultivators naturally would not bother to enter the ancient heavenly court if they only wanted to search for opportunities in the Broken Domain. If a Void Fragmentation Realm cultivator enters the ancient heavenly court, his target would certainly be the 33 heavens. 33 layered heavens. With each additional layer, the danger would increase. Cultivators below the level of a 3 demolisher would only be tempted to enter. The overall strength of the Void Fragmentation Realm cultivators in the Rain World was relatively weak. They did not possess the strength to enter this place. Naturally, they would not be interested in the ancient heavenly court. In the other worlds, there were countless void fragmentation realm-old monsters who were keen on going to the 33 heavens to seek their fortune. For example, Moksha Emperor. In the Rain world, Ning Fan was the only one who would enter the ancient heavenly court this time. Hongyi had broken through to the 8th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm in her sleep. She needed a lot of time to stabilize her cultivation base. Thus, she was too lazy to go to the ancient heavenly court. Ning Fan, of course, would not forcefully invite Hongyi to go with him just to deal with Moksha Sovereign. Even though Hongyi would certainly agree to his invitation if he asks, Ming Ke, on the other hand, really wanted to go to the ancient heavenly court to have some fun. Ning Fan wondered if the mysterious true immortal who schemed against her would send someone to look for her during the opening of the ancient heavenly court. If I leave her in the Rain world, I won't feel at ease. It's better to bring her along with me to the ancient heavenly court. This time, only Ning Fan and Ming Ke would go to the ruins of the ancient heavenly court. The others would not go. All of them would stay in the Rain world. The immortal formation, Hong Yi, Li Long. With these safeguards, even if rogue immortals enter your country, they would not be able to get any benefits. They might even die in the Rain world. The sealing pot of the dragon's soul was temporarily kept with Su Qiuling. What Ning Fan was thinking about was to help the ladies refine the dragon's soul after returning from the ancient heavenly court. The night was dim and the wind and snow were silent. Ning Fan stood in the wind and snow, looking at the shadow of the immortal gate in the night sky far away. His heart was as calm as still water. With a *chi* sound, a crack suddenly appeared in the hollow space beside him. A ray of black light flew out from the crack. Ning Fan bent his palm and sucked it. It was a battle invitation written on black jade. This black jade battle invitation was sent from the devil world with the help of an item teleportation formation. There was only one sentence in the battle invitation. In the ancient heavenly court, fight me to the death without the help of any external forces. Do you dare? Even though there was no signature, Ning Fan knew who sent this battle invitation. Moksha Sovereign. Even without the help of any external forces, I'm not afraid of you. I'm no longer the harmonious spirit realm I was 100 years ago. Ning Fan crushed the battle invitation with his palm and closed his eyes. Wei Xian will bring people to help me. Unfortunately, there's no need for that anymore. Why would the current him be afraid of Moksha Sovereign? Some debts must be settled no matter how many years have passed. Moksha Sovereign was secondary. Ning Fan's main purpose of entering the ancient heavenly court was to find the undying tree. He wanted to find the undying tree to reconstruct Mu Weiliang's soul. In order to achieve this goal, he would not give way no matter how many people fight for the undying tree. Rumble the immortal gate in the distance suddenly let out a loud rumbling sound that echoed across the entire Rain world. On this night, countless cultivators of the Rain world rose to their feet and looked at the southeastern continent. At the border of Yu country, countless cultivators rose into the sky and swarmed towards the immortal gate the moment the gate was opened. Brother Biscuit, let's go quickly. Don't let them get ahead of us. Little Ming Ke dashed out with a swoosh and dragged Ning Fan towards the immortal gate. The two of them entered the immortal gate with just a few teleportations and vanished without a trace. Inside the pale sect on Xianxia planet in the eastern heaven immortal world, an elderly man in green robes with a scholarly appearance was standing beside the teleportation formation. He was reminding a middle-aged man who was a rogue immortal. The ancient heavenly court has opened. On the 29th day of your trip to the ancient heavenly court, collect all the ghosts in the 8th and 9th formation zones of the ghost nurturing grounds for me. Oh right, when you go to the Rain world later on, take this compass with you. You should be able to find the pill devil that I am raising by following the compass. Humph. That pill devil does have some capabilities. It actually broke my imprint. I wonder where it has escaped to. Fortunately, I have taken a drop of devil blood and planted it in this compass. With this compass, I can easily find the location of that pill devil. Capture that pill devil and bring her back to the eastern heaven. Don't let her run around anymore. If she is harmed by others, the pill devil that I have painstakingly obtained will be crippled. Remember, there is only one compass. If it is lost or destroyed, I will never be able to find the whereabouts of that pill devil. The elderly man's eyes were sharp as he stared at the rogue immortal. The rogue immortal immediately cupped his fists respectfully and promised. Old ancestor, don't worry. Xianxia will not let you down. I will definitely complete this mission successfully. Of course. If you can still mess up such a simple mission, I will use your primordial spirit to concoct a pill. Go. Yes. Xianxia did not dare to disobey the elderly man in front of him. This was because this elderly man was the famous sect master of the pill faction in the Eastern Heaven Immortal world. With the cultivation of the crossing reality realm, he was considered a powerful figure in the Eastern Heaven Immortal world. His ninth revolution pill refinement realm allowed the sect master to have many friends. He was very popular in the star regions near Xianxia planet. Xianxia could not afford to offend such a person. He carefully put away the compass and stepped into the teleportation array. In the next instant, he appeared in the 29th heaven of the 33 heavens of the ancient heavenly court. This was the teleportation array that the sect master of the pill faction had spent a lot of effort to set up. As long as the ancient heavenly court opened it, he could directly teleport to the 29th heaven and check the situation in the 8th and 9th heaven of the land of ghost nurturing. Xianxia went straight to the land of ghost nurturing after entering the 29th heaven. The 8th heaven of the land of ghost nurturing had nurtured a total of 9 life immortal ghosts. The 9th heaven of the land of ghost nurturing had not nurtured a single perfected immortal ghost. After Xianxia killed the 9 ghosts with a secret technique and collected the sense beads, he looked very disappointed. If he could bring back the perfected immortal sense beads, he would definitely be rewarded by the old ancestor. If he could be rewarded with an 8th revolution immortal pill, he would have a high chance of becoming an immortal in this life. Forget it, let's see where that pill devil is now. Xianxia carefully took out the compass and made a hand seal. In an instant, his expression became strange. Interesting, that pill devil actually entered the ancient heavenly court. This is good too, it saves me the trouble of going to the rain world. Xianxia sneered. It would take a few months to travel from the 29th heaven to the 1st heaven. Let's go straight to the 1st heaven and capture the little pill devil. February 2nd, no more updates, don't wait. To be continued. Inside the immortal gate, there was an endless broken continent that floated in the sea of clouds. On the continent, there were broken walls, broken magical treasures that had exhausted all their spiritual chi and dried bones that would turn into ashes with just a touch. This was the ruins of the ancient heavenly court, the lower broken domain. He flew upwards from the broken domain. After passing through hundreds of layers of the broken domain, he arrived at the end of the broken domain. There was a sealed door that led to the 1st heaven realm of the 33 heavenly worlds. In the lower layer of the broken domain, many low-grade cultivators had already begun to search for the ruins. Occasionally, they would find a cave dwelling that still had spiritual chi. Immediately, many cultivators would fight for it. The moment Ning Fan entered the broken domain from the passage of the rain world, some cultivators who had good eyesight immediately dispersed in shock. They could see that Ning Fan was an old monster who had concealed his strength. Although they didn't know Ning Fan's exact cultivation base, they definitely wouldn't dare to provoke him. A few low-grade cultivators of the rain world recognized Ning Fan as the divine sovereign of the rain world and cupped their fists to greet him. Ning Fan just nodded and dispersed these low-grade cultivators. Ming Ke wore an eager expression. She sniffed the lower layer of the broken domain and her face was filled with disappointment. What a broken heaven court. There's nothing good here, her nose was very sensitive. With just a sniff, she could tell if there were hidden treasures in this place. This is the lower layer of the broken domain. There are only harmonious spirit gold core realm cultivators here looking for opportunities. Naturally, there's nothing that you like. Then let's go to the upper layer. I'll be in charge of finding treasures and you'll be in charge of killing the monsters. We'll split the treasures we find in half, alright? Ming Ke said with an eager expression. Alright. But wait for a while. I have an appointment with someone in the ancient heavenly court. Who? You don't know, Ning Fan was waiting for Si Wuxia and Wei Xian. Si Wuxia was here to look for the helper of the undying tree while Wei Xian was here to deal with Moksha Sovereign. After waiting for a long time, the two of them still hadn't arrived. However, there were 2 sound-transmitting flying swords that flew to Ning Fan's front. Spirit-severing realm and void refinement realm cultivators could use sound-transmitting flying swords, but these flying swords could only transmit sound in the inner realm and not the outer realm. Sound-transmitting flying swords were the unique ability of life immortal realm cultivators. These two sound-transmitting flying swords were from Xianxia and Wei Xian. Xianxia said, "I will wait for you in the 33 heavens. I have found the immortal tree, but it has been sealed by someone. It will take 3 years to break. Within 3 years, you must rush to the 33 heavens, no matter the cost." Wei Xian said, "This old man brought 2 itinerant immortal friends to help. There were some delays on the way, so they'll be a bit late." After hearing the 2 telepathic messages, Ning Fan remained silent for a while. Then, he held Bright Sparrow's slender waist and flew towards the upper layer of the broken domain. Biscuit Brother is not waiting for me? Are you going to hunt for treasures with me? Bright Sparrow's face was filled with excitement. Yeah, let's go to the upper level of the broken realm. In the upper level of the broken domain, perhaps Moksha Emperor had already arranged his troops and was waiting for his arrival. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. The enmity of 100 years shall be settled today. In the upper layer of the broken territory, a broken continent floated above the sea of clouds. On this continent, there was a dilapidated jade platform. On the jade platform, there was a huge sealed door of light. That door of light led directly to the first level of the heaven realm. However, as the seal had yet to be broken, no one could pass through it. The seal could only be broken by itself. Currently, there were still 3 days before the day the seal would be broken. At this moment, there were many void fragmentation realm old monsters gathered outside the door of light. Some of them were meditating with their eyes closed, some were chatting in groups of 2 or 3, and some of them had cold and indifferent expressions. The Rain World only had 2 void fragmentation realm experts, Ning Fan and Bright Sparrow. There were quite a lot of void fragmentation realm experts from the other 8 worlds. The number of people who came could also slightly tell the overall strength of this world. 3 people from the Tree World came. All of them were from the Lu Palace, including Lu Huang, Lu Haoyue. No one from the Bamboo Palace came. Because of the chaos in the Vine Palace, the Bamboo Palace's strength had been greatly damaged. Even until now, the Bamboo Sovereign was still recuperating from his injuries. 3 old monsters from the Sword World came. None of them were at the sovereign level. They were the elders of the 3 palaces of the Sword World. At this moment, they were chatting and laughing. 11 void fragmentation realm old monsters from the Mountain World came. Among them, 7 old ancestor of the Western Mountain Palace was included. 15 void fragmentation realm old monsters from the Earth Immortal World came. 2 of them were at the 7th level of the Broken Realm. 12 void fragmentation realm old monsters from the Fire World came. 1 of them was at the 7th level of the Broken Realm. 44 void fragmentation realm experts from the Demon World came. The Old Yuan Sovereign had yet to arrive, but the Old Fox Sovereign and the Old Crimson Sovereign had all arrived. Among the 10 great demon sovereigns, the Fox Sovereign, the Ape Sovereign, the Snake Sovereign and the Green Sovereign had come. The remaining demon sovereigns had yet to arrive. 49 void fragmentation realm experts from the Heaven Immortal World came. 1 of them was a rogue immortal. As for the 3 world sect, they had sent out all their void fragmentation realm experts. There were a total of 11 of them, including the new sect master of the 3 worlds, Gu Dao. Gu Dao's eyes were extremely cold. He was waiting for Ning Fan's arrival. He had already received the news that Ning Fan would come to the ancient heavenly court this time and he would only bring a rogue immortal with him. This was the best opportunity to ambush Ning Fan. 55 void fragmentation realm experts from the Devil World came. All 4 of the rogue devil old ancestors of the Devil World came. 4 of the Devil Sovereigns also came. At this moment, Moksha Sovereign's eyes were cold. He was also waiting for Ning Fan's arrival. He had issued a duel invitation, inviting Ning Fan to have a fair battle without relying on external forces. However, there was no such thing as fairness in the cultivation world. No one knew that Moksha Sovereign had invited 2 rogue devils from the ancient devil's abyss in the upper world to help him. With 2 rogue devil experts, killing Ning Fan was almost guaranteed. At first, he wanted to ask the White Devil sect for help. However, what made him angry was that the sect did not even bother to help him. Moreover, there was even a junior of the White Devil sect who mocked and ridiculed him with extremely disdainful words. It made Moksha Sovereign feel extremely humiliated. In the past, the White Devil sect was just using him to lure him to deal with the old devil. After that, they kicked him aside and ignored him. White Devil sect. Humph. It's as detestable as the Black Devil sect. If I break through to the true immortal realm one day and become a heaven devil, I will wash the White Devil sect with blood to wash away the humiliation today. The young Moksha Sovereign and the old Moksha Sovereign stood side by side. Their eyes were filled with undisguised killing intent. Both of them fixed their eyes in the direction of the broken domain in the lower layer as if they were waiting for someone and wanted to kill someone. This had aroused the interest of many old monsters. Some well-informed old monsters knew that Moksha Sovereign had 3 bodies. However, they only saw 2 of them today. Rumor had it that Moksha Sovereign's 3rd body was destroyed by someone. It seemed like it was true. Moksha Sovereign's eyes were filled with killing intent. Who did he want to kill? Could it be the person who destroyed his 3rd body? What a pity. What a pity. According to the rumors, if Moksha Sovereign combines his 3 bodies, he could reach the 8th break realm in a short period of time. His strength could be ranked among the top 10 in the devil world. Now that he had lost his 3rd body, his cultivation base could at most reach the peak of the 6th break realm in a short period of time. Many 7th and 8th break realm old monsters stared at Moksha Sovereign without hesitation. Their eyes were filled with a gloating expression. They were not afraid of Moksha Sovereign. Being stared at by the crowd, Moksha Sovereign became even more furious. His hatred towards Ning Fan also became stronger. Ning Fan. Ning Fan. Ning Fan. I didn't expect that a harmonious spirit realm kid from 100 years ago could actually destroy my current body. Letting an enemy in one day will cause trouble for several generations. This time I must eliminate this kid. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles in the future. Suddenly, the young Moksha Sovereign's eyes turned ferocious. He felt an incomparably familiar chi rushing towards him from the lower layer of the broken domain. It was Ning Fan. Moreover, there was only one 1st break realm cultivator who came with Ning Fan. Humph. You're finally here. Moksha Sovereign sneered. Many old monsters shifted their gaze towards the lower layer of the broken domain at the same time. Most of them were void fragmentation realm experts from the 3 middle realms and the 3 lower realms. They still attached great importance to the new Rain Sovereign. From the hidden rain intent of the newcomer, they vaguely guessed that this person was the evil Cloud Rain Sovereign who had risen to fame recently. As for the old ancestors of the rogue immortals, rogue demons and rogue devils, they would not pay any attention to Ning Fan. Very few cultivators who were at the 7th and 8th break realm would pay much attention to Ning Fan, even if the Rain world had one more expert at the 8th and 7th break realm. Ning Fan himself was just at the 2nd break realm. Even if he had the strength to kill a 5th break realm expert, he was not worth the attention of experts who were above the 7th break realm. Of course, Sect Master Gu Dao of the 3 Worlds sect and old ancestor Shishan were exceptions. When they saw Ning Fan's arrival, their eyes turned cold. As for Lu Haoyue, his eyes lit up when he sensed Ning Fan's ji. Brother Ning is finally here. At the next moment, a ray of black traveling light broke through the sea of clouds and landed on the jade platform outside the light door. Then, it turned into 2 figures. They were a young man in white robes and a young lady who wore a crown. They were Ning Fan and Ming Ke. No one noticed that when the 2 of them arrived, there was an old man wearing a gray cloak in an inconspicuous corner. His eyes flashed. Both of his eyes were unfathomably deep like a bottomless abyss. Is he the Rain Sovereign, Ning Fan? Some of the old monsters examined Ning Fan carefully, but they could not see through his cultivation base. They only knew that he was wearing a magic treasure that could conceal his cultivation base. Some of the old monsters who were at the 7th and 8th break realm also could not see through Ning Fan's cultivation base. The eyes of the 4 rogue devils, 2 rogue demons and 1 rogue immortal lit up and looked at Ning Fan. They could not see through Ning Fan's cultivation base as well. However, they knew that Ning Fan did not rely on external objects to conceal his chi. It was the Tao mark of life and death in his body. All of a sudden, the 7 rogue immortal old monsters began to pay attention to Ning Fan. After all, Ning Fan's comprehension of the Tao of life and death was above all of them. Perhaps only the old Yuan sovereign who was rumored to be about to become an immortal could surpass Ning Fan's current comprehension of the Tao of life and death. This young man is not simple, but why do I feel a strange sense of familiarity from him? The old Crimson Sovereign muttered to himself. Oh? I also have the same feeling as if I have seen this young man somewhere before. The old Fox Sovereign said doubtfully. Ning Fan's gaze swept across the hundreds of old monsters at the scene. Finally, his eyes fell on Moksha Sovereign. Even though the appearance of the young Moksha Sovereign and the old Moksha Sovereign were different from the Moksha Sovereign in Ning Fan's memory, their chi was exactly the same. Ning Fan would certainly not be mistaken. Ning Fan, have you come to accept my challenge? Do you dare to fight me to the death? The two bodies of Moksha Sovereign sneered at the same time. Why wouldn't I dare? Han Yetian, do you know how long I have waited for this day? Ning Fan closed his eyes. Memories flashed through his mind. When he opened his eyes again, the coldness in his eyes was like ice that would never melt for eternity. When the old monsters present saw Ning Fan going against Moksha Sovereign as soon as he arrived and recalled the monstrous killing intent in Moksha Sovereign's eyes, all of them could tell what was going on. Before the seal of the 33 heavens is lifted, the two of them would probably have to fight to the death. Alright, let's see who is stronger, the infamous Moksha Sovereign of the Devil World or the infamous evil Cloud Rain Sovereign. This battle can be a pastime for everyone while they wait for the seal to be lifted. Brother Ning, do you need help? Lu Haoyue suddenly stepped forward and asked Ning Fan with a smile. If Ning Fan needed help, he would fight to the death even if he was no match for Moksha Sovereign. No need. Brother Lu, please take care of Ming Ke for me. Don't let the fluctuations of our battle hurt her. Ning Fan asked Ming Ke to stay with the cultivators from the tree world temporarily to avoid being left alone. The two bodies of Moksha Sovereign sneered. They rose into the sky and drew a line with their devil fingers. Dark clouds immediately covered the sea of clouds and devil chi filled the sky. This was the battlefield between him and Ning Fan. The young Moksha Sovereign and the old Moksha Sovereign took a step forward and combined into one, turning into the young Moksha Sovereign. After the two of them combined, Moksha Sovereign's cultivation base leaped to the peak of the 6th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Moksha Sovereign raised his palm and used the soul extraction technique to draw the soul of the earth. All of a sudden, his cultivation base rose to the 7th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. I'm afraid Moksha Sovereign has a higher chance of winning. Seeing Moksha Sovereign using a secret technique to raise his cultivation base to the 7th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, some old monsters could not help but speculate. Even though there was only a slight difference between the peak 6th realm and the 7th realm, this slight difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. After breaking through to the 7th realm, Moksha Sovereign's combat power was something that even Gu Dao of the Three Worlds sect and the old ancestor of the mountain world did not dare to underestimate. On the other hand, Ning Fan was only at the 2nd realm. Even if he had secret techniques and abilities that allowed him to kill a 5th realm expert, it would be difficult for him to defeat a 7th realm expert. Brother Biscuit, do your best. Beat this Han Xianxia to the ground. Ming Ke waved her fists and cheered for him. She could not even say Moksha Sovereign's name correctly. Her cheers made many old monsters unable to hold back their laughter. However, it also ignited the flames of anger in Moksha Sovereign's heart. If he wants to eliminate Ning Fan, he must kill Ming Ke. The reason why he asked the experts of the ancient Devil's Abyss to help him was because he was worried that Ning Fan might have reinforcements. Now that Ning Fan was going to fight alone without asking for help, Moksha Sovereign naturally would not be afraid of him. Ning Fan, go to the Sea of Clouds and accept your death. Moksha Sovereign shouted coldly. His voice carried the aura force of the 7th realm. Like thunder, it exploded in the sea of consciousness of the cultivators below the 3rd realm, causing their faces to turn pale. Their eyes were filled with shock. Ning Fan did not say much. Why should he? His heart was so quiet and his eyes were so cold. He had waited for 100 years and cultivated bitterly for 100 years just for this day. He would kill Moksha Sovereign, the traitor of his master, to avenge the old devil. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Ning Fan's steps were slow as he walked towards the peak of the Sea of Clouds. Every step he took was like a leisurely stroll. However, every step he took could transmit the sound of his heartbeat to everyone on the scene. the heartbeat of the old monsters on the scene gradually synchronized with Ning Fan's heartbeat. Their breathing began to become uncontrollable. The low-level void fragmentation realm experts' eyes were filled with shock. Ning Fan's ability was even more powerful than Moksha Sovereign's thunderclap, though 7th realm, 8th realm and rogue immortals' eyes were filled with shock as if they had seen an unbelievable scene, together in life and death. Only they could see that every step Ning Fan took was on the path of life and death. Although his steps were not perfect, he was able to step on the path of life and death. Ning Fan was already not far away from breaking through life and death. This kid. The old Red Emperor and the old Fox Emperor were so shocked that they could not speak a word. Among the cultivators in the mortal world that they had seen in their lives, the old Yuan Emperor was the only one who could step on life and death. Impossible. Moksha Sovereign's eyes were extremely gloomy. He had not even achieved the Tao unification of his primordial spirit, but Ning Fan was already stepping on life and death. Could it be that his aptitude was so much worse than Ning Fan's? Comprehending life and death. This was not something that the old devil could help Ning Fan with. Only Ning Fan himself could achieve this step. Even if you have achieved this step, you are only at the 2nd heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. You are still inferior to me. Moksha Sovereign harumphed coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, his face was filled with disbelief. Who told you that I am only at the 2nd heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm? Ning Fan took a step on the sea of clouds and suddenly released the aura force of the 6th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Next, black and white changed. He was clad in black robes and his cultivation base had reached the 7th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. He raised his palm and sucked the great earth soul and void soul, devouring their souls as if they were his stomach. His cultivation base had already reached the peak of the 7th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. With a single step, he disappeared without a trace. With the next step, he instantly appeared in front of Moksha Sovereign. With a punch, Moksha Sovereign was sent flying while coughing out blood. Moksha Sovereign's face was filled with disbelief. Countless old monsters at the scene were shocked. That punch was not fancy at all. The reason why Moksha Sovereign was sent flying so easily was because of the suppression of his cultivation base. Ning Fan's current cultivation base was higher than Moksha Sovereign. In the past, Ning Fan was completely suppressed by Moksha Sovereign when he was only at the harmonious spirit realm. After that, Ning Fan killed one of Moksha Sovereign's 3 bodies with the strength of a rogue devil. Today was Ning Fan's first time completely suppressing Moksha Sovereign with his own strength. 100 years later, he had already stepped on Moksha Sovereign. To be continued. Moksha Sovereign clenched his fists tightly, his expression extremely ugly. The feeling of being stepped on by an ant that could be squashed to death in the past was more painful than death. Fast, too fast. Ning Fan, who had unleashed his full combat power, was as fast as lightning and his body was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, his punch landed. Even he did not have the time to defend himself. All of his energy was concentrated in that one punch, causing Moksha Sovereign's internal organs to be severely injured. But who was Moksha Emperor? He had cultivated the Nirvana scripture and was a strong warrior at the 6th sky of Nirvana realm. His recovery speed was extremely fast. In just a few breaths, 70 to 80% of the internal organs that were injured by Ning Fan had recovered. Nirvana scripture. Ning Fan's eyes narrowed. This technique could be considered as one of the more powerful immemorial devil arts. Moksha Sovereign had his eyes on this technique, which was why he betrayed the old devil. However, this cultivation technique was not the strongest, and not all injuries could be healed on their own. For example, injuries caused by the Tao of life and death. The devil chi around Moksha Sovereign soared into the sky. Suddenly, he turned into a 300,000 feet tall white skeleton giant. The white skeleton giant's body was surrounded by Nirvana chi that was as heavy as a mountain. It was a great divine ability that used flesh and blood to transform into Nirvana. Since his magic power and cultivation base were weaker than Ning Fan's, he would suppress Ning Fan with his physical body. Virtual technique, Great Desolation Fist. As soon as the giant's fist light moved, the entire broken realm began to shake. Countless broken continents nearby were shattered. This dilapidated land was filled with a desolate aura. This aura was the source of the art's power. Without saying a word, the giant leaned forward and threw a punch at Ning Fan's head. With the current level of Ning Fan's physical body, it was certainly impossible for him to take this punch head-on. However, why would he need to? All of a sudden, a gigantic vortex that stretched for 10,000 li * 500 m per li, appeared beneath Ning Fan's feet. The vortex produced a boundless suction force that was strong enough to suck Moksha Emperor's fist light into it. It was even strong enough to suck Moksha Emperor into it, turning him into a pool of pus and blood. The energy condensed on the giant's fist was suddenly emptied by the sucking, becoming weak and powerless. It was difficult for this punch to land. The giant stepped on the golden vortex, and his feet began to sink into the vortex bit by bit. His expression changed drastically. Without saying a word, he immediately retreated from the giant devil idol. His heart was beating so fast that it was difficult to calm down. What kind of divine power is this? How can it give me such a dangerous feeling? With my cultivation, if I'm trapped in this technique, I'll definitely die. Moksha Sovereign was extremely shocked. Spatial vortex. It's the Golden Vortex Realm's spatial vortex. On the side of the Heaven Immortal world, many old monsters recognized Ning Fan's ability. All of them were shocked and looked at the Three-World Sect. The expression of the sect master of the Three Realms Gu Dao was extremely ugly. Since the death of the previous sect master, no one in the Three Realms sect was able to cultivate the vortex technique to the Golden Whirlpool stage. He couldn't do it, and no one else could. However, Ning Fan, who was the one who killed and seized the technique, did it. I can't be wrong. This technique was snatched from the previous sect master. He was merely a person who had stolen the technique, but his mastery of the vortex technique was above all of the Three Realms sect's experts. What kind of humiliation was this? With Ning Fan's current cultivation base, it was still possible for him to kill a cultivator at the 6th level of the Broken Realm by relying on the spatial vortex technique. However, it would be extremely difficult for him to kill a cultivator at the 7th level of the Broken Realm. If the 7 shattering fragments were prepared in advance, it would not be effective. Just now, when Moksha Emperor attacked, he forgot to defend himself. That was the best time to kill him. If he wanted to improve the power of the Whirlpool technique, he would have to devour the small Kiliacosm treasures and enhance the power of his heavenly abode. Moksha Sovereign retreated over 10,000 miles away. Suddenly, silver light shone brightly beneath his feet. He took a step forward and shattered the whirlpool created by the vortex technique. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and pointed a finger. The light from his finger turned into a 10,000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, large finger of devil flames, attacking Ning Fan from the sky. This technique was indeed powerful, but he was already prepared for it. He knew that he wouldn't be ambushed by this technique again. Break! Ning Fan casually pointed a finger at Moksha Sovereign. A ray of light shot out from his finger, shattered Moksha Sovereign's giant devil-flamed finger. Then, his 10 fingers formed a seal. Countless white lines coiled around his left index finger, and countless black lines coiled around his right index finger. Both of his fingers pointed out at the same time. Millions upon millions of black Dao threads with sharp glints pierced towards Moksha Sovereign. Above Moksha Sovereign's head, there was a huge fishing net that was weaved by white Dao threads. It was over 10,000 feet in size, and it was falling towards Moksha Sovereign. They were the primordial fishing line and the good fortune fishing net, the two life and death arts. The power of this technique depended on one's life and death cultivation. With Ning Fan's comprehension of the Tao of life and death, the two techniques which were originally ordinary were now filled with endless killing intent. Life and death art. Moksha Sovereign's expression changed greatly. He raised his hand and took out a black devil scissors magic treasure. The magic treasure grew in the wind and turned into a giant pair of scissors. It cut the incoming black Dao threads into pieces and cut the white fishing net into 2 pieces. This pair of scissors was called the Black Devil Scissors. It was a protective magic treasure that the old devil had once given to him. It could cut Dao power into pieces. It could even protect himself against life immortal realm experts. After harming the old devil, he still had the face to use the magic treasure that the old devil gave him to save his life. He was really shameless. Ning Fan's eyes were burning with anger. He could see the emblem of the Black Devil sect on the Black Devil scissors. He could even feel that the old devil had once sacrificed his blood to refine this treasure. The Tao threads of life and death that filled the sky fell like snowflakes, giving off a desolate beauty. After breaking two of Ning Fan's techniques, Moksha Sovereign's expression became slightly better. He looked at the black devil scissors in his hand and sneered. Then, he suddenly threw it towards Ning Fan. If Han Yuanji knows that the magic treasure that he personally refined has killed his last disciple, I wonder how he would feel. The giant scissors opened and closed, trying to cut Ning Fan's waist into two halves. The scissors were extremely sharp. Even the physical body of an 8th heavenly layer Nirvana realm expert would not be able to defend against its attack. Keep. Ning Fan suddenly raised his finger. A golden vortex suddenly appeared in front of the black devil scissors. He wanted to forcefully take away this treasure. With his current cultivation base, forcefully taking away the black devil scissors would be very difficult for him. He would definitely suffer from the backlash of the spatial vortex technique. However, he could not bear to see Moksha Sovereign flaunting the old devil's treasure. His face suddenly turned pale as if the backlash was not small. A mouthful of sweet blood rushed to his throat, but he forcefully swallowed it. Then, he fiercely pointed his finger and a second giant vortex appeared outside the golden vortex. It forcefully sucked the black devil scissors into his natal heavenly dwelling. How dare you take away my natal treasure? You're courting death. You're the one who's courting death. Life and death. Even if you cut it into pieces, it's still life and death. Don't you know that? Slash. As Ning Fan made a hand seal, countless Tao lines of life and death that resembled snowflakes immediately pierced through Moksha Sovereign's body from all directions with sharp glints, leaving countless needle-sized wounds on his body. The wounds were not big, but the injuries that they caused to Moksha Sovereign were too severe. Moreover, these injuries were caused by the Tao power of life and death. It was not something that Moksha Sovereign could heal on his own. Puff Moksha Sovereign coughed out a mouthful of black blood. He took out a black devil talisman and stuck it on his chest. Relying on this devil talisman, the devil chi in his body shook and shattered all the Tao lines of life and death. It was an immortal talisman realm devil talisman. It was crafted by a talisman crafting grandmaster in the ancient devil's abyss. His hair was disheveled, his body was covered with wounds and black blood. His devil armor was tattered. Even though Moksha Sovereign managed to keep his life, he was in a terrible state and his injuries were too severe. I really hate that I didn't kill you in the past. His eyes flickered with monstrous hatred. I also hate myself for not having the ability to kill you in the past. Today, however, I can make up for this regret. Ning Fan's eyes were also cold. I didn't join the White Demon sect, but I won the favor of a grand ancestor from the ancient demon's lock. I have a secret treasure from the grand ancestor, so I won't lose to you. Demon summoning talisman, summon the spirit of the demon dragon. Moksha Sovereign seemed to have gone mad. He took out two immortal grade devil talismans and tossed them towards the sky. The devil talismans ignited with raging black flames and turned into ashes one by one. The moment the two talismans burned out, two black demonic dragons appeared at the peak of the sea of clouds. These two devil dragons were at the 8th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. After summoning these two devil dragons, Moksha Emperor was 100% sure that he could kill Ning Fan. It's the summoning talisman unique to the ancient demon's lock. The 4 rogue demon ancestral patriarchs were shocked. 8 shattering devil dragons, and there are 2 of them. That evil cloud rain sovereign is in danger. Some of the low-level void fragmentation realm experts revealed a shocked expression. Ning Fan quietly looked at the 2 devil dragons. His eyes were cold. When he stared at the 2 dragons, they actually felt a sense of fear that they had never felt before. It was as if the 2 dragons would die on the spot with just a single thought from Ning Fan. Kill him. Moksha Sovereign changed his hand seal and urged the devil dragons to attack. The eyes of the 2 devil dragons turned blank. Each of them let out a devil roar and opened their gigantic mouths. A vortex of devil chi was formed in each of their mouths. They were accumulating power to let out a sure-kill devil dragon roar, trying to kill Ning Fan with a single strike. Ning Fan sneered and took out a purple-golden fishing rod with a flip of his hand. At the moment the purple-golden fishing rod appeared, all the void fragmentation realm experts of the demon world, including the 2 rogue demon ancestral patriarchs, were shocked. Bai Mu. He is Bai Mu. Bai Mu is the evil cloud rain sovereign. Ning Fan raised his hand. The fishing rod turned into a purple golden snake spear and pierced towards the 2 black dragons. The 2 rays of purple light easily penetrated the 2 dragons' dragon scales and pierced their devil cores at an unimaginable speed. The devil roar attack that was brewing in their mouths gradually disappeared. The life force of the 2 dragons also gradually disappeared. Their eyes were filled with deep fear when they looked at Ning Fan. With a loud bang, the bodies of the 2 dragons fell into the sea of clouds. Before they could reach the bottom of the sea of clouds, Ning Fan shook his cauldron ring and sucked them into the ring, turning them into Nya Li's food. He instantly killed 2 8-fragment devil dragons. There's no mistake. The magic treasure in his hand is a dragon-suppressing treasure. No matter if it's a devil dragon or a demon dragon, all the dragon ancestors below the life immortal realm will die. A dragon-suppressing treasure? Isn't this the same magic treasure that old ancestor Bai Mu, whose name shook the entire demon world? I know now. The evil cloud rain sovereign is Bai Mu. He's the one who killed hundreds of yellow dragon realm experts and 3 yellow dragon loose demons all by himself. What? At this moment, no one on the scene could remain calm when facing Ning Fan. Moksha Sovereign's mind went blank. He could not imagine that Ning Fan would have a dragon-suppressing treasure and kill 2 great devil dragons in a row. Moreover, he could not imagine that Ning Fan was Bai Mu, who had shaken the entire demon world. One should know that when Moksha Sovereign learned about Bai Mu's deeds in the demon world in the past, he was also greatly shocked. He then instructed his subordinates not to offend this person if Bai Mu enters the devil world one day. Unexpectedly, Bai Mu, whom he did not dare to offend, was actually Ning Fan. What other techniques do you have? Use them all. Ning Fan's eyes were blood red. His baleful chi was terrifying. The strength of his baleful chi shocked even a rogue immortal old ancestor, causing his mind to be in a mess. When this baleful chi pressed on Moksha Sovereign's body, it actually made him lose his mind for a moment. His Dao heart was easily invaded by Ning Fan's baleful chi and destroyed one after another. It was as if he could see Ning Fan's massacre in the past 100 years. Even Moksha Sovereign could not help but shudder in fear when he saw Ning Fan's massacre. He was also a devil lord who killed without restraint. However, compared to Ning Fan, the difference between him and Ning Fan was like the clouds and the mud. Moksha Sovereign's back was completely drenched in cold sweat. He was unwilling to admit it, but he had no choice but to admit that he was no match for Ning Fan even after exhausting all of his techniques. He was too impatient. The rogue devils of the ancient devil's abyss came too late. If they were any later, he would certainly die in Ning Fan's hands. I have no choice but to go all out. With a flick of his sleeve, he took out a pill which emitted cold chi and swallowed it. This pill was given to him by the White Devil sect in the past. The revolving wheel technique, Nirvana scripture, damaging ice pill. All of a sudden, Moksha Sovereign seemed to have turned into a man of ice. The cold chi that was spreading out from his body was frightening. It's the secret 8th revolution pill of the White Devil sect in the upper world. Damaging ice pill. Damaging his own reputation in exchange for the coldness of ice. Moksha Sovereign is going all out this time. The rogue immortal from the heaven immortal world said with a frown. Ning Fan kept his Tai Gong fishing rod. Black devil flames danced in his eyes. Within the devil flames, there were shadows of lotuses. His Tao of life and death had already reached a profound level. With just a glance, he could tell that Moksha Sovereign was currently sacrificing his lifespan in exchange for the power of ice in an attempt to display the killing ice technique. Moksha Sovereign reached out both of his hands and drew an ice circle in front of him. What he displayed was his strongest ability, the revolving wheel technique. When this technique is cultivated to its peak, it could reflect all attacks under the immortal technique and even kill rogue immortals with ice. Unfortunately, Moksha Sovereign had only cultivated up to the 14th level of the revolving wheel technique out of the 18 levels. Even if he consumed the damaging ice pill, he could only display the 17th level of the revolving wheel technique at most, which was enough to instantly kill an 8-shattering realm cultivator. The biggest mistake I've made in my life is that I made a wrong decision which led me to a dangerous situation. Ning Fan, prepare to die. Revolving wheel technique, 17 levels of the ice prison. Asterisk chi chi asterisk asterisk chi chi asterisk. The entire sky was completely frozen in an instant. The sound of ice condensing could be heard from beneath Ning Fan's feet. All of a sudden, his vision turned black and he was trapped in layers of ice. It was a gigantic ice tower with 17 levels. It had sealed Ning Fan within it. A 7-shattering realm cultivator would directly freeze to death in the tower. An 8-shattering realm cultivator would also definitely freeze to death after the ice tower rotates 17 times. Even if a rogue immortal cultivator of the 9-shattering realm could destroy this tower, he would also be severely injured by the cold chi. Moksha Sovereign laughed heartily. He knew that if he was in Ning Fan's shoes and was trapped in the ice tower, he would certainly be killed instantly. He did not believe that Ning Fan could break the tower. Even if Ning Fan cultivated devil flames, it was unlikely that his devil flames would be enough to break the tower's cold chi. First revolution. Second revolution. Third revolution. Moksha Sovereign frantically formed a series of hand seals. As his hand seals changed, the gigantic ice tower in the Palace of the Sea of Clouds began to rotate slowly. Each time it rotated, its cold chi would increase by a few times. All the cultivators at the scene were shocked. Even the 7 rogue immortal old ancestors wore fearful expressions. They did not expect that Moksha Sovereign, who was in a desperate situation, could actually display such a terrifying ability. Lu Haoyue wore an extremely worried expression. He had regarded Ning Fan as his confidant. He could not bear to see Ning Fan in danger without doing anything. However, he also knew that he could not do anything in the face of this ice tower's ability. His cultivation base was only at the 5-shattering realm. Even Ming Ke felt a little nervous. Every time the ice tower rotated, her heart would clench fiercely. She had always had endless confidence in Ning Fan. However, she could not remain calm at this moment. It was because this technique was too powerful. Brother Biscuit, if you die, I won't live anymore. Just as that thought flashed through her mind, the mysterious gray-robed old man who was far away immediately felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness. He sighed continuously. Looking at the ice tower, he shook his head and muttered to himself. Fine. If this Rain Sovereign is in danger, I will save him. That Devil Sovereign has the Devil Summoning Talisman of the Summoned River, old ancestor of the ancient Devil's Abyss, and the Ice Pill and Revolving Technique of the Northern Heaven White Devil Sect. He probably has a close relationship with these two great forces. But so what? The Summoned River Sect and the White Devil Sect are nothing in my eyes. Ning Fan, who was trapped in the ice tower, was not injured at all. The steel of sun and moon had completely devoured the Tao Lotus Immortal Flame. However, Ning Fan still could not use this immortal flame as he wished. Now, with the help of the cold chi entering his body, Ning Fan caused the immortal flame to compete with the cold chi and gradually subdued the immortal flame. An 8th-grade spiritual flame was an immortal flame. The devil flame and the Tao Lotus immortal flame slowly fused. The power of the flame had almost reached the peak of a low-grade 8th-grade immortal flame. With this flame protecting him, even if the ice tower rotates for the 18th time, it would not be able to freeze Ning Fan. 15 revolutions, 16 revolutions, 17 revolutions. Moksha Sovereign's magic power in the outside world was almost depleted. However, Ning Fan, who was inside the tower, was brewing an increasingly terrifying flame. Ning Fan should already be dead. Moksha Sovereign heaved a sigh of relief. At the next moment, his eyes were filled with shock. A gigantic black fire diagram suddenly appeared under the ice tower. Countless butterfly shadows flew out of the fire diagram and easily melted the ice pagoda into mist and disappeared. At the moment when the ice tower melted into mist, a black-robed young man appeared in front of everyone while stepping on the fire diagram. In the vast sky, a gigantic fire butterfly with a pair of huge wings appeared out of nowhere. At the moment when the fire butterfly appeared, all the rogue immortals at the scene felt their hearts skip a beat. This technique isn't an immortal technique. However, its power is no less than an immortal technique. Once this technique is activated, it can instantly kill all cultivators below the 9 destruction realm. The 7 rogue immortal old ancestors said in shock. When they took a closer look at the flames in the fire diagram, their expressions changed. Immortal flame. With this flame, this technique can severely injure rogue immortals. Moksha Sovereign looked at the gigantic fire butterfly and his body trembled uncontrollably. He had a premonition that he would die the moment the fire butterfly spread its wings. Ningfan's face turned pale rapidly. With his current cultivation base, he could already display the complete void-burning butterfly flame technique. However, due to the limitation of his cultivation base, the power of this technique still had room for improvement. Due to the limitation of his comprehension, this technique could still be perfected into an immortal technique one day. The complete display of the void-burning butterfly flame technique was a huge burden on Ningfan. It was enough to incinerate ordinary 8 Destruction Realm cultivators. When this technique was infused with the power of the immortal flame, no one below the rogue immortal realm could survive from this technique. Of course, one could imagine the enormous burden on Ningfan by infusing the immortal flame. His body was faintly unable to withstand the backlash of this technique. There were signs of his physical body collapsing. However, he had to display this technique. No matter what, he must avenge the old devil. No matter what, Moksha Sovereign must die. His eyes were filled with a crazy obsession. Even if his physical body was going to collapse, he would still use this technique. This was a kind of obsession, an obsession that could not be missed when executing the void ignition butterfly flame technique. Ningfan lifted his finger and gently pointed at Moksha Sovereign. There was an indescribable mysterious feeling when he pointed at Moksha Sovereign. The giant butterfly in the sky flapped its wings at this moment. In just an instant, it flapped its wings 12 times consecutively. A sense of imminent death rose in Moksha Sovereign's heart. I can't escape. I can't hide from it. His eyes were filled with panic. He summoned his devil armor to protect his body. He raised his hands and took out 7 peak immortal void realm defensive magic treasures and 42 defensive devil talismans. Unfortunately, these devil talismans were not immortal talismans. Otherwise, they might be able to resist the void-burning technique. However, he was still not confident. He took out 3 dazzling formation discs and activated all of them. All of a sudden, a peak immortal void realm defensive formation was activated at the outermost layer. He used both of his hands to draw circles of ice. He tried to display the revolving wheel technique to slightly resist the power of the void-burning butterfly flame technique. I don't want to die. I haven't become a heavenly devil yet. I'm not willing to die like this. He roared in a frenzy. The terrifying fluctuation of his battle technique made all the void fragmentation realm experts' expressions change. All of them retreated several million li *, 500 m per li. Ming Ke also retreated. However, she was still worried about whether Ningfan's last attack would succeed or not. Brother Biscuit, please win. You must be safe and sound. Void-burning technique. 2 faint words echoed in the sky for a long time. The black smoke of extinguishing flames covered the entire heaven and earth. The shattered continents turned into ashes one by one. The 3 peak immortal void realm grand formations that Moksha Sovereign summoned turned into ashes. 42 devil talisman barriers turned into ashes. 7 peak immortal void realm defensive magic treasures turned into ashes. Moksha Sovereign's protective devil armor turned into ashes in an instant. His revolving wheel technique was directly broken by the void-burning flame smoke. Under the backlash, all of his devil veins were destroyed. Before he could recover, his physical body, primordial spirit and everything about him were buried under the butterfly flame. No! Moksha Sovereign's miserable and unwilling cry resounded across the entire broken domain. Countless low-grade cultivators who were searching for treasures were terrified when they heard the miserable cry. This shriek indicated that a cultivator with an earth-shaking cultivation base had died in the upper broken realm. Some divine transformation realm and void refinement realm old monsters who wanted to try their luck in the upper layer turned pale. I can't go to the upper layer of the broken domain. It's too dangerous. After dispersing the flame diagram and the butterfly flame, Ningfan's body was filled with weakness. He walked towards the place where Moksha Sovereign died. There, Moksha Sovereign's storage pouch was burnt. Countless items that he carried with him were destroyed by the void-burning butterfly flame technique. Only 2 blackened jade slips were still floating in the air. Nirvana scripture, these jade slips were made of immortal-grade materials. They were not destroyed. Ningfan kept the 2 jade slips without saying anything. It was one thing whether he cultivated the Nirvana scripture or not. Since he had obtained this scripture, he naturally had to take it away. His eyes were blank for a moment. He did not feel the joy of avenging himself. Instead, he felt a little lost. Moksha Sovereign was the motivation for him to cultivate diligently for the past 100 years. When Moksha Sovereign died, he seemed to have lost his goal. From a certain perspective, if Moksha Sovereign was not a powerful enemy, Ning Fan would not cultivate so desperately. The group of void fragmentation realm-old monsters felt the fluctuations of the battle gradually subsiding and rushed back. When they saw Ning Fan winning and Moksha Sovereign dying, some of them sighed with emotion and some of them looked at Ning Fan with great respect. Suddenly, Ning Fan's expression changed. Without saying a word, a golden vortex formed under his feet. He disappeared from his original spot and reappeared in another place in the blink of an eye. The place where he was standing just now was slashed by a black crescent moon. Then, a furious roar resounded in the sky. Damn it! We are too late. You actually killed Han Yetian. How are we going to explain this to the old ancestor of the summoned river? You deserve to die. As soon as his voice fell, 2 devil-armored old men appeared at the peak of the sea of clouds. They glared at Ning Fan with intense killing intent. They were the helpers that Moksha Sovereign invited. Unfortunately, they were too late. Moksha Sovereign was already dead. Hee. I'm sorry. I'm also late. Brother Chu, Brother Gu, it's really regretful that the 3 of us couldn't kill Han Yetian with our own hands. As soon as his voice fell, 3 more figures landed beside Ning Fan. One of them was Wei Xian while the other 2 were rogue immortals. Who are you? Are you trying to stop our summoned river sect from doing our job? The 2 devil-armored old men shouted coldly. So what if you're the summoned river sect? It's far away in the ancient devil's abyss. What does it have to do with me? The rogue immortal with the surname Chu burst into laughter while the rogue immortal with the surname Gu formed a sword seal with his fingers. He remained silent. The flying swords in the sword case on his back were clanging noisily. They looked like they would start a fight if there was any disagreement. I'm sorry. I'm late. You can go and have a rest. I'll help you settle the rest. Wei Xian patted Ning Fan's shoulder. His eyes flashed with astonishment. The current Ning Fan really surprised him. With his cultivation base at the 6th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, he could kill Moksha Sovereign with his full combat power. Old Man Han really took in a good disciple, the summoned river sect of the ancient devil's abyss, 2 rogue immortals and a deacon of the 4 heavens from the northern heaven immortal world. I wonder who will win this battle. The void fragmentation realm-old monsters who had some knowledge on the scene fell silent. In the next moment, the 2 devil-armored old men directly attacked and exchanged blows with Chu and Gu. Just as they were exchanging blows, one of the 2 devil-armored old men with green hair suddenly sneered and said, My friends here, is there anyone who can help my summoned river sect to kill Ning Fan? I'll report to the sect later. The person who kills Ning Fan will be rewarded with 50 million Dao crystals. 50 million Dao crystals. As soon as they heard that there would be such a great reward, many of the old monsters' eyes were filled with killing intent. The ape sovereign, Gu Dao and old ancestor Western Mountain took a step forward, looking like they were going to attack Ning Fan. The snake sovereign licked his lips and ordered the 3 delicate snake ladies behind him to hide themselves. They would wait for an opportunity to ambush Ning Fan and seize his corpse. It was probably impossible to capture Ning Fan alive and turn him into a human cauldron. Hence, she would seize his corpse and return to the palace to pluck his flesh. It would also be a wonderful thing. It would definitely improve her cultivation base. Some unknown old monsters secretly took a step forward, preparing to attack Ning Fan from all sides. They were waiting for an opportunity to kill Ning Fan and obtain the reward of 50 million Dao crystals. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. There were at least 20 people who dared to target him with killing intent. There were no rogue immortal old monsters among them. They would not recklessly intervene in the dispute between the 2 forces for the sake of the Dao crystals. However, there were a few of them who were at the 8 broken realm. Ning Fan, who was currently in a weakened state, was no match for them. However, what did he have to be afraid of? Those who want to kill me for the reward, get out here. All of you come at me together. His hand pressed on the devil's sealing pouch, 2 halves, to be continued, all of you, come at me together. Why would I be afraid? Ning Fan placed his hand on the devil's sealing pouch and strode forward. His eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. There were more than 20 people present who wanted to kill him. There were at least 40 of them. However, some of them were still observing and did not dare to openly reveal their killing intent in case Ning Fan found out. At first, Wei Xian wanted to help Ning Fan. However, when his gaze fell on the devil's sealing pouch on Ning Fan's waist, he seemed to have noticed something and did not make a move. Even though his cultivation base had fallen, he was once a life immortal realm expert after all. He still had some judgment and means that he should have. He noticed that Ning Fan had a rogue devil realm devil slave in his hand. Facing this group of reckless cultivators, it would not be difficult for him to defeat them. Ming Kei's face was filled with anxiety. She could tell that there were countless people who wanted to kill Ning Fan. Even though her cultivation base was only at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, she still wanted to help Ning Fan regardless of everything. At this moment, a faint voice entered her ears. "Miss, don't worry. Your brother Biscuit still has his strongest trump card." "Who is it? Who is talking to me?" Ming Kei looked around but could not find the person who spoke. Ning Fan's battle with Moksha Sovereign had resulted in a significant backlash. His magic power was severely depleted and his body was extremely weak. However, his aura force did not decrease at all. Instead, it became even sharper and more terrifying. Some of the cultivators who wanted to take advantage of Ning Fan were discouraged when they saw how fearless he was. They gritted their teeth and gave up on the idea. The Ape Sovereign, Gu Dao and Old Ancestor Western Mountain's eyes turned grim. Each of them had a grudge against Ning Fan. Now that there was a reward of 50 million Dao crystals, it was impossible for them to let Ning Fan go. 2 of them were from the Devil World while the other one was from the Heaven Immortal World. They stepped out of the crowd and surrounded Ning Fan. Then, experts from the 3 Worlds sect, Ape Hall, Western Mountain Hall, Snake Hall, and some rogue old monsters stepped out of the crowd. There were a total of 25 of them. Those old monsters who did not want to get involved in the dispute of this place retreated. "Haha. I like this kid. He dares to fight a group of cultivators without fear. He has the spirit of Old Man Han." Rogue Immortal Chu laughed heartily while fighting against a devil-armored old man. "Yes, it's not bad." The taciturn Rogue Immortal Gu nodded and said to Rogue Immortal Chu via voice transmission, "If necessary, you block the 2 summoned river rogue devils. I'll go save him." "Okay." Loose Immortal Chu readily agreed. The 2 devil-armored old men of the summoned river sect smirked coldly. They entangled Chu and Gu tightly, not giving their clones any chance to save Ning Fan. From their point of view, Wei Xian's cultivation base had been reduced to 20%. It was not enough for him to save Ning Fan. Currently, Ning Fan was too weak to fight against a group of cultivators. With the reward of 50 million Dao crystals, Ning Fan would definitely die under the blades of the group of cultivators. No one would be able to save him. "Humph. As long as you kill this child, you can more or less give Ancestor an explanation, and also let the 2 of us have a lighter punishment." Just as the green-haired loose devil had this thought, his expression suddenly changed. The Chu and Gu duo were slightly surprised and all the cultivators present were shocked. The 31 void fragmentation realm old monsters who were besieging Ning Fan instantly revealed an expression of extreme fear. At this moment, Ning Fan opened the pouch. At this moment, a black mist rushed into the sky and turned into a gigantic demonic creature. "Loose devil. Big head, do you know who you want to kill?" Ning Fan asked coldly. "I know. You must kill anyone who shows killing intent towards you, right?" "Wait. I'm not called Big Head." The loose devil protested endlessly, although his head was a little huge as a devil creature. Although one of his divine abilities was indeed to transform into a giant skull, it was impossible for him to do so. However, he really did not like the name Big Head. Big Head Loose Devil. The evil Cloud Rain Sovereign actually has a big head loose devil. This is bad. As soon as one of the 5 old monsters of the mountain world saw the appearance of the loose devil, he turned around and fled in fear. His words, however, ignited the loose devil's anger in an instant. "I'm not Big Head. You're the Mother Asterisk King Big Head. Your entire family is Big Head." The loose devil threw a punch. A black mist fist light carried an earth-shattering hell and killed the 5 old monsters who had already fled a million li asterisk, 500 m per li, away with a single punch. Then, he opened his mouth and swallowed, keeping the storage pouch along with the dead body and tossing them aside. Before coming to the ancient heavenly court, Ning Fan had taught him to take away the corpse and the storage pouch after killing someone. Damn it. It's actually a loose devil. It seems like we won't be able to get these 50 million Dao crystals. I'm afraid our heads will have to be handed over here. This is really bad. The 8 old monsters of the heaven immortal world were filled with fear. They turned around and wanted to flee. The loose devil became even more furious. Human head. Big. How dare you call me Big Head? You're the mother asterisk King Big Head. The loose devil's body turned into black mist and turned into a gigantic skull. Without giving the man any time to escape, it swallowed him into the skull. The ape sovereign was scared. The old ancestor of the western mountain was scared. Gu Dao was scared. The 2 8 Shatterer experts of the devil world were all scared. There were only 29 void fragmentation realm enemies left. Who wouldn't be afraid of a loose devil? What? What a scary skull. Ah. Big your mother's head. The skull swallowed the 6 old monsters of the broken 6. Head, run, head, run, head, run, head, run, head, run, for our lives. One of the 4 old monsters of the broken 4 turned around and fled. Head my ass. The skull swallowed the 4 old monsters of the broken 4 without any hesitation. Lord. Lord, please spare my life. One of the 3 old monsters of the broken 4 pleaded while trembling. Big your mother's head. Eh? You didn't say big? Forget it. I've already eaten him. The loose devil swallowed the 3 old monsters of the broken 4. The loose devil seemed to have gone berserk and began a frenzied massacre. He opened up a barrier and trapped all of Ning Fan's enemies within it. Then, he swallowed them one by one. 2 of the 8 Shatterer experts of the devil world summoned their magic treasures in an attempt to resist the loose devil. However, they were swallowed along with their magic treasures. The loose devil realized that he had become stronger. Swallowing the 8 Shatterer experts of the devil world was effortless. Ever since he followed behind old ancestor Xilan and fought against a life immortal realm expert, his strength had actually broken through several small bottlenecks and become stronger. If it wasn't for the fact that old ancestor Xilan gave him the name Big Head, he would really be grateful to old ancestor Xilan. While the loose devil was killing the group of cultivators, Ning Fan did not stay idle either. He sneered and released his baleful chi, forcing the 3 snake women who were hiding beside him to reveal themselves. The 3 snake women were all at the 4 Shatterer realm. They came from the Snake Palace and were ordered by the Snake Sovereign to sneak attack Ning Fan. After being forced to reveal themselves by Ning Fan's baleful chi, the 3 of them were so scared that their faces turned pale. They turned around and ran. However, could they escape from him? An imprisoning rope. Ning Fan pointed his finger and produced 3 imprisoning ropes. He tied the 3 of them up and threw them into his cauldron ring. How could he not accept void fragmentation realm cauldrons that were delivered to his doorstep? You. Give me 3 cauldrons in exchange for them. The Snake Sovereign was enraged. He took out a dragon crutch magic treasure and attacked Ning Fan. With just a glance, Ning Fan could tell that the Snake Sovereign was a female demon who would plunder both men and women. The Snake Sovereign was the one who first released killing intent towards him. The yin and yang in this person's body were in a mess. The benefits of plucking this person were too little. Ning Fan lifted his hand and pointed at the dragon crutch. His body flashed and appeared in front of the Snake Sovereign in an instant. Then, he pressed his palm on the top of the Snake Sovereign's head. Asterisk bang asterisk with just a single palm strike, the Snake Sovereign's entire body turned into a pile of minced meat. Even his demon soul was destroyed. Ning Fan casually took away his storage pouch. The frailty on his face deepened, but his murderous aura became even heavier. His eyes swept across the battlefield. When he saw that there were less than 20 people left, his eyes flashed with cold light. He performed a hand seal with all 10 of his fingers and a massive golden vortex appeared beneath his feet. Outside of the first golden vortex, a second vortex was formed. Outside of the second vortex, a third vortex was formed. Outside of the third vortex, there were countless other vortexes. It was the enhanced version of the spatial strangulation vortex, the infinite spatial vortex. In an instant, all the old monsters who were below the fifth level of fragmentation realm were minced into minced meat by the power of the spatial vortex. Their primordial spirits and demon souls perished. Only the ape sovereign, Gu Dao, the old ancestor of the Western Mountain, and 4 rogue cultivators of the 6th level of fragmentation realm were left alive. Ning Fan felt a sharp pain in his chest and blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. He had already reached his limit. He would leave the rest to the rogue devil. Asterisk bang asterisk asterisk bang asterisk asterisk bang asterisk. The rogue devil had already retreated from his skeletal body. He stomped on the ground with his 4 massive feet, directly crushing the 4 rogue cultivators into minced meat. The old ancestor of the Western Mountain was filled with regret. He regretted hating Ning Fan for a mere Zhao Banji and attacking Ning Fan for the reward of 50 million Dao crystals. Little friend, if you let me go, I promise you that the mountain world and the rain world will forever be allies. We will never invade each other. He roared in Ning Fan's direction. He knew that begging the rogue devil for mercy was useless. The rogue devil was basically a lunatic. No need. If you die, who else in the mountain world will dare to invade my rain world? Kill. As soon as Ning Fan gave the order, the rogue devil chuckled and made a grabbing motion with his large hand. He sucked the old ancestor into his palm and asked. Hee hee. Do you think my head is big or not? No. No. The old ancestor was drenched in cold sweat. His entire body was trembling. As long as the rogue devil uses his palm force, he would certainly turn into a pile of minced meat and die without an intact corpse. You're lying. Asterisk bang asterisk. The rogue devil squeezed the old ancestor to death furiously. Then, he made a grabbing motion with his large hand and caught the ape sovereign. Speak. Am I a big head? The rogue devil asked angrily. The ape sovereign gritted his teeth so hard that they broke. It was really unwise to offend Ning Fan for the sake of a disciple. For the sake of 50 million Dao crystals, it was even more unwise to attack Ning Fan from all sides. It was all his own fault that he ended up in this situation today. He had to admit it, however, he had always been proud. Even if he was going to die, he would not beg for mercy like the old ancestor. He would not lower his head to the rogue devil and flatter him. Moreover, the old ancestor flattered the rogue devil by saying that he was not big but he was still dead in the end. You're obviously the big head. Nonsense. You're the mother asterisk king big head. Asterisk bang asterisk. The rogue devil squeezed the ape sovereign to death in a fit of rage. It was as easy as squeezing a little chick to death. His gaze shifted to Gu Dao. Gu Dao's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and said. All the experts of the 3-world sect are dead. Our sect only exists in name. I don't want to live any longer. However, before I die, I must drag someone down with me. Asterisk chi asterisk. A silver whirlpool suddenly appeared beneath Gu Dao's feet. His figure instantly disappeared. At the next moment, he stepped on the silver whirlpool and appeared behind Ning Fan. Without saying anything, he was about to detonate his primordial spirit and perish together with Ning Fan. The self-detonation of a 7-break-old monster was really not to be underestimated. It could even severely injure an 8-break-old monster. It was already very rare to be able to force a 7-break-old monster to self-detonate. You do have some backbone. I'll use the technique of your 3-world sect to send you to your death. Spatial vortex. A massive golden whirlpool rose beneath Ning Fan's feet. It directly sucked Gu Dao, who had given up on defending himself, and self-detonated into his natal heavenly dwelling. With a loud bang, Gu Dao self-detonated in the space of his heavenly dwelling. His flesh and blood were devoured by the spatial vortex. His storage pouch flashed and flew into Ning Fan's hand. There was even a void fragmentation realm Dao fruit that came along with it. Ning Fan burned the broken limbs and flesh on the ground with his immortal flame. After refining the essence of their flesh and blood, he kept all of them into his cauldron world and fed them to Nyeli. As for the storage pouches on the ground, they were all taken away by Ning Fan. After that, he ordered the rogue devil to remove the barrier. Big head, well done. It was obviously a compliment. However, when the rogue devil heard it, it almost made him go berserk. You're the mother asterisk cur. Just as he wanted to retort and scold Ning Fan, he immediately shut his mouth obediently when he met Ning Fan's cold gaze. Now that he had truly become Ning Fan's devil slave, his life and death were in Ning Fan's hands. He could scold anyone but Ning Fan. Among the 31 void fragmentation realm experts, 3 of them were captured and turned into human cauldrons while the rest were dead. All the void fragmentation realm old monsters present were shocked. The 7 rogue immortal old ancestors were also shocked. With this rogue devil, the rain world is no longer the lower 3 realms. It won't be an exaggeration to say that it's one of the upper 3 realms. The eyes of the 2 devil-armored old men of the Summoned River sect were filled with astonishment. Rogue Immortal Chu burst into laughter and said to Ning Fan, "Good kid. Do you want to join me and kill these 2 rogue devils of the Summoned River sect? I won't participate in the battle. Big head, you go." As soon as Ning Fan gave the order, the rogue devil soared into the sky. Together with Chu and Gu, they immediately formed a pincer attack. It was 3 against 2 and they had the upper hand. One of the rogue devils of the Summoned River sect was severely injured. He gritted his teeth and took out a talisman. He stuck it on his chest and disappeared without a trace. Mother asterisk cur. One of them escaped. This one must stay. Rogue Immortal Chu cursed angrily. He patted his storage pouch and took out a secret treasure. He hit the other green-haired rogue devil, causing him to spurt out blood and fall to the sky. This green-haired rogue devil was the one who offered 50 million Dao crystals to kill Ning Fan. Rogue Immortal Gu did not give the green-haired rogue devil a chance to fall to the sky. He drew the heavenly light with his sword and cut the green-haired rogue devil into 2 halves. Big Head laughed and threw a punch, crushing the 2 halves of the green-haired rogue devil's body into pieces, revealing his terrified primordial spirit. You guys are really despicable. How dare you bully me with numbers? Knowing that he was no match for them, he actually tried to play a trick. Capture his primordial spirit alive. I want to search his soul. Ning Fan said to Rogue Immortal Ling. He was quite interested in the ancient devil's abyss. He wanted to obtain some information about it from this person's memory. Just a piece of cake. Lock. The ancient devil pointed his finger and the devil mist turned into a devil lock, binding the green-haired rogue devil's primordial spirit. Then, he took his storage pouch. He landed on the ground and handed everything to Ning Fan. Ning Fan received the primordial spirit and kept the pouch. He turned a deaf ear to the green-haired rogue devil's curses and begging for mercy and directly searched his memories. After that, he sealed the idiotic primordial spirit. Perhaps, it could be used in pill concoction in the future. The void fragmentation realm old monsters of the devil world and the other worlds felt a chill down their spines. A rogue devil was actually besieged and captured alive. Then, Ning Fan searched his memories. That was a rogue devil expert. He was one of the rare existences in the lower worlds. When the experts of the demon world saw what happened to the green-haired rogue devil, they could not help but recall the scene where Ning Fan killed the 4 yellow dragon rogue demons that day. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. When they thought of the countless experts who had fallen today, each of the old monsters looked at Ning Fan with respect. So many experts had fallen within a day. Among them were quite a number of sovereign realm experts and the old ancestors of one of the palaces. The 9 worlds were probably in a state of shock. With this person around, no one could stop the rise of the rain world. This person must not be offended. The eyes of the cloaked old man who was standing at the side flashed with a hint of surprise. You're a good junior. Unfortunately, you're not from my demon spirit land. What a pity. Ming Ke walked forward and hugged Ning Fan's arm. Her small hands were trembling. Previously, when she saw Ning Fan being besieged by so many experts, she almost lost all hope. Fortunately, it's still all right. Brother Biscuit, quickly stabilize your injuries. I'll protect you. All right. Ning Fan sat cross-legged on the ground. He casually took out a 7th revolution pill and consumed it to heal his injuries. Beside him, Wei Xian and Chu Gu were also protecting him. Among the people present, who would dare to have any evil thoughts, the old Fox Sovereign and the old Crimson Sovereign exchanged glances and sighed. They had lost another chance to befriend Ning Fan. If the two of them had helped Ning Fan when he was besieged just now, they hesitated for a moment and were afraid of the Summoning River sect. Hence, they missed the chance. If the old Yuan Sovereign was here, he would probably help Ning Fan without hesitation. To be continued. A day later, Ning Fan suppressed his internal injuries and his complexion slightly recovered. Even though his injuries were not fully healed, his magical power was fully restored. At this moment, he could even win against Seven Sui. It seems like your injuries are no longer a problem. If so, I can leave with a peace of mind. Wei Xian said with a gratified smile. Senior is leaving? Aren't you going to enter the Heavenly Court's ruins with me? Ning Fan was surprised. There's no need. This time, this old man has brought Chu and Gu to the lower worlds. Firstly, it's to help you kill Moksha Sovereign. Secondly, it's to bring some things to your master in the Sword World, and also to help him complete the final step of unsealing the Tao Earth. I see. Ning Fan knew that he was busy unsealing the Tao Earth to plant the Tao fruit. That being the case, he naturally would not stop Wei Xian and the others from going to the Sword World. If Senior sees my master, please help me pass a message to him. Just say, the traitor died in Ning Fan's hands, please restrain your condolences. Finished speaking, Ning Fan closed his eyes. He knew that the old monster's heart had an indelible sorrow for Han Yetian's betrayal. He hated Han Yetian, but he never killed him. The old monster was decisive in killing outsiders, but he was still merciful to his own disciples, even if they were evil disciples. Ning Fan firmly believed that with the old monster's previous cultivation and identity, it would not be difficult to find an expert to cure him. If he really wanted to kill Han Yetian, he only needed to give an order and the experts of the Black Evil sect would go to the lower world to kill him even if they had to defy the heavenly law. If he really wanted to kill Han Yetian, he would have asked that golden-eyed sword cultivator to do it. To that golden-eyed sword cultivator, not to mention Han Yetian, even a life immortal or an ordinary true crossing realm true immortal wouldn't have a hard time killing them. The old monster was just unwilling. He had always been waiting for Han Yetian to turn back. He had always been giving Han Yetian a chance. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. He was unwilling to restore his cultivation. The sorrow in his heart was hard to erase, until Ning Fan's appearance gave him hope and reignited his fighting spirit. He wanted to restore his cultivation, wanted to protect his Xiao Mei and wanted to support the sky for Ning Fan. But at this time, Han Yetian came to 7 Apricot City, destroying the old monster's expectations and once again breaking his heart. Ning Fan knew that if he killed Moksha Sovereign, he would be able to resolve the knot in the old monster's heart and take his revenge, but it would also make the old monster grieve. That was because even in death, Han Yetian did not wake up, nor did he look back. Wei Xian sighed and nodded. Then, he took out a jade slip and passed it to Ning Fan. This diagram contains some information about the ancient Heavenly Court's 33 heavens. Perhaps it will be useful to you. Originally, this old man had prepared some things for you to break through to the void fragmentation realm. However, it seems like I don't need them anymore. After entering the ancient Heavenly Court, you have to be extra careful. As long as you don't cause any big trouble, you won't be in danger with the help of the rogue devil. As soon as Wei Xian finished speaking, Rogue Immortal Chu also stepped forward and patted Ning Fan's shoulder in a friendly manner. I, Chu Jiangnan, find you very pleasing to the eye. If you come to True Flame Star one day, remember to come and find me for a drink. Rogue Immortal Gu also stepped forward and nodded at Ning Fan. His words were like gold, but his eyes were full of praise. Old Man Han's life is not in vain to have you as his disciple. If he comes to Northern Heaven in the future and encounters any trouble, he can come to Northern Heaven Myriad Sword Sect to look for me. Those who were willing to help the old monster when he was in dire straits must be good friends. Ning Fan naturally did not dare to neglect them. He cupped his fists and promised them. After that, Wei Xian and the other two went to the lower broken domain, heading towards the Sword World. Biscuit brother, what did you see in that green-haired old man's memory? Can you tell me about it? I'm very interested in the ancient demon's abyss. Perhaps one day, I will ascend to the ancient demon's abyss. After all, I'm a pill. Bright Sparrow was babbling nonsense. Before she could finish her words, Ning Fan had already pulled her into his arms and covered her mouth. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with reproach. If Bright Sparrow reveals her identity as a pill devil here, she would probably get into trouble. The face of the gray-cloaked old man twitched. It seemed like he could not accept Ning Fan hugging Bright Sparrow like this. When he heard that Bright Sparrow wanted to ascend to the ancient demon's abyss, he found it even more unacceptable. What kind of joke is this? She is a noble being. How can she ascend to a filthy place like the ancient demon's abyss? If you want to know more about the ancient demon's abyss, I can tell you. However, you must not speak nonsense anymore. Do you understand? Ning Fan reprimanded. I will remember. Being half-hugged by Ning Fan, Bright Sparrow felt her heart beating faster and her face turned red. Take a look. These are the incomplete memories of that rogue devil. Ning Fan let go of Bright Sparrow and touched her glabella with a finger, transmitting the incomplete memories into her sea of consciousness. Then, he took out the jade slip that Wei Xian gave him and sent his spirit sense into it. So this is the ancient demon's abyss. The old ancestor of the summoned river is obviously a heaven devil at the crossing truth realm. However, the summoned river sect is just a weak force in the ancient demon's abyss. The ancient demon's abyss is so powerful, Bright Sparrow could not help but exclaim. All the void fragmentation realm old monsters listened attentively, especially the cultivators of the devil world. The ancient demon's abyss was very mysterious. Even the 4 great rogue devil old ancestors of the devil world had a limited understanding of it. They did not have Ning Fan's boldness to search the memories of the experts of the summoned river sect. Ning Fan did not pay attention to Bright Sparrow. As long as she did not reveal her identity as a pill devil, she could say whatever she wanted. His mind was completely immersed in the jade slip that Wei Xian gave him. When he finished reading the contents, he remained silent. In the ruins of the heavenly court, there were many demonic beasts and devils running amok. However, they were not worth his attention. What he needed to pay attention to was the immortal burying clan. The ancestor of the immortal burying clan was rumored to be an expert who was condensed from the corpse chi and resentment of the immortals who died in the ancient heavenly court. During his lifetime, he founded the immortal burying clan with his own hands and it dominated the 33 heavens. When immortals died, no one buried them. Therefore, the immortal burying clan was born. There were many void fragmentation realm experts in the immortal burying clan. There were also 9 ancestors and 18 kings. Each of them was a rogue immortal expert. The immortal burying clan cultivated corpse chi, practiced corpse techniques and refined corpse poison. They often devoured the ancient corpses of the heavenly court. If you enter the 33 heavens, try not to kill the experts of the immortal burying clan. If you kill one of them, you will attract the attack of countless members of the immortal burying clan. That was Wei Xian's warning. After passing through the sealed door, one could enter the first heavenly realm. When others enter the sealed door, they would need to wait for the seal to be broken. If they have the void sky token, they could ignore the seal and enter the first heavenly realm in advance. There were 2 heavenly gates in the first heavenly realm which led to the second heavenly realm. These 2 heavenly gates were guarded by the immortal burying clan. One could only enter the first heavenly realm by paying with Dao crystals. There were 3 heavenly gates leading to the third heavenly realm from the second heavenly realm. With each passing day, one more heavenly gate would appear and the realm would become much wider. After keeping the jade slip, Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out a red copper token. There were 10 sun engravings on it. This was the void sky token. It was the token of the immortals of the ancient heavenly court. It could directly enter the sealed door and some special forbidden places in the ancient heavenly court. Normally, only true immortals of the 4 heavens were qualified to hold this token. We still have to wait for 2 more days before the seal opens. This is so boring. Ming Ke had already finished reading the information about the ancient demon's abyss. In that case, let's enter the ruins of the heavenly court first. Ning Fan held Ming Ke's petite body with his right arm and waved the copper token in his left hand. The 2 of them immediately passed through the sealed door with a flash of light and entered the first heavenly realm. The void sky token. The void sky token that can directly enter the heavenly court. The evil cloud rain sovereign actually has this item. Even in the four heavens, only old monsters who are above the true immortal realm possess this item. He actually has it. Countless exclamations resounded in the surroundings. Even the gray-robed old man who was wearing a cloak was slightly surprised. All of this had nothing to do with Ning Fan. He kept the void sky token and put Ming Ke down. They were already in the first heavenly realm. As soon as they arrived, Ming Ke immediately raised her nose and sniffed with all her might. Her eyes were filled with excitement. There are so many delicious things. Here and here. There are all of them. Let's go look for food quickly. The little girl was drooling. Wait. Let me find the location of the heavenly gates first. Ning Fan closed his eyes. His body was surrounded by a heavenly green rain intent. He used the heaven-peering rain technique. Xianxia had given him 3 years to ascend to the 33 heavens. Moreover, she even said that he had to disregard everything. Ning Fan already had a guess in his mind. Each of the 33 heavens must be extremely vast. Otherwise, there was no need for him to spend so much time. Wow. It's raining. Ming Ke looked at the drizzling sky and could not help but recall the days when it was raining heavily in the dark sparrow's grave. The curtain of rain stretched far away. With Ning Fan's current cultivation base, using the heaven-peering rain technique was enough to make the entire rain world be covered in rain. However, the first heavenly realm was obviously much vaster than the rain world. With his rain technique, not only did he not manage to find the edge of the first heavenly realm, he also could not find the location of the 2 heavenly gates. Within the range of his senses, there were at least thousands of demon beasts and devil beasts above the void fragmentation realm. There were also some cultivators who were as skinny as a match. They wore black armor and held long spears in their hands. They were in secluded cultivation in this place. Those people were probably the members of the immortal burial clan that Wei Xian mentioned. Ning Fan withdrew his rain technique and frowned. For a moment, he did not know which direction he should go in order to find the heavenly gates that led to the second heavenly realm. I might as well follow Ming Quebec. Her nose is sensitive. She might be able to smell the location of the heavenly gates. Little girl, try and see if you can smell the location of the heavenly gates. Heavenly gates? What's that? Ming Ke asked in confusion. Forget it. Let's take one step at a time. You bring me to search for treasures. If we can meet some members of the immortal burial clan who are also searching for treasures, we can ask them where the heavenly gates are. They are guarding the heavenly gates to collect Dao crystals. If I give them some Dao crystals, it shouldn't be difficult for them to ask for directions. Ning Fan took out his ancient golden sword and carried Ming Ke on his sword. He consumed pills to treat his injuries on the sword while Ming Ke was responsible for leading the way to search for treasures. Most of the demon beasts and devil beasts that they encountered along the way had their cultivation bases broken. Those who tried to attack them were all killed by Ning Fan casually and their corpses were thrown to Nyali for him to devour. After devouring the flesh and blood essence of a rogue devil and countless experts, Nyali actually showed signs of breaking through to the 7th fragmentation realm. With Ming Ke's guidance, Ning Fan discovered quite a number of extremely secretive ancient immortal caves. These caves had existed for a very long time. The items inside them were no longer useful. Occasionally, they would find a half-destroyed immortal treasure, but Ning Fan was not interested in it at all. On the other hand, he found quite a number of Dao crystals. Together with the 32 storage pouches that he obtained previously, he already had 3 million Dao crystals with him. There were also some rare spiritual herbs growing in these caves. The lowest grade of them was 50,000 years old while the highest grade of them was even 200,000 years old. To the current Ning Fan, spiritual herbs were temporarily useless to him. He did not have the time to study pill refinement techniques. Since Ming Ke wanted to eat these spiritual herbs, he gave them all to her. Brother Biscuit, it smells so good. It really smells so good. I can smell an incredible fragrance. There must be a lot of good items in this direction. Ming Ke suddenly pointed to the north of the east and said excitedly. Is that so? Then let's go and have a look. Ning Fan smiled indifferently. Speaking of which, it was strange. They actually did not encounter any experts of the immortal burial clan along the way. Thus, Ning Fan did not have any chance to ask any questions at all. However, in the direction that Ming Ke was pointing at, Ning Fan could vaguely sense a lot of strong qi. They seemed to be the members of the Immortal Burial clan. If I go in that direction, I will most likely be able to ask for directions. The speed of the ancient golden sword was comparable to that of a rogue immortal. After a dozen flashes, it had already traveled more than 100 million li *, 500 m per li. From afar, he could see a blood-red light that shot up to the sky. That blood-red light gave Ning Fan an extremely uncomfortable feeling. The sword light flew all the way to where the blood-red light was. When it got close to the place, Ning Fan retracted his sword light. He could vaguely see an ancient sacrificial altar below. On the sacrificial altar, members of the Immortal Burial clan who were clad in black armor were constantly being killed as if they were being sacrificed. In the sky above the sacrificial altar, the blood-red light shot up to the sky. Countless rare spiritual herbs were displayed on the four sides of the sacrificial altar. Countless members of the Immortal Burial clan were silently chanting ancient scriptures in front of the sacrificial altar and bowing their heads in worship. Aya. It turns out that these spiritual herbs already have an owner. Seems like I can't eat them anymore. Ming Ke's face was filled with disappointment. These spiritual herbs are the sacrificial offerings of the Immortal Burial clan. If it's not necessary, it's not worth getting into a fight with them for these spiritual herbs. The reason why Ning Fan entered the ancient heavenly court was to find the undying tree and save Mu Weiliang. If it's possible, he did not want to cause any trouble, and he was even more unwilling to offend the local tyrant of this place, the Immortal Burial clan. If he kills any member of the Immortal Burial clan, he would be surrounded and attacked by the entire clan. The Immortal Burial clan had countless experts, and there were even 9 ancestors and 18 kings. If he is chased by 27 rogue immortals, Ning Fan did not have the confidence to protect himself. Humph. Who are you? Don't you know that this place is the forbidden area of my clan and no one is allowed to peep into it? 12 void fragmentation realm black-armored burly men rose into the sky and surrounded the ancient golden sword. Among the 12 of them, the weakest one was at the 5th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, while the strongest one was a bald burly man at the 7th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. These 12 people were the strongest experts in this place. They seemed to be the guards of this place. Ning Fan cupped his fists at the bald burly man and said, I just happened to pass by this place. I don't have any intention to spy on you. Is that so? So you are cultivators from the outside world. The burly man's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain and he sneered. That's right. I am indeed a cultivator from the outside world. I wonder if you have a map of the first heaven realm. I am looking for the heavenly gate that leads to the second heaven realm. Ning Fan's expression remained unchanged, ignoring the burly man's disdain. Oh? You want the map of the first heaven realm? The burly man rolled his eyes and burst into laughter. That's easy. 1 million Dao crystals for a map. If you are willing to pay, I will sell you a copy of the map. If you don't want to pay, you can continue searching aimlessly in the first heaven realm. I don't mind telling you one thing. Among the 33 heavens, the first heaven is the smallest. However, even the smallest heaven realm is as vast as 20 small kiliocosms. Even if you have the map and know where the heavenly gate is, it will take you at least half a month to reach the nearest heavenly gate from here. If you are to search aimlessly. The burly man raised 3 fingers and said with a cold smile. It will take you at least 3 years to find the location of the heavenly gate. As a member of the Immortal Burial clan, the burly man had always looked down on cultivators from the outside world. Seeing that Ning Fan was in a hurry to travel, he naturally wanted to extort a sum of money from him. Ming Ke was so surprised that she could not close her small mouth. Selling a map for 1 million Dao crystals was really too expensive. To the members of the Immortal Burial clan, making a map was extremely simple. They just needed to carve a jade slip on it. It could be sold for 1 million Dao crystals. He was obviously trying to raise the price. Brother Biscuit, I will go and beat him up. When he is afraid of me, he will certainly give you a copy of the map for free. Ming Ke waved her fist and said. Beat him up? Can you defeat him? I can't, but I still have you, right? Don't tell me you can bear to see me being bullied by others. Ming Ke giggled. Ning Fan shook his head with a smile. If it wasn't because of the importance of saving Mu Weiliang, which he could not afford to make any mistakes, he would certainly not be extorted by others for no reason given his personality. He was never the kind of person who would suffer losses. As for now, Ning Fan flicked his sleeve and a storage pouch containing 1,000,000 Dao crystals flew into the hands of the burly bald man. The bald man was slightly stunned. Originally, he just wanted to tease Ning Fan. He did not expect that Ning Fan would pay him. In his eyes, Ning Fan was an outsider who only had a 6th Shattering Realm cultivation base. He was at the 7th Shattering Realm. Why would he be afraid of a 6th Shattering Realm cultivator? In the past, when the ancient heavenly court opened, which outsider cultivator did not act cautiously in fear of offending the immortal burial clan? Even rogue immortals had to cup their fists and greet the members of the immortal burial clan, let alone Ning Fan, who was just at the 6th Shattering Realm. Who would dare to offend the immortal burial clan in the 33 heavens? The burly bald man did not expect Ning Fan to be willing to pay 1,000,000 Dao crystals for the map. With 1,000,000 Dao crystals in his hand, the burly man's heart skipped a beat. 1,000,000 is too little. If you give me 2,000,000 Dao crystals, I will give you the map of the first day. We agreed on 1,000,000. Why did it become 2,000,000 now? Ming Ke was a little angry. If you are unwilling to pay, just leave. Of course, I won't return this 1,000,000 to you. The burly bald man said mockingly. Ning Fan frowned but did not say anything. He flicked his sleeve again and tossed a storage pouch to the burly bald man. There were another 1,000,000 Dao crystals in this storage pouch. I want the map. Ning Fan's tone became slightly cold. Another 1,000,000 Dao crystals. The burly bald man licked his lips. The 11 experts of the immortal burial clan at the side looked at him enviously. Envious. They are really envious. In their eyes, Ning Fan was just a fat sheep that could be slaughtered at any time. However, this fat sheep was monopolized by the burly bald man. There was no other way. After all, the burly bald man had the highest cultivation base. If there were benefits, he would naturally get them first. I've changed my mind. A map for 3,000,000 Dao crystals. You have to give me another 1,000,000 Dao crystals. Wait. The burly bald man suddenly looked at Ming Ke in disbelief, as if he had discovered something unbelievable. He took out a blood-red jade pendant and shone it at Ming Quebec. When the jade pendant lit up slightly, he was immediately overjoyed. Haha. A pill devil. I'm really lucky. There's actually a pill devil among the outsider cultivators this time. The 9 ancestors and 18 kings have ordered us to find a pill devil to help our ancestor revive. Great. This is really great. This great merit has been obtained by me. The burly bald man kept the blood-red jade pendant and looked at Ning Fan with a cold smile. Young man, hand over all the Dao crystals you have. Then, hand over the little girl beside you to me. This ancient golden sword isn't bad either. Give me one of them and I'll give you a map. You. Little Ming Ke was so angry that she could no longer speak. She had seen people who were insatiable. However, it was her first time seeing someone like the burly bald man who had no sense of propriety. After all, the immortal burial clan was used to being arrogant. In their eyes, outsider cultivators were just people who could be bullied and humiliated. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with killing intent, but he forcefully suppressed it. He pulled Ming Ke behind him and said coldly, I don't want the map anymore. Farewell. If it wasn't necessary, he really did not want to start a war with the immortal burial clan. He just wanted to save Mu Weiliang peacefully. However, it was also impossible for him to hand Ming Ke over to these people. Trying to leave? Humph. I originally wanted to let you go. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being impolite. Let's attack together and kill that outsider cultivator. Capture that little pill devil girl alive and bring her back to receive the reward. As soon as the burly bald man gave his order, the 11 experts of the immortal burial clan swarmed towards the ancient sword. Ning Fan closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes flashed with cold light. Today, he had already endured it again and again. However, this member of the Immortal Burial clan had crossed his bottom line. He turned around and transformed into black robes. He raised his hand and extracted the Earth Soul and Void Soul. Ning Fan's cultivation base instantly reached the peak of the 7th Soul Break realm. His body instantly turned into black shadows and dispersed. The entire sky was covered by the black shadows and it dyed the vast sky black. In an instant, all 11 experts of the Immortal Burial clan were enveloped by the black shadows. 7 of them at the 5th Soul Break realm and 4 of them at the 6th Soul Break realm screamed in terror at the same time. Their bodies were minced into pieces by the black shadows, turning into a rain of blood and minced flesh that rained down from the sky. Their primordial spirits were instantly killed by the black Tempest soul-splitting technique. How dare you kill members of the Immortal Burial clan? Aren't you afraid of the 9 ancestors and 18 kings' revenge? The burly bald man's body trembled. At this moment, he could feel the boundless baleful chi in Ning Fan's eyes. It was the strongest baleful chi he had ever seen in his life. This was a devil lord of massacre. He thought that he had encountered a fat sheep, but he did not expect that this person was actually a ferocious tiger in sheep's clothing. If I kill all of you here, who would know that I'm the one who killed you? With a wave of his hand, Ning Fan kept the storage pouches of the 11 experts of the Immortal Burial clan. The black shadows dispersed and swept towards the burly bald man. The burly bald man's body trembled violently. Without saying a word, he wanted to escape. He could already tell that he was definitely not Ning Fan's match. Even an ordinary 8th Soul Break realm expert might not be able to survive in Ning Fan's hands. He wanted to run away, but a golden vortex appeared under his feet out of nowhere. His feet were trapped inside the vortex, making it impossible for him to escape. At the next moment, the black shadows attacked him and engulfed him. With a shrill scream, he was minced into countless pieces of minced flesh by the black shadows. His primordial spirit was captured by Ning Fan's hand and his soul and memories were being searched. In this way, the map would be in my hands. Isn't it very simple? Ning Fan's cold eyes swept across the members of the Immortal Burial clan below him. There were a few hundred of them and there were even 1 or 2 void fragmentation realm experts among them. Each of them was staring at Ning Fan with fear. Many of them formed hand seals, trying to send out their messenger flying swords to inform the 9 ancestors and 18 kings to kill Ning Fan. Ning Fan would not give them the chance to do so. His sword sense turned into a barrier, enveloping everyone within it. None of them could send any messages to the outside world. All of a sudden, an incomparably massive golden vortex appeared on the ground of the sacrificial altar. It sucked all the experts of the Immortal Burial clan into the vortex and killed them all. Dao fruits, storage pouches and the blood and flesh essence of countless experts. The blood and flesh essence of these experts were kept in the cauldron world by Ning Fan and placed in front of the giant demon cocoon that Nieli had formed. After these experts died, each of them produced a trace of corpse chi which floated in the air and was refined by Ning Fan one by one. This was an unexpected gain. The corpse chi could gradually improve Ning Fan's corpse devil physique. Initially, he thought that there would be corpse chi in the ancient heavenly court. However, he did not expect that all the corpse chi here would be taken away by the Immortal Burial clan. After killing these experts, Ning Fan obtained 300,000 Dao crystals. There were a total of 330,000 Dao crystals. As for the countless rare spiritual herbs on the sacrificial altar, they were all taken away by Ning Fan and given to Ming Ke for her to eat. Brother Biscuit is so violent. But I like it. Ming Ke chewed on a spiritual herb with a satisfied look and said with a smile. Let's go. I already know where the heavenly gate is. Let's go there directly. After killing the members of the Immortal Burial clan like this, I'm afraid the 33 heavens will be in turmoil. Ning Fan took a deep look at the sacrificial altar. The blood-red light on the altar was slowly fading away. However, it gave him an endless ominous feeling. Putting away his distracting thoughts, Ning Fan stepped on the ancient sword and headed straight for the heavenly gate. In a certain ancient forbidden area in the first heaven realm, a skinny old man wearing golden armor was suddenly enraged. The ground beneath him was covered in extremely profound blood-colored talisman markings. He patted his storage pouch and took out hundreds of broken life tokens. Among these life tokens were the sacrificial offerings that were supposed to be offered to the ancestors and the guards that were sent to the sacrificial altar. They're dead. All of them are dead. Humph. In the first heaven realm, the strongest demon beasts and devil beasts are only at the third heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. How could they have the strength to attack the sacrificial altar? Could the murderer be a cultivator from the outside world? The golden-armored old man's eyes flashed with killing intent. The aura force of a rogue immortal rose to the sky. If it wasn't because I have to guard this forbidden area and protect the ancestors from their awakening, I would certainly show up personally to investigate who is so bold as to kill members of the Immortal Burial clan. His eyes turned grim. He raised his hand and sent out countless messenger flying swords. There was only one message, which was to order all members of the Immortal Burial clan in the first heaven realm to kill any cultivator from the outside world without mercy. How dare a mere ant from the outside offend my Immortal Burial clan? Humph. The golden-armored old man sneered and closed his eyes again. Then, he performed some kind of extremely mysterious hand seal. The sealed door of the broken domain in the upper level was finally opened. A group of void fragmentation realm old monsters who had been waiting for a long time rushed into the first heaven realm. As soon as they entered the first heaven realm, everyone wore a look of disbelief. There were already many experts of the Immortal Burial clan guarding the door. As soon as they saw them entering the realm, they immediately launched a fatal attack. Impossible. Even though the Immortal Burial clan has always looked down on us cultivators from the outside world, they won't attack us easily. Why would they point their swords at us when the heavenly court opens this time? Could it be that some arrogant cultivator killed the members of the Immortal Burial clan and angered them? Who is it? Who else could it be? Only the evil Cloud Rain Sovereign alone entered the first heaven realm in advance with the Void Sky token. Each of the old monsters sighed. Some of them even complained to Ning Fan. They had the advantage in numbers. Moreover, there were 7 rogue immortal old monsters present. Naturally, they would not be hurt by the members of the Immortal Burial clan. Now that they had already become enemies with the Immortal Burial clan, there was no need for them to be patient anymore. Everyone attacked and killed the group of Immortal Burial clan experts in no time. However, the expressions of each of the old monsters were extremely unpleasant. Since they had become enemies with the Immortal Burial clan, it would probably be extremely dangerous to enter the ancient heavenly court this time. Rumor has it that the Immortal Burial clan is guarded by 9 ancestors and 18 kings. In the first 27 floors of the heaven realm, there is a rogue immortal ancestral king. In order to avoid being left alone and getting into trouble, this old man suggests that we should split into 7 groups. Each group will be led by a rogue immortal old ancestor. We will search for fortune in 7 different directions. In this way, even if we are attacked by the ancestral kings of each floor of the heaven realm, it won't be too dangerous. Fellow Taoists, what do you think of this old man's suggestion? One of the old monsters suggested. This suggestion is naturally very good. We have no objections. Each of the low-level void fragmentation realm experts agreed with the suggestion. However, their faces were filled with sighs. Traveling with the rogue immortal old ancestors was naturally less dangerous. However, if they managed to find any supreme treasures, they would most likely be taken away by those old ancestors. This time, entering the ancient heavenly court to search for fortune would probably not be able to obtain too many benefits. The speed of finding treasures would also be greatly reduced due to the continuous attacks of the Immortal Burial clan. The sinful Cloud Rain Sovereign really knows how to cause trouble for everyone. To be continued. Amidst the boundless sea of clouds, a golden sword light sped toward the nearest heavenly gate at a speed comparable to an itinerant immortal. According to what the bald man said, with Ning Fan's speed of breaking the 6 escape technique, he would need half a month to reach the heavenly gate. However, if he transformed into a loose immortal, he would need at most 7 days to arrive at the heavenly gate. It had been 3 days since he killed the bald man and the others. Along the way, whenever the members of the Immortal Burial clan discovered Ning Fan's whereabouts, they would immediately send out a signal and attack him without hesitation. During these 3 days, he had already killed thousands of experts of the Immortal Burial clan. Each of them was an expert above the Divine Transformation realm. He had also killed 3 Void Fragmentation realm experts. Their cultivation bases were not high. They were only at the first or second heavenly layer. Biscuit brother, there are still many treasures in the first heaven realm. Aren't we going to look for them? Bright Sparrow said with some vexation. If it's on the way, I'll take it. If it's not on the way, I'll just abandon it. Ning Fan shook his head. From the memories of the immortal burial clan members he killed, he found out that not only the first heaven realm, but all the immortal burial clan members had been mobilized in the past 27 days. These immortal burial clan members had received orders to kill all foreign cultivators they encountered. The 9 ancestors and 18 kings seemed to be busy with their own matters. None of them showed up to chase after Ning Fan. Even so, the immortal burial clan was not to be underestimated. It was said that in the immortal burial clan, there were also some corpse devils with rogue immortal cultivation sealed up. All of them were transformed from the corpses of ancient immortals. Under such circumstances, Ning Fan naturally did not have the mood to search for treasures. He just wanted to kill his way to the 33 heavens as soon as possible. The more he killed, the denser the corpse chi in his body became. The corpse chi seeped into Ning Fan's body, prompting his corpse devil body to slowly advance towards the third corpse transformation. All of a sudden, the ancient sword was repelled by a finger projection and stopped in midair. In front of the ancient sword, there was a burly man in red robes who wore an evil smile on his face. Behind him were tens of divine transformation and void refinement realm experts of the immortal burial clan. Haha, I'm really lucky to run into 2 foreign cultivators. One is a 1 shatterer, the other a 6 shatterer. The one with the 6 broken seems to be a cultivator from the rain world. This red-robed man didn't look like a member of the immortal burial race. There seemed to be a fire circulating in his body. His down name was True Flame, and he was a cultivator of the fire world from 60,000 years ago. That year, he had entered the ancient heavenly court as a first demolisher. Unfortunately for him, he had been captured by the immortal burying tribesmen, who had placed a restrictive spell on him and taken him as a slave. Although he had been reduced to a slave in the ancient heavenly court, his cultivation base had continued to rise. After 60,000 years, he was already a level 7 demolisher. It seemed like in order to win over True Flame, the 9 ancestors and 18 kings erased True Flame's mental restriction and restored his freedom. They made him a guest elder to continue working for the celestial burial clan. There were many old monsters in the 9 realms that had become slaves to the celestial graveyard. True Flame Yen sneered at Ning Fan. As far as he knew, the rain world had always been the weakest in the 9 worlds. Even though Ning Fan was at the 6 Shatterer realm, it seemed like he had just achieved that breakthrough not too long ago. Therefore, his combat power should not be that high. As for Bright Sparrow, who had destroyed one of her cultivation bases, Master Xianxia didn't put her in his eyes at all. Hee, this little girl is not bad. She is full of primordial yin and can be used as a cauldron. Brat, hand this girl over to this seat, and this seat can leave your corpse intact. Before True Flame Xianxin's sneer ended, his eyes were filled with shock. However, Ning Fan did not have the intention to talk nonsense with him at all. He directly used the soul extraction technique and raised his cultivation base to the peak of the 7th Shatterer realm in an instant. He lifted a finger and pointed at the ground. An incomparably massive golden vortex appeared beneath the feet of True Flame Xianxin and the others. The dozens of experts of the celestial burial clan were instantly sucked into the vortex. They let out miserable shrieks and turned into puddles of blood. As for True Flame Xianxin, both of his feet were trapped in the golden vortex. His body kept sinking. He could not get rid of the spatial vortex technique at all. A moment of carelessness and he was about to be killed by Ning Fan. When he looked into Ning Fan's eyes again, which were filled with monstrous baleful qi, True Flame Xianxin felt his knees go weak. Ning Fan's baleful qi was too strong. How many void fragmentation realm experts did he have to kill to obtain such a powerful baleful qi? Is he really a cultivator of the rain world? I didn't expect such a powerful devil lord to appear in the rain world today. Damn it. It wasn't easy for me to cultivate to the 7th Shatterer realm. How can I die here? I can't accept this. Between life and death, True Flame Xianxin's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and shouted. If fellow Taoist is willing to show mercy, I am willing to let fellow Taoist plant a restriction on me and serve fellow Taoist as my master. Oh? You want to serve me as your master? Ning Fan's eyes flickered. One day, he would ascend to the immortal burial realm. If he ascends, the overall strength of the rain world would certainly be greatly reduced. If he could subdue some experts of the celestial burial clan and bring them back to the rain world, it could increase the overall strength of the rain world. With that thought in mind, Ning Fan slowed down his hand seals. His spirit sense spread out like a tidal wave and went into true flame Xianxia sea of consciousness. Of course, he wanted to plant a sense restriction on true flame Xianxia. True flame Xianxia did not dare to resist. At this moment, he only wanted to live. Even if he has to become a slave, he would accept it. If he really had any backbone, he would not have become a slave of the celestial burial clan in the first place. After planting the sense restriction, Ning Fan withdrew his vortex spatial technique and stood on the tip of the sword. He said coldly to True Flame Xianxia, "Come up and stand at the back. Don't be an eyesore." Yes. True Flame Xianxia let out a long sigh and leaped onto the tip of the sword. He stood at the hilt of the sword and did not dare to look at Ning Fan at all. As for the idea of keeping Bright Sparrow as his human cauldron, he no longer dared to think about it. Ning Fan tossed out a large amount of immortal jade and activated the ancient sword to fly again. At the same time, he asked Xianxia coldly, "Are you originally a cultivator of the fire world?" "Yes." "How many cultivators from the 9 realms like you are serving the deity-burying clan?" "There are still 29 of them. All of them are at the void fragmentation realm and 22 of them are below the 5th fragmentation realm. Only those in the 5th demolisher level or higher will have their psychic hexes removed." "Is that so?" Ning Fan's eyes flashed. Those who had yet to dispel the mental restriction were not within the scope of his subjugation. Aside from Master True Flame, there were also 6 cultivators from the 9 realms who were at or above the 5 Shatterer stage. Ning Fan gave it another thought. Not necessarily only the cultivators of the 9 worlds could be subdued. If I encounter members of the Immortal Burial clan who are above the 5 break realm, what's the harm in subduing them all? Those who did not surrender would be killed. True Flame Child clenched his teeth and respectfully asked, "Is Master going to enter the 2nd heaven realm from the 2nd heaven gate?" "Yes." From the memories of the bald man, Ning Fan already knew that the heavenly gates of each level of the heaven realm had been numbered by the Immortal Burial clan. "You can't. I suggest Master to go to the 1st heaven gate. Even though the 1st heaven gate is slightly further away, it's slightly safer. The one guarding the 2nd heaven gate is a peak 7th fragmentation realm old monster of the Immortal Burial clan. He is proficient in the 5 elements technique and is very powerful," Master True Flame suggested. Now that Ning Fan had planted a psychic hexes on Master True Flame Child, he would die together with Ning Fan if Ning Fan dies. He and Ning Fan were locusts on the same rope. Both of them would rise or fall together. From his point of view, even though Ning Fan was powerful, he might not necessarily be able to defeat that peak 7th fragmentation realm old monster. Even if he could win, he would most likely suffer severe injuries. It was really not worth it. Now that the entire Immortal Burial clan was chasing after the foreign cultivators, if Ning Fan gets injured, he would naturally be in greater danger. There's no need to take a detour. Just go to the 2nd heaven gate. You don't have to say much. What will you do if you want to face a strong enemy? I will kill a strong enemy for Master. Master True Flame sighed. It's good that you understand. Ning Fan gave Master True Flame a cold look. Without saying anything else, he activated the ancient golden sword and sped along the way. 4 days later, a huge heavenly gate that was as tall as the sky appeared above the sea of clouds. The heavenly gate was black and extremely ancient. However, it was exceptionally sturdy. If the immortal burying race did not open the gate, even a life immortal would not be able to break it. Hundreds of cultivators of the Immortal Burial clan were guarding outside the gate of heaven. Their cultivation levels were all above the soul formation realm. There were a total of 5 void fragmentation realm cultivators. 2 of them were at the 3rd shattering realm, 1 was at the 4th shattering realm and 1 was at the 5th shattering realm. The last of them was at the peak of the 7th demolisher level, and although he was emaciated, he glittered with the light of the 5 phases. This person's name was Lu Xiao, and he was considered one of the top figures in the Celestial Burial clan. He sat cross-legged on the ground with a five-colored dagger axe beside him. When the golden sword light that Ning Fan rode approached them, all the members of the Immortal Burial clan raised their heads and roared at the sky. Outsider Cultivator, kill. Lu Xiao suddenly grabbed the dagger axe and stood up. He raised the five-colored dagger axe and sneered. Foreign Cultivator, die. The five-colored dagger axe slashed across the sky, splitting into 5 rays of blade light with different colors, aiming at Ning Fan's head. Ning Fan kept the escaping light of the ancient sword. Before he could make his move, Yan Zhen had already soared into the sky and blocked the five-colored blade light. He was already Ning Fan's slave. Thus, he naturally needed to show his loyalty. Ning Fan's slightly threatening question was still echoing in his ears. If he encounters a strong enemy, he must fight for Ning Fan with all his might. Void Technique, 10 Direction Vermilion Birds. Yan Zhen stood in the sky and performed a hand seal with all 10 of his fingers. Countless flames flew out from his body, turning into the shadows of incomparably huge vermilion birds. These vermilion birds' bodies were condensed from flames. As soon as they appeared, they immediately collided with the five-colored blade light, trying to destroy it. Lu Xiao's eyes flashed with anger. At this moment, how could he not see that Yan Zhen had already betrayed the Immortal Burial clan and become Ning Fan's slave? The light of the 5 elements revolved around his fingers. Then, he performed a hand seal and the five-colored blade light immediately grew to 10,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, in size. It swept across all directions and easily destroyed the vermilion bird's shadows. Lu Xiao pointed his finger again and the five-colored blade light slashed at Yan Zhen. Yan Zhen gritted his teeth. His stomach bulged slightly and he opened his mouth to breathe out primordial spirit flames that filled the sky. His face quickly turned pale. Obviously, this technique consumed a lot of his energy. Under the burning of the primordial spirit flames, the golden blade light within the five-colored blade light was incinerated. However, the remaining 4-colored blade light was not afraid of Yan Zhen's primordial spirit flames at all. It passed through the layers of walls of flames and instantly slashed at Yan Zhen's chest. Yan Zhen's eyes were filled with fear. Just as he was about to be killed by the blade light, a golden vortex suddenly appeared beneath his feet and saved him. At the next moment, a golden vortex appeared on the ancient sword out of nowhere. Yan Zhen staggered and appeared on the ancient sword, luckily escaping from this disaster. Thank you for saving me, Master. Yan Zhen's face revealed a complicated expression. Fire technique isn't something that you can use like this. Ning Fan did not use the soul extracting incarnation technique. Instead, he only relied on his 6 destruction realm cultivation base and stepped into the sky. Every step he took was accompanied by life and death. Life and death follow each other. Master's Tao of life and death is actually so high. Yan Zhen was shocked. Oh? Life and death follow each other, huh? If I kill you and refine you into a pill, I wonder if it can improve my Tao of life and death. Lu Xiao let out a disdainful snort. He changed his hand seals and the golden blade light that had been incinerated reappeared in the sky. He raised his hand and pointed at Ning Fan. The five-colored blade light slashed at Ning Fan simultaneously. Master, you mustn't underestimate your enemy. This blade light is very powerful. Yan Zhen was a little worried. He knew that Ning Fan's combat power could be raised to the peak of the 7 destruction realm. However, at this moment, Ning Fan did not use his full combat power. He was only using his 6 destruction realm cultivation base to resist the five-colored blade light. It seemed like a very arrogant action. Am I underestimating my enemy? Ning Fan looked at the incoming golden blade light and raised his hand to grab it. With just a grab, he crushed the golden blade light. With another grab, he crushed the fire blade light. With another grab, he crushed the water blade light. As for the remaining wood and earth blade light, they were all crushed by Ning Fan easily. After the 5 blade lights were destroyed, the dagger axe magic treasure returned to its original form and was easily caught by Ning Fan. With just a swipe of his palm, the power of the 5 elements within the dagger axe was completely destroyed. The power of this treasure was gone. Impossible. He is not at the 7th sky of Nirvana realm, how dare he grab the 5 elements saber light with his hands? Lu Xiao was shocked. Why, It was because Ning Fan possessed the minor five elements physique and it had already reached the great perfection realm. No one below the life immortal realm would be able to harm him using the five elements technique. If the cultivators here become my slaves, I can guarantee that they won't die. Ning Fan raised his hand and pointed at the heavenly gate. A wave of power of the five elements spread out from his body. Immediately, a small and massive barrier of the five elements appeared around the heavenly gate. This was an additional mystique that appeared after the completion of the minor five elements. Within this minor five elemental barrier, no one could use the five elemental abilities except for cultivators whose cultivation base was a few realms higher than Ning Fan's. Lu Xiao had spent his entire life studying the five elements, and most of his sacred arts were on the five elements. Being in the minor five elements barrier, almost all of Lu Xiao's divine abilities were sealed, and he was unable to use them. Five elemental spirit equipment, five elemental magical treasures, five elemental secret techniques. None of them could be used. He had cultivated a total of 5 nascent divinities, each of which occupied a different path. That was how he had reached the peak of the 7th Demolisher level. At this moment, in the small 5 elements barrier, his cultivation was being sealed bit by bit, and it continued to drop. 6th Heavenly Layer Void Fragmentation Realm, 5th Heavenly Layer, 4th Heavenly Layer, Minor 5 Elements Body. A perfected Lesser 5 Elements Constitution. At this moment, Lu Xiao was afraid. With his cultivation base at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm and ordinary abilities that he was not good at, it was impossible for him to defeat Ning Fan at all. Only death awaits him. He was proficient in the cultivation of the 5 elements. Against cultivators at the same level as him who only cultivated one element, he would definitely be able to defeat them. However, against someone like Ning Fan who could restrain all 5 elements, he had no chance of winning at all. To be a slave or to die, Lu Xiao was hesitating. However, Ning Fan did not give him too much time to consider. He directly pointed his finger at him. Countless golden whirlpools appeared above the sea of clouds. The immortal burial clan members who were sucked into the whirlpools died instantly. Those who did not die were intentionally killed by Ning Fan. He temporarily trapped them with the spatial vortex technique in an attempt to break Lu Xiao's psychological defense. Elder Lu, how can we, the members of the immortal burial clan, become the slaves of a mere foreign cultivator? Even if we die, we won't surrender. One of the 3 old monsters roared furiously. As soon as he finished speaking, he was already sucked into the golden whirlpools and died instantly. Lu Xiao's body shuddered. His face was filled with fear. If I don't surrender, will I end up like this person? Elder Lu, the 7 kings have done us a great favor. Even if we die, we won't betray the immortal burial clan. Am I right? One of the 4 old monsters laughed loudly at the sky. At the next moment, he was sucked into the golden whirlpools and died. Lu Xiao's face turned pale. His psychological defense was crumbling bit by bit. The screams of the members of the immortal burial clan did not arouse his courage. Instead, it aroused his fear. He was afraid. I surrender. Master, please plant a mental seal on me. From today onwards, I, Lu Xiao, am no longer a member of the immortal burial clan. I will only be master's slave. Lu Xiao gritted his teeth and said. Very good. Ning Fan spread out his spirit sense and planted a mental seal in Lu Xiao's sea of consciousness, controlling his life and death. Then, he said to Lu Xiao coldly, you will kill all the enemy cultivators here alone. Lu Xiao's face turned pale. He clenched his teeth and said. Yes. Ning Fan removed the minor 5 elements barrier. Lu Xiao's cultivation base rose all the way to the peak 7th element breaking realm. His eyes glinted with ferocity. He made up his mind and shot out 5 colored rays of light from his eyes, turning all the cultivators here into ashes. After that, he kept all the storage pouches and Dao fruits and handed them to Ning Fan. There were still countless storage pouches and Dao fruits in Ning Fan's spatial vortex. However, there was no need for him to collect them in a hurry. The second person. Ning Fan muttered to himself. With a flick of his sleeve, he refined the blood essence of the corpses that littered the ground into beads of blood and sent them to Nieli in his cauldron world. After keeping the ancient golden sword, Ning Fan and Ming Ke walked side by side to the heavenly gate. Behind them were Yan Zhen and Lu Xiao. Yan Zhen and Lu Xiu exchanged glances. Just a moment ago, the two of them were still fighting each other to the death. Now, however, they were both Ning Fan's slaves. The encounters in life really make one sigh endlessly. Ning Fan's gaze fell upon the black heavenly gate. He faintly felt that this gate gave him a strange feeling, but he could not tell why. He placed his palm on the heavenly gate and pushed it. However, he realized that he could not open the gate with his current strength. However, with the Void Sky token, it seemed like passing through this gate would be a piece of cake. The formation plate to open the second heavenly gate is in my hands. I will open the heavenly gate for Master now. Lu Xiu took out a formation plate from his sleeve. Just as he was about to activate it, he was stopped by Ming Quebec. Wait. There are treasures inside the heavenly gate. Brother Biscuit, take a closer look. There really are treasures inside the heavenly gate. Ming Ke returned to her pink and tender fists and punched the heavenly gate repeatedly. Of course, she could not shatter the heavenly gate. She revealed a frustrated expression and sighed. I can't take this treasure away. It's useless to me as well. Forget it. I don't want it anymore. What kind of treasures can be inside the heavenly gate? Lu Xiu and Yan Zhen wore blank expressions. Ning Fan, on the other hand, frowned. Once again, he placed his palm on the heavenly gate and closed his eyes to sense it carefully. Previously, he already felt that the heavenly gate gave him a strange feeling. Now that Ming Ke had reminded him, he naturally wanted to investigate it carefully. Time passed by slowly. Ning Fan did not open his eyes, but his expression became more and more solemn. After a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes and raised his hand. The Emperor Xia's sword appeared in his hand. He displayed the myriad sword style and stood on the heavenly gate with his sword. This sword strike was extremely powerful. It was enough to instantly kill a cultivator at the 5th level of the destruction realm. Even a cultivator at the 6th level of the destruction realm would be severely injured. However, this sword strike only left an almost unnoticeable crack on the heavenly gate. Suddenly, a trace of black starlight flashed across the crack. At the next moment, the crack disappeared. Master, are you trying to shatter the heavenly gate? You should know that even a life immortal realm expert can't shatter the heavenly gate. Yan Zhen and Lu Xiu shook their heads disapprovingly. At the next moment, their eyes were filled with shock. All of a sudden, Ning Fan's palm glowed with black star power and he grabbed the heavenly gate. As he grabbed, countless traces of stars immediately appeared on the heavenly gate. Then, a black star stone flew out from the heavenly gate. At the next moment, the heavenly gate that even a life immortal realm expert could not shatter collapsed. It's broken. Master actually shattered the heaven gate. This. Master Flame Xianxia and Lu Xiu were shocked to the extreme. Even if the 9 ancestors and 18 kings were to join hands, they would not be able to shatter the heavenly gate. Could it be that Ning Fan's strength alone is above the 9 ancestors and 18 kings? Wow. Brother Biscuit, you're really powerful. Ming Ke stared at the black star stone in Ning Fan's hand. Her eyes sparkled like little stars. She could tell that this black star stone was a treasure. However, it seemed to be useless to her. What a pity, I didn't expect that there would be black star power left behind by the Heaven Sovereign in the heavenly gate. Ning Fan's eyes widened in surprise when he felt the boundless star power in the star stone in his palm. If he refines this black star stone, he would have at least 15 more natal stars. This black star stone was condensed from the Heaven Sovereign's star power. When the Heaven Court still existed, the Heaven Sovereign used his star power to form the heavenly gate. Even if the heavenly gate is attacked, it could heal itself. After the Heaven Court was destroyed, this gate still existed. However, no one could extract the star power from it. Even if they destroy this gate, they would not be able to extract it. Only those who have cultivated the Black Star technique could obtain the star power within it. In this era, Ning Fan was the only one who had cultivated the Black Star art in this world. Ning Fan made a rough calculation. There were 2 heavenly gates in the first level of the heaven world, 3 in the second level and 4 in the third level. Based on this calculation, there were a total of 560 heavenly gates from the 1st to the 32nd day. If there is a black star stone in each of the heavenly gates, with 560 black star stones, he could form a total of 8,400 natal stars. Currently, Ning Fan had formed 212 natal black stars. If he could obtain all the star stones in this place and refine them all, with 100 natal black stars, he could survive the joint attack of a void glimpse stage expert. With 1,000 natal black stars, he could survive the joint attack of a void glimpse stage expert. With 10,000 natal black stars, he could survive the joint attack of an ordinary life immortal realm expert. With 8,612 natal black stars, he could survive the joint attack of a rogue immortal realm expert. Brother Biscuit, are we going to the second level of the heaven world now? No. We are going to the first heavenly gate in the first level of the heaven world. Although it will take some time, if we can obtain enough black star stones, the difficulty of killing the 33 heavens will be greatly reduced. To be continued. 7 days later, Ning Fan annihilated the group of cultivators who were guarding the first heavenly gate and destroyed the heavenly gate, taking away the star stones. Another 15 days passed. The 3 heavenly gates of the second heaven realm were destroyed by Ning Fan one after another, and he subdued a 6 shattering realm slave. In another month, the 4 heavenly gates of the third heaven realm were destroyed, the 4th heaven realm, the 5th heaven realm, the 6th heaven realm. It had been a year since Ning Fan entered the ancient heavenly court. He had already reached the 12th level of the heaven realm. The 13 heavenly gates were destroyed by him one after another. Currently, he was cultivating at the first heavenly gate of this level. He already had 90 black star stones in his hand. There were already 7 servants behind him. Among them, Lu Xiu and Yanzhen were at the 7 shattering realm, 3 of them were at the 6 shattering realm and 2 of them were at the 5 shattering realm. Among them, there were void fragmentation realm cultivators of the 9 worlds who had once surrendered to the Immortal Burial Clan. There were also experts of the Immortal Burial Clan. However, they were just considered as Ning Fan's slaves now. Along the way to the 12th level of the heaven realm, Ning Fan had killed more than 100 void fragmentation realm cultivators of the Immortal Burial Clan. As for the divine transformation realm and void refinement realm cultivators, there were countless of them. Even so, the 9 ancestors and 18 kings of the Immortal Burial Clan did not show up to kill Ning Fan. However, it did not mean that they did not hold a grudge against Ning Fan. Brother Biscuit, can I ask you for a few slaves to search for treasures in the 12th level of the heaven realm? Ming Ke asked expectantly. In the 12th level of the heaven realm, there were many treasures but also more dangers. Other than the members of the Immortal Burial Clan, there were also demon beasts and devil beasts at the 5 shattering realm and 6 shattering realm. The current Ming Ke could not defeat ferocious beasts of this level. She looked at Lu Xiu and Yanzhen with a smile, wanting to borrow them and bring them with her to search for treasures. After all, Ning Fan still needed to cultivate here, didn't he? Don't leave my side. If the 9 ancestors and 18 kings suddenly appear, they won't be able to protect you. Then lend me Big Head to play with. Ming Ke pleaded. Even Big Head might not be able to protect you. You're close to breaking through to the second broken level, and you haven't finished eating the spirit herbs we found this time. There's no need to rush. The spirit herbs we found along the way are enough for you to eat. Oh. Ming Ke lowered her head and took out a potato-like spiritual herb and started chewing on it. It didn't take long for him to eat and drink to his heart's content. Feeling much better, he took out a jade mat and laid down on it, snoring away. Lu Xiu and the others were shocked when they saw Bright Sparrow eating the spiritual herbs raw. He thought to himself that Bright Sparrow's physical body was so terrifying that it could withstand the energy of the spiritual medicine directly. When he looked at Ning Fan again, he was even more shocked. At this moment, Ning Fan was devouring star stones one after another. The star power in his body was not released, but it was extremely vast. Ning Fan continuously made hand seals and refined the star stones according to the Traversing Star Palace's route recorded in the Cold Star secret record. The refining speed was naturally extremely fast. Master actually knows the cultivation star cultivation method, it's truly unbelievable. Lu Xiu and the others exclaimed in admiration. As the star stones were refined, the number of natal stars in his body gradually increased. 227, 242, 257, 272. As long as he refines all 90 star stones, the number of natal stars in Ning Fan's body would exceed 1,000. At that time, the injuries caused by the attack of the shattering one cultivator would be healed instantly, 90 star stones. I still need a few days to fully refine all of them. Ning Fan closed his eyes and quietly refined the star power in his body. In each of the first 27 floors, there was a top-secret forbidden area. In each of the forbidden areas, one of the 9 ancestors and 18 kings was in seclusion. At this moment, the expressions of the 9 ancestors and 18 kings were dark and gloomy. According to the intelligence, a foreign cultivator had swept through the first 12 floors of the Heaven Realm. Most of the members of the Immortal Burial clan who were sent to kill him were killed. Moreover, this person seemed to have great abilities as he destroyed all the heavenly gates of the 12th floor of the Heaven Realm. This person captured a total of 7 experts of the Immortal Burial clan alive and made them his slaves. To the Immortal Burial clan who regarded foreign cultivators as ants, this was a great humiliation. Lu Xiu actually betrayed us too. Damn it. I wasted a profound corpse pill to help him break through his cultivation level in the past. In the 12th floor of the Heaven Realm, the 7 kings were enraged. He could not wait to leave the Immortal Cave immediately to kill Ning Fan, who was in the 12th floor of the Heaven Realm. However, the matter of resurrecting the primogenitor was too important for him to leave. His voice passed through the blood marks on the ground and reached the ears of the other ancestral kings. The other ancestral kings were enraged. They wished they could tear Ning Fan into pieces. Humph. A mere foreign cultivator actually dared to kill members of our Immortal Burial clan and even made them his slaves. What a great humiliation. In the 19th floor of the Heaven Realm, the 9th ancestor said angrily. Third ancestor, there seems to be a rogue devil corpse devil above the 25th floor of the Heaven Realm, right? Why don't you send him out to kill that foreign cultivator? The 6 kings suggested. Humph. That rogue devil corpse devil was injured by an unknown rogue immortal. He is currently recuperating in the corpse devil pool. He won't be able to fight for a while. The 3rd ancestor said angrily. What? A rogue immortal went up to the 25th floor of the Heaven Realm? The few ancestral kings were shocked. He didn't go up. He went down. That rogue immortal came from above the 28th floor. He might be a cultivator of the 4 heavens. The first ancestor who had been silent all this while suddenly spoke. Humph. So what if he's a cultivator of the 4 heavens? That rogue immortal has already reached the 15th floor. I raised a large number of void fragmentation realm demon beasts in this floor of the Heaven Realm, but they were all killed by him alone. How hateful. The 4 kings said angrily. These foreign cultivators are too hateful. If the ancestor of ancient Zong wakes up, I will definitely ask him to kill all the foreign cultivators in this place. The 9 kings said coldly. These foreign cultivators won't be able to be arrogant for long. We just need to endure for another 10 years. 10 years later, when the ancestor wakes up, with his cultivation base at the quasi-emperor realm, who in the ancient heavenly court can be his match? 10 years. I just need to wait for another 10 years. After refining all of the star stones, the number of natal stars in Ning Fan's body had reached 1680. It was 18 stars more than what he had expected. Ning Fan exhaled a mouthful of murky qi and stood up. His eyes shone with starlight. The various injuries in his body were healing at a rapid speed. At this moment, he could even withstand the attacks of a group of cultivators without dying. Ming Ke stared at Ning Fan in a daze. She was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. She stood beside Ning Fan and noticed that a void fragmentation realm sword wound on his arm was healing at an astonishing speed. She could not help but grab Ning Fan's arm and bite it, leaving a small wound on his arm. Before the wound began to bleed, it had already healed itself in the blink of an eye. Not even a scar was left. She took another bite and the wound healed again. She took another bite and the wound healed again. Ning Fan looked at Ming Ke speechlessly. He patted her head and scolded her with a smile. Are you going to eat me like a spiritual herb? I can't bear to eat you. I'm just doing an experiment. Brother Biscuit, what kind of star technique is this? It's much more powerful than the cold star secret record that you gave me. I want to learn this. Ming Ke grabbed Ning Fan's arm and shook it, begging him. You won't be able to learn this technique. It was a complete coincidence that I was able to cultivate the Black Star technique. As soon as Ning Fan finished speaking, his brows suddenly knitted together. His heartbeat suddenly quickened without any warning. It was a sign that danger was approaching. He looked at the destroyed heavenly gate in silence. The danger was coming from the upper levels. However, the danger did not seem to be coming specifically for him. Ning Fan looked at Ming Ke beside him and remained silent for a while. Then, he took out the ancient golden sword and led everyone to the passage behind the heavenly gate, arriving at the 13th level of the heaven realm. When they arrived at this place, the sense of danger he felt became stronger. 1 month later, all the 14 heavenly gates of the 13th level of the heaven realm were destroyed. Ning Fan and his group arrived at the 14th level of the heaven realm. After killing a group of invading experts, Ning Fan obtained the map of the 14th level and flew towards one of the heavenly gates. The guards of this heavenly gate were 3 short old men at the 8th break realm. Other than the 3 old men, there were also thousands of experts of the Immortal Burial clan standing in a formation. The 3 old men stood at the peak of the Sea of Clouds, quietly waiting for Ning Fan's arrival. From the information they already knew, they knew that Ning Fan had the strange ability to destroy the heavenly gates. Thus, he was not to be underestimated. Every time Ning Fan arrived at a level of the heaven realm, he would definitely go to all the heavenly gates. As long as they wait here, Ning Fan would definitely come. If they see Ning Fan, they must kill him. At a certain moment, the 3 old men opened their sharp eyes. In the sky, a ray of golden sword light instantly traversed thousands of li * 500 m per li, and appeared outside the heavenly gates. On the sword light, there were Lu Xiao and the other 6 people who had surrendered. There was also Ming Ke, who was a foodie who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth while chewing on spiritual herbs. There was also a white-robed young man with cold eyes. At the moment when the sword light arrived, everyone's eyes were focused on the white-robed young man. The 3 of us are the subordinates of the 5 kings. Since you are already here, there's no need for you to leave. Get into formation. As soon as the 3 old men gave their orders, thousands of members of the Immortal Burial clan immediately held a gourd magic tool in their hands. The gourd emitted a towering corpse chi and formed a sinister formation diagram in the sky. Ning Fan and his group were at the center of the formation diagram. Not good. This is the corpse disintegration grand formation of the Immortal Burial clan. In ancient times, this formation was originally created by cultivators who wanted to disintegrate their corpses and become immortals. However, since ancient times, how many people could disintegrate their corpses and become immortals? Almost all those who are trapped in this formation will die. Lu Xiao and the others exclaimed in shock. The surroundings were filled with extremely dense corpse chi which contained boundless corpse poison. Even Lu Xiao and the other Immortal Burial clan experts who had cultivated corpse techniques did not dare to face this corpse chi head-on to resist this corpse poison. Corpse disintegration grand formation, huh? Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly solemn when he sensed the corpse chi that was spreading into the sky from the grand formation. If he had already completed the 3rd corpse transformation, he would have a small chance of becoming an immortal with the help of this formation. But now, if he falls into the formation diagram, he would certainly be in a situation where he would most likely die. The only way was to break this formation before it was completely formed. The key to this formation was the corpse chi formation. As long as the corpse chi is taken away, the formation would collapse on its own. Devour. Ning Fan opened his mouth and swallowed all the corpse chi that filled the sky into his stomach. The formation diagram beneath his feet gradually dimmed and eventually disappeared without a trace. The expressions of the thousands of Immortal Burial clan experts who laid out the formation changed at the moment the formation was broken. They suffered a heavy backlash and were forced to retreat in the vast sky. The eyes of the 3 shattering realm old men were gloomy, but they were not surprised. They did not expect to eliminate Ning Fan with just a formation in the first place. As expected, they still needed to do it themselves in order to kill Ning Fan. The 2 shattering realm old men on both sides remained silent. Each of them took a step back and performed hand seals with their 10 fingers. Their chi weakened rapidly and began to fall towards the 6th shattering realm. As for the 8 shattering realm old man in the middle, his aura force rose sharply and his cultivation base rose to the peak of the 8th shattering realm in an instant. All of you, retreat. I alone am enough to deal with this place. The old man stepped on the sea of clouds and walked towards Ning Fan step by step. He sneered. My surname is Chen. You must remember this and be an understanding ghost. Old man Chen's figure suddenly disappeared from his spot. At the next moment, he appeared beside Ming Ke. He grinned, revealing his white teeth. With his eyesight, he could already tell that Ming Ke was a pill devil. A pill devil was extremely beneficial to the resurrection of the first floor of the heaven realm. He began to understand why Ning Fan would attack the bald muscular man from the first floor of the heaven realm. That bald muscular man must have noticed Ming Ke's identity as a pill devil and wanted to snatch her away. That was why he was killed by Ning Fan. I won't stand on ceremony and accept this pill devil then. Old man Chen extended his large hand and grabbed Ming Ke, who was beside him. At this moment, a golden vortex suddenly appeared beneath her feet and she disappeared without a trace in an instant. At the next moment, Ming Ke appeared in Ning Fan's arms. He gently put her down and shielded her behind his back. I didn't want to attack the Immortal Burial Clan at first. You have only yourself to blame for all of this. Attack. As soon as Ning Fan gave the order, Lu Xiao and the other 6 experts attacked at the same time. They summoned their magic treasures and attacked Old Man Chen. Old Man Chen's eyes flickered. With his current cultivation base, it was not easy for him to block the attacks from Lu Xiao and the other 6 experts at such a close distance. With a leap, he got off the ancient sword and increased the distance between them. Then, he raised his finger and pointed at them continuously, blocking the attacks from the 7 magic treasures one by one. Lu Xiao and the others also got off the ancient sword and controlled their magic treasures to fight against Old Man Chen. Old Man Chen's eyes turned cold. He grabbed at the clouds and shouted. Evil creatures, why are you still not coming out to help us? As soon as he gave the order, a 30,000 zhang * 33 m per zhang, giant toad suddenly flew out from the lower layer of the sea of clouds. The toad's cultivation base had already reached the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. It was only a step away from attaining the 9th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Old Man Chen leaped backwards and stood on the giant toad's body. He stared coldly at Lu Xiao and the others and ordered. Cooperate with me and use the corrosive killing technique. Do you hear me? Roar. The giant toad let out a loud roar as a response to Old Man Chen's request. Old Man Chen performed hand seals with all 10 of his fingers. The corpse chi around his body rose rapidly. The giant toad opened its mouth and breathed out a poisonous mist that covered the sky. When the corpse chi and the poisonous mist fused, Old Man Chen's hand seal suddenly changed. An extremely terrifying aura force shot out from his eyes. Immortal technique, corrosive killing technique. The dark green light suddenly dispersed. All of a sudden, Lu Xiao and the others showed a look of despair. Immortal technique. Immortal technique. Even if the 7 of them used their full strength, they would not be able to block this immortal technique. All 7 of them looked at Ning Fan. From their point of view, if there was anyone in this place who could block this immortal technique, it would most likely be Ning Fan. After all of Ning Fan's abilities were world-shocking. He most likely had some trump cards that could block this immortal technique. Hee. People who are about to die, remember that my surname is Chen. Old Man Chen sneered. He sat cross-legged on the head of the toad, waiting for Ning Fan and the others to be corroded to death by the corrosive poison. Ning Fan's hand was already placed on the devil sealing pouch. Both Old Man Chen and this giant toad were not people he could defeat. Big head, do it. I'm not big head. A devil roar suddenly swept across the vast sky. The green light that filled the sky was instantly shattered. A cloud of devil mist soared into the sky, turning into a gigantic devil creature. A rogue devil. The rogue devil blew a huge breath and all the poisonous mist that filled the sky was blown away. His cold gaze swept across Lu Xiao and the others. Then, it scanned through the cultivators of the Immortal Burying Clan. Finally, it stopped at Old Man Chen and the giant toad. Lu Xiao and the others were both surprised and delighted. Their master really has a way to block the immortal technique, a rogue devil. It's actually a rogue devil. Their master has actually taken a rogue devil as his slave. Even a rogue devil is Ning Fan's slave. Being Ning Fan's slaves is really not that bad. What? It's actually a rogue devil? Not good. Old Man Chen's face was filled with shock. In the next moment, he was already severely injured by the rogue devil's punch. Why are you so shocked? Are you really surprised to see my head getting bigger? Puff Old Man Chen suffered a furious punch from the rogue devil. His primordial spirit was nearly shattered. He lost his balance and fell off the toad's head. His body was invaded by the rogue devil's devil mist. His chi could not recover within a short period of time and he could not use any magic power. Blink. 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 He took out a jade slip and was about to crush it. It was a teleportation jade slip. It could teleport 1 billion li * 500 m per li, away instantly. It was a supreme treasure for escaping. The rogue devil sneered and threw a punch, directly shattering Old Man Chen's jade slip and inflicting another serious injury on him. After the 2 punches landed, Old Man Chen was already on the verge of death. He looked at the rogue devil who was approaching him step by step with extreme fear. He wanted to escape but he could not use any magic power. The loose demon grabbed Old Man Chen in his hand and looked at him very seriously. He asked solemnly, "Tell me, isn't my head big?" I don't know, Mother Cur. How dare you say you don't know? Bang Old Man Chen was an 8-shatter realm expert of his generation. He had even used a secret technique to raise his cultivation base to the peak of the 8-shatter realm. However, he was smashed into a mist of blood by the rogue devil. At the moment when the rogue devil attacked Old Man Chen, Ning Fan had already ordered Lu Xiao and the others to surround and kill the remaining members of the Xianxia clan. The 2 old men at the 8-shatter realm had already used a secret technique. Their cultivation base had already fallen to the 6th shatter realm. To Lu Xiao and the others, it was not difficult to kill them. He did not kill them himself. Instead, he stayed by Ming Kei's side to protect her. There was always a hint of uneasiness in his heart. That uneasiness was telling him not to leave Ming Kei's side. "Master, what should we do with this little frog? Should we roast it and eat it?" With just a punch, the rogue devil knocked the giant toad to the ground and asked Ning Fan. That giant toad's body was trembling when it faced the rogue devil. It looked at Ning Fan with fear and let out a few low roars. Its roars seemed to be saying that it was willing to submit to Ning Fan and beg him to spare its life. Without saying a word, Ning Fan spread out his spirit sense and planted a demon seal on the toad. He had subdued this unusually ferocious giant beast. On the other side, Lu Xiao and the others had also killed the thousands of members of the Xianxia clan. Among the 2 old men at the 8-shatter realm, one of them would rather die than surrender and was killed. The other one was willing to submit and Ning Fan planted a mental seal on him. Even when he was planting the mental seal, Ning Fan still maintained his full vigilance. He could sense that an enemy was lurking not far away from him. That enemy was the source of his uneasiness. "Master, this subordinate is truly convinced by you this time. You can even subdue a rogue devil as your servant." "That's a rogue devil." Lu Xiao and the others were amazed. Rogue devil old monsters were all on the same level as the 9 ancestors and 18 kings. Such people were naturally arrogant. If it wasn't because they had no other choice, why would they be willing to be someone else's slave? Ning Fan was really too powerful to be able to subdue a rogue devil. Ning Fan just casually responded to the compliments and flattery from the crowd. His eyes coldly scanned the surroundings. All of a sudden, his heart was filled with warning signs. He quickly rode the ancient golden sword and flew 10,000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, away with Bright Sparrow. At the place where he was originally standing, a middle-aged rogue immortal appeared. He looked at Ning Fan with a hint of surprise. "Oh? What a vigilant kid. Moreover, you can even subdue a rogue devil as your servant. No wonder you could turn the immortal burial clan upside down." At the next moment, the middle-aged rogue immortal's killing intent was suddenly revealed. "However, if you want to go against my pill sect, these are still not enough. Hand over the pill devil behind you and I can spare your life. I will only give you 3 breaths of time to consider. These 3 breaths of time are all thanks to your rogue devil. However, if you really provoke me, I won't need to spend too much effort to kill you." This rogue immortal was from the pill sect, his target was Bright Sparrow. To be continued. It was a middle-aged loose immortal in alchemy robes. He had a skinny face and a harsh and merciless smile. He was from the Dan sect and his name was Xianxia. He had entered the Heaven Court to collect ghosts and bring back Bright Sparrow. Xianxia looked at Bright Sparrow who was behind Ning Fan and licked his lips. Then, he looked at Ning Fan and sneered without saying a word. The reason why he gave Ning Fan 3 breaths of time to consider and did not attack him right away was just because he was slightly afraid of Ning Fan's rogue devil. Apart from the scattered devil, who was somewhat difficult to deal with, there was no one else here that Xianxia would take seriously. If not for the rogue devil, Xianxia was confident that he could kill everyone here within 10 breaths. Even if there was a loose demon here, Xianxia still had a way to kill everyone here, including the loose demon. However, in order to do so, he would need to use some trump cards. If it was not necessary, Xianxia did not want to rashly use his trump card. If Ning Fan is sensible enough to hand over Ming Ke, he would be able to save himself a lot of trouble. People of the Pill sect, huh? Ning Fan's face darkened. The person who schemed against Bright Sparrow back then was the sect leader of the alchemy sect. It was obvious that Xianxia was sent by the sect leader of the alchemy sect. If he didn't take Bright Sparrow away, he wouldn't give up. As for Ning Fan, it was impossible for him to push Bright Sparrow into the fire pit and hand her over to this person. Biscuit brother. For the first time in her life, Bright Sparrow revealed an expression of fear. He wasn't afraid of Xianxia, the Pill sect, or the Pill sect's sect master. That fear came from the depths of his soul. She was an alchemy devil created by the alchemy sect's sect master. There seemed to be a voice in her soul that was bewitching her, telling her not to go against the alchemy sect. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Lucius, take these men and stand down. Big head, attack. Ning Fan did not think about whether to hand over Ming Ke or not. He directly used his actions to tell Xianxia his decision. Lu Xiu and the others retreated to the side with the toad and the old man. The rogue devil pointed at the sparrow arrogantly and spat at Xianxia. Do you know who she is? She is my master's wife, my mistress. If this old man's master is really a coward and hands mistress over to her, wouldn't he be wearing a big green hat? Even this old man will lose face. You want to take my mistress away? Ask my fist first. As soon as the scattered demon's voice fell, Xianxia's eyes suddenly turned cold. His figure instantly disappeared and reappeared in front of the scattered demon. With a point of his finger, tens of thousands of illusory pills immediately appeared. All the pill phantoms exploded in an instant, forming a destructive magic power storm that engulfed the loose devil. You talk too much and are full of loopholes. You're going to die. Xianxia said disdainfully. As a loose devil, his intelligence was actually so poor. He even dared to spout nonsense when facing the enemy. It was truly laughable. In a true life and death battle, there was no time for nonsense. He did not see the moment the loose devil was engulfed by the storm of magic power. He revealed a treacherous smile. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out in the sky. The explosions were enough to instantly kill a cultivator of the 8 shattering realm. On the surface, it seemed like the rogue devil was definitely going to die after being ambushed by Xianxia when he was defenseless. Suddenly, a huge skull made of black mist flew out of the storm and swallowed Xianxia in one gulp. Xianxia's eyes widened as he was swallowed by the rogue demon. Haha. Do you think I'll leave an opening for you? Who do you think I am? Refine. The skull laughed loudly. It forcefully activated the devil mist in its body, trying to refine and kill Xianxia in one go. I have underestimated you. Devil extermination pill. Xianxia, who was inside the skull, took out a golden pill and swallowed it. It was a peak 7th revolution pill called the Devil Extermination Pill. The moment he swallowed the pill, his body suddenly grew to 50,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, in size. He forcefully broke through the skull's mouth and broke free. Xianxia's body shone with a dazzling golden light. Golden armor covered his body, making him look like a golden-armored heavenly god. The skull let out a muffled groan and turned into black mist that dissipated. Then, it condensed into a huge devil with 2 horns. A trace of black blood flowed out from the corner of its mouth. The loose devil let out a cold snort. Its body grew to 50,000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, in size and confronted Changshan from afar. Ning Fan's eyes turned extremely solemn at that moment. Devil extermination pill. An auxiliary-type pill. The effect of the pill was to give the user a trace of devil extermination golden light within 2 hours. When Changshan first appeared, his strength was just slightly stronger than the rogue devil. However, after consuming the pill, his strength was already 30% higher than the rogue devil. When the pill cultivators of the pill ancestor realm fight, they would usually consume a large number of auxiliary pills to increase their strength. If one thinks that the pill refinement masters of the four heavens were weak, then they would be gravely mistaken. Void technique, divine pill rain. Changshan sneered and pointed at the rogue devil. Immediately, countless golden raindrops fell from the sky. If one takes a closer look, they would realize that each of the golden raindrops was a pill of a high grade. The rogue devil looked at the sky full of pill rain with a solemn expression. However, he did not show any fear. He had even fought against a life immortal realm expert before. Why would he be afraid of Changshan? Alright, even though he was just a bystander in the battle between the life immortal realm experts, the rogue devil channeled all of his devil chi into his fist. Without saying a word, he threw hundreds of punches at the sky, shattering the golden pill rain one after another. Pill slash. Changshan's eyes suddenly turned cold. Countless golden pill rain that was shattered suddenly condensed into a gigantic golden sword light. With an unbelievable speed, the sword slashed the rogue devil into half. The rogue devil is dead. Lu Xiao and the others were so shocked that their faces turned pale. Isn't this Changshan a little too powerful? He can even kill a loose devil. Nonsense. How can I die so easily? The two halves of the rogue devil suddenly dispersed into devil mist and reformed into a giant devil body. Although he refused to show any weakness, his body was indeed injured by the Dao pill. This medicine jar is really powerful. The rogue devil murmured in his heart. Oh? He's still alive? This rogue devil is really out of my expectation. He's much more powerful than the one from the Immortal Burial clan. In that case, I'm afraid I'll have to use more pills to win. Fire-suppressing pill, battle pill. At the same time, Changshan took out 2 peak 7th revolution pills and consumed them. In an instant, his magic power increased by 30% and his body was filled with fire chi. At this moment, he could almost defeat the rogue devil with his strength. Immortal technique, fire refining starry sky. Changshan calmly pointed his finger. The sky within 10 million miles was instantly set ablaze. Hundreds of burning meteorites fell on the rogue devil's head. His expression changed drastically. If he was hit by these meteorites, he would be severely injured even if he was not burned to ashes. Damn it. This medicine jar is really against the rules. After consuming the medicine, his strength is much stronger than mine. The rogue devil gritted his teeth. He infused his devil chi into his fist and threw hundreds of punches at the sky. This time, he only managed to shatter half of the meteorites. He did not have the strength to shatter the remaining half. Not good. I'm going to be hit. Just as the rogue devil was about to turn into devil mist to reduce his injuries, a golden sword light suddenly flashed in front of him. It was Ning Fan and Ming Quebec. Without saying a word, Ning Fan raised his hand and summoned a 30,000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, tall monument. The power of the giant monument was only at the 5 destruction realm. However, it was born to be the nemesis of fire. Thus, it was naturally not afraid of these ordinary burning meteorites. The giant monument smashed through all the meteorites in the sky and turned them into ashes. He then made another hand seal and all the sea of fire within 10 million li * 3. 33 m per li, was absorbed into the monument. After that, Ning Fan calmly kept the monument shadow and looked at Changshan with a solemn expression, as if he was making a decision. This Changshan is very powerful. The rogue devil is no match for him, master. The rogue devil was stunned. He was saved by Ning Fan once again. Oh? You can withstand my incomplete immortal technique? Changshan revealed a surprised expression. Then, he sneered. It seems like you are going to attack me together with this rogue devil. If that's the case, I really have to use my final trump card. I originally didn't want to consume this pill. Changshan took out a low grade 8 revolution pill and swallowed it. The moment he swallowed it, his body suddenly split into two, low grade 8 revolution shadow cracking pill. It could split a shadow of the same grade from his body to assist him. This pill was also effective for life immortal realm cultivators. However, this pill also had a weakness. If the main body dies, the shadow would naturally die as well. After all, the shadow was not the real second primordial spirit. One Changshan turned into two Changshans. One Changshan was enough to crush the rogue devil. With two Changshans here, who could survive? Lu Xiu and the others revealed a look of despair. They knew that there was no way for them to survive today. It was already impossible for them to betray and surrender to Changshan now. After all, Ning Fan had planted a mental seal on them. If he dies, they would certainly die. How could they surrender? Master, we can't defeat him. I have a secret technique of the Devil Dao that can activate the speed of a life immortal realm expert for a short period of time. I'll bring all of you out of this place. The rogue devil gritted his teeth and transmitted his voice to Ning Fan. If Ning Fan dies, he would also die. Naturally, he wanted Ning Fan to live for a long time. Ning Fan shook his head and rejected the rogue devil's suggestion. We can't escape. Since this person could find Ming Ke all the way here, he probably has some methods to track her whereabouts. We can escape today. However, after we get out of the ancient heavenly court, we will still be entangled by the Pill sect. Unless Ning Fan hands Ming Ke over to the Pill sect, only then can this disaster be resolved. However, Ning Fan would never do such a thing. Moreover, he still had to go to the 33 heavens. If he escapes from the ancient heavenly court just like that, how could he revive Mu Weiliang? He will not escape. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. He seemed to have made up his mind. Si Wuxia had told him to rush up to the 33 heavens regardless of everything. Today, he must do it without any hesitation. He locked his killing intent on one of the two Changshans. That person was Changshan's true body. As long as I kill this person, I will be considered to have passed this tribulation. Oh? Look at your eyes. Do you still want to resist me? The eyes of the two Changshans turned grim at the same time. They were about to attack and kill Ning Fan. At the next moment, the expressions of the two Changshans changed greatly. Ning Fan flicked his sleeve and the Emperor Xia sword appeared in his hand. He held the golden sword in his hand. What floated around his body was no longer golden sword intent but layers of blood-red light. His physical body seemed like it was about to turn into specks of dust and dissipate. His eyes, however, were filled with madness. An extremely terrifying blood-red sword light was brewing on Ning Fan's sword. Changshan did not know what kind of sword technique Ning Fan was using. He faintly felt that if he uses this sword technique, he would certainly die. With this young man's cultivation base, it's impossible for him to use such a terrifying sword technique. He must have to pay a huge price to use this sword technique. He wants to perish together with me. He's just a pill devil. Why would he go to this extent just to protect a pill devil? Hold on. I remember now. The Bingjia sect. It's the Bingjia sect. Changshan's face suddenly turned pale. The name of an extremely crazy sword sect suddenly appeared in his mind. The Bingjia sect was a sword sect in the Western Heaven Immortal world. Its sect master's cultivation base was just at the Transcending Truth realm. However, even the cultivators from the Shedding Void realm would not dare to provoke the Bingjia sect. If the sect master of the Bingjia sect disintegrates his soul and condenses it into sword light, he would be able to kill his enemies with a single slash. Every time the war between the four heavens and the demon spirit land took place, the disciples of the Bingjia sect would always rush to the front lines. They would self-destruct their physical bodies in a suicidal attack to kill the experts of the demon race. Tens of thousands of disciples of the Bingjia sect would self-destruct their physical bodies at the same time. That kind of terrifying scene had once shocked Changshan. He recognized it. Ning Fan's sword technique was very similar to the sword technique of the Bingjia sect. Ning Fan was really going to self-destruct and perish together with him. I'm here. Step back. A slightly dissatisfied female voice suddenly resounded beside Ning Fan's ears. The fragrance of the lady entered Ning Fan's nose. It was actually very familiar. The lady's delicate palm was placed on Ning Fan's hand that was holding the sword. She slowly calmed the chaotic sword chi in his body. She wore white robes that were spotless and her face was covered with a light veil. Suddenly, she looked at Xianxia coldly and waved her sleeve at him. Her seemingly soft sleeve suddenly traveled across a great distance. Like a falling mountain, it crushed Xianxia's shadow with a single strike. She waved her long sleeve and pointed at Ning Fan with a gentle finger. Her index finger was as green as a spring onion, but it seemed to contain boundless power. A ray of seven-colored finger light touched Xianxia's chest. Xianxia's expression immediately changed. At the next moment, he was sent flying backwards while coughing out blood. He stared at the lady in white with extreme shock. Kunlun Jade Pool. Damn it. This young man actually has such a strong reinforcement. If that's the case, I can only retreat temporarily and wait for an opportunity. Xianxia forcefully swallowed the blood in his throat. Then, he took out a silver pill and swallowed it in one go. In an instant, his body turned into a ray of silver light and fled far away. His speed was infinitely close to that of a life immortal. No one here could catch up with him. He did not escape from the ancient heavenly court. Instead, he found a secluded place to heal his injuries before plotting to capture the Pill Devil. He might not be a match for the lady in white, but if he could take the Pill Devil by surprise and escape, his chances of success were still very high. We're saved. Who is that fairy? She's so beautiful. Lu Xiao and the others widened their eyes. They could sense an inviolable, sacred beauty from the woman in white. She wouldn't allow anyone to blaspheme or insult her. She had an innate dignity that stood above millions of people. She stood aloof from the world, far away from the world. No man could touch her. Cece? Aren't you in the 33 heavens? Why did you come to the lower heaven realm? Ning Fan was stunned and looked at the lady in white. That lady was Xianxia. She was supposed to unseal the undying tree in the 33 heavens, but she came to the lower heaven realm. You've already stirred up great chaos in the immortal burial clan. If I didn't come, what should I do if you die in the hands of the 9 ancestors and 18 kings? Xianxia's tone was cold and unapproachable. This time, she came to the lower heaven realm with her clone. However, this clone had the cultivation base of a half-step life immortal. Are you worried about me so you came to help me? Ning Fan asked with a smile. Don't misunderstand. I just don't want you to die. After all, you're the key to resurrecting her. Why aren't you leaving? With me following you this time, you should be able to reach the 33 heavens earlier. Xianxia's tone sounded impatient, but her eyes were filled with surprise. She didn't expect that he had already broken through to the 6th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm after just a few decades, eh? Who is this sister? Is she also Brother Biscuit's confidant? Ming Ke looked at Ning Fan with a smile. Don't talk nonsense. I no longer have any relationship with him. Xianxia's eyes were cold. She glanced at Ming Ke indifferently and frowned. Pill Devil physique, immemorial Dark Sparrow's blood. This little girl in front of me isn't simple. Did that rogue immortal of the Pill sect come to snatch this little girl? Did he offend the Pill sect again? He really knows how to cause trouble, This is also my mistress? I never thought that I would have such a powerful mistress. The rogue immortal was shocked. He knew how powerful Xianxia was. Even someone as powerful as Xianxia was repelled by Xianxia after using all his means. Moreover, this Xianxia seemed to be just a clone. How strong is her true body? Master is too capable. He even dares to accept such a powerful woman. To be continued. Ning Fan and Ming Ke stood side by side on the tip of the ancient golden sword. Xianxia stood alone at the side, letting her hair flutter in the wind. She occasionally stroked her hair with a cold expression, not giving Ning Fan any chance to get close to her. Behind the ancient sword was a giant toad. Lu Xiao and the other void fragmentation experts were sitting on the back of the toad, following closely behind the ancient sword. The speed of the ancient sword was comparable to a rogue immortal. The toad couldn't catch up. The rogue devil revealed an impatient expression. He waved his hand, rolling up waves of devil mist. He carried the toad, Lu Xiao, and the others and chased after the ancient sword. Along the way, he kept flattering Ning Fan. Master, can you teach me some secret techniques? What secret? Ning Fan's eyelids twitched slightly and asked in surprise. The secret of capturing the hearts of women. Hee. Master has so many women. I think you must know this very well. Please teach me some of your experiences. The rogue devil rode on the devil mist and rubbed his hands with a wretched expression. He thought that if he learned Ning Fan's secret technique of picking up girls, with his ability, he would be able to woo a fate immortal girl in the future. Perhaps, Ning Fan would be threatened by the fate immortal girl and return his freedom. On the path of cultivation, one must be courageous and diligent. However, if one is tired of struggling, finding a good woman and saving him tens of thousands of years of struggle was also a good choice. Ning Fan looked at the rogue devil speechlessly. How could he not see through the devil's thoughts? They were all written on his face. He shook his head and didn't answer the devil's question. He didn't have any technique of picking up women. To be honest, not all the women under his protection had deep feelings for him. For example, the female guards, Nail and Z, and the other women. This was a chaotic world. It wasn't a beautiful world for scholars and beauties. Many women admired Ning Fan because he gave them a sense of security. With Ning Fan around, they wouldn't have to lead a wandering life. This was the love of a chaotic world. Master, don't be so stingy. Just teaching me a little is enough for me to enjoy for the rest of my life. Mistress, please help me put in a good word. The rogue devil looked at Xianxia with a flattering expression. His words triggered the coldness in Xianxia's eyes. What did you call me? Mistress. Asterisk boom asterisk Xianxia waved her sleeves and the rogue devil was sent flying while coughing blood. The scattered devil trembled in fear. He was not Xianxia's opponent at all. I don't know what I said wrong to anger this new mistress. Sigh, it's better to be careful with my words, lest I say something wrong and get killed by this new mistress. The loose devil obediently shut his mouth and silently flew away. Lu Xiao and the rest were trembling. They were all shocked by Xianxia's strength. Sending a rogue devil flying was as easy as sending a mortal child flying. This woman was truly terrifying, as expected of their mistress. Thus, each of the old monsters looked at Ning Fan's back with admiration. Ning Fan felt uneasy, as if there was a blade on his back. This group of Xiao slaves you took in, none of them are serious. However, with their help, breaking the seal on the tree of immortality will be much faster, and I will be much more relaxed. Xianxia frowned and asked. Are you really going to destroy every level of the gate of heaven? The heavenly gates of the 14th floor of the heaven realm were destroyed one after another. When Xianxia saw that Ning Fan was able to destroy the heavenly gates, she was also surprised. Seeing that Ning Fan could obtain benefits from the heavenly gates, she was also surprised. These starstones are useful to me. By the way, Cici, your complexion doesn't seem to be very good. Did something happen to the true body above the four heavens? Ning Fan looked at Xianxia with some concern. He noticed that Xianxia's face was a little pale. He wanted to use the mind-reading technique, but he couldn't see through her mind. After all, her true body was an immortal expert. I don't need you to care about my matters. Xianxia's eyes were slightly evasive, but there was a trace of indescribable warmth in her heart. Ning Fan was concerned about her. Xianxia didn't tell Ning Fan that her true body above the four heavens was currently facing the great heavenly tribulation of the void-shedding realm. The great heavenly tribulation of an immortal was extremely terrifying. Even the strongest old monsters didn't have absolute confidence that they could pass the great heavenly tribulation. Xianxia's tribulation this time wasn't going smoothly because she needed to create a clone to help Ning Fan search for the undying tree in the mortal world. Even if she could pass this tribulation, her true body would suffer a lot of injuries. Her foundation might even be damaged by the great heavenly tribulation. However, Xianxia naturally wouldn't tell Ning Fan about this. You don't need me to care about you. What if I insist? Ning Fan asked with a smile. Wait until your cultivation base is strong enough to care about me, then you can say this. Xianxia frowned and closed her eyes, no longer paying attention to Ning Fan. All right. Ning Fan smiled faintly and no longer said anything. Ming Ke was nibbling on an apple-shaped 100,000 years old spiritual herb while looking at Ning Fan and Si Wuxia with a smile. Occasionally, she would reveal an ambiguous smile, but no one knew what she was thinking about. After summoning the robed devil and with Si Wuxia's help, there was no longer any danger for Ning Fan in the 33 heavens without the 9 ancestors and 18 kings. Of course, if it wasn't necessary, Si Wuxia didn't like to take action. 2 years had passed. Ning Fan had traveled all the way to the 32 heavens and destroyed all the heavenly gates. There were already 17 cultivators and a toad behind him. Among the 17 cultivators, other than Lu Xiu and Yan Zhen who were at the 7-break realm, there were 3 more 7-break realm cultivators. There were also 2 8-break realm cultivators, 6 6-break realm cultivators and 4 5-break realm cultivators. With so many experts, all of them had become Ning Fan's slaves. It wasn't hard to imagine how terrifying the overall strength of the Rain World would be if he were to bring these experts back to the Rain World. He had already obtained all the star stones for the first 32 heavens. Along the way, the corpse chi in his body had also grown to a point where it could no longer grow. In the 29th level of the Heaven World, Ning Fan discovered the place where the sect master of the Pill sect kept raising ghosts. This place was connected to the Demon Sinister Forest. Looking at the Demon Sinister Forest, Ning Fan's eyes flashed. This place was connected to the Rain World. He did not want to leave a passage in the ancient heavenly court that would directly connect to the Rain World. Even if the passage was blocked by the realm-breaking light. Ning Fan ordered Lu Xiu and the others to use the secret technique of the Immortal Burying Clan to destroy this ghost-raising grand formation. If the sect master of the Pill sect suspects it in the future, he would only think that it was the Immortal Burying Clan who destroyed his ghost-raising formation. He would not suspect Ning Fan at all. The spoils of war that he had obtained from the hundreds of battles were innumerable. There were more than 7 million Dao crystals. Currently, the number of Dao crystals in Ning Fan's body was already close to 11 million. Unfortunately, he was already at the 6-break realm. Every time he refined 160 Dao crystals, he could only increase his magic power by 1 yuan. It would be a pure waste for him to devour these Dao crystals. It could only increase his magic power by 70,000 yuan. If he leaves them to the ladies of 7 Apricot City, it would be the best choice. Unfortunately, even if Ning Fan devours the void fragmentation realm Dao fruits now, the effect would be minimal. These Dao fruits would also be left to the ladies. Now that his cultivation base had reached the 6-break realm, it was really not easy for him to continue improving. The 9 heavenly layers of the void fragmentation realm were easy at the beginning and the cultivation speed was extremely fast. However, it would become extremely slow towards the end. This was the reason why the Rain Sovereign was stuck at the 5-break realm. It was also the reason why countless sovereigns of the 9 worlds were stuck at the 5-break realm and the reason why rogue immortals were so rare. In the lower worlds, there were almost no high-grade 7th Revolution pill refinement masters. However, only those whose pill refinement mastery has reached the high-grade 7th Revolution could concoct pills that could increase the cultivation base of the 6-break realm. Perhaps it would be easier for him to continue improving his cultivation base after he ascends to the upper worlds, or perhaps, if he has enough void fragmentation realm cauldrons. Ning Fan could not help but think of the blood slave garden. However, he quickly erased the thought from his mind. It was because they had already arrived at the 33rd floor of the Heaven Realm. The last heavenly gate of the 32 heavens was destroyed by Ning Fan, revealing the light path passage behind the heavenly gate. After flying through the passage, Ning Fan and his group appeared in the 33 heavens. Ning Fan's eyes widened as he scanned the surrounding scenery with his spirit sense. The scenery here is so familiar. So familiar. When he was still a butterfly, he had been here before. The continents here were smashed into smithereens. On the ground, there were still traces of terrifying battles in the past. There were gigantic palm prints that stretched for tens of thousands of li * 500 m per li, skeletons of ferocious beasts that were 1 million zhang * 33 m per zhang, in size, and countless blood pools that had dried up long ago filled with the blood of fallen ancient immortals. A hint of sorrow and hatred flashed across Si Wuxia's clear and cold eyes unnoticeably. Those emotions belonged to the daughter of the former heavenly emperor, Mu Weiliang. It was the first time for Lu Xiao and the others to come to the 33 heavens. Even in the immortal burying clan, no one dared to go to the 33 heavens. The heaven realm above the 27th floor was listed as a forbidden area by the 9 ancestors and 18 kings. Looking at the traces of terrifying battles on the ground, the group of old monsters could not help but feel astonished even though they had tens of thousands of years of experience. Obviously, the area above the 33 heavens was the main battlefield where the heavenly court was destroyed in the past. It was hard for them to imagine what kind of terrifying battle had taken place in this place to leave behind such shocking ruins. The memories I obtained are very vague. I don't remember how the heavenly court was destroyed. Do you remember? Si Wuxia looked at Ning Fan seriously for the first time, as if she was eager for a satisfactory answer. I don't know. He did not tell Si Wuxia about immortal Emperor Xianxia killing the heavenly emperor. If she knew about it, she might feel sad. After all, she was once one of Mu Weiliang's 7 spirits. Is that so? Let's go. We'll head east until we reach the ruins of Xianxia Palace. Then, we'll find the Tree of Immortality. Si Wuxia pointed in a direction. Ning Fan rode the ancient sword and dashed forward at full speed. The rogue devils and the others followed behind him. When the demon beasts they encountered along the way saw this majestic group of experts, they all prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to attack recklessly. Ning Fan did not say much. He just looked at the broken walls and ruins, feeling shocked. I've been here before. I've been here before. He closed his eyes, recalling the remnant dream he had in the samsara. He was a butterfly. A butterfly that only had the ambition to ascend to the heavens. He tried to fly to the heavenly court time and time again, but he failed again and again. Finally, one day, he managed to fly up but his life was gone. It was Mu Weiliang who saved him and brought him to live a short and peaceful life in the heavenly court. Then, Xianxia rebelled and the heavenly court was destroyed. Ning Fan did not know how many days had passed. When he opened his eyes, Xianxia Palace was already right in front of him. A beautiful scenery on a fine day, but who's the courtyard that pleases the heart? His eyes suddenly turned cold. He had a deep memory of this place. There should be a herb garden next to Xianxia Palace. That was the place where he met Mu Weiliang. That was the place where he would die 100 times without regret, the place where he would turn into ashes in his rage. The herb garden was already in the Yuanyao Jade. Naturally, it was impossible for there to be another herb garden in this place. Ning Fan flew past the ruins of Xianxia Palace. Behind the ruins, he saw a golden divine tree that towered into the sky, the undying tree. Faint golden light floated around the undying tree, forming mysterious and incomprehensible Tao marks. As soon as Ming Ke saw the undying tree, her eyes widened and her mouth watered. This is delicious. It's definitely delicious. When the rogue devil saw the undying tree, he was extremely excited. Lu Xiao and the others were also extremely excited. The undying tree. It's the undying tree. It's a supreme treasure that can allow dead cultivators to return to the world of mortals. Ning Fan gently held Ming Ke's hand with a hint of sadness in his eyes. I can't eat this. I have a use for it. I need to save someone. Oh. Then I won't eat it. Ming Ke nodded her head softly. She had never seen such a sad expression on Ning Fan's face. What she did not know was that the place where the undying tree grew was the place where Ning Fan died in battle in his previous life. It was Ning Fan's unrepentant will and the vast magical power fluctuations from the shattered eye of Palm Qing that gave birth to the undying tree in the future. When Ning Fan saw the undying tree for the first time, he understood the reason why it was born. That year, he shattered immortal Emperor Xianxia's eye with his mortal butterfly body. However, he could only save Mu Weiliang once. In the end, Mu Weiliang still died. He was once so useless. Even if he had the intention to kill the emperor, he was powerless to reverse the situation. In this life, he would never let any of his loved ones die. He wanted to revive Mu Weiliang. No one could stop his footsteps. All of you are not allowed to have any ideas about the undying tree. Ning Fan's cold eyes swept across the rogue devil and the others, causing them to keep quiet out of fear. They no longer dared to have any greedy thoughts. He was polite and doting to Ming Quebec naturally. He did not need to be polite to the rogue devil and the others. There is an extremely powerful seal planted on the undying tree. I have only broken 1/7 of the seal before I went to the lower heaven realm. However, with so many helpers here, the speed of breaking the seal will certainly be very fast. These people will stay behind to help me break the seal. As for you. Xianxia looked at Ning Fan, wanting to say something but hesitated. What do you need me to do? Just say it. Take this formation diagram. Use your blood to carve the formation marks. Set up this formation with the undying tree as the center. Xianxia hesitated for a moment, then took out a blood-red jade slip and handed it to Ning Fan. This is easy. What do I need to do after setting up the grand formation? After setting up the grand formation, you need to have a good rest and recover your vitality. You will need to pay a huge price to resurrect her. You need to be mentally prepared. Her soul is still here, but you want her to reform her soul. This is against the law of samsara. You have to know that you will have to pay a huge price for going against the law of samsara. Knowing this, are you still willing to help her reform her soul? Xianxia looked at Ning Fan quietly. Ning Fan did not answer her. He just asked Bright Sparrow to stay behind to take some medicine and rest. Then, he went to set up the blood formation in a flash. Some questions already had the answer from the beginning. There was no need to answer them. Xianxia looked at Ning Fan's disappearing figure with a hint of sadness in her eyes. However, she hid it quietly and commanded the rogue devils and the others to break the seal. Bright Sparrow, on the other hand, was resting leisurely. After all, she could not help much with her broken cultivation base, could she? Or perhaps, it was already a blessing in misfortune that she did not help or cause trouble. Ning Fan looked at the formation diagram in his hand and remained silent. This was an immortal formation called the reverse cycle blood formation. With Ning Fan's current cultivation base in the Tao of formation, it was not enough to set up an immortal formation. Even if he forcibly set it up, he could only exert less than 10% of the formation's power. Fortunately, this formation used the undying tree as the source of formation power. Even if it only had 10% of the formation's power, it could still exert 100% of the formation's power. This was enough. The coverage of the formation was extremely wide, stretching to 10,000 li *, 500 m per li. Ning Fan needed to use his own blood to draw the complete formation map of 10,000 li *, 500 m per li. This was not an easy task. He had the star technique to heal his wounds and blood replenishing pills to replenish his blood. Even so, he could only finish drawing the formation diagram of 100 li *, 500 m per li, in a day. During this process, he needed to exhaust his blood countless times and recover it countless times. The process was difficult, but it was not worth mentioning. 100 days later, Ning Fan finished drawing the entire formation diagram and filled the formation eyes with a large number of Tao crystals. An immortal formation could not be activated by immortal jade. Even though the undying tree was the source of the formation power, it could not provide all the formation power after all. Ning Fan used 2 million Tao crystals to fill all the formation eyes. When he returned to the undying tree, half of the seal on it had already been broken. He still had time to recover his primordial qi. The best way to recover his primordial qi was to use the star technique to recuperate his body. Ning Fan took out all the star stones he had obtained from this trip and sat cross-legged beside Bright Sparrow. He refined them one by one and the number of stars in his body began to increase rapidly. 1695, 1710, 1725, after devouring half of the star stones, a loud bang suddenly resounded in the sky. Lu Xiao and the others stopped what they were doing and raised their heads to look at the sky. All of them were shocked. Bright Sparrow was also looking at the sky with a puzzled expression. Xianxia looked at the sky. She did not look surprised, but her eyes flashed with a hint of sadness. Ning Fan looked at the sky and his eyes suddenly turned as cold as ice. Amidst the loud bang, a giant door slowly appeared in the sky. It was an immeasurably huge purple golden door. The door was completely destroyed and it could no longer be opened. The key to the door was once kept by Mu Weiliang, but she was deceived by Zhang Qing. That giant door was the reason why the ancient heavenly court was destroyed. In the past, immortal Emperor Zhang Qing opened the giant door and stepped out from it, starting a massacre. Cici, you seem to know where that giant door leads to? Ning Fan closed his eyes to calm the coldness in them and asked. I don't know. In my memory, there are very few mentions about this door. The ancient records of the Kunlun Jade Pool only briefly mentioned about this door. It only said that there are endless dangers behind this door and it can't be opened. However, this door was destroyed after the ancient heavenly court was destroyed and it can no longer be opened. Every 1,000 years, this door will reappear in the heavenly court and then disappear. Xianxia answered. Is that so? Ning Fan was silent for a while and kept looking at the giant purple golden door. Xianxia and the others continued to break the seal. 10 days later, the shadow of the giant door disappeared. Ning Fan's eyes flashed but he did not say anything and continued to refine the black star stones. 2 months later, he had completely refined all the star stones. The number of natal stars in his body had reached 8,800, which was more than what he expected. 8,800 natal stars were enough to instantly heal the injuries left by a rogue immortal. Even if he was besieged by a few rogue immortals, he would not die. Of course, if the number of rogue immortals besieging him reached a certain level, the speed of his recovery might not be able to keep up with the speed of his injuries. The seal of the undying tree was only one step away from being completely broken. The moment the seal was broken, Lu Xiao and the other void fragmentation old monsters' knees went weak and they fell to the ground. Each of their faces looked extremely weak. Even the rogue immortals had an expression of great exhaustion. Xianxia's face was even paler. Her true body was at the critical moment of transcending the tribulation, but her avatar was wasting its magical power here. This had a great impact on her true body. Xianxia's body went limp and leaned to one side as if she was about to fall, but Ning Fan immediately caught her and she fell into his arms. Are you all right? Ning Fan asked with a frown. At this moment, Xianxia's complexion was abnormally weak. Not only was her magical power greatly consumed, even her avatar was on the verge of collapse. If it was just breaking the seal, there shouldn't be such a huge loss. Perhaps something happened to Xianxia's true body and she was seriously injured, which also damaged her avatar. I'm alright, but I'm afraid this body can't use any magical power anymore. If there are any strong enemies, I won't be able to protect you. Xianxia blushed and pushed Ning Fan away. She stubbornly stood still and said. The seal of the undying tree has been broken. Take out her corpse and help her reconstruct her soul. Although the 7 treasures are good, they are still external objects. Ning Fan was slightly nervous. Was it finally time to reconstruct Mu Weiliang's soul? So what if it went against the law of samsara? He couldn't let Ji He and the other women dissipate their souls, and he couldn't let Mu Weiliang lose her soul. If he had to pay any price to bring Mu Weiliang back to life, he was willing to pay this price. He stroked the Yuan Yao jade with his fingers. In the next moment, an ancient green coffin appeared under the undying tree. That year, he was the butterfly and she was the princess. This year, he was the devil and she was the corpse. Ning Fan slowly opened the coffin and put it aside. He looked at Mu Weiliang's sleeping face and his heart gradually calmed down. Next, what do I need to do to reconstruct her soul? Ning Fan raised his head and looked at Xianxia. You need to pay 3 prices, then borrow the power of the reverse cycle blood formation and the undying tree to help her soul reconstruct. But is it possible? What price do I need to pay? The first price is that you need to cut off half of your soul as a medium to reconstruct her soul. Xianxia looked at Ning Fan quietly. The higher the cultivation base of a cultivator, cutting off one's soul would damage their lifespan and foundation. She was wondering if Ning Fan would agree to this request. That's easy. What's the second price? Ning Fan asked indifferently. The second price is that you need to destroy your 7 emotions and send them to her so that she will have true feelings after she comes back to life. From now on, you won't cry or laugh. You will become a heartless person. Of course, if you can reconstruct your 7 emotions, you will naturally be able to return to normal. Even if I have to destroy my 7 emotions, I won't become a heartless person. What's the third price? The third price. Xianxia lowered her eyes and remained silent. After a long time, she transmitted her voice to Ning Fan. Do you dare to abandon samsara? The true samsara. If you abandon it, you will die with your void fragmentation cultivation base and you won't have the chance to be reincarnated. If you abandon it, you will die with your immortal cultivation base and you won't have the chance to be reborn. Do you dare? The price of defying the law of samsara is to be abandoned by the heaven and earth samsara. Do you dare to exchange your life for hers? This is equally easy. Let's start to save her. Xianxia began to teach Ningfan the specific treatment method. Ningfan did not say much. He moved the sword light on his finger and slashed at his chest. The wound was instantly healed by the black star. However, his face turned as pale as a piece of paper in an instant because his soul had been slashed into two. Speaking of which, this was the second time he severed his soul. Ningfan held a ball of half-black and half-white soul light in his hand and pressed it into Mu Weiliang's chest. Then, he withdrew his palm and pointed at the top of his own head. Destroying the 7 emotions, Ningfan's eyes dimmed after he pointed his finger at her head. Then, he used his other hand to point at the top of Mu Weiliang's head and transferred the power of the 7 emotions to her. The last price was to be abandoned by the samsara. The method was very simple. This formation would be activated by Ningfan and this soul would be reconstructed by him. Thus, he would be abandoned by the samsara. All of you, get out of the reverse cycle blood formation. I will activate the formation here. The moment the seal of the undying tree was broken, the expressions of all the ancestral kings of the first 27 heavens changed. When the power of the undying tree disappeared bit by bit, the 9 ancestors and 18 kings revealed expressions of fury. Damn it! Damn it! It's obvious that there are only a few years left. Who dares to break the seal of the undying tree and extract its power? The undying tree is the main reason why the primogenitor can be resurrected. Now that this person has extracted the power of the undying tree, how is the primogenitor going to be resurrected? Damn it! Damn it! It's meaningless for us to stay in the cave dwelling. Quickly gather the people of our clan and use the power of the immortal burying altar to rush to the 33 heavens. I want to kill the person who destroyed the tree. To be continued. Love in troubled times was not a simple desire of the flesh, nor was it a simple love between a man and a woman. Among them, there were gratitude, righteousness, requests, admiration, and too much helplessness. Ningfan sent everyone out of the reverse cycle blood formation. Then, he reached out his hand and gently caressed Mu Weiliang's sleeping face. There were some feelings that could not be explained in a lifetime, just like how he and Mu Weiliang had been entangled in 2 lifetimes. Was it simple love? No, it was hard to explain, but when Ningfan saw that she was in trouble, he would disregard everything and rush to Xianxia's aid. In order for her to wake up, Ningfan was willing to sever his own divine soul and extinguish his 7 emotions, losing his chance of reincarnation forever. That was enough. Mu Weiliang's bright and clean sleeping face had a kind of tranquil beauty. Her delicate skin was slightly cold. Ningfan withdrew his palm and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. He was smiling, even though he had lost his 7 emotions, he was still laughable. Smiling was an expression that had nothing to do with one's mood. If Ningfan wanted to laugh, he could laugh. Even if he did not feel happy, he would still find it funny. It was just like how even though Yun Tianjue had lost his 7 emotions, he still stubbornly loved Ning Qian. He would still fly into a rage and kill his enemies. Heaven could destroy human feelings, but it could not take away human thoughts. A truly heartless person would be cold-blooded and heartless to his loved ones, even if he still had 7 emotions. That was true heartless. Ningfan was not one of them. Even if he had to destroy his 7 emotions, he was not a heartless person. He formed a seal with his 10 fingers and silently activated the reverse cycle blood array's power. He closed his eyes. The blood formation that stretched for thousands of miles instantly lit up with a blood-red glow. When the blood light shone on the green coffin, it seeped into Mu Weiliang's body and melted the 7 relics in her body. Using Ningfan's ordinary soul as the foundation, it gradually formed a new soul and spirit in her body. Mu Weiliang originally had souls. Her 3 souls were Zhihe, Mu Xiaoliang, and Mu Xiaohuan. Her 7 spirits were Xianxia. Her 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls had not been destroyed, but she had reconstructed her soul. The souls of 2 lives coexisted. This did not conform to the rules of reincarnation. Therefore, Ning Fan was punished by the heavenly Tao Samsara. Ning Fan had a feeling that something in his body was being extracted bit by bit. He knew that what was being stripped away was the right to enter the cycle of reincarnation. From today onwards, if he were to die, he would never have the chance to be reborn. The power of the tree of immortality was also being drained bit by bit. There were originally several immortal fruits on the tree, but in just 10 breaths of time, all the immortal fruits had withered and finally turned into ashes. Ning Fan's wish of collecting the undying fruit cores was going to fail. However, the seal in his body had long been broken, so the fruit core was useless to him. The towering golden divine tree withered little by little. Inside the green coffin, Mu Weiliang's vitality was getting stronger and stronger. Ning Fan closed his eyes and silently controlled the grand formation. After losing the right to enter the cycle of reincarnation, he actually gained a deeper understanding of it. In this world, there are gains and losses. After escaping the cycle of reincarnation, he stood outside the mountain and looked at the mountain with a single glance. You can't see the true face of Mount Lu because you're in this mountain. I died in battle all those years ago, and now I've returned to this place. Isn't this a form of reincarnation as well? In my previous life, I met Weiliang here, but I couldn't protect her. In this life, I'm here to help her be reborn. Isn't this also a form of reincarnation? However, be it me in my previous life or in this life, there's one thing that has never changed. It's the obsession in my heart. It seems like reincarnation can't erase the obsession in my heart. It can't. Perhaps, reincarnation isn't the strongest power in this world. Reincarnation, a trace of weak power of reincarnation in his body began to grow at an extremely slow speed. His mind was gradually lost in the reverse cycle blood formation, as if he had become one with the formation. Inside the green coffin, Mu Weiliang's memories flowed into Ning Fan's sea of consciousness. The rumbling sounds of battle gradually reached his ears. Various scenes emerged in his mind. Vaguely, he seemed to have seen the scene where the ancient heavenly court was destroyed. In the sky above the heavenly court, a giant purple golden door opened. A golden-haired man took a step out and killed countless immortals with a wave of his hand. He was Master Qing. He casually threw a fist-sized eyeball to the ground. That eyeball was the eye of a heavenly emperor. He disdainfully attacked Mu Weiliang, but a butterfly flew into the sky and destroyed one of his eyes. It shocked him greatly. In the end, the butterfly turned into ashes and disappeared. However, the butterfly's heroic act of fighting an immortal emperor had aroused the blood of countless immortals in the ancient heavenly court. More and more experts walked out from the giant purple golden door. All of them were enemies. The destruction of the heavenly court was imminent. Master Qing took out a treasure to seal the ancient divine heart power of all the immortals in the heavenly court. Mu Weiliang rushed towards Master Qing with tears in her eyes, wanting to avenge the little butterfly. However, she was killed by Master Qing with just a finger. An elderly immortal emperor sealed Mu Weiliang's corpse into a green coffin. His eyes were filled with tears. The heavenly emperor had fallen, the princess was dead, and her divine heart was sealed. The heavenly court would most likely not be able to escape the calamity like the devil race and the demon race. But so what? What's there to fear about death? What's there to fear about annihilation? Immortals of the heavenly court, follow me to kill all the enemies in the outer domain. Avenge the emperor. Kill. 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 Even though the butterfly was dead, it had conveyed its obsession to everyone. Even an ordinary butterfly did not fear death. What did they, the dignified immortals of the heavenly court, have to fear? Master Qing's eyes were cold. With a point of his finger, the heavens collapsed. That finger could destroy the nirvana samsara. With just a point of his finger, several immortal emperors had fallen. However, no one feared Master Qing. No one feared the enemies in the outer domain. The elderly immortal emperor laughed loudly. His eyes were blood red as he rushed towards Master Qing and self-destructed his body. Master Qing grunted as if he had suffered some injuries. Beside him, many experts from the outer domain were blown to death by the self-destruction. Even more immortals' eyes were blood red as they began to fight with their lives to kill the enemies in the outer domain. Most cultivators cherished their lives, but at this moment, they were not afraid of death, a giant immortal emperor burned his primordial spirit and punched towards Master Qing with the power of the heavens. Countless mountains and rivers shattered. In the face of such a powerful punch, Master Qing only raised his finger and pressed the giant immortal emperor's body into ashes. The giant immortal emperor's primordial spirit laughed loudly and rushed towards Master Qing. People from the outer domain, scram. Boom, the primordial spirit self-destructed, and Master Qing was slightly injured once again. Another immortal emperor riding a yellow bull laughed at the sky and rushed towards Master Qing. There was an indescribable heroism in his laughter, as if he was not afraid of heaven and earth. Big Yellow, you die first. This old man will follow closely behind. As soon as the immortal emperor gave the order, the yellow bull under him immediately rushed towards Master Qing. The yellow bull's strength was comparable to an immortal emperor. The pair of horns on his head was extremely sharp, enough to penetrate the defense of most immortal emperors. Evil creature, you're courting death. Master Qing snorted coldly and raised his finger to destroy the yellow bull. Although the yellow bull was destroyed, the pair of golden bull horns on his head was not destroyed by Master Qing's finger. Instead, they pierced into Master Qing's dantian. Pfft, this was the first time Master Qing coughed out blood since he opened the realm gate. The immortal emperor showed a sorrowful expression. That sorrow was because of the death of the yellow bull. Once, he was still a shepherd boy riding a yellow bull in the forest. He met an immortal master by chance and embarked on the path of immortality. That bull accompanied him for a lifetime, and now it was dead. Big Yellow, don't worry. This old man is coming for you. Haha. The old man suddenly dismembered his body. His body turned into countless sword rays and rushed towards Master Qing fearlessly. Master Qing's eyes turned cold. He raised his finger to block most of the sword rays, but he was still injured by a small part of them. While immortal Emperor Yellow Bull was holding Master Qing back, thousands of immortals rushed towards the purple gold gate. There were no unnecessary words, no hesitation. There was only a look of indomitable will. Boom. 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 The ancient immortals of the heavenly court used their flesh and blood to hit the purple gold gate. They wanted to destroy the heavenly gate. The purple gold gate gradually cracked and became illusory. Then, it gradually began to close. Master Qing's eyes were extremely cold. The gate had been destroyed. The passage to the outer realm that was opened with great difficulty was destroyed just like that. Millions of years of planning had been destroyed in an instant. Great venerable Master Qing, let's retreat. An immortal emperor from the outer realm gritted his teeth. Although the passage to the outer realm had been destroyed, it was already a great victory to destroy the god, demon, and demon races. There was no need to continue to lose troops. Want to leave? Do you think I'll allow it? An extremely dignified middle-aged man stepped on millions of black starlight and approached them step by step. He was wearing a black dragon robe. One of his eyes was gouged out and black blood kept flowing out. He looked at the battlefield where almost all the immortals of the heavenly court had died in battle. Then, he raised his head and laughed loudly. Let's die together. Boom at this moment, heaven's sovereign self-destructed. The remaining immortals of the heavenly court also self-destructed. The extremely terrifying force of self-destruction swept across, killing countless enemies from the outer realm. Master Qing coughed out blood in horror. He could not believe that heaven's sovereign, who had been killed by him, was still alive. At the critical moment, he gave him a fatal blow. Countless black star forces entered Master Qing's body. His injuries were severe. He gritted his teeth and escaped back to the outer realm just before the purple gold gate completely collapsed. The remaining enemies from the outer realm were all dead. Ningfan opened his eyes and felt a little more samsara power in his body. He remained silent. He had obtained Weiliang's memories. Does this mean that Weiliang had lost her memories of the past? If she wakes up, she won't remember the destruction of the heavenly court, right? That's good too. To her, that memory will only bring her sadness. It's better to forget it. However, I didn't expect such a heroic battle to take place on the eve of the heavenly court's destruction. On the path of Tao cultivation, we must cherish our lives. However, there are many times when we have no choice but to disregard our lives. Ningfan's hand seals kept changing. The undying tree was almost completely withered. It was almost a dead tree without any spirituality. Mu Weiliang's soul was also almost completely restored. She was going to be a real living person soon. Her steady breathing entered Ning Fan's ears, making him feel even calmer. The corner of her mouth curved into a smile. Perhaps she was dreaming of something good. Little butterfly. Don't run. Wait for me. She spoke softly in her sleep. What she said made Ning Fan chuckle. It turned out that she was dreaming of him. After a while, she would wake up. All of a sudden, countless rays of teleportation light shone in the sky. Countless members of the Immortal Burial clan appeared around the undying tree. Xianxia and the others rushed to Ning Fan's side. Each of them looked at the sky solemnly. Ning Fan, the situation doesn't look good. Was she resurrected? If he has completely resurrected, we'll retreat immediately. It's not advisable to confront these people head-on. Xianxia's beautiful eyes were solemn. Even a fool could tell that these Immortal Burial clansmen came with ill intentions. In the short span of a dozen breaths, the 9 ancestors and 18 kings had all arrived. More and more members of the Immortal Burial race rushed to this place. There were already several hundred void fragmentation realm experts. All of them were brimming with killing intent. I still need some time before I can be completely revived. Ning Fan clenched his fists tightly and said. Damn it. Xianxia frowned and cursed in a low voice. In order to break the seal, she had almost used up all of her magic power. The main body was undergoing the great heavenly tribulation. At this moment, the clone was already in a state of collapse and did not have the strength to fight anymore. Even if the clone was fine, it was impossible for a rogue immortal clone to fight against the entire Immortal Burial clan. Lu Xiu and the others were extremely weak because they had broken the seal. More than half of the scattered magic power had been consumed. In the face of such a great battle, no matter how powerful the scattered magic was, it was useless. The Tree of Immortality is destroyed. The Tree of Immortality was truly destroyed. Haha, haha. The 9 ancestors and 18 kings looked at the withered Tree of Immortality, their eyes brimming with tears as they threw their heads back and laughed uproariously. Then, everyone's killing intent locked onto Ning Fan. It was this outsider who had annihilated the members of the Immortal Burial clan along the way. It was this outsider who had destroyed the Tree of Immortality. Just as he was filled with anger and shock, the second ancestor suddenly saw the rogue devil. He was slightly startled, but his eyes were filled with disdain. Then, he saw Ming Ke and Mu Weiliang, who was in the green coffin. His face was filled with joy. The rogue devil was also a pill body devil. However, there were 2 types of pill devils. One was a pill body and the other was a devil body. He had a devil body and did not have any pill power. Thus, he could not help the primogenitor to revive. Ming Ke was a pill devil with a pill body. She was a pill devil with an extremely high quality. Mu Weiliang had absorbed all the power of the Tree of Immortality. However, she had yet to completely refine it. If they capture Mu Weiliang and offer her to the primogenitor, the undying power would definitely be transmitted to the primogenitor. If they capture Ming Ke and offer her to the primogenitor's pill devil body would definitely be completely restored. Everyone, don't despair. Even though the Tree of Immortality is destroyed, that little pill devil and the lady in the green coffin are still very useful to the primogenitor. Capture the 2 ladies. Kill the rest. Under the command of the 9 ancestors and 18 kings, the experts of the Burying Immortal clan rushed towards the Tree of Immortality like a tidal wave. Cici, Ming Ke, you 2 stay here and protect the green coffin. Big Head, the rest of you will also stay under the Tree of Immortality and guard the green coffin. I will deal with the Burying Immortal clan alone. Ning Fan took a step forward and soared into the sky. He fearlessly stared at the experts who were rushing towards him like a tidal wave. The formation was almost completed. It could now operate on its own. He could fight them. The rogue devil and the others only needed to protect Mu Weiliang. Before Mu Weiliang is completely resurrected, no one can fly within 10,000 li * 500 m per li of the Tree of Immortality. Ning Fan turned into black robes and extracted the void soul of the great earth. His eyes were filled with devil intent. He pointed at the sky and 8,800 pitch-black stars suddenly appeared under the clear sky. He would never let Mu Weiliang die for the second time in his life. The area within 10,000 li * 500 m per li of the Tree of Immortality was a forbidden area that he could not trespass. Black Star Technique. Heaven Sovereign's Black Star Technique. Moreover, he actually has so many natal stars. The 9 ancestors and 18 kings were shocked. At the next moment, Ning Fan made a grabbing motion with his hand. Boundless black starlight condensed into a starry bow. The devil talisman of the ancestral devil turned into strange patterns and was engraved on the starry bow. This was the secret technique of the 6-winged progenitor, star punishing bow. Without saying a word, Ning Fan drew the bow and shot an arrow at the cultivators of the immortal burial clan. The power of this arrow seemed to have triggered the great force of 8,800 stars. At the moment when this arrow was shot, every region of the 33rd level of the heaven realm was bathed in black starlight and trembled violently. When the remains of countless immortals who had died many years ago sensed the black star power, they actually shed tears. It was extremely strange. This was the technique of a heaven sovereign. It was once the glory of countless ancient immortals of the heaven court. The bowstring made a long clanging sound. The arrow that was shot out never returned. That crazy black star arrow light carried the obsession of Ning Fan's 2 lives. It turned into a rain of tens of millions of black arrows. Like a rain of locusts, they killed countless divine transformation realm and void refinement realm cultivators of the immortal burial clan, cultivators whose cultivation bases were lower than the 3rd heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm were directly injured by the rain of arrows. Even those cultivators of the 8 shatter realm were slightly pushed back by the arrow light. They could not get close to the Tree of Immortality. Ning Fan drew the bow again and knocked the 2nd arrow. He then shot an arrow at one of the cultivators of the 8 shatter realm. At the moment when he shot the 1st arrow, he shot 15 arrows consecutively at the other 15 cultivators of the 8 shatter realm. His magic power had already been depleted a long time ago. Almost all of the arrows were formed by his star power. Since his star power was already so strong, it was easy for him to kill the cultivators of the 8 shatter realm in an instant. A yellow-faced old man of the 8 shatter realm looked at the arrow light that was approaching him disdainfully. He raised his finger and pressed it down. Bent arrow light. Before he could finish his words, the arrow had already penetrated his head. The black star power wreaked havoc in his body, instantly destroying his primordial spirit. In the end, the physical body of the 8 shatter realm old monster exploded and turned into a mist of blood. An 8 shatter realm cultivator was killed by Ning Fan with a single arrow. The remaining cultivators of the 8 shatter realm were shocked. After realizing how powerful the arrow light was, none of them dared to use their physical bodies to resist it. Golden shields, spiritual talismans, treasured armors. The remaining 15 8 shatter realm old monsters displayed their defensive abilities and magic treasures. Chi Chi. Their defensive magic treasures were penetrated one after another. Their formations were broken and their abilities were destroyed. One after another, the 8 shatter realm old monsters of the immortal burial clan were pierced through by the star arrows. They died with hatred and exploded into mists of blood that filled the sky. The remaining 16 8 shatter realm old monsters of the immortal burial clan were instantly killed by Ning Fan with just a single blow. The expressions of the 325 void fragmentation realm experts of the immortal burial clan and the 40,000 plus void refinement realm experts who had yet to die changed drastically. The expressions of the 9 ancestors and 18 kings also changed drastically. They knew that it was impossible for them to kill 16 8 shatter realm cultivators in a single blow with just their strength alone. Ning Fan had already reached his limit by killing 16 8 shatter realm cultivators in a row. However, the devil sense in his eyes became stronger and stronger. He raised his head and let out a long roar. A pair of devil horns grew on his head and 8 wings grew on his back. His body was surrounded by overwhelming devil chi. Ancient devil. The 9 ancestors and 18 kings were shocked. The art of killing. Ning Fan forcefully devoured the blood chi of the fallen cultivators and turned them into his own essence chi. Then, he used his essence chi to draw the star-punishing bow again and aimed at the 7 shatter realm cultivators of the immortal burial clan. His gaze was filled with terrifying baleful chi and monstrous devil sense. When they met Ning Fan's ferocious eyes, the 40,000 plus experts of the immortal burial clan all retreated frantically. They did not dare to fight against him. The destructive power of this star arrow was too strong. It was not something they could withstand. In this place, only the 9 ancestors and 18 kings could fight against Ning Fan. the 16 kings sneered. So what if you're an ancient devil? The power of your bow technique isn't weak. You can kill the 8 Shatter Realm cultivators instantly and scare the juniors of my clan away. However, you can't scare us rogue immortals. Immortal technique, Great Withering Glory Finger. That person pointed his finger at Ning Fan from afar. Ning Fan was immediately shrouded by a dark yellow finger light. His body actually showed signs of collapsing. Gritting his teeth, he aimed the star bow at the 16 kings and forcefully shot an arrow. At the next moment, Ning Fan's physical body withered and exploded into black shadows. Then, he condensed again. His face was extremely pale as if he had been severely injured by the 16 kings. As for the 16 kings, they raised their hands and pointed at the star arrow. However, they were only forced to take a few hundred steps back. Their blood and chi were in turmoil, but they were not injured at all. The difference in strength was obvious. You're not weak, but you're not my opponent. Now, you can die. The 16 kings raised his hand and pointed at him with another Great Withering Glory Finger. Ning Fan clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with madness. He was still not a match for rogue immortals. However, so what? The starlight turned and his injuries were instantly healed. He pressed the movement-breaking bow. With a wave of his hand, the Emperor Xia's sword was already in his hand. Suddenly, blood light shot up to the sky around his body. The sword was pointed at the 16 kings. Bing Jia, just 2 words were uttered calmly, but it gave the 16 kings a feeling that their souls were about to leave their bodies. As for the other 26 ancient kings, all of them wore terrified expressions. They roared. 16 kings, retreat quickly. We can't fight against this sword light. Ning Fan had already gone mad. If he wasn't mad, how could he be called a devil? In his previous life, he was just a mortal butterfly and he was not afraid of immortal Emperor Xianxia. In this life, he was also not afraid of the 9 ancestors and 18 kings. It was not enough to bury the immortal clan under the undying tree. I'll fight for this life. I'll use my remnant consciousness to exchange for your life. Kill. He let out a devil roar. He had forgotten everything except for one thing. This was his battlefield. He would not retreat even half a step no matter what price he had to pay. To be continued. Run. The warnings of the other 26 ancient kings reached the 16 kings' ears, but it was already too late. Ning Fan's robes were torn to shreds. His skin turned into bloody light bit by bit and disappeared. His muscles, bones and blood all turned into bloody light. His sword was covered with an extremely terrifying blood-red sword light. He seemed to have turned into a bloody man. No, he was a blood devil. His whole body was burning with boiling blood. Blood-red devil horns grew on his head and 8 blood-red wings grew on his back. He seemed to have lost his mind. He never knew that his heart would be devoured by the devil intent when he uses the weapon disintegration style. His consciousness was sometimes blurred and sometimes clear. Under the starlight of the heavens, his physical body was barely able to maintain its indestructible state. However, that was all. The sword in his hand suddenly disappeared and went into Ning Fan's body. At this moment, the 16 kings felt a sense of impending doom and fled desperately. As for the blood devil that Ning Fan had transformed into, the corners of his mouth curved into a cruel smile. *chi** the blood devil turned into a ray of blood-red sword light. His speed was already comparable to a life immortal realm cultivator. He instantly caught up to the 16 kings. Both of his hands were wrapped with blood-red sword light. He had temporarily merged with Emperor Xia's sword. He tore the 16 kings into 2 halves from the middle. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, as if they were cut by a sharp sword. Ning Fan waved his hand and caught the 16 kings' primordial spirits. He then swallowed them in one gulp. His expression became even colder. Ah! The wails of the 16 kings spread across the entire 33 heavens in an instant. The 40,000 members of the immortal burial clan trembled. The 9 ancestors and 18 kings also felt a chill from their feet to their heads. He killed a rogue immortal with a single strike. The 16 kings who were at the rogue immortal realm were actually killed by Ning Fan with a single strike. That was an ancestral king. This young man destroyed his physical body in order to use such a powerful technique. If he uses this technique for the second time, he will definitely die. We don't have to be afraid of him. Let's attack together and kill this young man. As soon as the sixth ancestor's voice fell, the remaining 26 ancestral kings rushed towards Ningfan. They could not give Ningfan the time to use his second sword technique. Otherwise, another one of their ancestral kings would die. The price they had to pay was too great. The blood light around Ningfan gradually faded. The weapon disintegration style was only enough to kill one rogue immortal. He could clearly feel that after executing the weapon disintegration style, a demonic thought had been deeply planted in his Dao heart, and it was difficult to erase it. If the so-called sword devil inheritance was cultivated to the extreme, one would naturally degenerate into a devil. However, this devil was a bloodthirsty and cold-blooded devil, which was completely different from Ningfan's devil Dao. If this evil intent remained in his heart, it would be extremely harmful to him. It would definitely affect his path of becoming an immortal. An ordinary person would have died long ago after performing the weapon disintegration style twice. Who would care about this demonic thought? Ningfan, on the other hand, was different. He had the self-healing ability of the Black Stars. Even though he used the weapon disintegration style, his injuries were also healing rapidly. Even though his physical body was severely injured, it was not destroyed at all. However, the demonic thoughts were still deeply rooted in him. Every time he used the weapon disintegration style, the demonic thoughts would increase. When it exceeds the limit of his endurance, he would be devoured by the devil sense and become another devil that would not recognize his own family. However, he had no other choice. He could not fight against so many ancestral kings. The only thing he could rely on was this technique. Silly brother. In the profounding world, Luo Yu sighed and closed her eyes. Currently, she could no longer provide any help to Ningfan in such a situation. Weapon disintegration, a cold voice resounded. Ningfan turned into the blood devil once again. At the moment he used the weapon disintegration style, all the 26 ancestral kings stopped moving. None of them dared to be the first to rush forward and block Ningfan's sword light. *Who wants to die? The blood devil let out a sinister laugh. With a flash of sword light, he appeared in front of the great ancestor. The great ancestor was drenched in cold sweat from fear. He raised his hand and summoned a golden bracelet, striking at the blood devil heavenly spirit. The blood devil's laugh became even more sinister. He clenched his 5 fingers and the golden bracelet was cut into countless pieces. Then, he used his other hand to tear off one of the great ancestor's arms and swallowed it. Ah! The great ancestor let out a blood-curdling scream. At the next moment, his other arm was also torn off and eaten by the blood devil. None of the ancestral kings dared to go to the great ancestor's aid. They could only watch as the great ancestor was eaten by the blood devil. They did not dare to go near him. They knew that the blood devil's strength would not disappear before the great ancestor's death. Whoever goes near him will die. If I'm not mistaken, the technique this young man used is to destroy his physical body the first time and his primordial spirit the second time. He will certainly die after these 2 times. It saves us the trouble of killing him. Unfortunately, the great ancestor and the 16 ancestral kings died too tragically. Forget it. We will go and capture those 2 women now to help our ancestor resurrect. As soon as the remaining 25 ancestral kings finished their words, their eyes were filled with shock. Ningfan, who had used the weapon disintegration style twice, was still alive. He was still in the body of the blood devil. It was the 3rd time he used the weapon disintegration style. His devil sense became stronger. Ningfan's consciousness became even more blurred. Only a trace of obsession was holding on, vowing to protect Mu Weiliang from harm. His body gradually lost control of itself. He gritted his teeth and turned into the blood devil, forcefully rushing towards the center of the group of ancestral kings. All of the ancestral kings' expressions changed drastically. With the blood devil as the center, they quickly retreated and each of them took out their natal treasures to attack the blood devil. The blood devil sneered coldly. He raised his finger and pointed randomly. Each of the peak immortal void realm magic treasures turned into powder. After that, he turned into a sword ray and dashed towards one of the ancestral kings. He pierced his dantian with his claw and easily crushed his primordial spirit. 18 ancestral kings. 3 ancestral kings roared furiously. For a moment, they forgot their fear towards the blood devil and dashed towards him. The blood devil's eyes flickered with a crazy devil sense. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind: to kill all of the enemies here. Weapon disintegration. Weapon disintegration. Weapon disintegration. The seed of the devil sense grew deeper and deeper. The blood devil directly withstood the attacks of the three ancestral kings. Under the effects of the star technique, the injuries he suffered were instantly healed. He sneered and pointed 3 times with his finger. The 3 ancestral kings were immediately turned into minced meat by the blood rays. Who else? The blood devil licked his lips. There were still traces of blood left by the great ancestor at the corner of his mouth. In just 10 breaths' time, 6 ancestral kings had fallen. The remaining 21 ancestral kings were filled with fear. Even if they were to face 30 to 40 rogue immortals, they would not be afraid even if they were no match for them. However, the blood devil that Ning Fan had transformed into was too terrifying. He was not a human at all but a devil. Most of the devil cultivators in the world still referred to the cultivation techniques of the devil Tao. Even if he was an ancient devil, the word devil still referred to the cultivation techniques of the devil Tao. There were kind-hearted people among the devil cultivators, and there were also soft-hearted women among the ancient devils. However, the blood devil in front of him had nothing to do with his cultivation techniques. It was the devil sense that was deeply planted in his heart: cruel, cold-blooded, heartless, despicable, cunning, evil. This devil was a mad devil. He could kill all of his enemies by hook or by crook for the obsession in his heart. However, this devil's strength was terrifyingly strong. Perhaps even an ordinary life immortal realm expert would have to think twice before temporarily avoiding him if he encounters such a fearless blood devil. Who else could kill 6 rogue immortals instantly other than a life immortal realm expert? At this moment, Ning Fan, who was using the weapon disintegration style without any restrictions, was no different from a life immortal realm expert. Retreat. Let's retreat for now. We can't fight this devil. We can only give up on the matter of resurrecting our ancestor for now. If we die, our ancestor really won't be able to be resurrected again. Members of the Immortal Burial Clan, listen to my command. All cultivators below the 6th break realm will stay here and stop this devil. Fight for a chance to escape for us. The second ancestor gave the order. Without saying another word, he turned around and left. He no longer dared to capture Ming Ke and Mu Weiliang. The rest of the ancestral kings also gritted their teeth and slightly suppressed the panic in their hearts. Then, they turned around and fled. If they continued to stay here, they would certainly die. The cultivators above the 6th break realm were equally terrified. Even the ancestral kings were easily killed by the blood devil. How would they dare to throw away their lives? It would be best if they could escape. More than 40,000 experts below the 5th break realm were left behind by the ancestral kings to cover the retreat. They knew that they had no chance of surviving in the hands of the blood devil. Now, they could only fight with their lives on the line to ensure the continuation of their clan. He. Do you think you can run away? Weapon disintegration. Weapon disintegration. Weapon disintegration. The blood devil sneered. All of a sudden, his body dispersed into billions of rays of blood-red sword light. In an instant, the sword light swept across the vast sky. He walked step by step behind the 40,000 people. Behind him, 40,000 experts of the Immortal Burial Clan had died and turned into blood mists. What? 280 Void Fragmentation Realm experts and 40,000 Void Refinement Realm experts couldn't stop this devil at all. Other than us ancestral kings, all of you stay behind to protect the bloodline of the Immortal Burial Clan. Yes. Following the ancestral king's order, 45 6th and 7th break realm experts stood in front of the blood devil. As for the 21 ancestral kings, they desperately ran away. They're just trash. Weapon disintegration. *G*, the blood devil sneered. Then, he dispersed into countless rays of blood light and vanished without a trace. At the next moment, he appeared behind the 45 experts. The expressions of the 45 6th and 7th break realm old monsters froze on their faces. At the next moment, all of their heads flew high up into the sky. Their blood splattered on the clouds. The blood-red sword chi invaded their bodies and killed their primordial spirits in an instant. the blood devil did not even look at the corpses, Dao fruits, and storage pouches that were scattered all over the ground. He just stared at the 21 ancestral kings who were desperately trying to escape in front of him and licked his lips with a bloodthirsty expression. He stomped on the ground ferociously and crushed all the spoils of war. He liked to destroy things. To him, killing people was the most enjoyable thing. After performing weapon disintegration for so many times, Ning Fan's Dao heart had already been deeply eroded by the devil sense. His Dao heart had already fallen. Stepping on 8,800 rays of black starlight, the blood devil instantly caught up to the 17 ancestral kings. With a shake of his body, he grew to 50,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, in size and swallowed the 17 ancestral kings alive. As soon as the 17 ancestral kings were swallowed into the blood devil's stomach, they were cut into pieces by the blood light. With a miserable shriek, they died a violent death. This was the power of the weapon disintegration style. This was the reason why the weapon disintegration sect of the Western Heaven was so famous. Exchanging death for death was a technique that only lunatics would use. The weapon disintegration sect was a place where lunatics gathered. However, the disciples of the weapon disintegration sect used the weapon disintegration sword technique for the great battle, for the sect and for the righteousness in their hearts. The blood devil, however, was different. In the beginning, Ning Fan used the weapon disintegration style to protect Mu Weiliang. Now, he had already degenerated into a blood devil. His heart was only filled with killing intent and he no longer recognized his own family. 17 Kings. King Jiu gritted his teeth as he looked at the blood demon. He had wanted to volunteer to stay behind and block the blood demon, but in the next instant, he had already been torn to pieces by the blood demon. The 8th patriarch trembled as the blood devil closed in on him. He wanted to beg for mercy, but the blood devil completely ignored his pleas, and didn't even bother to take him as a slave. The blood demon only wanted to kill. In the blink of an eye, the 8 ancestors had been torn to shreds, the 5th ancestor was swallowed by the blood demon, the 4th king was chewed to pieces, and the 11th king was stomped into meat paste by the blood demon. One after another, the ancestor kings with shocking cultivation base fell one after another. In the end, only the 13 kings were left. The 13 kings did not dare to run anymore. They clenched their teeth and charged at the blood demon. They self-destructed their bodies in an attempt to take the blood demon down with them. His death had indeed dealt a heavy blow to the blood demon. The blood-red light on Ning Fan's body faded slightly. He withdrew from his blood devil form and knelt on one knee on the ground. His body was covered with wounds. There was no time to heal. No matter how powerful the star arts were, there was no time to heal. He had used the weapon disintegration style too many times, and he alone slaughtered the entire immortal burial clan. The price he had to pay was that his Dao heart would be completely tainted and corroded by the devil sense. Ning Fan forced himself to stand up. However, he realized that his limbs were no longer under his control. The reason why he still retained some of his rationality was because the last ancestor king had severely injured his devil sense. However, if his injuries recover in the future, he would fall into the devil sense again and lose all of his rationality. Even if he did not use the weapon disintegration style, the price, in this world, which action does not require one to pay a price? I must go back as soon as possible to bring Weiliang away and find a way to temporarily suppress the devil sense. Before I completely lose my rationality. Ning Fan clenched his teeth. He did not have the time to collect the scattered storage pouches on the ground. Instead, he carried the ancient golden sword and flew back at full speed. He had dispersed the 8,800 black stars above his head. However, the star arts were still healing his body instinctively. His injuries were recovering bit by bit. The demonic sense, which had been slightly scattered, was also recovering. His eyes were blood red and he was gradually losing his rationality. However, he still clenched his teeth and endured the pain. When he returned to the undying tree, his face was cold and filled with anger. A cold smile hung on the corner of his mouth. He was once again invaded by the devil sense. He had killed 27 rogue immortals all by himself. The baleful chi on his body was extremely terrifying. Even a life immortal realm expert would be fearful of it. When Lu Xiu and the others saw Ning Fan's return and saw his soaring baleful chi, they knew that Ning Fan must have killed the 9 ancestors and 18 kings. All of them were extremely shocked. The current Ning Fan gave them an extremely unfamiliar feeling. That cold smile of his was too bloodthirsty, making them shudder in fear. Mu Weiliang had been completely resurrected, but she had yet to wake up. The undying tree had completely withered and its life force had dissipated completely. "Master, you're back. I thought you would die. I was so scared." Seeing Ning Fan return safely, the robed devil was so happy that tears flowed down his face. Don't misunderstand. The reason why he was worried about Ning Fan's death was because Ning Fan had planted a mental seal on him. Ning Fan was the master. If the master dies, the servant will certainly die. He was afraid that he would be implicated by Ning Fan and die because of him. Rogue. Devil. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with blood-red light. He looked at the robed devil with a cold smile and pointed a finger at him. In an instant, he turned into his blood devil form. The sword light from his finger was enough to kill the robed devil instantly. Seeing this, the robed devil was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He could not withstand this sword light at all. He would definitely die. At the critical moment, Ning Fan's eyes suddenly revealed a hint of struggle. He waved his hand and sent the blood-red sword light far away, avoiding the robed devil. The destructive power of the sword instantly flattened the land of millions of li * 500 m per li. Blood light soared into the sky. "Brother Biscuit, something is wrong. Brother Biscuit, look at me quickly. I'm Ming Ke. Don't you recognize me?" Ming Ke's face was filled with anxiety. At this moment, Ning Fan actually made her feel so unfamiliar. As soon as he saw her, the blood devil licked his lips. He actually wanted to eat this pill devil in one bite. At the next moment, the blood devil could not help but beat his own chest. The sword light from his finger made a bloody hole on his chest. It slightly dispersed the devil sense. Ning Fan withdrew from his blood devil form. His eyes became clear again. How could he bear to hurt Ming Ke? Now that the devil sense had already penetrated deep into his heart, he could only slightly disperse the devil sense by severely injuring himself and temporarily regain some of his sanity. Is this the price you have to pay for using the weapon dispelling sword technique? Is it worth it? Xianxia bit her lips. If her true body was here, she might have a way to help Ning Fan suppress the devil sense. However, her clone could not help Ning Fan at all. Is it worth it? Ning Fan smiled bitterly. He would still smile. Step by step, he walked towards the green coffin. Looking at Mu Weiliang in the coffin, he felt slightly relieved. He had said that he would not let her die again. Now, did he manage to fulfill that promise? Little butterfly. Little butterfly, as if sensing Ning Fan's approach, Mu Weiliang gently opened her eyes. Her pure eyes looked at Ning Fan with confusion, puzzlement and joy. You are little butterfly. Who am I? All of her incomplete memories were given to Ning Fan, allowing him to see the scene of the destruction of the heavenly court. The current her had forgotten everything. The only person she remembered was Ning Fan. Only that butterfly was left. Even if she forgot everything, she would never forget that butterfly. She remembered that she had waited for little butterfly for a very long time. Today, she had finally arrived. You are Mu Weiliang. Mu Wei Liang. She gently supported her body and sat up from the green coffin. Ning Fan quickly supported her and carried her out of the coffin. From today onwards, she would no longer need this green coffin. However, a scene that surprised Ning Fan appeared in front of him. Mu Weiliang left the green coffin and walked with light steps. After taking the first step, her body gradually became shorter and her appearance became immature. Her face that was originally 16 years old suddenly became 12 years old. She took another step and her appearance and body changed again, turning into 9 years old. Another step and she became 6 years old. The 6-year-old Mu Weiliang looked like a little girl and shyly held Ning Fan's hand. She remembered that this was her little butterfly. She did not want to let go of his hand. Little butterfly, why did I become shorter? She tilted her head, expressing her confusion. Ning Fan frowned and looked at Xianxia with the same puzzlement. Her new soul has yet to grow and it is still very weak. Her body also cooperated with her soul and turned into a child. Only by consuming the immortal soul grass can her soul be nourished and grow again. Immortal soul grass? Can you get some? Ning Fan asked with a frown. No, this grass can only be found in the Eastern Heaven immortal world. In the Eastern Heaven, there is an immortal soul star. There is a race called the Soul Race that specializes in growing this grass. However, the Soul Race has already been annihilated. I don't know if this grass can still be found. Xianxia sighed. Little butterfly? I can't grow up anymore? Mu Weiliang revealed a dejected expression. After reconstructing her new soul, her mental age seemed to have become younger, completely becoming a younger version of Mu Weiliang. No, you will grow up. Believe me, the immortal soul grass. Ning Fan flicked his sleeve and kept the green coffin into his storage pouch. He looked at the spoils of war near the undying tree and thought for a moment before taking them away one by one. Your evil sense is very troublesome. If you are willing, I can privately give you the quota of ascension and bring you back to the Western Heaven to suppress the evil sense. Although Si Wuxia's tone was cold, Ning Fan could hear a trace of concern in it. No, Ning Fan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Si Wuxia was the saintess of the Western Heaven. It was fine if she publicly gave Ning Fan the quota of ascension, but if she privately gave him the quota, there would be great trouble. He did not want to implicate Si Wuxia. Of course, if she publicly gave Ning Fan the quota, Ning Fan would inevitably be investigated by the Kunlun Jade Pool. Once his identity as the ancient devil is exposed, there was almost no chance for him to survive in the Western Heaven. The Buddhist sect of the Western Heaven would surely kill the ancient devil as soon as possible. Humph. You don't want it. Just pretend that I didn't say anything. Si Wuxia knitted her brows, feeling somewhat displeased. What is evil sense? Can you suppress the evil sense if you eat more delicious food? I have a lot of delicious food here. I'll give them all to you. Ming Ke untied the storage pouch that was filled with spiritual herbs and passed it to Ning Fan. Ning Fan waved his hand, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. In Ming Ke's mind, eating is omnipotent, rumble the ground of the 33 heavens suddenly trembled. As it trembled, a wave of life immortal realm aura force swept towards Ning Fan and the others. All of a sudden, Ning Fan's expression changed greatly. Junior, you really have guts. Not only did you kill all the members of my immortal burial clan, but you also obstructed my resurrection plan. Tell me, how should I punish you? Rumble rumble. There was actually a life immortal expert sleeping under the ground of the 33 heavens. That life immortal expert was punching the seal on the ground, trying to break free from this place. Pill Devil and the woman who absorbed the light from my undying tree. Leave these two women behind and I'll spare your life. What do you think? Rumble. The ground was cracking bit by bit. A ferocious man was slowly breaking free from the seal. His killing intent had already locked onto Ming Ke and Mu Weiliang. I've received information that the 9 ancestors and 18 kings of the Immortal Burial Clan have gone to great lengths to resurrect their ancestor. Ancient Zong. It said that Ancient Zong was a quasi-emperor when he was at his peak. Now that his resurrection plan has been ruined by us, he has only recovered to the life immortal realm, but he's still not someone we can fight against. We must escape from the ancient heavenly court before he breaks the seal. Si Wuxia's expression showed a hint of panic. A quasi-emperor was just a step away from becoming an immortal emperor. Even if such a person had just been resurrected and had yet to recover to his peak, no one on the scene could fight him. We can't fight this person. All of you, enter this world. I'll be responsible for escaping. Ning Fan touched the Yuanyao Jade and sent Si Wuxia, Ming Ke, and Mu Weiliang into the Yuanyao world. He also kept the rogue devil into the devil sealing pouch. Without saying a word, he healed the bloody hole on Black Star's chest. The devil sense that had dispersed in his body slowly gathered again. He turned into a blood devil once again and lost all his rationality, weapon disintegration. Even the bloodthirsty blood devil would not dare to fight against the ancestor of ancient Zong. Without saying a word, he turned into a ray of blood light and dashed towards the 32nd floor. Oh? His speed isn't slow, but he might not be able to escape from my palm. Open! Asterisk boom asterisk after a loud bang, a 10,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, abyss appeared on the ground. A young man with white hair licked his lips as he looked at the direction where Ning Fan was heading. Let's see how long you can run for, Junior. Asterisk chi asterisk the white-haired young man chased after Ning Fan. 32nd floor, 31st floor, 30th floor. Ning Fan continued to use the weapon disintegration technique to maintain his blood devil body. The burden on the talisman became greater and greater. However, the white-haired young man had a determined look on his face. He firmly believed that even if he had not recovered to his peak, it would still be easy for him to capture a junior who was at the sixth shattering realm. In the 29th floor of the ancient heavenly court, Heaven World. Xianxia looked at the destroyed ghost-raising formation and felt a chill run down his spine. This was the ghost-raising formation that the ancestor had spent a lot of effort to set up, but it was destroyed. How was he going to report this to the ancestor when he returned to the sect? He wondered if the ancestor would extract his primordial spirit to concoct pills in a fit of rage. I must capture the pill devil and bring him back to the sect to atone for my sins. Humph. Last time, I was careless and was ambushed by the white-robed lady. This time, I'm well prepared. I can definitely bring the pill devil away. Oh? I didn't expect the pill devil to already be at the 30th floor. He's already at the 29th floor. Xianxia held the compass in his hand and located the direction of the pill devil. Then, he dashed towards a certain direction. A few days later, he sensed an extremely familiar presence in front of him from afar. It was Ning Fan's presence. I found him. Capturing this young man is the same as capturing the pill devil. He's just a sixth break realm cultivator. If I sneak attack him, it'll be as easy as flipping my palm. Xianxia swallowed a medicinal pill and concealed his figure, hiding in this place. From afar, a blood-red escaping light was getting closer and closer. That escaping light gave Xianxia an uneasy feeling. He felt that something was out of his control. He didn't think too much about it. When the blood-red escaping light got closer, he jumped out and stood in front of Ning Fan and sneered. Junior, hand over the pill devil and I'll let you die in one piece. As soon as his words fell, he was shocked. The person he stopped wasn't Ning Fan but a devil that was shrouded in blood-red light. No, to be more precise, this person was indeed Ning Fan. However, the situation seemed a little strange. The baleful qi on Ning Fan's body was so strong that it made Xianxia panic. The pressure from Ning Fan's body was as heavy as a mountain, causing Xianxia to be unable to breathe. This was too absurd. He was a dignified rogue immortal. How could he show his fear in front of a sixth break realm cultivator? Those who stand in my way shall die. Ning Fan, who had turned into a blood devil, had no intention of talking nonsense with Xianxia. Subconsciously, Ning Fan remembered that Xianxia was an enemy. Thus, he naturally wouldn't stop the devil sense from killing him. The blood devil lifted his finger and pointed. Countless blood-red light immediately slashed at Xianxia. The fierce wind pressure made Xianxia's face hurt, his eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't understand how Ning Fan, who had just broken his sixth break realm, could perform such a stunning sword attack. However, he should be able to withstand this sword attack. After all, he was a dignified rogue immortal. After consuming a few pills, Xianxia's cultivation base skyrocketed. He was extremely conceited and used his hand to extinguish the sword light. In the next moment, he was slashed into meat paste by the blood-red sword light with a confident expression on his face. Only his primordial spirit was left. He rolled up his storage pouch in horror and escaped from his corpse. His body was shivering. Weapon disintegration. He has already disintegrated. How is this possible? How did he maintain the state of disintegration and escape? Why didn't his physical body collapse? Trying to escape? The blood devil revealed a cold smile. A blood-red light flashed and swallowed Xianxia's primordial spirit. Storage pouch? After thinking for a while, he decided to keep it. That was Ning Fan's will. Ning Fan suspected that Xianxia had a secret treasure that could search for Bright Sparrow. He was going to destroy that treasure. Xianxia couldn't believe that he was killed instantly by Ning Fan, who he had always looked down upon. after killing Changshan, the blood devil continued to flee to the lower levels without saying a word. Behind him, a white-haired young man was chasing after him. He killed every demonic beast and devil beast he encountered and drank their blood to recover his strength. His cultivation base was recovering bit by bit. You can't run away. The white-haired young man smiled coldly, revealing his white teeth. His teeth were full of beast blood. To be continued. In the 19th level of the ancient heavenly court, a black-armored old man was looking for the heavenly gate that led to the 20th level of the heaven realm. He was walking on the ground. His pace was not fast, but every step he took could cover a distance of millions of li * 500 m per li. He was a rogue devil old monster. If Ning Fan was here, he would definitely recognize him. He was the rogue devil old monster of the Summoned River sect. Humph. Those four heavens cultivators didn't expect me to come back. I saw them leave with my own eyes. Now that Ning Fan doesn't have any strong reinforcements around him, it's the best time for me to kill him. As long as I kill that junior, the old ancestor's anger will subside. He won't blame me for Han Yetian's death, the old man sneered. Suddenly, he stopped walking and looked at the sky. He sensed a whistling escaping light approaching from afar. If his senses were not wrong, the owner of that escaping light was definitely Ning Fan. Humph. I've been looking for you for a few years. I finally found you. The old man sneered. He leaped into the sky and stood in midair. A blood-red escaping light was approaching from afar. Without saying a word, the old man lifted his finger and pointed. Heaven and earth shook violently. A 10,000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, finger light pressed towards the person in the bloody light. The finger light shot towards the sky. Wind and smoke rose in all directions. The old man flicked his sleeve to disperse the smoke in front of him. He looked at the shattered bloody light and sneered. Is he dead? But now, he turned around and was about to return to the Summoned River sect in the ancient demon's abyss. Suddenly, his back was drenched in cold sweat. He turned his head in disbelief. The shattered crimson light instantly condensed into a blood demon with a sneer on his face. The blood devil looked at the rogue devil old monster as if he was looking at a delicacy. He licked his lips ferociously. Enemy, *chi*, a blood-red sword light flashed and the blood demon turned into a whistling sword rainbow. It pierced through the scattered demon old man's body and appeared behind him. He then appeared behind the rogue devil old monster, holding the storage pouch and primordial spirit. He swallowed the primordial spirit and kept the storage pouch. Then, he sneered and fled to the next level. In the next moment, the rogue devil old monster's body exploded into a mist of blood. The scene was chilling. You sure run fast. A white-haired youth arrived soon after. With a sinister smile, he continued to chase. Ancient Heavenly Court, 9th Heaven Realm. The cultivators of the 9 realms, led by 7 rogue immortal patriarchs, were searching for treasures in this lair. From the 1st floor to the 9th floor, their eyes were filled with shock. The heavenly gate was destroyed, leaving only the passageway. There were traces everywhere, all of which were caused by the battle. In the first 9 levels, there was not a single living member of the Immortal Burial clan. Such a strange thing caused many old monsters who had entered the ancient heavenly court many times to be extremely shocked. Someone had destroyed the heavenly gate, someone had slaughtered layer after layer of the Immortal Burial clan. Who was it? Is it really Ning Fan? Other than Ning Fan, who else could it be? This generation's Reign Emperor is truly a terrifying figure. The itinerant immortal old monsters gathered again and sighed at each other. Because Ning Fan was engaged in battles everywhere, it caused the space in the ancient heavenly court to show signs of instability. This time, the ancient heavenly court was probably going to close early. In this old man's opinion, there's no need to go to the 10th layer of the heaven realm. Let's turn back and prepare to leave the heavenly court ruins. I have a bad premonition. I wonder if fellow Taoists have the same feeling. What a coincidence. Recently, I've been feeling uneasy. I keep having the feeling that many things are going to happen. I'm afraid that a great calamity is about to befall this place. We really should leave as soon as possible. Fellow Taoist is right. Let's go. We'll return to where we came from. While they were talking, two streaks of blood-red escaping light suddenly approached them from afar. All of a sudden, the 7 itinerant immortal experts revealed a shocked expression. All the void fragmentation realm old monsters raised their heads and looked at the distant sky in disbelief. Among the two escaping lights, the first one was a devil whose body was surrounded by blood-red light while the second one was a white-haired young man. The baleful chi on the blood devil was too terrifying. No one knew how many itinerant immortals and void fragmentation realm experts he had killed. Just a trace of baleful chi was enough to make everyone here shudder. There was also an invisible sense of oppression coming from his body. The old Crimson Sovereign and the other itinerant immortal old ancestors felt a chill down their spines when they met the eyes of the blood devil. It was as if it was a piece of cake for this blood devil to kill them. "It's Brother Ning," Lu Haiyue said in a deep voice. His eyes were filled with worry. He was the first one who recognized that the blood devil was Ning Fan. Moreover, he could tell that Ning Fan's current state was very abnormal. However, the blood devil fled too fast. In just an instant, he had already gone millions of li * 500 m per li, away from them. He did not give Lu Haiyue a chance to ask about it. As soon as they heard that the blood devil was Ning Fan, all of the old monsters present were shocked. When they looked at the white-haired young man who was chasing after the blood devil, all of their faces turned pale. Life Immortal Realm. That white-haired young man was actually a Life Immortal Realm expert. Moreover, at the moment when they looked at the white-haired young man, he had already locked his killing intent on everyone here. Moreover, 2 void fragmentation realm experts of the devil world were directly captured by the white-haired young man and eaten alive. Delicious. The white-haired young man stopped his escaping light. He was not in a hurry to continue chasing after the blood devil. He stood in midair and looked at the void fragmentation realm experts of the 9 realms beneath his feet. He licked his lips and blood seeped out from the corner of his lips. His eyes were so evil and cold that it sent chills down everyone's spine, including the 7 itinerant immortal old ancestors. He lightly stepped on the sky and set up a barrier within a radius of 10 million li * 500 m per li. No one could escape. "Senior, who are you? Why did you kill the cultivators of my devil world?" One of the itinerant devil old ancestors mustered up his courage and asked. "Who am I? Do you have the right to know? You are just a bait. You talk too much." The white-haired young man made a suction force from the void and pulled the itinerant devil old ancestor into his palm. Then, he opened his mouth and swallowed the itinerant devil old ancestor. Kiss a chill rose in everyone's heart. That was an itinerant devil old ancestor. However, he was eaten by the life immortal without any resistance. I didn't expect there to be a life immortal in the ancient heavenly court. Moreover, this life immortal is an extremely terrifying devil lord. Leave now. We need to leave now. We can't leave. There is a barrier within 10 million li * 500 m per li. We will definitely die. Each of the void fragmentation realm old monsters revealed a look of despair. This white-haired young man was a dignified life immortal. In front of a true immortal, void fragmentation realm experts were nothing. Even if everyone here joined forces, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single strike from this white-haired young man. Let's go all out. The old Crimson Sovereign let out a deep sigh and took a step forward. Today was already a situation of certain death. Only by taking a gamble would they have a chance of survival. Lu Haiyue smiled bitterly. He was afraid that he would lose his life here today. Chi chi chi. The sound of countless rays of sword light piercing through the air spread across the vast sky, extending to 10 million li * 500 m per li. A blood-red light covered the sky. The barrier within 10 million li * 500 m per li had already been destroyed. Ning Fan, who had turned into a blood devil, had returned to help Lu Haiyue and the others. Ning Fan gritted his teeth and tried his best to suppress the devil intent in his heart. He could ignore the deaths of everyone here except for Lu Haiyue, whom he considered as a friend. Thus, he could not stand by and watch him die. "Oh? You still dare to come back? You really don't know the meaning of death." The white-haired young man licked his lips. He no longer looked at everyone here. His cold eyes swept across Ning Fan and chased after him. Ning Fan gave Lu Haiyue a deep look. Without saying anything, he continued to fly to the next level. Originally, he could abandon Lu Haoyue and the others in exchange for more time to escape. However, he could not abandon Lu Haoyue in the end. After forcefully breaking the barrier of the white-haired young man, Ning Fan's body became even weaker. His speed was greatly reduced. There were several times when the white-haired young man almost caught up to him. Who? Our lives are temporarily safe. It's the evil Cloud Rain Sovereign who saved us. Each of the Void Fragmentation Realm old monsters felt relieved. Their expressions were extremely complicated. Lu Haoyue, on the other hand, clenched his fists tightly and let out a long sigh with his eyes closed. He could see that Ning Fan was already having a hard time escaping from the white-haired young man's pursuit. The reason why he turned back was just to save him. This feeling of appreciation made Lu Haoyue's blood boil in his chest. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes were filled with intense killing intent. I can't help Brother Ning with my current strength. However, if that life immortal dares to hurt Brother Ning, I will avenge Brother Ning at all costs and with all my might. The 8th level, the 7th level, the 6th level, Ning Fan's consciousness gradually returned to him. However, because his body was too weak, it was difficult for him to maintain the state of soldier liberation. This was not good news. His speed slowed down again and again. In the 2nd level of the Heaven Realm, the white-haired young man finally caught up to him. He stopped and looked at the white-haired young man in front of him coldly with a sword in his hand. The white-haired young man narrowed his eyes and stared at Ning Fan without moving. Then, he sneered. Aren't you going to run any more, Junior? Your body seems to have reached its limit. The corrosion of your devil sense has gone deep and your physical body has already been shattered. No matter how strong your recovery ability is, you can't continue to use that sword technique of desperation. I admire you very much. Hand over the 2 ladies and I will forgive you for your sin of slaughtering the Xianxia clan. I will spare your life and take you as my slave. I will also appoint you as the great ancestor of the Xianxia clan. You will follow me to conquer the 4 heavens. What do you think? The white-haired young man looked at Ning Fan quietly. In his opinion, Ning Fan was not a fool. He should be able to see the gap between them. Under such circumstances, handing over the 2 ladies to protect himself was the wisest choice. Cultivation was a selfish thing in the first place. Ning Fan did not say anything. He was already so weak that he did not even have the strength to speak. He just replied to the white-haired young man with a cold gaze. It was impossible for him to hand over Ming Ke and Mu Weiliang. Is this your answer? What a pity. A talent like you is really rare. The white-haired young man's figure suddenly became faint. All of a sudden, Ning Fan was alarmed. He gritted his teeth and forcefully activated the weapon disintegration style. His body glowed with a faint blood-red light. He raised his finger and drew a sword. Then, he turned around and slashed at his back. The power of this sword light is already less than 30% of its original power. However, even if you use this sword technique when you are at your peak, you won't be able to hurt me at all. Destroy. The white-haired young man suddenly appeared behind Ning Fan. He raised his finger and pointed at the sky. An unimaginable destructive force immediately swept across the entire sky. Large areas of the sky began to crumble, as if it could not withstand the power of the white-haired young man's finger. The sword light of the weapon disintegration style suddenly collapsed. Even the blood-red light around Ning Fan's body also collapsed. Ning Fan's eyes widened in shock. He had a feeling that if he did not dodge that attack, he would certainly die under that finger. The strength of this white-haired young man was too strong. Even though he only revealed his cultivation base at the life immortal realm, the pressure he gave off was even more terrifying than Emperor Xia. In the face of certain death, Ning Fan's body swayed and entered the profounding world. Medium Kiliacosm treasure? The white-haired young man frowned. As soon as he entered the profounding world, Ning Fan suddenly fell to the ground and coughed out blood incessantly. Luo Yu's face was pale. She hurriedly rushed to Ning Fan's side and carried him up. Then, she said bitterly, that person's true cultivation base is at the quasi-emperor realm. He is too strong. Even if I am at my peak, I won't be his match. You are not his match, I know. Ning Fan smiled bitterly. How could he not see how strong the white-haired young man was? He was the dignified ancestor of the immortal burying clan and a mighty quasi-emperor realm expert. Even in the four heavens, he was also a figure who could summon the wind and rain. If it is possible, he would not want to provoke such a strong enemy. If that person asks for Ning Fan's worldly possessions, Ning Fan would hand them over after weighing the pros and cons. Only Ming Ke and Mu Weiliang could not be handed over to him. He could only hide in the profounding world for 3 months. After 3 months, he would still have to leave this world and confront that person. By then, that person might have already sealed off the vast sky and he would no longer have a chance to escape. He could not stay in the profounding world for a long time. He had to leave immediately and escape to the first floor. He just needed to fight for a while more and he would be able to leave the ancient heavenly court. Bing Jia. Ning Fan's eyes instantly turned blood red. He turned into a blood devil and instantly left the profounding world. Without saying a word, he fled towards the first floor of the heavenly gate. At first, the white-haired young man wanted to set up a barrier here and wait for Ning Fan to leave the world of the medium-grade cosmos treasure. The medium-grade cosmos was the abode of an immortal emperor. It was not a place where a cultivator at the sixth break realm could stay for a long time. The white-haired young man knew that Ning Fan would be forced to leave the medium-grade cosmos soon. At that time, he would be able to kill him. Initially, he thought that Ning Fan would heal his injuries in the medium-grade cosmos. However, he did not expect that Ning Fan would immediately leave the cosmos treasure after dodging a strike from the cosmos treasure. It might seem unwise, but it was actually a wise move. Unfortunately, I can't use this person. If that's the case, there's no point in keeping him alive. The white-haired young man muttered to himself coldly. He took a step forward and his body split into 1 million clones. Each of the 1 million clones sneered coldly and surrounded Ning Fan, blocking all his escape routes. Ning Fan's expression changed drastically. He gritted his teeth and dashed forward. However, he was forced back by a finger attack from one of the white-haired clones. I can't escape anymore, huh? Ning Fan gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with madness. He stared at the 1 million clones of the white-haired young man fearlessly, just like how he looked at immortal Emperor Xianxia in his previous life. If I can't escape, I will make this person pay a terrible price even if I have to risk my life. Obsession. Obsession, obsession. His eyes were filled with a crazy obsession. That obsession contained an unfathomable power which actually shocked the white-haired young man. After suppressing this absurd emotion, the true body of the white-haired young man took a step forward and ordered Ning Fan coldly. Hand over those 2 women. My patience has run out. Ning Fan did not say anything else. He ignited the first drop of Fu Li ancestral blood, followed by the second drop, the third drop and the fourth drop. He ignited the first drop of Mo Luo ancestral blood, then the second drop, the third drop and the fourth drop. Finally, he ignited his primordial spirit. His chi was erratic. Sometimes, it was at the 6th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Sometimes, it was at the life immortal realm and sometimes, it was infinitely close to the true immortal realm. The expression of the white-haired young man changed drastically. He quickly withdrew his 1 million clones and took half a step back. The ancestral blood of the demon race. The ancestral blood of the devil race. You have ignited a total of 8 drops of ancestral blood. Are you crazy? Do you know the consequences of doing so? Ning Fan might be able to severely injure the white-haired young man by igniting 8 drops of ancestral blood at the same time. However, his cultivation base was limited and he could not withstand the power of the 8 drops of ancestral blood. He would certainly die after that. Moreover, Ning Fan ignited his primordial spirit. He was warning the white-haired young man that he was no longer prepared to live. He was risking his life. If he gives up his life, he would certainly make the white-haired young man pay a terrible price. It seems like I have no choice but to take action. If I don't, you, a junior, are going to die here. A long sigh suddenly resounded beside Ning Fan. Ning Fan turned around abruptly. Unknowingly, an elderly man wearing a gray cloak was standing beside him. That elderly man kept the spiritual cloak into his body, revealing his true appearance. He was dressed in gray robes. His face and body were filled with demon marks. His pale white hair was tied into an ancient hairstyle of the demon race. There were many small braids hanging down from his temples. His eyes were like the abyss of hell, bottomless. The elderly man placed one of his hands on Ning Fan's shoulder. The primordial spirit and ancestral blood that Ning Fan ignited were immediately extinguished. I am the great elder of the immemorial Dark Sparrow race, Tai Wu. My lineage has always been the slaves of the Princess Seetsong since ancient times. You don't have to worry that I will harm you. I will handle this matter. From the beginning, Tai Wu had been secretly following Ning Fan and carefully protecting Ming Quebec. When he first saw Ming Ke and Ning Fan being intimate, he was very displeased. He thought, how could his master be so close to a junior who had lost his 6 cultivation bases? Later on, when he saw Ning Fan's resolute killing and his unwillingness to hand over Ming Ke to his death, he began to admire this young man. In the end, when he saw that Ning Fan actually had 8 drops of ancestral blood, he could not help but be shocked. He suddenly realized that Ning Fan was not an ordinary person, 8 drops of ancestral blood, 4 demons and 4 devils. Moreover, the 4 drops of demon blood were actually the ancestral blood of the Forbidden Clan. This person's identity was too terrifying. The white-haired young man was a pill devil. He was not from the demon race. Thus, he could not identify the type of ancestral blood of the demon race. However, Tai Wu would never be wrong. The immemorial Dark Sparrow clan was one of the few large clans that knew about Fu Li, an ancestor of Fu Li with 4 drops of ancestral blood. This identity was enough for him to have a relationship with his master. His master seemed to value Ning Fan a lot. Since that was the case, Tai Wu could not just sit and watch Ning Fan be in trouble. Who are you? Are you trying to stop me? The white-haired young man said coldly. Guzong, you don't have to put on an act in front of me. When I was in charge of the immemorial Dark Sparrow clan, you were just a useless immortal pill. Tai Wu's eyes flashed with disdain and he took a step forward. When he took the first step, his cultivation base rose from the rogue immortal realm to the life immortal realm. When he took the second step, his cultivation base instantly rose from the life immortal realm to the true immortal realm. When he took the third step, his cultivation base was only a step away from the immortal emperor realm. When he took the third step, the entire ancient heavenly court shook violently as if it was going to collapse. A wave of aura force that was as heavy as a mountain pressed down on the white-haired young man's head. In an instant, he was forced to retreat while coughing out blood. How? How is this possible? Gu Zhang's expression changed drastically. How could he not see that the gray-robed old man in front of him was far stronger than him? Putting aside the fact that he only had the cultivation base of a life immortal realm expert when he was resurrected. Even if he was at his peak and had the cultivation base of a quasi-emperor realm expert, his strength would still be weaker than this person. How dare you show killing intent towards me? You deserve to die. Immemorial Dark Wheel, open. Tai Wu pointed his finger. Suddenly, a gigantic pitch-black ring appeared in the sky above him, then, a second ring appeared outside the ring. Countless ancient voices chanting demon scriptures could be heard coming from the second ring. Ning Fan's eyes widened in shock. This technique was the spirit wheel technique of the ancient demon clan. What Tai Wu displayed was the dark wheel of the immemorial Dark Sparrow clan. The 2 dark wheels rotated and a black light pillar that was 1,000,000 zhang * 33 m per zhang in diameter descended from the sky, enveloping the white-haired young man within it. In just an instant, the white-haired young man was frozen into a black ice cube. In the entire ancient heavenly court's 33 heavens, starting from the first heaven, all the other heavens were frozen and turned into a world of black ice. The slight chill in the air almost made Ning Fan's blood freeze. This is the power of the spirit wheel. Ning Fan's eyes widened. Tai Wu looked at the dead ancient Zong and let out a cold snort. Then, he kept his spirit wheel. He turned his head and looked at Ning Fan with a friendly smile. Little friend, you can summon Ming Ke now. This place is already safe. Ning Fan took half a step back. His eyes were filled with vigilance and he did not summon Ming Quebec. The person in front of him might really be a member of the immemorial Dark Sparrow clan. However, he could not tell whether he was a friend or foe. Are we all friends even if we are from the same clan? Who told you that? Little friend, you have such a strong vigilance. Tai Wu smiled bitterly. Inwardly, he was even more satisfied with Ning Fan. If Ming Fan simply summons Ming Ke when he meets a member of the Dark Sparrow clan, he would be a fool. However, I have a way to make little friend trust me. Taiwu closed his eyes and activated the slave seal in his bloodline while muttering. Not long after, Ming Ke's joyful voice suddenly resounded from the Yuanyao Jade. Brother Biscuit. Quickly let me out. One of my servants came to find me. He said that he brought me a lot of delicious food. Humph. If there isn't enough delicious food, I will directly activate the slave seal and torture him to death. Slave imprint? You have a way to control the life and death of a quasi-emperor? Ning Fan asked with a frown. Of course. I'm the reincarnation of Sitsong. All of Sitsong's descendants are my servants. I can decide their life and death with just a word. I can even control their every action. Humph. I'm powerful, aren't I? Little Ming Ke said proudly. Are you serious? Your servant is right next to me. Ning Fan was still in disbelief. Next to you? All right. If Brother Biscuit doesn't believe me, I'll demonstrate it to you. Next, I'll make that serva roll on the ground. Roll on the ground. Ming Ke gave Tai Wu an order from the other side of the Yuanyao world. Her voice was transmitted. Only Ning Fan could hear it. Tai Wu could not hear it. However, Tai Wu could not help but roll on the sea of clouds in an instant. His old face was filled with helplessness. How could he not know that it was his little ancestor who was torturing him? A dignified quasi-emperor was rolling on the sea of clouds in front of Ning Fan. Really? Really? Sigh, Ning Fan was speechless. He believed Ming Ke's words. If a quasi-emperor really harbors evil intentions towards Ming Ke, he could use other methods to snatch her away. There was no need for him to lower himself and roll on the ground. Even a harmonious spirit realm cultivator would not do such a humiliating thing, let alone the great elder of the Bright Sparrow clan. He stroked the Yuanyao Jade and released Ming Quebec. Then, he asked her to rescind the order to stop Tai Wu from embarrassing himself. After all, he had his dignity. He transmitted his voice to everyone in the Yuanyao world, telling them that the danger had passed, which made Si Wuxia and the others feel slightly relieved. Ming Ke stood beside Ning Fan and looked at Tai Wu in confusion. This old man who is rolling on the ground is my demon slave? He looks so ugly. Stop. After Ming Ke gave the order, Tai Wu finally stopped rolling on the ground. He stood up with a bitter smile and looked at Ning Fan with shame. When his eyes fell on Ming Ke, they were filled with respect. Without saying anything, he cupped his fists and bowed. Taigu greets my king. Ming Ke ignored Tai Wu. She turned to look at Ning Fan and bit her lips. Her eyes were filled with heartache. Ning Fan's injuries are very, very serious. At this moment, it was as if it was strenuous for him to speak another word, but he still forced himself to stand. However, he wasn't standing stably. His body was trembling uncontrollably, as if he would fall off the cloud at any moment. Ming Ke carefully supported Ning Fan. Her eyes suddenly flashed with monstrous killing intent. She stared at Tai Wu with extreme dignity. You hurt him. Your Majesty, please allow me to report. His injuries were not caused by me, but by Immortal Burial Tribe's progenitor of ancient Zong. He has already been killed by me. Tai Wu's forehead was drenched in sweat as he quickly explained. It's not him. He's the one who saved us. Ning Fan lifted his hand with great difficulty and patted Ming Ke's head. Then, he shook his head with a smile. After severing his 7 emotions, every time he smiled, it was not from his heart. In theory, those who had lost their 7 emotions should be expressionless. However, who said that one couldn't smile if they were unhappy, and that one couldn't cry if they were not sad, but who made the rule that one couldn't feel sorrow if they lost their 7 emotions? Can't feel anger, his heart might not be able to feel it, but how could he not feel it in the depths of his soul? Oh? So you're a good old man who saved my brother Biscuit? Ming Ke revealed a smile and praised Tai Wu. Not bad. Even though you're a little ugly, you're still useful. Tai Wu's forehead was filled with black lines. He was once one of the handsome youths on the Mingluan Demon continent when he was young. Even though he was old now, he still had white hair and a youthful complexion. In Ming Kei's eyes, he was actually very ugly. Fine. If he's ugly, then so be it. He would not dare to talk back to his master. Ning Fan's eyes suddenly turned blood red. The devil sense was acting up again. His eyes dimmed and his expression was filled with pain. He was already on the verge of losing control. Ming Kei was so anxious that she burst into tears. She had never seen Ning Fan show such a painful expression. What's wrong with him? What's wrong with him, my king? Don't panic. This young man is just being devoured by the devil sense. It's not a problem. It's not a problem. He won't die for at least 100 years. Taiwu smiled apologetically. His words accidentally ignited the flames of anger in Ming Kei's heart. It's not a problem. It's not a problem. Brother Biscuit is about to die and you still say it's not a problem. How dare you? My brother Biscuit is already in such a state and you still dare to laugh? My king, please calm down. Taiwu was shocked. He quickly stopped smiling and said with a tearful face. Actually, I have a way to help him suppress the devil sense temporarily. It won't be a problem for him to live for 1,000 years, no. I won't allow him to die. Not even 1,000 years. Can you save him? If you can, then save him immediately. I can only help him seal the devil sense for 1,000 years at most. The devil sense is born in the heart and it must be destroyed in the heart. In the end, he still has to rely on himself to dissolve the devil sense. Besides, sealing the devil sense requires the power of my clan's immemorial dark wheel. According to the rules of my clan, those who aren't members of my clan can't use the power of the dark wheel to save others. Taiwu said with a bitter smile. Who said he isn't a member of my clan? I'm the king and he's the queen. Ming Kei was so anxious that her speech became somewhat incoherent. Ning Fan smiled bitterly. He was a good man but he actually became the queen of Ming Kei. He patted her head, hinting her to stop yelling at Taiwu. He gently removed his arm from Ming Kei's embrace and cupped his fists at Taiwu. Because of all the reasons, although Ming Kei is the reincarnation of a noble princess, she still has a child's heart. I hope Senior can forgive her for offending you. Hee. She is the reincarnation of my king. How would I dare to blame her? I'm the king's servant. All punishments and beatings are natural to me. Even if I have to sacrifice my life for the king, I'm willing to do so. However, I've seen some changes in the king's body and have some speculations. It seems like a junior has schemed against my king. Little friend, do you know who did it? Taiwu's eyes flashed with coldness. How could he not see that Ming Kei was the combination of Seat Song and the Pill Devil? Moreover, this combination was man-made. With his eyesight, he could vaguely tell that the one who schemed against Ming Kei was a junior at the True Crossing Realm, Humph. A mere True Crossing Realm cultivator dared to scheme against the king of the immemorial Dark Sparrow. He was simply courting death. We'll talk about this later. Senior, can you help me seal the devil sense? Ning Fan asked politely. Of course. How would I dare to disobey my king's order? Taiwu rolled up his sleeves and everyone landed on the ground. Little friend, please close your eyes and try your best to keep the devil sense in your heart. I will use the power of my clan's dark wheel to help you seal the devil sense for 1,000 years. Within 1,000 years, you can slowly remove the devil sense. With your 6th heavenly layer void fragmentation realm cultivation base, you will be able to remove the devil sense in 1 to 200 years at most. As soon as Taiwu finished speaking, he pointed a finger at Ning Fan's chest and activated the power of the dark wheel to help Ning Fan seal the devil sense. Ning Fan closed his eyes and used the power of the dark wheel in his body to gather the devil sense. Ming Kei, on the other hand, looked at the two of them nervously and threatened Taiwu from time to time. Smelly old man, if you can't seal Brother Biscuit's devil sense, I'll make you roll around here for the rest of your life. Don't worry, my king. I will certainly do my best to save the queen whom my king has taken a fancy to. Taiwu chuckled. Ming Kei nodded her head in satisfaction at his words but Ning Fan's face turned pale. Queen again, time passed by bit by bit. The devil sense in Ning Fan's body gradually gathered in his heart and was sealed by the power of the dark wheel. The power of the dark will could last for 1,000 years. Ning Fan only needed to remove the devil sense one by one within 1,000 years. Little friend, from today onwards, you can't use that sword technique anymore. If you allow the devil sense to erupt again, you might not necessarily be able to meet an expert like me to help you. Taiwu reminded him with a solemn look. He had been following Ning Fan from the beginning until now. He naturally saw how Ning Fan disarmed himself and risked his life to kill his enemies. From today onwards, Ning Fan must give up on using the weapon disarming style until the day when his cultivation base was so high that he no longer feared the devil sense. I can't use the weapon disarming style anymore, huh? Ning Fan smiled bitterly. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, why would he use the weapon disarming style to risk his life? Even though the devil sense had been suppressed, Ning Fan's body was still very weak. Taiwu took out a 9th revolution healing pill and gave it to Ning Fan. Then, he took out many spiritual herbs that were hundreds of thousands of years old and fed them to Ming Quebec. After that, he transformed into a 1,000,000 zhang * 33 m per zhang, large immemorial dark sparrow which carried Ning Fan and Ming Ke to the first floor. Before leaving, Ning Fan kept the ancient zhang corpse that had turned into black ice. No matter what, it was still the corpse of a life-immortal realm expert. If Nieli ate it, Nieli's cultivation would probably increase by quite a bit. Wow! Old man, you fly really fast. Seeing that Ning Fan was temporarily out of danger, Ming Ke felt relieved. While gnawing on the rare spiritual herbs, she looked at the rapidly changing scenery around her. In just 10 breaths' time, they had already flown out of the ancient heavenly court from the 2nd floor. Taiwu's speed was much faster than Ning Fan's. After returning to the upper level of the broken domain, Taiwu returned to his human form and helped Ning Fan digest the power of the pills to heal his injuries. Ning Fan sat cross-legged on the ground. While healing his injuries, he told Taiwu about the sect master of the pill sect plotting against Ming Quebec. When he heard that Chang Shan, the rogue immortal who attacked Ming Ke, was a member of the pill sect, Taiwu was enraged. When he heard that the sect master of the pill sect was trying to refine his princess into a pill, his eyes flashed with cold light. The pill sect of the Eastern Heaven Immortal World. If it wasn't for the fact that my Dark Sparrow clan is the leader of the demon race and is the public enemy of the 4 heavens, I would certainly go to the Eastern Heaven and annihilate that pill sect. When Ming Ke heard that she had been repeatedly plotted against by someone, she pouted her small mouth which was full of spiritual herbs. She was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. What? I was actually plotted against by someone and I actually didn't know about it. Ning Fan looked at little Ming Ke speechlessly and thought to himself. You are just a little foodie. It would be strange if you knew about it. After thinking for a while, he took out a compass from his storage pouch. That compass was found in Chang Shan's storage pouch. This compass seems to be made by the sect master of the pill sect. It seems like it can locate Ming Ke's location. Ning Fan passed the compass to Taiwu. The killing intent in Taiwu's eyes intensified as he held the compass. Without saying much, he crushed the compass and activated his demon power. The compass reformed. After it was reformed, the function of the compass had changed. It could locate the whereabouts of the sect master of the pill sect. As long as you hold this compass, you will be able to locate the sect master of the pill sect. Little friend, do you want this compass? What he wanted was to accept the mission to avenge Ming Ke and use the power of the compass to seek revenge for the sect master of the pill sect. After all, Taiwu's identity was special. If he sneaks into the Eastern Heaven, he would probably be killed by the immortal emperors in the Eastern Heaven before he can reach the pill sect. Ning Fan was probably the only one who could take revenge. If he doesn't want it, Taiwu would not force Ning Fan. I want it. However, the current me is no match for the sect master of the pill sect. I'm afraid I can only use this compass in the future. Ning Fan did not say much. He took the compass and kept it. Taiwu suddenly said. I want to bring the king back to the Bright Sparrow clan. What do you think? Without waiting for Ning Fan to answer, Ming Ke glared at Taiwu. ****, I don't want to go back. Unless Brother Biscuit also goes. Ming Ke looked at Ning Fan hopefully. However, Ning Fan shook his head with a smile. I don't plan to go to the demon spirit land for the time being. Then I won't go either. "Smelly old man, there's nothing else for you to do here. You can go back now." Bright Sparrow waved her hand as though she was dismissing Taiwu. Taiwu smiled bitterly. He looked at Ning Fan, signaling him to speak up for him. Ning Fan's eyes darkened. He remained silent. After a long while, he asked Taiwu. "Is the current Dark Sparrow clan under the control of Sitsung's lineage?" "Yes." Taiwu answered honestly. "How many people does Sitsung have?" "A third of the entire clan. 90% of the experts above the perfected immortal realm come from Sitsung's bloodline." "Is that so? Can Bright Sparrow control their life and death with a single thought?" Ning Fan asked the question that concerned him the most. "Of course. If King returns, no one in the entire clan will dare to harm King in the slightest," Taiwu guaranteed. He could already tell that Ning Fan was somewhat tempted. He wanted Ming Ke to return to the immemorial Dark Sparrow clan. Ning Fan could not help but be tempted. His heart was filled with worries. The sect leader of the Pill faction was still a ticking time bomb that was waiting for Ming Quebec. Ning Fan could not guarantee that he could protect Ming Ke every time someone from the Pill sect comes. Moreover, if Ning Fan ascends to the immortal world, he probably would not be able to bring Ming Ke along with him. He had given the issue of ascension a lot of thought. He did not plan to go to the ancient devil's abyss, nor did he plan to go to the land of demon spirits. He would probably go to one of the four heavens. He possessed the ancestral blood of Fu Li and Mo Luo. His current cultivation base was still insufficient. If he goes to a place where demons and devils roam freely, it would be hard to guarantee that he would not get into trouble because of the ancestral blood. In comparison, going to the four heavens was slightly safer. Of course, the Western Heaven immortal world was not a consideration. That place was the grave of the ancient devil cultivators. If he goes to the four heavens, how could he bring Ming Ke along? Ming Ke was the immemorial Dark Sparrow. She was the public enemy of the four heavens. If she goes there, would she be killed by an immortal emperor, if he ascends by himself but leaves Ming Ke in the lower world? How could he feel at ease? "Little K.R., do you really not want to go back to the Dark Sparrow clan and have a look?" Ning Fan smiled and stroked Ming Ke's little head. It was his first time using such an intimate form of address. Ming Ke's little face immediately turned red. Her heart thumped wildly. She was Ming Ke and also Sitsung. To be honest, she indeed wanted to go back to the Dark Sparrow clan and have a look. She nodded and thought for a while. Then, she looked at Ning Fan and shook her head reluctantly. She was reluctant to leave Brother Biscuit. "Don't you like to eat pill biscuits?" "I only know how to make 6th Revolution pill biscuits." In the Dark Sparrow clan, they probably have a lot of 9 Revolution pill biscuits too. "Don't you want to eat them?" "It's pill biscuits, alright?" "You're so stupid. You can't get it right even once." Ming Ke pouted her lips. When she thought that there were 9 Revolution pills in the Dark Sparrow clan that she could eat, her saliva dripped down uncontrollably. After eating 8 or 9 Revolution pills, she would definitely become stronger very quickly. Unimaginably strong. Humph. Who asked her physique to be so heaven-defying? However, Ming Ke looked at Ning Fan reluctantly. She swallowed her saliva and shook her head. "The biscuits they make are not as good as the ones you make. How is that possible?" Ning Fan shook his head and laughed. It's not. It's not. No matter what, I'm not leaving." "Are you chasing me away because you don't want me anymore?" Ming Ke felt like crying at that moment. The shame in Ning Fan's eyes intensified. He gently pulled her into his arms and patted her back. "It's too dangerous here." He did not know how to explain to this little girl how dangerous she was. Since the sect master of the Pill sect did not bring her back this time, he would certainly send more people to capture her. Perhaps he had other ways to find her whereabouts. For example, he could use divination techniques. Or, he might have other compass and secret treasures. What if he personally descends to the rain world? What if he asks for strong reinforcements? What if he sends hundreds of rogue immortals to the rain world? Ning Fan would rather die than see the scene of Ming Ke being taken away. He was willing to risk his life for her. However, there were many things that could not be changed just by risking one's life. "If I'm in danger, you will protect me, right?" You will always protect me, right? Ming Ke looked at Ning Fan with trust. She knew that no matter what kind of danger she was in, Ning Fan would risk his life to save her. Yes. Ning Fan became silent. He could no longer say anything to make Ming Ke leave. Taiwu sighed helplessly. How could he not see that his king had already fallen deeply in love with Ning Fan? It was just that the person involved did not seem to know what it was. King, there's something you don't know. Just now, this little friend almost died in the hands of an old ancestor of ancient Zhong in order to protect you. What? Ming Ke's small face instantly turned pale. She had no idea that when she was hiding in the Yuanya world, Ning Fan had already thought of risking his life in the outside world and ignited his ancestral blood and primordial spirit. If it wasn't because of me, this little friend would have died. Now, there is still a four heavens true immortal who is eyeing you. If you stay by his side. Before Taiwu finished his words, Ming Ke already knew what he meant. She was not stupid. She was just a little naive. Ming Ke's eyes were filled with fear. If she continues to stay by his side, she will harm him, right? I won't. Ning Fan saw through her thoughts and said decisively. He stared at Taiwu coldly. He did not like the way this person misled her. He did not want her to feel guilty or unhappy. Taiwu smiled embarrassedly and avoided Ning Fan's gaze. Ming Ke took a light breath and suddenly smiled. She looked at Ning Fan. Brother Biscuit, let me protect you next time, okay? My cultivation base is so weak. I can't help you at all. I want to go back to the Dark Sparrow clan. I want to eat all the treasures of the Dark Sparrow clan. I will become stronger than this stinky old man. I want to protect you. You are my queen. Asterisk cough asterisk asterisk cough asterisk Ning Fan let out a few dry coughs. Facing Ming Ke's bold words, he actually did not know whether to laugh or cry. You are my queen. You are my queen, I am a man, alright? Why should I become someone else's queen? However, Ning Fan believed that with Ming Ke's abnormal physique, she might directly break through to the immortal emperor realm after eating all the treasures of the immemorial Dark Sparrow clan, which was guarded by a quasi-emperor, the Dark Sparrow King, and the Pill Devil physique, which could be considered as 1 in a million among the Pill Devils. Does the sect master of the Pill sect know what kind of monstrously powerful enemy he has created? I've decided. I want to go back to the Dark Sparrow clan. However, not now. I will leave when Brother Biscuit ascends. During this period of time, I want to accompany Grandpa Tree more. Oh right. Ming Ke suddenly looked at Tai Wu and smiled evilly. Your name is Tai Wu, isn't it? Little Wu Wu, since you are so powerful, do you have any way to restore the mobility of a tree that has transformed into a loose demon tree? This is a little difficult. Tai Wu's forehead was full of sweat. He had a premonition that Ming Ke was going to arrange a tough task for him again. Just because it's a little difficult, it means you can do it? That's great. Grandpa can finally get rid of the tree body and regain his mobility. Ming Ke's face beamed with joy. Mu Luo had taken care of her growing up. She regarded him as her closest kin. It was really great that she could help Mu Luo get rid of the shackles of the tree body. By the way, little Wu Wu, there's one more thing. Ming Ke's eyes lit up. Tai Wu's forehead was immediately filled with sweat. Is there anything else, King? Do you have any way to resurrect a person who has died for many years and whose remnant soul is in the bamboo? Resurrect? I can't do it. What if I can stabilize her remnant soul and restore her freedom of movement? How about leaving the bamboo forest? This is very difficult, alright. It's decided then. Hold on. Little Wu Wu, this storage pouch of yours is not bad. Can you give it to me? Ming Ke giggled. Of course. If King needs it, I am willing to hand over my life to you. Jin Wu's eyes turned cold. He untied the storage pouch and passed it to Ming Quebec. Very good. Ming Ke giggled. At the next moment, she passed the storage pouch to Ning Fan. A storage pouch of a quasi-emperor. Do you like it? Do you like it? Ning Fan was stunned. Tai Wu was dumbfounded. It was said that a woman's heart would always be open to outsiders. Isn't this a little too open? Ming Ke took his storage pouch and directly gave it to Ning Fan. This. Even though this storage pouch only contained a few items and the important items were all kept in the clan, this was only for a quasi-emperor. To a cultivator like Ning Fan who was at the Broken Six realm, the items in this storage pouch were a little too precious. Ming Ke raised her small face and looked at Ning Fan with a grin. Her face was filled with an expression that said, "Quickly praise me." Ning Fan stroked Ming Ke's little head and kept the storage pouch. He did not exchange any pleasantries with her. Instead, his eyes turned gentle and said, "Good girl." Since he could get the storage pouch of a quasi-emperor for free, there was no reason for Ning Fan to reject it. This might be extremely precious to him, but to Tai Wu, it was not worth mentioning. Ning Fan scanned the storage pouch with his spirit sense and his eyes instantly turned solemn. There were not many things in the storage bag. On this trip, Tai Wu only brought a few things and a few Dao crystals before leaving the Dark Sparrow clan. Along the way, they passed by a few ruins and found many spirit herbs. The elixirs that Tai Wu fed Bright Sparrow were picked up along the way. All of these spiritual herbs were extremely old. However, in terms of medicinal efficacy, not many of them were useful to Ning Fan. He did not have the time to improve his pill refinement mastery at the moment. Thus, he did not need these spiritual herbs. In the storage pouch, there were a total of 50 million Dao crystals. To Tai Wu, this was just a small amount of money that he kept for setting up formations. To Ning Fan, however, it was a huge fortune. There were 10 bottles of 8th Revolution pills and 3 9th Revolution pills. All of them were healing pills. These healing pills had miraculous effects on the physical body, the nascent soul, and the monstrous soul. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. Now, he had enough pills for Luo Yu to heal her primordial spirit. It was a pity that there were no elixirs to increase cultivation in the storage bag. After all, Tai Wu was just going on a journey. He only brought some medicine for his injuries as a backup. What was the use of elixirs to increase cultivation? Besides, even if he did, Tai Wu would only bring pills that could raise the cultivation base of a quasi-emperor. It was impossible for him to bring pills that could raise the cultivation base of a void fragmentation realm cultivator. This is World Creation Stone, so many. Suddenly, Ning Fan's eyes widened. He saw a small pile of World Creation Stones at the corner of the storage pouch. Not just one, but a pile of them. There was a total of 37 World Creation Stones. 37 World Creating Stones could make 37 small Kiliacosm treasures. In the past, Ning Fan had obtained a World Creation Stone from the Thunder Sovereign which upgraded his cauldron world into a small Kiliacosm. These World Creation Stones were undoubtedly the best materials for practicing the vortex technique. Where did Senior get so many World Creating Stones from? Ning Fan remained silent for a while before asking. If Tai Wu had found the World Creation Stone somewhere in the 9 worlds, Ning Fan would like to know the location of that place so that he could search for it again and strive to cultivate his spatial vortex technique to the perfect void vortex realm. These World Creation Stones were taken from Patriarch Dijiang after I left the Dark Sparrow clan and passed by a ruin where I had a dispute with him. The Dijiang clan cultivates the power of space, so it's normal for their clan leader to possess a World Creation Stone. Tai Wu smiled lightly. It was as if snatching something from the Dijiang clan was a matter of course and easy. I see. Ning Fan nodded and said nothing more. Ning Fan had already seen everything inside the storage pouch. Just as he was about to retract his divine sense, his eyes suddenly shook and revealed a look of disbelief. This is? With a wave of his palm, Ning Fan took out a strange-looking clay doll from his storage pouch. The clay figurine was a woman who was half human and half snake. There was a mysterious power on the puppet. Ning Fan vaguely remembered that it was the power of Joss Flame. There were a lot of cracks on the surface of the clay doll. It seemed to be severely damaged. Even so, this clay doll was definitely not simple. It was because Ning Fan did not see this clay doll at all when he searched the storage pouch for the first time. It just stayed in the storage pouch without a trace of qi, causing Ning Fan to neglect it. Ning Fan had a hunch that this treasure was the most precious item in the storage pouch. As soon as he saw Ning Fan taking out the clay doll, Tai Wu's eyes burned with desire. He almost had the urge to snatch the clay doll back. However, when Ming Ke gave him a gentle stare, he immediately regained his senses and smiled awkwardly. "May I ask, Senior, what is this item?" Ning Fan only knew that this item was extraordinary, but he could not see through its abilities. "To be honest, this item is the reason why I had a dispute with Patriarch Dijiang. It's called the Joss Flame Demon Doll. It's a treasure crafted by a saintess of the demon race in ancient times. It can seize the power of Joss flames from others." Taiwu sighed continuously. This item was extremely precious. If it wasn't because of Ming Ke's order, he would not be willing to hand it over. A saintess of the demon race. Seize the power of Joss flames from others. Ning Fan's eyes widened. Saintess was an honorific title for experts at the third step. No one knew if there were still saintesses in the 4 heavens and 9 worlds. Joss flame was one of the ways for second step immortals to increase their cultivation base. It could be used to increase their cultivation base, and it could also be used to refine treasures in battles. Joss flame was a kind of faith. It was the power produced by the worship of all living beings. Normally, no one would be able to seize the Joss flames that belonged to you. This Joss flame demon doll could actually seize the Joss flames of others. It was really shocking. If that was really the case, Ning Fan could just sneak into the temple of a powerful cultivator with this doll and steal all the Joss flames that the cultivator had painstakingly collected for countless years. If that was really the case, Ning Fan could just take this doll out and easily break the opponent's technique when they use the Joss flame technique. However, this treasure seemed to be severely damaged. "I wonder how much power it has left." As if he could see through Ning Fan's thoughts, Taiwu sighed regretfully. "This Joss flame demon doll is severely damaged. At most, it can only seize the Joss flames of a true immortal at the True Crossing realm. Unfortunately, the method to create and repair this treasure has long been lost. If this treasure can be repaired, it can even seize the Joss flames of an immortal emperor." Seizing the Joss flames of an immortal emperor meant that if an immortal emperor were to use the Joss flame great ability, this mud doll could easily break the opponent's ability. What a pity. This mud doll was too badly damaged. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was open-minded. It was already a great profit for him to get a treasure that could even seize the Joss flames of a True Crossing realm true immortal. There was no need for him to sigh. He kept the pills, the Dao crystals and the Joss flame clay doll. After thinking for a while, he passed all the spiritual herbs in his storage pouch to Ming Quebec. "These are for you." "Really? Give them all to me." The little girl's saliva instantly flowed out of her mouth. She smiled shyly and received the storage pouch. Of course, she would not be courteous to Ning Fan. "Let's wait in the ancient heavenly court for now. After Brother Lu comes out, I will bid farewell to him and return to the rain world." Ning Fan flicked his sleeve and summoned Si Wuxia, Mu Weiliang and his servants from the Yuanya world. Taiwu put on his cloak again and sealed his cultivation base. He stood respectfully behind Bright Sparrow. Ming Ke's little hands grabbed the spiritual herbs and munched on them. When Mu Weiliang saw how excited Ming Ke was, she also asked for a stock of 100,000 years old spiritual herb and ate it raw. She was not afraid of the power of the elixir either. Ning Fan's eyes shrunk. Only now did he notice that Mu Weiliang's physical body was comparable to a 9th-level Nirvana realm expert even though she did not have any magic power. Although she was resurrected, she retained the strength of the corpse devil physique. After this resurrection, she had completed the 3rd transformation of the corpse devil, and her lifespan was limitless. "It doesn't taste good." The 6-year-old Mu Weiliang pouted and returned the half-eaten spirit herb to Bright Sparrow. "Does it taste good?" Bright Sparrow took the spiritual herb and nibbled on it. She discovered that it was quite delicious. Lu Xiao and the others were shocked to see Mu Weiliang eat the 100,000-year-old elixir raw. The women around Master are all perverts. They're all so powerful. Ancient Zhang's corpse was given to Nieli to eat. With a wave of his hand, Ning Fan sent all the 8th and 9th revolution healing medicines he obtained from Tai Wu into the Profoundine world and passed them to Luo Yu. He believed that these pills were enough for her to recover her peak 9 revolution broken realm cultivation base. It was even possible for her to recover her life immortal realm cultivation base. The current Ning Fan had suppressed the devil sense in his heart. His 7 emotions had already been extinguished and his injuries were basically stabilized. However, it was difficult for ordinary people to notice any difference in him from his appearance. Xianxia looked at the innocent Mu Weiliang. The corners of her lips under the veil unknowingly curled into a faint smile. Thank you. My wish has been fulfilled. From now on, I am me and not her anymore. She looked at Ning Fan and smiled faintly. It was the first time she showed a sincere smile to Ning Fan with the identity of the Jade Lake Saintess. After Mu Weiliang's soul was reconstructed, she was no longer the seven spirits but herself. The past was over. She could finally let go of the knot in her heart and live calmly in this world. I saved her willingly. Why do you need to thank me? Ning Fan shook his head and smiled. Xianxia frowned slightly and let out a faint sigh. She could see that Ning Fan's heart was not smiling. It was desolation. He had lost his 7 emotions. He just didn't want his beloved to worry about him. That was why he still forced a smile. The smile did not reach the bottom of his eyes or the bottom of his heart, but it might not be untrue. Your devil sense has been suppressed. Who is so powerful that they could even seal the devil sense? Is the life immortal realm cultivator who chased after you really dead? Who killed him? Xianxia looked at Ning Fan worriedly and then shifted her gaze to Tai Wu. Her intuition told her that this old man was not simple. Ning Fan only told her that he was out of danger but did not tell her the details. It was related to the identity of immemorial Dark Sparrow and Bright Sparrow. Don't worry about me. He's one of us. Everything is fine now. Everything is over. Ning Fan looked at Tai Wu and smiled. He did not explain how ancient Zong fell and how the devil sense was sealed. Xianxia could understand him without any explanation. I'm not worried about you. Forget it. It's meaningless to talk about this. Xianxia felt that her argument was a little weak. She was too lazy to defend herself. She was worried about him. All the grudges would eventually lead to a lake in her heart that could no longer calm down. I'm going back to the Jade Pool. Since your devil sense is fine for now, remember this. Don't come to the Western Heaven when your cultivation base is not strong enough. The Buddhist sect shows no mercy to the ancient devils. Xianxia reminded him again. Cici, be careful. Ning Fan could see that Xianxia's clone was on the verge of collapse. Something big must have happened to the true body. Perhaps it would be beneficial for the true body if Xianxia withdrew her clone earlier. I know. You have to be careful too. If you really come to the 4 heavens one day and get attacked by the Buddhist sect, I will help you. Without saying anything more, Xianxia withdrew her clone, turned into specks of starlight, and vanished. In the Western Heaven, in the Kunlun Jade Pool, a white-robed lady was struggling to resist the great heavenly tribulation of the shedding void realm. The tribulation clouds roared. Her strength was exhausted and her body was covered with wounds. However, she still divided half of her magic power to maintain her clone in the lower world. All of a sudden, rays of starlight flew from the lower world and entered her body. Her bright eyes felt relaxed. After reading the memories of her clone, a faint smile hung on the corner of her lips. When she raised her head to look at the great heavenly tribulation again, there was no longer any fear on her face. He's really good. Amidst the rumbling sounds of the heavenly tribulation, the lady's voice was very soft. No one could hear it. After Xianxia left, Ning Fan was stunned for a while. Then, he began to look at the other rewards he obtained from this trip. He killed his way up to the 33 heavens and turned into a blood devil to kill all the immortals. Even though he did not collect many storage pouches and Dao fruits, his harvest was definitely not small. There were 12 void fragmentation realm Dao fruits, more than 200 void refinement realm Dao fruits, countless 50,000 to 100,000 years old spiritual herbs, and many of them were above 100,000 years old. He obtained more than 10 million Dao crystals. In total, he now had a total of 70 million Dao crystals. Along the way, the corpse Qi in his body had reached a bottleneck. He just needed an opportunity to complete the 3rd corpse transformation and extend his lifespan. From the experts of the Immortal Burial Clan, Ning Fan obtained countless secret techniques of the Dao of Corpse, including many immortal techniques. He did not plan to cultivate these secret techniques of the Dao of Corpse for the time being. After completing the 3rd corpse transformation, perhaps he could start cultivating them. Ning Fan had also obtained the method to set up the corpse unraveling grand formation. This formation had a very small chance of making a corpse cultivator achieve immortality. However, the chance was too small. Ning Fan had not decided to use this formation to achieve immortality yet. What Ning Fan was most concerned about was Changshan's storage pouch. Changshan was from the pill sect and he was a 7th revolution pill refinement master. There were many pill recipes, spiritual herbs, and secret pills in his storage pouch. During his trip to the land of ghost rearing, he obtained 9 sense beads of life immortal ghosts. These 9 sense beads could greatly improve a cultivator's spirit sense. In Changshan's storage pouch, there were even specialized pills that could harmonize the power of the sense beads and absorb their spirit sense power. This is great. Ning Fan's eyes lit up. If he devours these 9 sense beads, his spirit sense would be greatly improved. While waiting for the ancient heavenly court to close, Ning Fan went into the profoundine world and used Changshan's pills to harmonize one of the sense beads to refine them one by one. After refining the first sense bead, Ning Fan's spirit sense cultivation base reached the peak of the 7th fragmentation realm. After consuming the second sense bead, his spirit sense cultivation base naturally broke through to the 8th fragmentation realm. When he consumed the 7th sense bead, his spirit sense had already broken through to the 9th fragmentation realm. After consuming the last 2 sense beads, his spirit sense cultivation base stopped at the middle stage of the 9th fragmentation realm. Ning Fan spent a total of 3 months to completely refine the 9 sense beads of life immortal ghosts. After 3 months, Ning Fan returned to the outside of the heavenly court. His injuries had already been completely healed by the Black Star technique. Even though his cultivation base had improved, his combat power had also increased tremendously with the enhancement of his spirit sense. If he uses the incarnation technique and soul extraction technique now, his magic power would not be much weaker than a rogue immortal's. When Ning Fan returned to the outside world, Lu Xiao and the others felt that their master had undergone some changes. He seemed to have become stronger, but they had no idea about the details. Ming Ke and Mu Weiliang were chatting and laughing while gnawing on spiritual herbs. The two of them were enjoying themselves. When they saw Ning Fan coming out, they immediately went forward to greet him. Taiwu gave Ning Fan a deep look. He could naturally see that Ning Fan's spirit sense had improved tremendously. While feeling amazed, he also secretly sent a telepathic message to Ning Fan to remind him. Young friend, although your divine will has improved, it is not solid. You need to stabilize it. Thank you for your reminder, senior. Ning Fan nodded his head in response. After another month or so, the void fragmentation realm experts of the 9 worlds returned to the outside world one after another. Each of them had a lingering fear on their faces. When these people saw Ning Fan, all of them came to him and cupped their fists to thank him. Thank you, Reign Sovereign, for saving us. If it wasn't for you, we would have died in the hands of that life immortal. Words cannot express my gratitude for your great kindness. Those low-grade void fragmentation realm experts cupped their fists to express their gratitude. Their eyes were filled with even more respect and fear when they looked at Ning Fan. No one asked the whereabouts of the white-haired life immortal. Since Ning Fan was still alive, the white-haired life immortal was most likely dead. They would rather not know how Ning Fan killed a life immortal realm expert. This trip really made us sigh. The 3 rogue devil old ancestors of the devil world sighed. There were originally 4 rogue devil old ancestors in the devil world. Today, one of them was eaten alive by the white-haired life immortal. Thinking about it now still made their hearts palpitate. After the 3 of them sighed, they cupped their fists at Ning Fan and said with a serious expression. We will always remember fellow Daoists' kindness of saving our lives. As long as the 3 of us are still alive, the devil world will never offend the rain world. We will forever be allies of the rain world. The expressions of the other cultivators of the devil world changed after hearing the words of the 3 old ancestors. However, none of them dared to interrupt. The 3 old ancestors were going to form an alliance with the rain world. How many years had it been since the devil world, which was one of the 3 upper realms, formed an alliance with the rain world of the 3 lower realms? However, everyone also understood that the 3 old ancestors wanted to form an alliance with the rain world. Firstly, it was to repay Ning Fan for saving their lives. Secondly, it was because they were afraid of Ning Fan's strength. That day, Ning Fan transformed into a blood devil and swept across the vast sky to fight against the white-haired life immortal. No one would dare to forget that scene. No one could. If Ning Fan wants to, he could easily kill rogue immortal experts. With him around, who would dare to provoke the Rain World? Hee, our demon world is also willing to become allies with the Rain World. The old Crimson Emperor and the old Fox Emperor chuckled. Our Heaven Immortal world is also willing to be on good terms with the Rain World. The old ancestor of the Heaven Immortal world cupped his fists at Ning Fan and said. The cultivators of the other worlds were not strong enough to represent their own worlds, so they naturally did not dare to speak carelessly. However, these people were well aware that the current Rain World was not in existence that they could afford to offend. Some of them saw Lu Xiao and the rest of the 17 void fragmentation realm old monsters and a gigantic toad beside Ning Fan. Among the 17 void fragmentation realm experts, 2 of them were at the 8th fragmentation realm while 5 of them were at the 7th fragmentation realm. The toad was at the peak of the 8th demolisher level. The way these experts looked at Ning Fan was clearly the way they looked at their master. The auras of these people were clearly the auras of experts from the Immortal Burial tribe. Needless to say, these people were the slaves that Ning Fan subdued from the Heaven Court. With such a large number of experts, they could easily sweep through the lower and middle realms. Moreover, Ning Fan's strength alone seemed to be enough to dominate the upper 3 realms. Currently, the Rain World was known as the weakest in the 9 worlds. However, those with discerning eyes knew that it was not an exaggeration to call it the strongest in the 9 worlds. Brother Ning, you are indeed fine. I knew that you would be fine. Lu Haoyue laughed heartily and walked out of the crowd. The worry in his eyes slowly faded away. Brother Lu. Ning Fan nodded at Lu Haoyue. He naturally knew that Lu Haoyue was worried about him. He did not say much and did not mention the matter of risking his life to save him. Some words did not need to be mentioned. It was fine to just bury them in one's heart. Lu Haoyue also did not say much. He took out 2 jars of spiritual wine and tossed one to Ning Fan. Without saying anything else, he lifted the wine jar and drank it in one gulp. Ning Fan also did not say much. He raised his head and drank the entire jar of wine until there was not a single drop left. Drinking with him meant that he had acknowledged him as a friend. Brother Ning, are you going back to the Rain World now? Lu Haoyue asked with a smile. Yes. I won't send you off. Please wait. Ning Fan cupped his fists at Lu Haoyue and took out his ancient golden sword. Then, he brought everyone and flew towards the heavenly gate of the Rain World in the lower level of the broken domain. The gates of the ancient heavenly court were slowly closing. The other old monsters no longer had the mood to stay. After resting for a while, they returned to their respective worlds. The trip to the ancient heavenly court this time was not long, but too many major events had happened. Shocking news spread throughout the 9 realms. Moksha Sovereign, Snake Sovereign and Ape Sovereign had fallen. Even the rogue devils of the Devil World had fallen. If it wasn't for Ning Fan, the Rain Sovereign, all the cultivators of the 9 worlds who entered the ancient heavenly court would have died. Ning Fan brought back 17 void fragmentation realm experts and a peak 8 fragmentation realm demon beast from the ancient heavenly court. If Ning Fan goes all out, he could even kill a rogue immortal. The 3 upper worlds announced their alliance with the Rain World, the 3 middle worlds and the 3 lower worlds announced their friendship with the Rain World. No one dared to offend the Rain World. In the Rain World, Li Xianxia looked at the information in his hands in disbelief. He then looked at the experts behind Ning Fan. After returning to their world safely, over 100 void fragmentation realm old monsters sent people to the Rain World to send gifts to Ning Fan to thank him for saving their lives. Each of the experts that Ning Fan brought back was powerful enough to wipe out the entire Rain World that was ruled by Yun Zhongshuan. Little Ning, can you tell me what exactly happened in the ancient heavenly court? Li Xianxia smiled bitterly. He had always known that Ning Fan was capable of stirring up trouble. However, he did not know that Ning Fan could dominate the 9 worlds with his own strength. Even the 3 upper worlds had to take the initiative to form an alliance with the Rain World. Since Senior Li has asked, I will naturally tell you everything I know. However, before that, I have something to discuss with Senior. What is it? I'm going to the Sword World. What? You've just returned from the ancient heavenly court and you're already going to the Sword World? Luo Yu once again entered seclusion to repair her primordial spirit, while Nieli once again formed a demon cocoon and broke through to the next realm. Mu Weiliang was temporarily handed over to Sister Ji He, while Ming Ke was busy commanding Tai Wu to save Mu Luo and Yu Huang. With so many experts in Tai Wu, the Rain Immortal world was very safe, very safe. After returning to the Rain world for just 1 month, Ning Fan immediately set off for the Sword world. He was going to fulfill his promise to the old devil. He knew that the old devil had been waiting for him for a long time. Perhaps little Dugu was also waiting for him. Master, on a barren mountain in the Sword world, a realm gate opened and Ning Fan appeared. He had killed countless people and had countless realm gate jade slips in his hands. Opening a realm gate to travel through the 9 realms was a piece of cake for him. His face was cold and emotionless as he walked among the mountains and rivers. After all, he had lost his 7 emotions. When there was no one around, or in front of outsiders, there was no need for him to force a smile. He didn't stay in Yu country for long. Perhaps, he was afraid that Su Qiling and the other women with a clear mind would see through him and worry about him. The Sword world was much bigger than the Rain world. The landscape was dominated by mountains and there were very few rivers. There was a boundless mountain range in front of them, and many villages and cities were built along the mountains. From time to time, sword lights would fly across the sky. There were many sword cultivators in the Sword world. Wherever one went, one could see cultivators riding on their swords. The Sword realm had 3 great territories, which were Heaven Border, Profound Border, and Snow Border. There were many bandits in the Heaven Border, many demons in the Xian Border, and many sects in the Snow Border. There was a sword hall in each of the 3 territories. The Sky Border Heavenly Sovereign's grandson was once engaged to Dugu. However, due to Ning Fan's sudden appearance and taking away 3 traces of Dugu's sword chi, the agreement between Dugu and the Heavenly Sovereign was broken. Thus, the engagement was cancelled. Tianjiang sword cultivators specialized in using a special flying sword that was similar to the Mo knife. Xianjiang's Miao Huang was a female sword emperor. It was said that Xianjiang and Shuijiang were not on good terms and had always been at war. But for some reason, in recent decades, Xianjiang and Shuijiang suddenly stopped fighting and made peace. Moreover, this Miao Huang seemed to be running to the Snow Border very frequently. The Xianjiang sword cultivators were adept at using a strange flying sword similar to the Miao Dao. Emperor Ling of the Snow Border was the father of little Dugu. Now, the old devil was living in the Snow Border. The Snow Border was the orthodox sword cultivator of the Sword world. It was said that in the Snow Border, there were still the remains of the sword ancestors' secluded cultivation. They often held the sword ancestors' trial, allowing the young generation to seek opportunities. In the past, little Dugu had obtained the sword finger technique by chance during the trial of the sword ancestor and gave it to Ning Fan. If I don't die after 100 years, I will definitely go to the Sword world. That was the promise he made when he was young. Ning Fan's desolate heart suddenly felt warm. He looked at the one-heart sword imprint on the back of his hand and the corner of his mouth curved into a smile. His smile was unnatural and forced, but it came from the bottom of his heart. Little girl, I'm here for you. How are you? The way he looked at little Dugu now was just like how he looked at a little girl. All the information was gathered by Ning Fan along the way. It wasn't accurate to call it a question. When Ning Fan was drinking in a village at the foot of a mountain, he encountered a group of bandits and obtained all the information he needed. Killing, soul-searching, he had never been a good person. At most, he would not offend others if they did not offend him. Perhaps little Dugu would be disappointed in this aspect. She so hoped that he would be a good person. Standing on the peak of a certain mountain, Ning Fan changed his hand seal and displayed the heaven-peering rain technique. In an instant, the entire Sword world was covered in a dense drizzle that moistened everything silently. Ning Fan closed his eyes. Every blade of grass and every tree in the 3 great territories of the Sword world was reflected in his mind. When he opened his eyes, the drizzling rain that filled the sky had dispersed. After confirming the direction of the Snow Border, Ning Fan slowly walked towards it. His pace didn't seem fast, but every step he took was accompanied by the Tao of life and death, and every step he took allowed him to cross a distance of 3 million miles. It wouldn't take long to get to the Snow Border. In the Snow Border, it was the opening day of the secret place of the Sword Ancestor, which was held once in 100 years. This was the Sword Ancestors trial. In the 3 territories, all young cultivators above the nascent soul stage could participate in the Sword Ancestors trial. Of course, old monsters could also enter it to cultivate, but the benefits would be minimal. For nascent soul cultivators, the Sword Ancestor trial was very dangerous. It is said that there are many sword beasts comparable to nascent soul cultivators in the secret plane, which are quite powerful. In previous trials, many people have died in the trial. Those who died were all people with low cultivation, so they couldn't blame anyone else. The path of cultivation had always been about survival of the fittest. The Sword Ancestors' secret plane was located in the Linghuang Great Swamp of the snow border. At this moment, the land of the Linghuang Great Swamp was filled with young cultivators from the entire sword world. Of course, there were also countless old monsters following them. They were the seniors of those young cultivators. Ling Palace was the main host of the Sword Ancestors trial. The Heaven Palace and the Miao Palace would also be in charge of this trial. After all, even though the Sword Ancestors' secret plane was located in the snow border, it was the common property of all the cultivators in the sword world. It was impossible for Ling Palace to manage it alone. The sky above the snow border was filled with snowflakes. All of a sudden, the snowflakes disappeared and were replaced by rain. After a while, the rain stopped and the snow fell again. Oh? I didn't expect it to rain in the snow border. It's really a rare sight. However, if something is out of the ordinary, it could also be a bad omen. There were 3 sovereigns of the sword world sitting on a high platform. One of them, an old-fashioned old man, said with a cold smile. The heavenly sovereign is worrying too much. It's just that the snow has turned into rain. Perhaps some cultivator above the spirit-severing realm has cultivated the rain intent and changed the weather. Ling Huang squinted his eyes and looked at the heavenly sovereign thoughtfully. Ever since the engagement between Dugu and the grandson of the heavenly sovereign was cancelled, the Ling Palace and the Heaven Palace had been on bad terms. 10 years ago, the heavenly sovereign broke through to the 6th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. His cultivation base was much stronger than Ling Huang and Miao Huang. He even sent bandits of the heaven border to rob the small sects in the snow border occasionally. Ling Huang pondered for a while. He wondered if there was a deeper meaning behind the heavenly sovereign's words. Could it be that the heavenly sovereign wants to attack the Ling Palace? No, it's impossible. Although Ling Huang had yet to break through to the 6th heavenly layer, he wouldn't be much weaker than the heavenly sovereign. He didn't think that the heavenly sovereign would have the guts to attack the Ling Palace. Huh? Why don't I see Han Yuanji? Ling Jiuyo, did you hide Han Yuanji somewhere? Do you know that I came all the way to the snowy region to endure the cold just to see him? Miao Huang's beautiful brows knit together as she looked around the crowd. She was slightly unhappy. She seemed to be interested in the old monster. Humph. Don't mention that person to me. Ling Huang's face darkened instantly. He didn't like Han Yuanji and his disciple even more. Han Yuanji had hooked up with his eldest daughter, causing her to be in a half-dead state. One of Han Yuanji's disciples had hooked up with his youngest daughter, causing her to be distracted every day. As a father, he despised Han Yuanji's shameless behavior very much. However, seeing that Han Yuanji was wholeheartedly trying to save his eldest daughter, he didn't fall out with Han Yuanji for the time being. As for Han Yuanji's disciple, he heard that he was just a nascent soul realm junior a few decades ago. He didn't know if he had broken through to the mid-nascent soul realm. Such a person wanted to marry his youngest daughter after cheating her of her sword chi. Really, Ling Huang only knew that there was a young man who took little Dugu's sword chi and planted the one-heart sword seal with her. He only knew that the young man was the old monster's disciple, but he didn't know that he was the evil Cloud Rain sovereign who had shaken the 9 worlds. Even if he knew, he would probably be prejudiced against Ning Fan. He didn't even show respect to the old monster who was a deacon of the 4 heavens. He had a stubborn temper and a one-track mind. You think I won't talk about him just because you said so? I still want to talk about him. I like him. Miao Huang's face didn't even blush or gasp for breath when he said this. She was a Miao woman. She always had the guts to love and hate. Millions of li away, in an ice city, the old monster raised his head and looked at the sky. When he saw the falling snow turning into a drizzle, his old face immediately smiled like a chrysanthemum flower. Smelly brat, you finally came. That disciple of yours is quite capable. Now, his name has spread across the 9 worlds. There is no one who isn't afraid of him. Emperor Xia said indifferently, but his eyes were full of praise. Nonsense. Of course he's capable. He was taught by me. The old monster said proudly. As far as this old man knows, among his many divine abilities, none of them belong to your Black Devil sect. You didn't seem to call him anything. Emperor Xiao's tone was cold and indifferent, but he didn't hesitate to expose the old devil's secret. I taught him how to snatch things. Have you heard of this saying? It's better to teach a man to fish than to teach him to fish. It's better to snatch 100 treasures from a man than to obtain a master's treasure. The old monster quibbled with a straight face. The thickness of his skin made Emperor Xia speechless. A ripple suddenly appeared in little Dugu's eyes, which were as calm as water. She automatically ignored the old monster's various boasting and only heard the sentence that the old monster said. He's here. She didn't say much and flew towards the Linghuan Great Swamp with a rainbow. Smelly girl, where are you going? Aren't you going to wait for Ning Brat here? There are still 10 days left until the Sword Ancestor's trial. I'm going there to wait for him. He will come to find me. I'm sure. Dugu smiled faintly. Her smile was enough to topple a city. Then, she disappeared in a flash. 3 days later, Dugu, who was at the half-step void refinement realm, arrived at the venue outside the Sword Ancestor's secret place. At the center of the venue, nearly 3,000 youths above the nascent soul realm had gathered. There were more than 60 people above the spirit-severing realm and only one person above the void refinement realm. That person was the grandson of the Heavenly Sovereign, known as the #1 youth of the Sword World, Tianyi Yunshui. The Heavenly Sovereign's name was Tianyi Xiong. The surname of the Heavenly Palace had always been a compound surname. Theoretically, all the youths above the nascent soul realm were qualified to enter the secret place. Therefore, before the secret place was opened, there had never been a competition to screen out the number of participants. However, countless arenas were built outside the secret place for the youths to spar with each other freely. Dugugu, you're still so beautiful after so many years. I'm really moved. Tianyi Yunshui squeezed through the crowd and approached Dugu with a gentle smile. His appearance was extremely handsome and his temperament was as gentle as jade. His smile immediately attracted the hearts of a few beautiful female cultivators. When Dugu saw Tianyi Yunshui, her eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of disgust. Dugugu? What a disgusting title. What right does he have to call me that? Little Demon Ning should be the one to call me that. Dugu and fellow Daoist aren't familiar with each other. Please behave yourself. Fellow Daoist. The unfamiliar title was enough to show that Tianyi Yunshui had no weight in Dugu's heart. Tianyi Yunshui's eyes darkened and said coldly, "Don't forget that you used to be my fiancé." Oh? Dugu didn't remember such a thing. The so-called engagement was just a bet between the Heavenly Emperor and me. I won the bet, so naturally, the engagement never existed. Dugu couldn't be bothered to talk to Tianyi Yunshui anymore. She turned and walked in another direction. Tianyi Yunshui flashed and stood in front of Dugu again. He sneered, "Nothing that I fancy can escape from my control." What he fancied was not only Dugu's person, but also the finger sword technique that Dugu obtained from the Sword Ancestor's trial. Tianyi Yunshui, if you continue to pester me, don't blame me for being merciless. Merciless? You? You're the #1 female in the sword world, but you're no match for me. If you don't believe me, you can fight me in the arena. Tianyi Yunshui leaped and landed on one of the arenas. On that arena, there were 2 nascent soul cultivators engaged in a fierce battle. Tianyi Yunshui didn't want to waste his breath. With a flash of his sleeve, countless rays of sword light slashed towards the 2 of them, knocking them off the arena. They were already coughing out blood and were severely injured. Tianyi Yunshui, why you actually attacked us for no reason? The 2 injured nascent soul cultivators said indignantly. Are you not convinced? Tianyi Yunshui swept a glance at them. Their expressions immediately changed drastically and they coughed out blood again. Under fear, how would they dare to say anything else? The elders of these 2 people were divine transformation realm cultivators. Even though they were indignant that Tianyi Yunshui attacked them, they did not dare to stand up for their juniors. Tiani Yunshui alone was a void glimpse stage cultivator. He wasn't someone they could offend. Moreover, Tiani Yunshui still had the Heaven Palace behind him. When the young handsome men on the scene saw Tiani Yunshui attacking their opponents, some were fearful while some were indignant. However, none of them dared to say anything. Sovereign Ling frowned. Sovereign Miao also let out a disdainful snort. As for the Heavenly Emperor, he laughed loudly. As expected of my grandson. You should be so domineering. Saliski's Dugu, come up and fight your husband. Saliski's Cloudwater looked provocatively at Dugu, who was standing below the stage. The crowd immediately went into an uproar, because Tiani and Yunshui had added her husband's surname in front of Dugu's name. The customs of the Sword Realm were special. Unmarried women did not have surnames. Father Dugu's surname was Ling, but his surname could not be Ling White Bones like a mountain, forgetting the surname. Dugu's surname must follow her husband's. Dugu's beautiful eyes were cold. She did not like to be entangled with Tiani Yunshui, but Tiani Yunshui had really gone too far. My name is not Tiani Dugu. My name is Ning Dugu. My husband is most likely surnamed Ning. Dugu took a step forward and turned into a streak of sword light, instantly landing on the arena. Facing Tiani Yunshui, who was a realm higher than her, she showed no fear. Heavenly Sovereign, what is the meaning of this? Emperor Ling's eyes darkened. Although he didn't like Dugu boasting that his surname was Ning, he didn't like the Heavenly Palace's incessant pestering. How could he allow outsiders to bully his daughter? How could Tiani Yunshui bully a divine transformation realm girl with his void refinement realm cultivation base? Hee, it's just a child throwing a tantrum. We elders can just watch quietly from the side. The Heavenly Sovereign burst into laughter. He did not feel that his grandson was acting arrogantly at all. Instead, a hint of expectation rose in his eyes. If his grandson could really capture Dugu's heart, his original plan to eliminate Ling Clan could be postponed. It would be safer to let his grandson marry into Ling Clan and take over Ling Clan step by step. If that little girl Dugu doesn't know how to appreciate his kindness, a hint of darkness flashed across the Heavenly Sovereign's eyes. He had already invited a few strong reinforcements from the 3 middle realms and even 7 sway from the 3 upper realms. If he couldn't take over Ling Clan through words, then he would take it by force, Tiani Yunshui sneered at Dugu. He raised his hand and a strange flying sword that looked like a long knife appeared in his hand. Seeing that your cultivation base is still low, your husband will give you a handicap of 3 strikes. No need. I'll make you speechless right away. Turning sword into fire. Dugu's first strike was turning sword into fire. This sword was originally a spirit realm sword technique. However, Dugu had already modified it into a mortal void realm sword technique. As soon as this sword was unleashed, a raging wave of flaming sword light slashed towards Tiani Yunshui. Tiani Yunshui was greatly shocked. He hurriedly took 3 steps back and held the flying sword with both of his hands. In an instant, a black moon sword light immediately slashed the flaming sword light into 2. This was one of the mortal void realm sword techniques of the Heavenly Palace, Crescent Moon Slash. White bones like a mountain. Dugu was not afraid of the power of the Crescent Moon Slash at all. A sword cultivator must have a strong heart of the sword that would not flinch even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of them. A white bone sword light was unleashed and it actually managed to resist the power of the Crescent Moon Slash. Tiani Yunshui's expression immediately turned gloomy. Boos could be heard from all directions. Tiani Yunshui, who was at the Void Glimpse stage and claimed to be the #1 young man in the sword world, had his sword light blocked by a half-step Void Refinement Realm woman. This matter naturally made him a laughingstock. Purple Moon Slash. Tiani Yunshui held the sword with both of his hands and slashed again. A purple sword light slashed towards Dugu. Without saying a word, Dugu used white bones like a mountain to break the sword. Before the tip of his foot touched the ground, he had already executed the 3rd move, heart drawing. The moment this sword was drawn, Tiani Yunshui felt an intense pain in his heart, as if his heart was about to be sliced into pieces. He was already showing signs of defeat. The Heavenly Emperor's expression changed. He never would have thought that Tiani Yunshui would lose. The Heavenly Palace's first elder immediately made a move to save Dugu. The first elder's figure flashed, and he appeared on the dueling ring. With a single finger, he broke Drawing Heart's sword. Then, with a flip of his hand, he pointed at Dugu. Ling Huang was enraged, but before he could do anything to help, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Scram! With just that one word, an unimaginable destructive force immediately spread out from the Great Elder of the Heavenly Palace. In the blink of an eye, the Great Elder of the Heavenly Palace was heavily injured, coughing up blood and flying out of the arena. As for Tianyi Yunshui, he was held high in midair by a white-clothed young man by the neck. You! Who are you? The Heavenly Emperor was furious. To be continued. Scram! It was only a single word, but it was incomparably cold, yet it caused the world to tremble. The mountains were afraid, the clouds were afraid, the wind and snow were as silent as cicadas in winter. The voice carried an unimaginable destructive force. With just a single blow, it had severely injured the Great Elder of the Heavenly Palace who had just attacked. The Great Elder of the Heavenly Palace coughed up blood and flew off the stage. He fell to the ground and was unable to get up for a long time. He stared at Ning Fan in disbelief. His eyes were filled with deep fear. He had once entered the Heaven Court and was even saved by Ning Fan. That was how he managed to avoid dying in the hands of the white-haired life immortal. He knew how terrifying Ning Fan was. He recognized Ning Fan's appearance. On the arena, the white-robed young man who protected Dugu behind him, the one who severely injured him with a single word and held Tianyi Yunshui like a dog, was none other than the evil Cloud Rain sovereign, Ning Fan. He recognized Ning Fan, but most of the old monsters in the sword world did not recognize his appearance. When the Heavenly Sovereign saw his grandson being strangled by Ning Fan, he was extremely furious. The Great Elder of the Heaven Palace had a cultivation base at the third heavenly layer of the Void Fragmentation Realm, but he was severely injured by Ning Fan with just a single word. Even though he did not know who Ning Fan was, he knew that Ning Fan's cultivation base was at least at the fifth heavenly layer of the Void Fragmentation Realm. Who are you? How dare you injure the Great Elder of the Heavenly Palace? How dare you? Let go of my grandson. The Heavenly Sovereign abruptly rose to his feet. His eyes flashed with blood-red light. A wave of aura force at the sixth break realm pressed down on Ning Fan from afar, trying to intimidate him. Ning Fan did not even bother to look at the oppressive aura force that was pressing down on him. He stared at the heavenly water of cloud in his hand. His eyes remained cold and his killing intent had already been triggered. Don't kill him. I don't want to see you kill anyone, little Dugu suddenly said from behind. She did not like to see Ning Fan's killing people. She would rather Ning Fan's be a vein-opening youth who had just entered Seven Apricot City forever, and his hands would never be stained with blood. Ning Fan's heart skipped a beat. He looked back at Dugu Mingjing's eyes and sighed. He casually tossed Tianyi Yunshui out of the arena, no longer bothering with this void glimpse stage junior. He just stood there, and the pressure of the Heavenly Sovereign couldn't descend at all. He turned around, looked at Dugu, and smiled. I'm here. Humph, little demon Ning, at least you know what's good for you. If you break your promise, I will never forgive you. Dugu snorted softly, but a smile appeared on her tranquil face. When the Heavenly Sovereign saw that Ning Fan did not kill Tianyi Yunshui, he felt slightly relieved. When he saw that his aura force could not do anything to Ning Fan at all, he thought to himself, could it be that Ning Fan is just a cultivator at the broken sixth realm who is not afraid of his aura force? With a leap, he descended from the high platform and shielded the Great Elder, Tianyi and Yunshui who had fallen to the ground behind him. Then, he stared at Ning Fan coldly. So what if you have 6 shatters? He had to give him an explanation for hurting the people of his sky palace. Who are you? You must give me an explanation for injuring the people of my sky palace, or else, humph. The Mikado's eyes were filled with threatening intent. The surrounding cultivators were also guessing Ning Fan's identity. Miao Huang remained silent. He always felt that Ning Fan's temperament was somewhat similar to that unromantic old man Han. Ling Huang's gaze relaxed slightly, and he had a good impression of this white-clothed young man that he'd never met before. If the white-robed young man had not saved him, Dugu would most likely have been taught a lesson by the Great Elder of the Sky Palace. However, Dugu actually addressed this young man as Little Devil Ning just now. Could this young man be Old Man Han's disciple, the person that little Dugu could never forget? As soon as he thought of this, the good impression that Ling Huang had for Ning Fan vanished into thin air. His eyes were filled with hostility. When he thought about it again, he was shocked. In the past, when Ning Fan and little Dugu planted the Dugu sword seal, it was said that he only had the strength of a nascent soul realm cultivator. Moreover, he was not a true nascent soul realm cultivator. Now, his cultivation base has already reached the void fragmentation realm. How many years has it been? His cultivation base actually improved so quickly. Moreover, his void fragmentation realm cultivation base was at least at the 6th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Even though Ling Huang could not see through Ning Fan's cultivation base, he could vaguely feel that his cultivation base was lower than Ning Fan's. On second thought, little devil Ning came from the rain world. His surname was Ning and his cultivation base was at least at the broken 6th realm. All of a sudden, Ling Huang seemed to have guessed Ning Fan's identity. His eyes were filled with astonishment but he did not say anything. Facing the Mikado's question, Ning Fan's eyes turned cold and he took a step towards him. With just a single step, 2,720 traces of black and white chi coiled around his body. With just a single step, the aura force of the 6th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm swept across the place, forming a silent storm. This step was on the line between life and death. It was indescribably mysterious. None of the people present had even reached the 7th fragmentation realm. Naturally, none of them could see through the mysteriousness of this step. The Mikado could only vaguely see that Ning Fan's step was extremely extraordinary. At the next moment, an overwhelming pressure directly hit his chest, causing his chi to become chaotic. He hurriedly took a few steps back before he could stabilize his body. His forehead was already drenched in cold sweat. 6th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. How could the Mikado not see that Ning Fan was just a cultivator at the 6th fragmentation realm? Moreover, Ning Fan's strength was far above his. I am Ning Fan. I was the one who injured him. How do you want me to explain this to you? This was Ning Fan's answer. His voice was not loud but it spread across the entire Ling desolate swamp. All the cultivators in the room instantly fell into dead silence. Everyone's eyes were filled with deep respect and disbelief when they looked at Ning Fan. Tianyi Yunshui's face was filled with astonishment. He claimed to be the number 1 young man in the sword world. Even though he dared to be domineering in the sword world, he also knew who he could offend and who he could not. The Rain Sovereign, Ning Fan, was now the person who could not be offended in the 9 worlds. The Mikado's hands that were hidden in his sleeves were already soaked with cold sweat. When he looked at Ning Fan, the arrogance in his eyes was gone. Explanation. How would he dare to ask Ning Fan to give him an explanation? He was the Mikado and he had the ambition to unify the sword world. However, that ambition was only limited to the sword world. He dared to attack the Ling Palace but he would not dare to offend the Rain world no matter what, let alone the Rain Sovereign, Ning Fan. Ning Fan was a person whom the old ancestors of the upper 3 worlds tried their best to befriend. Rumor has it that Ning Fan himself had the strength to kill a rogue immortal. Such a person alone was enough to flatten the Heaven Palace. How would the Mikado dare to offend him? You must be joking, Rain Sovereign. How would I dare to ask you to give me an explanation? The Mikado forced a smile on his stiff face but he was met with Ning Fan's cold eyes as usual. Didn't you want an explanation? Sure. I have always been a reasonable person. I will give you an explanation. I will tell you why I injured her. She's mine. I'll kill anyone who dares to harm her. Are you satisfied with this explanation? Ning Fan's eyes narrowed and pointed at Dugu who was beside him. A feeling of extreme danger immediately rose in the Mikado's heart. The Mikado's expression changed. He did not expect Dugu to be Ning Fan's woman. He did not expect the Ling Palace to have such a powerful backer. At the same time, Tianyi Yunshui was also drenched in cold sweat. He never knew that the person who planted the 1 heart sword seal with Dugu was the dignified Rain Sovereign, Ning Fan. If he knew about it, how would he dare to snatch the Rain Sovereign's woman? Dugu was speechless. She did not remember agreeing to be Ning Fan's woman. She also could not remember when Ning Fan was reasonable. The great elder of the Heaven Palace let out a long sigh. He struggled to stand up and looked at Ning Fan with shame. In the ancient heavenly court, Ning Fan saved his life. Today, however, he bullied the weak and attacked Dugu. Dugu was Ning Fan's woman. If I didn't remember wrongly, I saved your life in the ancient heavenly court, didn't I? Are you repaying my kindness with enmity today? Ning Fan's cold eyes swept across the great elder of the Heaven Palace. The shame on the great elder's face deepened. Without saying anything, he raised his hand and slammed it on the top of his head. As soon as the palm landed, his injuries immediately worsened and he coughed out blood. His cultivation base fell from the third heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm to the second heavenly layer. It is this old man who has let down the Rain Sovereign. There is nothing more to say. If the Rain Sovereign feels that the punishment is not severe enough, you can take this old man's life, and this old man will definitely not object. This person's words were firm. Although his actions were a bit despicable, he was still a person who dared to take responsibility for his actions. The Heavenly Emperor's eyes were filled with pain. The Great Elder was his right-hand man. Now that his cultivation level had fallen, the Heavenly Palace's strength would undoubtedly be greatly affected. Which hand hurt her? Ning Fan looked at the Great Elder of the Heavenly Palace and asked coldly. The Great Elder of the Heavenly Palace did not say anything. He gritted his teeth and raised his right arm. Chi, a sword beam formed from the energies of life and death, slashed out and the Great Elder's right arm was instantly cut off. If a cultivator's arm was severed by the life and death Chi, unless they were also proficient in the life and death Chi, they would not be able to recover their arm. The Great Elder of the Sky Palace let out a muffled groan. His face became even paler, but there was a hint of relief in his eyes. He understood that when Ning Fan severed his arm, it meant that Ning Fan would not kill him. The surrounding cultivators were terrified and kept quiet out of fear. Rumor had it that the Rain Sovereign, Ning Fan, was a ruthless person. Now that they had witnessed it, they knew that the rumor was true. So ruthless. The Heavenly Emperor clenched his fists tightly but did not dare to say anything. Ling Huang, on the other hand, could not bear to watch any more. He stood up and stared at Ning Fan with a dark expression. You are the divine sovereign of the Rain World. Why did you come to my Sword World and behave atrociously? Aren't you looking down on us, the three sovereigns of the Sword World? Ling Huang was the only one present who was not afraid of Ning Fan. Nonsense. He was not even afraid of the old devil. Why would he be afraid of Ning Fan? Not only was he not afraid of Ning Fan, but he was also very displeased with Ning Fan's despicable act of abducting little Dugu. His master was like that and so was his disciple. How hateful. Ning Fan. He is my father. Little Dugu suddenly grabbed Ning Fan's sleeves nervously, afraid that Ning Fan would offend her father. Ning Fan smiled and shook his head. Was he such an ungrateful person? Why would he use violence against his father-in-law? Ning Fan did not face the coldness of the cultivators of the Heavenly Palace. He put on a smile and cupped his fists at Ling Huang. Junior Ning Fan greets Ling Huang. Ling Huang was startled. His cold face relaxed a little. He had never thought that the arrogant and overbearing Ning Fan would have such a polite side to him. Ning Fan was so polite to him and even addressed himself as a junior. Compared to the shameless and wretched old devil, this young man was much more pleasing to the eye. Moreover, he always protected little Dugu. Unlike the old devil who harmed little Mei, the cultivators in the surroundings were also stunned. No one would have thought that the great devil Ning would have such a polite side. Fellow Taoist Ning is the divine sovereign of the Rain World. I am very grateful to you for saving my daughter. However, I should be the one to punish the Great Elder of the Heavenly Palace. I don't think fellow Taoist Ning needs to overstep your authority. Also, what you said just now, although my daughter has planted the one heart sword seal with you, we are not married yet, right? Don't say such things in front of outsiders. Ning Fan's eyes flickered. He could see that Ling Huang's attitude towards him had changed. That was good. Ling Huang was little Dugu's father. Ning Fan did not want to become enemies with Ling Huang and put little Dugu in a difficult position. Besides, the meaning behind Ling Huang's words seemed to have acquiesced to the relationship between him and little Dugu. Ning Fan could hear it and the others could also hear it. Little Dugu could also hear it. Her pretty face blushed, but she did not say anything. She just looked at Ning Fan with gratitude. She was grateful that Ning Fan did not fall out with her father. Senior is right. I don't have the qualifications to interfere in the matters of the Sword World. However, today's matter seems a little special. If I don't do anything, the snow border will face a great calamity. Ning Fan's tone was extremely indifferent. As soon as his voice fell, Ling Huang's expression changed. Great calamity? What great calamity? Little friend, what do you mean? Senior, you shouldn't be asking me. You should be asking the Heavenly Sovereign. Show yourself. Ning Fan's spirit sense spread out crazily. It carried a monstrous baleful qi and dyed the entire sky above the Ling Huang Great Swamp blood red. His spirit sense shook violently. Immediately, thousands of experts who were hiding in the sky revealed themselves. Most of them were experts of the Heavenly Palace. A few of them were helpers invited by the Heavenly Sovereign from the outside world. 3 of them were at the 5th break realm, 2 were at the 6th break realm and 1 was at the 7th break realm. These people were hiding in this place without being noticed by everyone. Naturally, they were up to no good. The expressions of all the cultivators in the surroundings changed. What is the Heavenly Sovereign trying to do by hiding so many experts? Ling Huang's eyes were filled with anger. The worry that he had in his heart just now had finally been confirmed. Tianyi Xiong, are you trying to destroy my Ling Palace by bringing so many experts with you? This. The Heavenly Sovereign was so anxious that his forehead was full of sweat. If it wasn't for Ning Fan's intervention, he would really dare to destroy the Ling Palace. However, Ning Fan was here today. Moreover, he had a close relationship with the Ling Palace. Even if he had 10 guts, he would not dare to destroy the Ling Palace. He wanted to deny it. However, the truth was obvious. How could he deny it? Among the thousands of experts who were hiding, other than the few old monsters who were at the 5th break realm and above, the rest were all members of the Heavenly Palace. Any explanation would be futile. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Heavenly Palace had ulterior motives towards the Ling Palace. It was just that they were unlucky. Everything was going according to the plan flawlessly. However, Ning Fan had appeared. In front of an expert like Ning Fan, any conspiracy would be useless. Fellow Taoist Ning, how do you think we should deal with this matter? Ling Huang gritted his teeth. Previously, he had protected the Heavenly Palace because they were both sword sovereigns. Now that he thought about it, he realized that he was really stupid. The others were ready to eliminate him, but he was still helping them earn money. How stupid! How stupid! Dugu's delicate body trembled in anger. If it wasn't for Ning Fan's appearance, the Heavenly Palace would have already destroyed the Ling Palace. Why? Why do the forces of the Sword Sovereigns have to kill each other? It's just that people are not satisfied. Don't be afraid. I'm here. As if he had seen through Dugu's thoughts, Ning Fan stretched out his hand and stroked her hair, telling her not to worry. Such an intimate action immediately made Dugu feel embarrassed and annoyed. However, she did not push his hand away. Ning Fan raised his head and looked at the 3 5th break realm experts, 2 6th break realm experts and 1 7th break realm expert in the sky. His eyes turned cold. What a coincidence. These people were the people he had saved in the ancient heavenly court. We didn't know about the relationship between the Rain Sovereign and the Ling Palace. If we knew, we definitely wouldn't dare to agree to the Heavenly Sovereign's request and attack the Ling Palace. Please punish us. The 6 old monsters gritted their teeth and looked at Ning Fan with shame. Then, they glared at the Heavenly Sovereign with hatred. Ning Fan had saved their lives, but they actually wanted to kill his father-in-law. This is really, originally, they would not dare to offend Ning Fan even if they had to die. However, they had offended Ning Fan in such a way. It was all the Heavenly Sovereign's fault. Tianyi Xiong. If I don't die, I will certainly tear you into a million pieces. The 7th break realm expert glared at the Heavenly Sovereign with hatred, causing the latter to feel a chill down his spine. Cripple 1 level of your own cultivation base and leave an arm behind. Ning Fan's tone was indifferent, but it carried an irresistible might. He did not kill anyone just because Dugu did not like it. She did not like it. Thus, he did not want to show his bloodthirsty and merciless side in front of her. The 6 void fragmentation realm old monsters revealed a look of relief. They had been to the ancient heavenly court before and they knew how ruthless Ning Fan was. He had massacred the entire immortal burial clan all by himself. He was a lawless devil lord. He was already showing mercy by only crippling one of their cultivation bases and taking one of their arms. The 6 old monsters gritted their teeth slightly. Then, all of them slammed their palms on the top of their heads, crippling one of their cultivation bases. After that, all of them stretched out an arm. Ning Fan flicked his finger and 6 black and white blades cut off one of their arms each. This was a punishment. All of you can leave now, Ning Fan said indifferently. The 6 of them felt as if they had just been pardoned. Without hesitation, they took out the gates of the rain world and returned to their respective worlds. Only when they truly returned to their own worlds did they believe that their lives were saved. This is the might of the Rain Sovereign. With just his reputation, he could make the 7th Break Realm Mold monsters cripple their own cultivation base and give up one of their arms. The Heavenly Sovereign swallowed his saliva and looked at Ning Fan in fear. Ning Fan's reputation was even greater than that of ordinary rogue immortal old ancestors. He only needed to reveal his name. He did not need to do anything at all, and the others were already afraid of him. The Heavenly Sovereign was filled with regret. How could he have offended such a person? If Duga doesn't allow me to kill anyone, I won't. Tiani Xiong, Tiani Yun, and Shui, I will give you a chance to live. If you become my slaves, I can guarantee that you won't die. What? Become your slaves? Impossible. I'm one of the 3 emperors of the sword world. Tiani Xiong was just about to retort when he broke out in a cold sweat. Unbeknownst to him, Ning Fan had already appeared behind him and was staring at him coldly. 3 breaths. Ning Fan uttered 2 words coldly. The meaning was clear. Within 3 breaths of time, if Tiani Xiong refused to comply, then he would die. A breath passed, and Tiani's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. 2 breaths passed, and Tiani Xiong's heart was in a mess. The 3rd breath, Tiani Xiong gritted his teeth and knelt in front of Ning Fan. His face was as pale as ashes. I am willing to be your slave. Very good. Ning Fan spread his spirit sense and planted a mental seal in Tiani Xiong's sea of consciousness. Then, he casually crippled Tiani Xiong's cultivation base to the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Tiani Xiong sighed in despair, but he did not dare to resist. Then, Ning Fan glanced at Tiani Yunshui. With just a cold gaze, Tiani Yunshui, the #1 prodigy of the sword world, was so scared that he wet his pants. I am willing to be a slave, I am willing to be a slave. Ning Fan frowned and looked at little Dugu. When he saw little Dugu gently shaking his head, his eyes were filled with reluctance. He could not help but sigh. Even though he hated this person, he could not bear to kill him in front of little Dugu and make her unhappy. He spread out his spirit sense and planted a mental seal in Tiani Xiong's sea of consciousness. Then, he casually crippled his cultivation base to the harmonious spirit realm. Forget it. Since I can't kill him, I should at least make him a harmonious spirit realm cripple. My life is saved. My life is saved. Tiani Xiong Yunshui was overjoyed. He kept kowtowing to Ning Fan to express his gratitude. His previous gentle demeanor was nowhere to be seen. From today onwards, you are the heavenly sovereign of the Heaven Palace. Ning Fan looked at the great elder of the Ling Palace and said indifferently. The great elder of the Ling Palace had also gone to the ancient heavenly court and was saved by Ning Fan. He was a 3rd heavenly layer void fragmentation realm cultivator. By doing so, Ning Fan wanted to give the Heaven Palace to the Ling Palace. This was the betrothal gift. I am willing to marry little Dugu with the heaven border as the betrothal gift. Sovereign Ling, please grant my wish. Ning Fan bowed deeply towards Sovereign Ling. What he said shocked all the cultivators of the sword world who were present. The heaven border as the betrothal gift. The heaven border as the betrothal gift. The Rain Sovereign was really generous. He subdued the forces of the entire heaven border with just a wave of his hand and used a 1/3 of the forces of the sword world as the betrothal gift to marry a woman. Sovereign Ling's eyes were filled with astonishment. Even though he had heard about Ning Fan's strength, seeing it once was better than hearing about it 100 times. Today, when he saw Ning Fan waving his hand and the shrouding Heaven Palace with his own eyes, he was naturally astonished. Besides, he also heard that Ning Fan used the entire heaven border as the betrothal gift to marry little Dugu. This betrothal gift was really too heavy. For a moment, he did not know how to answer Ning Fan. Countless female cultivators looked at little Dugu with envy. If they could also meet a man in their lives and use the entire heaven border as the betrothal gift to marry him, how blissful would that be? Little Dugu blushed under everyone's stares. She let out a soft snort and glared at Ning Fan in embarrassment. I didn't kill anyone today. Are you happy? Ning Fan said with a smile. Happy your ass. Little Dugu turned her head away. At the moment when she turned her head, her eyes were filled with happiness. This damned little devil Ning. Humph, looking at little Dugu's shy expression, Ning Fan could not help but recall the first time he met this girl. Her alienation and indifference made him burst into laughter. Suddenly, Ning Fan raised his head coldly. An old man riding a crane slowly appeared in the sky. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes revealed a look of regret. I am Sudaozi of the Heaven Celestial Realm, and I am on good terms with the Heaven's Edge. I wonder if the Rain Sovereign can give me some face and release the Heaven's Edge? As soon as the crane-riding old man finished speaking, the expressions of countless Sword World cultivators changed. Sudaozi was one of the 3 great loose immortals of the Heaven Immortal World. During the last trip to the Heavenly Court, the Heaven Immortal World had only sent one rogue immortal, Master Void Dao. The reason why he didn't go was because he was in death's seclusion, comprehending life and death. It was said that after coming out of seclusion, Sudaozi's comprehension of life and death was no weaker than the old primitive emperor of the demon world. His strength was among the best in the 9 realms. He was actually going to stand up for Sky Palace. A hint of joy suddenly appeared in the Heavenly Emperor's hollow eyes as he shouted, Senior, save me. He had no idea what kind of relationship Sudaozi had with Heaven Border. However, he was naturally happy that someone was standing up for Sky Border. No way. Ning Fan's tone was cold, leaving no room for negotiation. Is that so? Then, this old man will have a taste of fellow Daoist Ning's skills. I want to see if fellow Daoist is really as the rumors say, that you are already invincible in the 9 realms. Sudaozi leaped down from the white crane. As soon as he took a step forward, a lotus that was half black and half white appeared beneath his feet. Then, he took another step forward and another lotus appeared. His body moved swiftly and he had already taken a few thousand steps in an instant, giving birth to 1,000 lotuses. Immortal technique, lotus blooming step by step. Among the 1,000 lotuses, the old man's figure flashed and he looked down at Ning Fan from above. His eyes were filled with arrogance. He did not believe that Ning Fan really had the terrifying strength that the rumors say. The 1,000 lotuses were ignited with lotus flames at the same time. A terrifying pressure slowly rose from the old man's body. The cultivators of the Sword World in all directions were overwhelmed by the pressure. Those whose cultivation bases were not strong enough all fainted. Since we can't see eye to eye, let's fight. If you can win against me by even half a move, the Heaven Border will belong to you. Sudaozi said coldly. To be continued. Little Devil Ning, if you don't have the confidence to win, you can go find your master. He will help you. Little Dugu's lips moved closer to Ning Fan's ear and whispered. The faint aroma caused Ning Fan's mind to sway. Inadvertently touching Little Dugu's soft lips, the wet and cool touch made Ning Fan's eyes even more gloomy. Don't worry. Ning Fan nodded at Dugu. Then, he leaped into the sky. Looking at Sudaozi, who was surrounded by thousands of lotus flowers, Ning Fan's eyes revealed a solemn expression. Immortal technique, lotus blossoming step. These 1,000 lotuses could be used for both offense and defense. They could also increase Sudao's aura and replenish his magic power. Sudaozi was no weaker than the old Yuan Emperor when he used the life and death art. Ning Fan knew that the reason why he killed countless rogue immortals in the ancient heavenly court that day was all because of the might of the weapon disintegration style. Due to the excessive use of the weapon disintegration style, there was a huge sequela in his body. Demonic wool, even though the devil sense was already sealed, as long as Ning Fan uses the weapon disintegration style again, the devil sense would erupt again. He couldn't use the weapon disintegration style, he had to use other means to defeat Sudaozi. It wasn't just winning by 1 or 2 moves, it was a complete victory. Even if he didn't have the weaponry dissolution style, he still had absolute confidence. With a single step, he transformed into a black robe. Raising his hand, he extracted and devoured the soul. After displaying the incarnation technique, Ning Fan's aura force instantly skyrocketed to the middle stage of the 9 breaking realm. After using the soul extracting technique, Ning Fan's magic power had increased tremendously. He was now a peak 9 break realm cultivator. The difference between his magic power and Su Daozi's was almost negligible. Master Su's eyes trembled, and his expression instantly turned serious. He seemed to have underestimated Ning Fan. Ning Fan's current magical strength was not inferior to ordinary rogue immortals. Ning Fan was worthy of his attention. Immortal art, crow slaughter. Su Daozi's 10 fingers formed seals, and countless black crows flew out of his body. These crows were formed from the Tao of Death. If a low-grade cultivator were to be struck by this black crow, they would either be killed or severely injured. Even an 8-shatterer cultivator would die if he was surrounded by the crows. Senior Su Daozi is so powerful. He actually executed 2 celestial arts in succession. His magic power is so thick. It's said that Senior Su Daozi is already close to becoming an immortal. Looks like it's true. Discussions broke out on the ground. In the sky above, Ning Fan's eyes were solemn as he looked at the sky full of black crows that were rushing towards him. The black crows emitted a dazzling black light. Their bodies were covered in all kinds of ancient runes and emitted a dense death aura. The aura of death spread out, and the snowy mountains turned black in an instant. Many low-level cultivators were enveloped by the death qi, and their vitality rapidly flowed away. Even Ling Huang and Miao Huang were unable to resist the aura of death emitted by this immortal art. Dugu was enveloped by the aura of death, but there was a mysterious force in her body that protected her. It was truly mysterious. Ning Fan's eyes gradually turned cold. He could ignore anyone else in this place who was corroded by the death qi except for Dugu. Even though Dugu was protected by a mysterious force and was not injured, Ning Fan was truly enraged. Infinite vortex. All of a sudden, a gigantic illusory whirlpool appeared beneath Ning Fan's feet. Then, a second whirlpool that was even larger than the first one appeared. Third, fourth, fifth, countless illusory whirlpools appeared beneath Ning Fan's feet, startling Su Daozi. Then, he shook his head and sneered. Vortex technique, huh? The vortex technique of the Three Worlds sect is only slightly more powerful than the first sect master. The rest of them are not worth mentioning. Your vortex technique is also. Just as his voice fell, his expression changed greatly. He saw black crows rushing towards Ning Fan one after another. Before they could even touch him, they were all sucked into the illusory whirlpool beneath his feet. What Ning Fan displayed was undoubtedly the spatial vortex technique. However, the spatial vortex technique he displayed could even take away an immortal technique. Void Vortex Realm. This young man has actually cultivated the vortex technique to the void vortex realm. No, it's not a true void vortex. However, this technique is already comparable to a low-grade immortal technique. Immortal techniques also had different grades. The Lotus Steps and Crow-killing technique that Su Daozi displayed were both low-grade immortal techniques. If the vortex technique is cultivated to the highest level, it would be a mid-grade immortal technique. After returning to Yu country for a month, Ning Fan had devoured 37 pieces of world creation stones. Currently, 38 out of the 72 floating continents in the void vortex heaven had turned illusory. The destructive power of this technique was already comparable to a low-grade immortal technique. If one is careless, even a rogue immortal might be directly sucked and killed by Ning Fan. After the black crows that filled the sky were sucked away, Ning Fan raised his hand and pointed at Su Daozi. A massive illusory whirlpool immediately appeared beneath Su Daozi's feet. Su Daozi's eyes widened in surprise. Without saying a word, he retreated at top speed and managed to avoid being sucked away by the whirlpool. However, his back was already drenched in cold sweat. He stared at Ning Fan in disbelief. He could not imagine that Ning Fan could actually cultivate the secret technique of the Heaven Immortal World to such a level. Seeing that Ning Fan was about to summon the second illusory whirlpool to attack him, Su Daozi gritted his teeth and flicked his sleeves. All the black and white flames on the thousands of lotus flowers flew towards Ning Fan. The black and white flames were extremely strange. A moment ago, they were still 10,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang away. In just an instant, they appeared in front of Ning Fan and turned into a sea of flames, engulfing Ning Fan. Ning Fan stood in the middle of the sea of flames and casually walked out of it. The black and white flames were enough to severely injure ordinary rogue immortals. However, they were useless against Ning Fan. The minor five elements physique was at the perfection realm. Unless it was an immortal flame, it would not be able to hurt Ning Fan at all. Devour. Under Su Daozi's incredulous gaze, Ning Fan devoured all the black and white flames in a single gulp. Then, he lifted his finger and pointed at Su Daozi. 9 black fire dragons shot out from his finger and turned into an endless sea of flames, engulfing Su Daozi. The thousands of lotus flowers were all incinerated. It was an immortal flame that had reached the peak of low grade 8. As soon as the flames appeared, Su Daozi's soul almost left his body. He had a premonition that if he does not use all of his means, he would certainly be burned to death in this sea of flames. Dao Ling, please. Su Daozi took out a water blue jade token that was filled with cracks. He clenched his teeth and crushed the jade token. The water blue light shone from the jade token and condensed into the shadow of a unicorn whose body was completely blue. The unicorn opened its mouth and breathed out layers of cold mist which actually extinguished the immortal flames. Su Daozi looked at Ning Fan with lingering fear. He gritted his teeth and said to the unicorn, Dao Ling, let's join forces and defeat this man. Roar. The unicorn nodded and let out a roar, seemingly agreeing to Su Daozi's request. It was a Dao Ling, which was a beast seed condensed from Dao power. Ordinary means could not hurt it at all. Its cultivation base was comparable to a rogue immortal. If it joins forces with Su Daozi, they might not necessarily not have the competence to defeat Ning Fan. It was arrogant and looked down on all living beings. As a Dao Ling, once it is chosen, it would even have the qualifications to control the heavenly Dao. 2 against 1. This reign sovereign is in danger. Some sword cultivators of the Ling Palace said worriedly. They still had a good impression of Ning Fan. After all, he had overturned the heaven border and lifted the prestige of the Ling Palace. Moreover, he was going to be the son-in-law of Ling Huang in the future. Little devil Ning, you can't lose. Du Guqiao stood in the wind, aloof from the world. She raised her head and looked at Ning Fan expectantly. She believed that Ning Fan would not lose. She knew how much effort that stubborn young man had put in to reach his current level. Therefore, he certainly would not lose. He definitely would not lose. Dao Ling, huh? Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and raised his hand to take out an item. The crowd could not see clearly what it was. All they saw was a ray of black light flashing across the sky and dashing towards the unicorn. The arrogant expression on the unicorn's face instantly disappeared. What replaced it was indescribable fear. Without saying anything, it fled for its life. How is this possible? The Dao Ling is arrogant by nature and it doesn't know most of the magic treasures and abilities. Why would it show a look of fear? Why would it flee? What kind of magic treasure did Ning Fan use? Su Daozi also wore a surprised expression. At the next moment, all of his astonishment turned into unimaginable shock. In the vast sky, a ray of black light was already approaching the unicorn at an unimaginable speed. The unicorn wanted to flee, but the moment it turned around, the ray of black light caught up to it. As the ray of black light cut through the air, the unicorn, which was a Dao Ling, was actually cut into 2 halves and died instantly. Its corpse turned into Dao power and dissipated, leaving not a single trace behind. After the ray of black light killed the Dao Ling, it returned to Ning Fan's hand. Only then did everyone see that it was a magic treasure that was entirely black and shaped like a pair of scissors. Black Devil Scissors, this was a treasure that the old devil had refined with all his efforts. It could even cut Dao power into pieces. This treasure was originally given to Moksha Sovereign by the old devil. Now, it belonged to Ning Fan. Dao. The Dao Ling actually died in an instant. What kind of magic treasure is that? How could it be so powerful? Su Daozi's expression actually revealed a hint of fear. Of course, he did not know that the grade of the Black Devil Scissors was not high. It was already impressive enough for it to be able to destroy a Dao power. The reason why it could instantly kill the unicorn was because the unicorn was a Dao Ling and this Black Devil Scissors specialized in destroying Dao power. Fellow Daoist Ming, I was too reckless today. I will leave the sword world now and will no longer interfere in the disputes of the sword world. Su Daozi's heart was filled with fear. At this moment, all he wanted to do was to leave. How could he still care about helping Tianjiang? Ning Fan stared at Su Daozi coldly and directly locked his killing intent on him. You can come and go as you wish. How can there be such a good thing in this world? If I let you leave the sword world safely today, will there be any Tom, Dick, or Harry who will come and help my enemies the next time? You won't be able to leave. The ancient heavenly court saving the cultivators of the 9 worlds was a favor. Leaving Su Daozi alive today was a show of power. Using both kindness and power was the right way to go. Since Su Daozi came to cause trouble today, Ning Fan certainly would not let him go. It was a good opportunity to use him to establish his prestige. If Ning Fan's skills were inferior and Su Daozi was the one who won, how would Su Daozi deal with Ling Dian? There was no such thing as reason in the cultivation world. Whoever's fist was bigger would be the reason. This was also taught by the old devil sect. Ning Fan, don't you dare bully me too much. If you anger me, I will certainly make you regret it. Su Daozi pretended to be arrogant, but inwardly, he was already extremely afraid. So what if I bully you? Who do you think I am? Ning Fan threw his head back and laughed loudly. The baleful chi around his body soared to the sky. He was a devil cultivator. Why would he need to reason with others? If he bullies his enemies, then so be it. Why should he be soft-hearted? That baleful chi contained the lives of tens of rogue immortals. When he realized this, Su Daozi's legs nearly gave out from fear. The lives of tens of rogue immortals. Ning Fan actually had the lives of tens of rogue immortals in his hands. Could it be that the rumor that Ning Fan had once fought against a life immortal realm expert is true? How could he possibly defeat such a Ning Fan? Su Daozi was filled with regret. Why did he have to stand up for the heaven border? He just heard that there was a second secret place of the sword ancestor hidden in the heaven border. That was why he wanted to plot against the heaven border. As for the nonsense about him having a good relationship with the heaven border, it was pure nonsense. It was just to deceive others and give him a legitimate reason to do so. Originally, he wanted to protect the heaven border and the heaven palace. Moreover, he wanted to stay in the heaven border to search for the secret place with the identity of an old friend of the heaven palace. However, he did not expect that his greed would actually cost him his own life. At this moment, he was already in a difficult position. Only by fighting with his life on the line would he have a chance of survival. Su Daozi took out a golden jade seal magic treasure and waved it in the air. Immediately, the jade seal turned into an ancient golden palace and fell from the sky, crashing towards Ning Fan. Su Daozi, on the other hand, leaped onto his white crane without saying a word. With a wave of his hand, he took out a jade slip that led to the realm gate and crushed it. No matter what, I must escape back to the heaven immortal world first. This is, Ning Fan raised his head and looked at the golden palace. To his surprise, he felt a sense of familiarity. That sense of familiarity originated from Emperor Xia's sword intent in his body. The power of this treasure was not bad. It might not be able to hurt him, but it was enough to delay him for a while. If Ning Fan avoids this treasure, it would fall towards the countless cultivators of the sword world below and kill countless of them. Dugu was one of them. Su Daozi was betting that Ning Fan would let him go in order to save his life. Sometimes, this kind of action was the righteous path. However, in the matters of cultivation, survival was always the priority. Righteousness and evil were just different standpoints. Ning Fan, of course, would not let Su Daozi go in order to resist this treasure. He patted the devil sealing pouch and summoned a devil. Then, he gave an irrefutable order. Big Head, you block this treasure. No one in the sword world is allowed to get hurt. Don't worry, Master. I will definitely complete this mission with honor. I will do my best until my last breath. Big Head burst into laughter. The devil chi around his body billowed into the sky. He threw out hundreds of punches in a row, forcing the jade seal magic treasure back to its original form. He was extremely pleased with himself. Right now, he only wanted to do one thing, and that was to make a contribution. He could be considered to have seen through his master's personality. As long as he makes enough contributions, his master would certainly not treat him shabbily. At that time, if he wants to change his name, his master would certainly agree to it. If he wanted to learn his master's great technique of picking up girls, his master would certainly not hesitate to teach him. A rogue devil. The Rain Sovereign actually has a rogue devil as his servant. Countless old monsters of the Sword World were astonished. Only the old monsters above the Void Fragmentation realm were not surprised. The news of Ning Fan having a rogue devil as his servant had already spread far and wide after the ancient heavenly court was closed. Of course, it was only spread among the Void Fragmentation realm's circle. Low-level cultivators would not be able to know so much information about it. With the rogue devil blocking the magic treasure, Ning Fan did not waste any time at all. He took a step forward and turned into countless black shadows, disappearing from his original spot. The black shadows swept across the vast sky towards Sudaozi, who was half a step into the realm gate. In an instant, they engulfed him in layers of black shadows. Sudaozi's soul almost left his body and he cursed loudly. Despicable. How despicable. He actually summoned a rogue devil to help him. He did not even think about who was the one who first asked the Tao spirit to help him and who was the despicable one. Under the attack of the black shadows, Sudaozi was instantly severely injured. He coughed out blood and fell off the white crane. As for the realm gate that he summoned, it was destroyed by the black shadows in an instant. With a loud bang, Sudaozi's body fell heavily onto a snowy mountain below. The momentum of his fall directly flattened the entire mountain. He lay on the rubble, coughing out blood non-stop. The black shadows condensed again. A young man in black robes stepped on his dantian with a cold and emotionless expression. With just a single step, his primordial spirit would perish. Being my slave means that you won't die. Today, I don't want to kill anyone. However, if you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, I don't mind spilling blood. Ning Fan exerted a little force on his foot. Sudaozi's face immediately turned pale. He was just half a step away from becoming an immortal. Of course, he was unwilling to become Ning Fan's servant. However, if he does not agree to Ning Fan's request, he would die. Not to mention becoming an immortal, his life would be in danger. 3 breaths. When the same words fell into Sudaozi's ears, it made him break out in cold sweat. He did not wait for Ning Fan to count to 3 because he was not sure if Ning Fan had the patience to count to 3. I agree to be your slave. However, I have a condition. You can't stop me from becoming an immortal and ascending. After all, I'm already on the verge of ascension. It doesn't matter. If you become an immortal and ascend, you will still be my immortal slave. Ning Fan's expression was cold. He spread out his spirit sense and planted a mental seal in Sudaozi's sea of consciousness. Obtaining another rogue immortal as a servant was not a bad gain. Now, tell me the reason why you are plotting against the heaven border. Don't force me to search your soul and memory. Don't tell me that you have a good relationship with the heaven border. I don't believe it. Ning Fan withdrew his black robes and turned back into his white robes. Then, he looked at Sudaozi quietly. Right from the beginning, he could tell that Sudaozi's words were deceptive. If he really had a good relationship with the heaven border, why would he watch Ning Fan cripple the cultivation base of the heavenly sovereign and the others and plant a mental seal in them before taking action? If he really had a good relationship with Ning Fan, he would probably have taken action at the first moment. The reason why Sudaozi did not take action until now was just because he wanted to observe Ning Fan's means. Sudaozi smiled bitterly. He thought to himself that even though his master's bone age is young, he is really too shrewd. He can even see through such an illogical thing. After letting out a sigh, Sudaozi recorded all the information he knew into a jade slip and passed it to Ning Fan. Ning Fan scanned the jade slip with his spirit sense and kept it. His expression was as calm as an ancient well. Then, he brought Sudaozi back to the outside of the Sword Ancestor's secret place. Each of the sword cultivators of the Ling Palace looked at Ning Fan with fanatical admiration. As one of the 3 great rogue immortals of the heaven immortal world, Sudaozi was just half a step away from becoming an immortal. However, he was forcefully taken in as a slave by Ning Fan. Ning Fan's strength had been proven in front of countless people. With the heaven border as a betrothal gift and a rogue immortal as a slave, the 9 worlds would probably be shaken once again. Little devil Ning, are you hurt? Little Dugu hurriedly ran towards Ning Fan and carefully examined him. Big Head was stunned at first. Then, he looked at Ning Fan with eyes filled with admiration. Oh my gosh! Master managed to deceive another mistress. He's really amazing. I wish I could have that kind of charm too. To be continued. After the chaos in the heavenly border, the trial of the sword ancestor would probably not be able to continue. In a certain palace above the great desolate lake, Ning Fan and Sovereign Ling had a long conversation before leaving. He gave the heavenly border to Sovereign Ling as a betrothal gift. He temporarily lent Su Daozi to the Ling Palace to unite the remaining forces in the heavenly border. When he walked out of the palace, it was snowing heavily and the night was dark. Under a white plum tree, a lady stood quietly, waiting for Ning Fan to leave the palace. She was none other than little Dugu. What did my father say to you? He discussed with me about completely subduing the heavenly border. Then, he told me a lot of things related to you. Your hobbies, your personality, your... Humph. Why did my father tell you everything? Little Dugu gently snorted. Her eyes were filled with joy. I heard from your father that you hate killing. Ning Fan looked at little Dugu with interest. From what he knew, little Dugu was not a simple person. She was quite intelligent, had extraordinary combat power, had astonishing sword techniques and was very clear about her likes and dislikes. She was not Jiha. She was not a naive woman. She actually hated killing. It was really interesting. Every time I see a massacre, I feel very uncomfortable. My heart hurts. Little Dugu said indifferently, as if she was talking about something that she did not really care about. Your heart hurts? Do you want me to help you take a look? Ning Fan looked at little Dugu's perky breasts. He raised his body and stretched out his hand, pretending that he wanted to check the position of little Dugu's heart. Little Dugu glared at Ning Fan unhappily and said, Go to hell, little devil Ning. If you want to take advantage of me, can't you find a better reason? I'm not sick nor injured. Don't worry. It's just that there's a force in my heart. It doesn't like killing but it will also protect me. Ning Fan's brows slightly knitted. He could not help but recall the scene during the day. When Su Daozi's black crow technique covered the sky with death chi, even Sovereign Ling and the others could not resist it. However, little Dugu was not injured at all under the attack of the death chi. Is it the mysterious force that she mentioned that is protecting her? I just wanted to tease you just now. Now, I really want to check your body. Ning Fan took a step forward and held little Dugu's soft waist with one hand. His other hand caressed her lower abdomen and slowly moved upwards. Shameless. Little Dugu's delicate body tensed up. The sight of her face that was not tainted by a single speck of dust was flushed red. She pushed Ning Fan away and ran away like she was avoiding a wolf. Your master is waiting for you. Go quickly. I'm really fine. Trust me. Dugu's voice could be heard faintly in the darkness of the night. It was very pleasant to hear. Are you really all right? If so, I'll believe you. Ning Fan's brows loosened slightly. His mind wandered and he closed his eyes. The figure of an extremely wretched and shameless old man slowly appeared in his mind. Yes, little Dugu was right. It was time to look for master and fulfill the promise from back then. Without little Dugu's presence, Ning Fan's expression completely disappeared. His expression was cold and emotionless. At this moment, he was no longer pretending. He was just a person who had lost all 7 emotions. He had said that even though he had lost his 7 emotions, he was not a heartless person. Even if he had to lie, even if he had to hide, he would still smile at the person he loved. With a flash of his body, Ning Fan disappeared into the darkness of the night. 10 million li asterisk, 500 m per li, north, there was an ice-snow sword city. There were many cultivators guarding the city. All of them were sword cultivators of the Ling Palace. They seemed to be people sent by little Dugu. It seemed like little Dugu was really keeping her promise and helping him protect the old devil. Even though the old devil had his own brilliant plan to get Emperor Xia as his bodyguard. Ning Fan did not know about this until Emperor Xia sent him a letter. In a cold room, the old devil was sitting alone on a bed. Emperor Xia was not present. There was a chessboard on the bed. An oil lamp was lit beside it. The old devil was holding a chess piece in his hand. He was playing chess with himself like a high scholar. Suddenly, a breeze blew in the cold room. A young man in white robes appeared. The old devil pretended to be profound and said, "Disciple, you're here. I haven't seen you for many years. You're already at the 6th Shatter realm. Not bad, not bad. You didn't waste my efforts to nurture you in the past." Ning Fan looked at the old devil who was behaving like this. At first, he was stunned and then speechless. What was the old devil playing at? Imitating someone else's master, pretending to be a senior expert, and acting serious? It seemed like the old devil had never been serious since the day Ning Fan met him. "Disciple, why are you still in a daze? Come and play a game of chess with me. I'm indifferent to fame and fortune. I'm far away from the world. On a snowy night under a green lamp, it's really a good thing to have a good disciple to play chess with." The old devil's scholarly appearance made Ning Fan speechless. Ning Fan did not say much. He sat on the bed, facing the old devil across the chessboard. The old devil's scalp suddenly felt itchy. He wanted to scratch it, but he was afraid that it would ruin his image as a senior expert, so he resisted the urge. With a wave of his sleeve, all the black and white chess pieces returned to the jar. Then, the old devil narrowed his eyes and said to Ning Fan indifferently, "You take the white chess piece." In ancient times, the old devil's action was to let Ning Fan take the initiative. After all, he was the master. How could he take advantage of his disciple? If that's the case, then this disciple won't be polite. Ning Fan smiled. He was really not going to be polite. He took the white chess piece and played 10 games with the old devil. In 9 games, the old devil was defeated. With Ning Fan's chess technique and wisdom, even if he played against the Heavenly Emperor, he would have a 50-50 chance of winning. Against the old devil, it would be a complete one-sided slaughter. The 10th game was about to end. The old devil had lost to the point where he couldn't bear it anymore. The old devil was angry. He could no longer pretend to be a senior expert. Mother ****. I'm your master. Will you die if you let me win 2 games? Before the 10th game was over, the old devil flipped the table. This game is a draw. He smiled in an extremely wretched manner. Ning Fan smiled but did not say anything. If he didn't kill the old devil 10 games in a row, the old devil would probably continue to act pretentious. The scholarly old devil gave him goosebumps. Disciple greets master. After not seeing you for 100 years, master's complexion seems to be good. Ning Fan carefully observed the old devil. The old devil's current cultivation base had already recovered to the peak of void fragmentation. Without a doubt, it was definitely the help of Wei Xian and the others. As for the devil poison in the old devil's body, it had already been removed. Thinking about it, the old devil had Emperor Xia by his side. What kind of poison could stop him? He didn't want to remove the absolute poison in the past because he was disheartened and wanted to spend the rest of his life in Yu country until the old devil met Ning Fan, another descendant of the Yang evil vein, and saw the hope of reviving his wife. Therefore, he wanted to fight again, all for the sake of awakening his beloved. Your complexion doesn't look so good. 7 emotions extinguished, reincarnation abandoned, devil intent born. What exactly happened? The old devil looked at Ning Fan with an extremely dignified expression. There was no trace of wretchedness on his face, only worry. It's just a small matter. Master, Han Yetian has died in my hands. Please restrain your grief. Ning Fan sighed. I know, he walked the wrong path. It was the path he chose. Since he made a choice, he must bear the consequences. The old devil's eyes gradually turned cloudy, as if he was lonely. Oh right, the Dao soil should be completely unsealed, right? Ning Fan changed the topic. It's completely unsealed. The old devil's eyes suddenly lit up. His spittle flew everywhere as he spoke incessantly. Speaking of this Dao soil, it's a good thing. Normally, only the great powers with Shikong can get a little of it. Hee, this old man took advantage of the seclusion of the Pure Yang sect master to kill his way into the sect and seized the heaven-avoiding coffin and an acre of Dao soil, causing chaos in the sect. The old devil was in high spirits when he talked about his glorious achievements in the past. It seemed like he would talk for 3 days and 3 nights. Ning Fan shook his head and decisively interrupted the old devil's reminiscing of the past. how do you plant a Dao fruit? All of a sudden, the old devil's excited expression was replaced by a look of pity. He heaved a long sigh and finally said, the way to plant a Dao fruit is the same as the way mortals plant. You need to sow seeds. There are two sources of seeds. One is the Dao power seed, which is very difficult to collect. The other is to steal the immortal seed from a cultivator's body. All cultivators born in the four heavens have the immortal seed. Immortal seed? All of a sudden, Ning Fan recalled something. That year, when he was still in the sinister Sparrow sect, he accidentally entered the northern heaven and met the Tablet Palm Immortal Emperor. The Tablet Palm Immortal Emperor was surprised that Ning Fan didn't have an immortal seed in his body. Ning Fan wasn't a cultivator of the four heavens, so he didn't have an immortal seed in his body. So, he must use the yin and yang energy to condense the yin-yang Dao seed to help the old devil plant the Dao fruit. The old devil's next words confirmed Ning Fan's thoughts. He handed Ning Fan 3 pieces of black stones and a jade slip and explained. This jade slip records the specific method of condensing a Dao seed. This stone is called the Dao seed stone. It is very precious. Your cultivation base is still low. You must borrow the power of the Dao seed stone to have a chance of condensing a Dao seed. You only have a chance, but that chance is very slim. The Dao seed stone is very precious. Even with this old man's connections, I can only get 3 of them. You only have 3 chances to condense the yin-yang Dao seed. If you fail... The old devil revealed a bitter expression. If he fails, his 100 years of waiting would be in vain. Master, don't worry. This disciple will do his best. Ning Fan took the Dao seed stone and the jade slip and entered the profounding world. 3 days later, Ning Fan returned to the outside world. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He sighed to the old devil, who had a dark expression. I failed. Condensing a Dao seed was very dangerous. If it fails, the backlash would be very heavy. The success rate of condensing a Dao seed was very low. A void fragmentation expert's success rate was not more than 1 in 20. 3 Dao seed stones, 3 chances to condense a Dao seed, but none of them succeeded. The old devil instantly aged a lot. He closed his eyes and sighed in despair. Then, he looked at the pale Ning Fan and patted the latter's shoulder. You've worked hard. Go and have a rest. Don't leave any hidden injuries. This old man wants to be alone for a while. Looking at the old devil, Ning Fan's heart suddenly ached. The old devil had waited for so many years just to revive his true love. The key to that revival was a yin-yang Dao fruit. Ning Fan was the old devil's hope, but now, he had failed to live up to his expectations. Ning Fan didn't leave. He looked at the old devil and suddenly said, the second source of a Dao seed is an immortal seed. I don't know if I have the chance to condense an immortal seed and use it as a seed to plant a yin-yang Dao fruit. The old devil's eyes flashed when he heard this. Then, he became angry. Nonsense. Ning Fan nodded. Looking at the old devil's angry face, it seemed like there was really a way to get the yin-yang Dao seed. Disciple will go and rest first. Without asking the old devil about the immortal seed, Ning Fan left the cold room and flew towards the peak of a certain snow mountain. On the peak of that snow mountain, a golden-eyed sword cultivator stood alone. Ning Fan greets Senior Xia. Ning Fan bowed respectfully. What's the matter? Emperor Xia's tone was a little cold. His back was facing Ning Fan and he didn't even bother to turn around. He looked at the falling snow in the sky. His back seemed a little bleak. There was a feeling of longing that was slowly sublimating and suppressing around him. This made Ning Fan a little surprised. A person like Emperor Xia also had someone he missed? Who could it be? This junior wants to ask senior how to condense an immortal seed. Ning Fan explained. Oh? You want to condense an immortal seed and obtain a 50% chance of becoming an immortal? Emperor Xia turned around and looked at Ning Fan with disdain. Cultivators in the four heavens were born with an immortal seed. Cultivators in the lower world could condense it after birth. Those who had an immortal seed had a 50% higher chance of becoming an immortal than those who didn't. However, those who relied on an immortal seed to become an immortal would never be as powerful as those who didn't have an immortal seed. When those who had an immortal seed become an immortal, the immortal seed would absorb 30% of the cultivator's cultivation base. After that, the immortal seed would disappear. This was the price to pay for opportunistic means. However, for that 50% chance of success, many people would pay any price just to condense an immortal seed. Emperor Xia was thinking. Is Ningfan a short-sighted person who doesn't like to give up on his cultivation base for a 50% chance of becoming an immortal? Is becoming an immortal really so obsessed? Humph. What's the big deal about becoming an immortal? Noticing the disdain in Emperor Xia's eyes, Ningfan was stunned. Then, he explained. This junior wants to condense an immortal seed not to become an immortal but to use the immortal seed as a Dao seed to plant the Yin-Yang Dao fruit and save Master's wife. What? Using the immortal seed as a Dao seed? Why you? Nonsense. Even Emperor Xia said that Ningfan was being ridiculous. Ningfan was stunned. Then, his expression turned solemn. He thought to himself. Could it be that this method has a great hidden danger? Otherwise, why did Master and Emperor Xia say that it's nonsense? Senior, may I ask if there will be any side effects if I use the immortal seed as a Dao seed? Don't you know? Even though the immortal seed is detestable, if the person who possesses it gives up on it, the consequences will be even more severe. Everyone only has one chance to possess an immortal seed in their life. If you first condense the immortal seed and then give up on it, not only will you not be able to increase your chances of becoming an immortal by 50%, your chances of becoming an immortal will also be lower by 50% compared to ordinary people. Do you know what this means? Emperor Xia shook his head and sighed. Ningfan frowned. Of course, he knew what this meant. The chances of an ordinary person becoming an immortal was less than 1 in 10,000. If they lose their immortal seed, their chances of becoming an immortal would be reduced by another 50%. However, if there were other methods to increase the chances of success, this hidden danger would not be a concern. As long as he could help Old Devil achieve his wish and save Master's wife, it would not matter even if his chances of becoming an immortal were lower. Senior, if you know the method to condense an immortal seed, please teach me this technique. Ningfan said with a serious expression. Of course, I know this technique. However, do you really want to learn it? Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to become an immortal in this lifetime because of losing this 50% chance? Emperor Xia looked at Ningfan meaningfully. So what? Ningfan said proudly. Well said. Emperor Xia raised his head and laughed. For the first time, he found Ningfan pleasing to the eye. No matter how high Ningfan's potential was and how much fate brought them together, he only looked at Ningfan slightly. His attitude towards Ningfan was still as cold as before. Ningfan's current attitude of looking down on the path of immortality had won Emperor Xia's appreciation. So what if he became an immortal? Too many people pursued fame and fortune in order to become an immortal, forgetting their roots. What's so good about immortality? Ningfan was willing to give up his immortal seed for his master. His action had won Emperor Xia's admiration. Becoming an immortal was just a means. It was not the end nor the goal. If one only cultivated for the sake of longevity, then this path of cultivation was completely meaningless. Too many people had lived their entire lives but they never thought about what they were living for. Take it. Emperor Xia threw a jade slip to Ningfan and laughed. Then, he turned into a ray of sword light and disappeared without a trace. Ningfan took the jade slip and cupped his fists in the direction where Emperor Xia left. Then, he scanned the jade slip with his spirit sense. Without saying anything, he entered the profounding world. 10 days later, Ningfan came to find the old devil with a brocade box. He handed the box to the old devil and said with a faint smile. You have the Dao seed. The old devil took the brocade box and placed it on the table at the side without even looking at it. His cloudy eyes trembled as he looked at Ningfan with a complicated expression. There was no joy, only anger and heartache. Little Ning, you are taking your immortal path as a joke. Nonsense. The old devil clenched his fists tightly and his knuckles cracked. He was feeling guilty and blaming himself. He was afraid that Ningfan would not be able to become an immortal in this lifetime because of what happened today and his future would be ruined. Master, have you forgotten what you taught me in the past? If you can't get something, you can only snatch it. If you can't snatch it, you can only snatch it by force. If I continue to snatch it, I won't be afraid that I won't have the opportunity to become an immortal. So what if I lose my 50% chance? But I haven't given you any benefits. Even if I did give you some things, they are insignificant. You don't have to do this for me. The old devil felt even more guilty. On the bigger side, you are my master, so it is natural for me to help you. On the smaller side, you are my brother-in-law, so I will also help you for Dugu's sake. Ning Fan deliberately said those words that were asking for a beating. His figure flashed and left this place. The old devil's guilty and touched face turned pale in an instant. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, how could he forget that he married Xiao Mei and Ning Fan was going to marry little Dugu? Damn. Thinking about it, he, as the master, was really going to become the brother-in-law of his disciple. Little brat. You want to be a junior, don't you? Mother **Cur, why did I accept such a shameless disciple? He even dared to touch the sister of the master's wife. In other words, the old devil was also very shameless. He even dared to touch the sister of his disciple's wife. Ning Fan flew to the peak of a snow mountain and looked at the sky full of snow. His expression gradually calmed down. He would do what he promised. Today, he had done it. Could this mortal bond be considered to be over? His figure flashed and appeared in a snow city. The night was snowing heavily, but there was a wine shop that was not closed yet. The lights were dim. Ning Fan walked into the wine shop and asked for a pot of wine. He sat by the window and looked at the wind and snow outside in silence. Aya, isn't this brother Ning? We are really fated to meet each other. I didn't expect to meet you in the sword world. A crazy voice suddenly resounded beside Ning Fan. Ning Fan was stunned. He turned his head and looked at the person beside him. It's you? Why did you come to the sword world? I am escaping. In the past, I sneaked into the sword world while escaping. Shopkeeper, quickly bring me all the good wine in your shop. I want to drink with brother Ning until we are drunk. Ning Fan looked at the burly man in front of him thoughtfully. The burly man's clothes were tattered and he had a crazed look on his face. He was someone he knew. Wu Chen, he was the person who helped Ning Fan calculate the whereabouts of his mother in the middle state. He was the person who got Ning Fan's help and escaped from the four old men. He did not expect to meet Wu Chen in the sword world. It was really a coincidence. Ning Fan did not ask how a peak divine transformation realm cultivator escaped from another world. Everyone had their own secrets. In Ning Fan's opinion, Wu Chen was also a person with secrets. I'm Wu Chen. I'm the lawless Wu. I'm the murderous Chen. Recalling Wu Chen's domineering self-introduction in the past, Ning Fan could not help but feel nostalgic. In the eyes of others, Wu Chen was a madman. However, Ning Fan knew that he was not an ordinary person. Perhaps his cultivation base was not high, but his capabilities were definitely not weak. For example, the extremely mysterious 12 earthly branches divination technique was not something that ordinary people could learn. It has been many years since we last met. Brother Wu, you are still as elegant as ever. Ning Fan cupped his fists and bowed. Haha. Elegant my ass. I don't look elegant at all. You, on the other hand, have shocked the 9 worlds. I really admire you. Hey, why isn't the innkeeper serving the wine? Hurry up and bring me the wine. Wu Chen looked at the innkeeper impatiently. He saw that the innkeeper was picking his teeth with a bamboo stick indifferently. When he saw Wu Chen looking at him, he sneered disapprovingly. This was a city of mortals. The people in the city were all mortals. They did not know how strong Ning Fan was. They did not know that Wu Chen was an old monster at the peak divine transformation realm. The only thing they knew was that Wu Chen was a lunatic. A lunatic who wanted to dine and dash and drink without paying. Wu Chen, you still owe me 3,000 copper coins. I'll serve you the wine when you pay me back. The innkeeper harumphed coldly. Haha. Lunatic Wu wants to drink when he doesn't have money. I'm dying of laughter. A few customers burst into laughter. Do you think I don't have money? I gambled yesterday and won 5,000 copper coins. Here. Take it. A bunch of fools who are greedy. Wu Chen angrily took the money pouch from his waist and took it. He took out 5 coins and slammed them on the table. Then, he looked at the other customers complacently. The shopkeeper looked as if he had seen something unbelievable. The other customers also opened their mouths so wide that an egg could be stuffed inside. Wu Chen is rich now. Wu Chen actually spent money to buy wine. This can't be real. Hurry up and serve the wine. Serve the good wine. Uncle Wu Chen laughed heartily. The innkeeper immediately ordered the waiter to serve the wine. Ning Fan looked at Wu Chen in surprise and asked with a faint smile. Is this how you have been living all these years? Ning Fan naturally did not expect Wu Chen to be living with mortals instead of cultivators. Moreover, he was repeatedly humiliated by mortals, yet he didn't get angry. His tolerance wasn't something an ordinary cultivator could compare to. Haha, there is the Tao in the wine, there is the truth in the mundane. The marketplace often hides the great Tao. Living here is very comfortable. It can make me forget about the endless slaughter for a while. F***ck. Wu Chen revealed an ancient expression. It was as if he had been through countless seas of blood, and his body and mind were exhausted. It was just a look, but it gave Ning Fan a feeling of empathy. The slaughter in the cultivation world was endless. There is the Tao in the wine, there is the truth in the mundane. Ning Fan looked at the wine jar in front of him and his eyes gradually became blank. He lifted the jar and drank to his heart's content, as if he wanted to merge all the slaughter in this lifetime into the wine, swallow it and forget about it. Brother Ning has a great capacity for liquor. You're indeed my fair-weather friend. Drink, drink, drink. Ning Fan's heart gradually calmed down. It was a peace that he had never felt before. He had avenged his master, found his parents, and Ming Kei's matter had temporarily come to an end, all the grudges had been settled. He raised his head and looked out of the window, looking at the falling snow and the boundless night sky. Is it time for me to prepare for my ascension? I wonder if Brother Ning has the intention to ascend? Wu Chen asked with a smile. Oh? Brother Wu is also concerned about ascension? Ning Fan was surprised and then shook his head in a self-mocking manner. He was surprised that Wu Chen was concerned about ascension even though he had yet to attain the void refinement realm. He mocked himself because he had underestimated Wu Chen too much. Who said that spirit-severing realm cultivators couldn't consider ascension? If there are 4 days of quota, spirit-severing realm cultivators can also ascend. For example, In Suqiu. Ning Fan wore a nostalgic look on his face and remained silent. Wu Chen chuckled and performed a hand seal. All of a sudden, he said to Ning Fan in a mysterious tone, Brother Ning, do you know that there is actually an ascension passage hidden in the rain world? Even if you ascend, you won't need to be controlled by any force. Oh? There's such a passage in the rain world? How did Brother Wu know about it? Ning Fan looked at Wu Chen doubtfully. It's a secret. I also have my own secrets that I don't want others to know. Of course, if Brother Ning insists on asking me, I will tell you the truth even if it's difficult for me. No need. Let's talk about the Ascension Passage. Where is the passage and which upper world is it heading to? Ning Fan did not have the intention to probe Wu Chen's secrets. Wu Chen's divination technique was amazing. It was not surprising for him to know some secrets that ordinary people did not. Besides, Ning Fan was indebted to Wu Chen for helping him find his mother. From this point of view, Ning Fan was willing to trust Wu Chen. Wu Chen smiled without saying a word. He placed 12 empty wine cups on the table and filled them with wine. Then, he performed the 12 earthly branches technique again. Rays of light suddenly flew out from the 12 empty wine cups. Wu Chen quickly took out a jade slip and kept the rays of light into it. Those rays of light were the information that Wu Chen had obtained from his divination. Meeting each other is fate. It's difficult to separate and meet each other. I'm tired of staying in the sword world. I'll leave now. Brother Ning, see you again. Take this as a parting gift. After giving the jade slip to Ning Fan, Wu Chen carried a wine jar and laughed heartily. He walked out of the tavern and soared into the sky while treading on the wind and snow. The scene shocked everyone in the tavern. Immortal. Immortal master. Lunatic Wu is actually an immortal master. The innkeeper's limbs went limp. The few customers who had mocked Wu Chen before were also terrified. They were afraid that Wu Chen would take revenge on them. Any immortal master could easily annihilate a city of mortals without even breaking a sweat. The road of killing is long. I'm drunk and wild. If 10 sides betray me, I'll overpower them. Wu Chen's loud and wild voice reverberated in the night for a long time. Ning Fan looked at Wu Chen's disappearing figure and fell into deep thought. When he scanned the jade slip in his hand with his spirit sense, his expression became strange. The passage of ascension is actually there, the Blood Slave Garden. There were 3 passages in the Rain World which could lead to the Blood Slave Garden. In the Blood Slave Garden, there was an ancient passage of ascension which could lead to the Eastern Heaven Immortal World, even if one did not have the quota for ascension and did not become an immortal, as long as one could find that passage, they could ascend. The things in this world are really full of coincidences. I want to go to the Blood Slave Garden, and coincidentally, there is an ascension passage in the Blood Slave Garden which leads to the Eastern Heaven Immortal World. Is it the Eastern Heaven? Ning Fan's expression changed. Ascending to the Eastern Heaven was not a bad choice. After all, Lightning Emperor Tai Su's hometown was in the Eastern Heaven. He had promised Tai Su that he would send a 9-revolution pill formula back to his hometown. If his cultivation base was strong enough, he would also need to help him save his hometown. The Eastern Heaven Immortal World was a good place to go. Of course, ascending to the Northern Heaven was also not a bad choice. After all, the foundation of the Black Devil sect was in the Northern Heaven. I should discuss the matter of ascension with my master and listen to his opinion. Ning Fan stood up and walked out of the tavern. With a flash, he disappeared without a trace. The sky was already turning bright. When the people in the tavern saw that Ning Fan was also an immortal master, all of them were dumbfounded. They really did not know if it was a blessing or a curse to see 2 immortal masters in a single day. Ordinary people would probably not be able to see even one immortal master in their entire lives. After the old devil obtained the Yin-Yang Dao seed, he began to busy himself with planting the Dao fruit. Sowing the Dao seed perfectly was not an easy task. Therefore, Ning Fan would not be able to see the old devil for the time being. During these days, he had been staying in the Ling Palace and secretly sent Su Daozi to investigate the location of the second secret place of the Sword Ancestor in the Heaven Border. Su Daozi had once obtained a jade seal magic treasure by chance. From it, he found out that there was a secret place of the Sword Ancestor in the Heaven Border which contained a great fortune. That was why he came all the way to the Sword World to stand up for the Heaven Palace. He did not expect that this time, he would directly become Ning Fan's slave. Su Daozi did not know the exact location of that secret place. He only knew that it was somewhere in the northern region of the Heaven Border. Since he knew that there was a great fortune in that secret place, Ning Fan naturally would not miss it. Su Daozi sent countless experts of the Heaven Palace to investigate the whereabouts of that secret place. 1 month later, they finally found it. However, no one expected that the secret place was actually a place of great danger. When Su Daozi brought the Heavenly Sovereign and countless experts into that secret place to investigate, an unforeseen event occurred. There was actually a deadly sword formation at the periphery of the secret place which killed everyone except for Su Daozi. That sword formation was an immortal formation. Just a single formation was enough to kill or injure all the Void Refinement Realm cultivators of the Heaven Palace. Tianyi and Yin Shui who went along with them were directly buried under the sword formation. In the Ling Palace, Ning Fan looked at Su Daozi who was kneeling on the ground with blood all over his body and listened to his report with an extremely solemn expression. Ling Huang's eyes were also solemn. Ning Fan did not hide the fact that he was looking for the second secret place of the Sword Ancestor from him. The secret place was in the Sword World. Even if Ning Fan wanted to go there to search for the fortune, he was not prepared to monopolize it. After he leaves, this secret place should still belong to the Sword World and exist as the second trial ground of the Sword Ancestor. An immortal grade sword formation. Just the periphery already has such a powerful formation. If we go to the inner area. Ning Fan, this secret place is too dangerous. Don't go there. Little Dugu said anxiously. When Ning Fan first sent people to search for the secret place, he told Little Dugu that he wanted to bring her along to search for the fortune. The fortune in the Sword Ancestor's secret place was naturally more beneficial to sword cultivators. Ning Fan was not a true sword cultivator but Little Dugu was. Originally, Ning Fan wanted to use the fortune in this secret place to help little Dugu break through to the void refinement realm. Now, it seemed like he could not bring her along even if he wanted to go there. Besides, Ning Fan was feeling a little hesitant at the moment. He did not know if he should go to this secret place or not. Su Daozi only knew that there was a great fortune in this secret place. However, he did not see it with his own eyes. He only obtained the information from the magic treasures. Thus, it was hard to distinguish the truth from the lies. If the secret place was not dangerous, Ning Fan would not mind searching for it. Now that he already knew that the secret place was dangerous but he did not know what the fortune was, he would not risk his life by going to an unfamiliar forbidden place unless he was a fool. You're right. It's better if we don't go to this forbidden place. Ning Fan's words made little Dugu let out a sigh of relief. Of course, she was not willing to see Ning Fan take the risk. Ling Huang looked at the map in his hand and remained silent. His expression became more and more solemn. The location of this secret place seems to be the ruins of Xia country from millions of years ago. It is said that this secret place contains the great secret of becoming an immortal. However, it also contains great danger. All the experts of Xia country once went to this secret place. There were 17 rogue immortals who entered this secret place to search for the method of becoming an immortal. However, all of them died in the secret place overnight. Xia country was destroyed overnight. Xia country was destroyed overnight. Ning Fan's eyes suddenly flashed as if he had thought of something. Xia country was destroyed overnight in order to become an immortal. The sovereign of Xia country was none other than Emperor Xia. Ning Fan had a guess in his mind. Could it be that Emperor Xia was the only survivor among all the experts of Xia country? Xia country was destroyed because it sought to become an immortal. Was that why Emperor Xia hated becoming an immortal so much? Was that the case, the secret place of Xia country contained the great secret of becoming an immortal, but it also caused the deaths of 17 rogue immortals. This secret place must be extremely dangerous. Ning Fan shook his head. Even if it was for the secret of becoming an immortal, he did not want to enter this dangerous place. Thus, he could only give up on this trip to the secret place. The night was slightly cold. Ning Fan stood alone in the courtyard outside the house, bathing in the wind and snow. Gradually, his mind was filled with thoughts. He used the heavenly border as a betrothal gift to ask for Dugu's hand in marriage. However, he was not prepared to consummate the marriage with her at this time. The cultivation method that Dugu cultivated was called the Sword Ancestor Scripture. It was said that she obtained it by chance during one of her travels. It was not advisable for a woman who cultivated this cultivation method to destroy her primordial yin before becoming a sword immortal. Knowing this, Ning Fan naturally would not destroy Dugu's primordial yin body for a moment of desire. However, what surprised Ning Fan was that Dugu's life was just too good. Entering the Sword Ancestor's secret place to cultivate in the snow border actually allowed her to obtain the sword finger technique that was created by the Sword Ancestor. Moreover, she was able to pick up the Sword Ancestor scripture during her travels. Little Dugu's fate seemed to be extremely fated with the sword. Little friend Ning, this old man has something to tell you. Suddenly, a voice with a hint of intimacy came from behind him. Ning Fan turned around and saw Emperor Xia. He cupped his fists and greeted him. Senior Xia, please speak your mind. I heard that you have found the secret place of Xia country. Thus, I want to tell you about the destruction of Xia country. Emperor Xia's golden eyes dimmed with a hint of melancholy, as if he was recalling the scene where his country was destroyed in the past. Senior, are you here to persuade me not to go to that ominous place to seek immortals? Don't worry, Senior. I have already decided not to go to that forbidden place. Emperor Xia interrupted Ning Fan with a bitter smile. No. I came here to beg you to go to that forbidden place. Why? Ning Fan's eyes suddenly turned solemn. With Emperor Xia's strength and personality, he would rarely use the word beg. Since he said beg, what he wanted was certainly not a trivial matter. Even if he begged Ning Fan to enter the forbidden place, his purpose would certainly not be to seek immortals. Emperor Xia himself disdained to become an immortal. If he wanted to, he could break through the life immortal realm and become a true immortal. However, he was unwilling to do so. As for the reason, let me tell you a story. Then, you will know. Emperor Xiao's face was filled with reminiscence. He began to organize the memories of millions of years ago. It was a very long memory, but it was so unforgettable. A very long time ago, there was a strong country of sword cultivators in the heavenly border of the sword world. Its name was Xia country. Xia country had been passed down for hundreds of generations and gradually declined. Even so, it was still the strongest force in the sword world. That year, a prince was born in the Xia kingdom. His name was Xiao Wuyo. He was an inborn sword cultivator. He was a genius that only appeared once in a million years in Xia country. He took 10 years to reach the harmonious spirit realm, 40 years to reach the core formation realm, 100 years to reach the nascent soul realm, 200 years to reach the divine transformation realm, and another 200 years to reach the void refinement realm. After cultivating for another 1,000 years, he was already a rogue immortal. When the late emperor passed away, Xiao Wuyo naturally inherited the position of Emperor Xia. He had a childhood sweetheart named Meng Bingyun. When he was 16 years old, the two of them became Dao companions. Meng Bingyun wasn't beautiful, but she loved Xiao Wuyo very much. Xiao Wuyo was proud and arrogant. He looked down on Meng Bingyun. In the end, he became obsessed with cultivation. He didn't even look at Meng Bingyun for decades. Speaking of this, Emperor Xiao's eyes revealed a hint of sorrow. He closed his eyes painfully. After a long time, he continued. Xiao Wuyo only spent 1,500 years to become an itinerant immortal. His aptitude was too high. He was too conceited and too eager to become an immortal. He wanted to become an immortal. He wanted to break through life and seek the truth. He believed that he had the qualifications to become an immortal emperor. However, he was too arrogant. Perhaps it was because of this arrogant heart that made it hard for him to comprehend the true meaning of life and death. That was why he couldn't take the step to become an immortal. He stopped at the itinerant immortal realm for 30,000 years. Meng Bingyun was always ignored by him. However, she didn't complain about it. She accompanied him and guided him. To be honest, although Meng Bingyun wasn't beautiful and her aptitude wasn't as good as Xiao Wuyo's, she was still a genius sword cultivator that only appeared once in 100,000 years. During the 30,000 years when Xiao Wuyo stopped at the itinerant immortal realm, Meng Bingyun cultivated step by step until she reached the itinerant immortal realm. She was one step ahead of Xiao Wuyo and took the step to follow him through life and death. Xiao Wuyo felt great humiliation and unwillingness. He boasted that his aptitude far surpassed Meng Bingyun. However, he lost to her on the path to becoming an immortal. How could he remain calm? He became even more estranged from Meng Bingyun. His desire to become an immortal intensified to the point where he almost went berserk. Until one day, a secret place was unearthed in Xia country. It was the Sword Ancestor's secret place. It contained the great secret of becoming an immortal. When the entire Xia country knew that the secret place contained the great secret of becoming an immortal, it caused an uproar. It was especially so for Xiao Wuyo. He desired to become an immortal to the point of going crazy. Without any hesitation, he mobilized all the experts in Xia country to search for the great secret of becoming an immortal. On the day when he was about to set off, Meng Bingyun appeared in front of him covered in blood. She told him that the secret place was very dangerous. She personally went to explore the way and almost died in there. She begged Xiao Wuyo not to go. Xiao Wuyo was deeply touched. He couldn't imagine that Meng Bingyun, who had always been ignored and ignored by him, would go to an unfamiliar secret place to explore the way for him. She came back covered in blood. She didn't even have time to heal her injuries. She just wanted to tell him that the secret place was dangerous and he shouldn't go. However, the temptation of becoming an immortal was too great. In the end, Xiao Wuyo ignored Meng Bingyun's warning and went his own way. He brought all the experts in Xia country into the secret place. On that day, almost all the experts in Xia country died. No matter how talented Xiao Wuyo was, he was still an itinerant immortal after all. He should have died in the secret place. However, when he was about to die, Meng Bingyun saved him. She used her own life to save him. It was a bone-chilling sword lake. Meng Bingyun saved him, but she herself sank into the lake forever. Her final gaze was still looking at Xiao Wuyo with infatuation. She softly apologized to him. I'm sorry, Wuyo. I can't accompany you anymore. I'm sorry. She shouldn't be the one apologizing. Become an immortal. Become an immortal. Xiao Wuyo had been seeking immortality for his entire life. What did he get in the end? He didn't even know what he wanted. When he found out and understood what he wanted, he lost it forever. Emperor Xia clenched his fists tightly and closed his eyes. Murky tears flowed down his cheeks. Ning Fan remained silent. He knew that the golden-eyed sword cultivator standing in front of him was the Xiao Wuyo in the story. Lend me a hand. Follow me into the ruins. Emperor Xia suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with determination. I don't understand. How can I help Senior with my cultivation base? Ning Fan sighed. If Emperor Xia goes with him, any danger would no longer be dangerous. However, how could he help Emperor Xia? Help me enter the Sword Lake. Help me see if I can still find Bingyun's remains at the bottom of the lake. Emperor Xiao's eyes were filled with sorrow. With Senior's cultivation base, you can't enter the Sword Lake by yourself? Ning Fan was surprised. That Sword Lake is located in the deepest part of the secret land. It is said that the great secret of becoming an immortal is located at the bottom of the lake. There seems to be a strange law in the Sword Lake. Anyone can only enter the lake once in their lifetime. If they enter the lake for the second time, they will be turned into ashes by the lake water. Every time I improve my strength, I will try to enter the lake again. However, before I can enter the lake, I will be severely injured and on the verge of death. I can't go into that lake. A sword lake that can only be entered once, huh? This is my first time entering the lake. Of course, I won't be killed by the lake water. However, why is Senior so sure that I can enter the sword lake and return? Perhaps I will also sink to the bottom of the lake forever. Don't worry. Before you enter the lake, I will use all the power of my primordial spirit to help you temporarily raise your cultivation base to the life immortal realm. It will be enough for you to protect yourself. If you help me find Bingyun's remains, I can promise you one thing. Emperor Xia said resolutely. Even if I ask Senior to protect the rain world for me, will Senior be willing to do that? Ning Fan's eyes lit up. Of course. Emperor Xiao's affirmative answer made Ning Fan feel a little tempted. If he has Emperor Xiao's help, this secret place would not be too dangerous. If he succeeds in finding Meng Bingyun's remains, Emperor Xia would fulfill his promise and help Ning Fan protect the rain world. With Emperor Xia around, even if the sect master of the Pale sect comes here personally, only death awaits him. This favor is worth helping. Just as Ning Fan was about to answer, a lady with plum blossoms on her temples quietly walked out from outside the courtyard. Neither Ning Fan nor Emperor Xia noticed her hiding in this place. Little devil Ning, if you insist on going to the secret place of Xia country, I will go with you. If we live, we will live together. If we die, we will die together. Dugu's tone was calm as if she was saying something that was natural. To be continued. In the end, he decided to bring little Dugu along. With the Xia Emperor accompanying him on this trip, there would be no danger at all. Emperor Xia had entered the secret grounds of the Xia kingdom by himself countless times, and the greatest danger was only enough to kill an ordinary life immortal. To the Xia Emperor, there was no danger at all. When Ling Huang heard that Ning Fan and Dugu wanted to go to the secret place of Xia country, he naturally dissuaded them with a stern voice. However, when Emperor Xia revealed a trace of his strength in front of Emperor Ling was shocked and no longer had any doubts. Ling Huang had never known that the last emperor of Xia country had actually lived for more than 6 million years. Emperor Xia's strength was too unfathomable. With him accompanying them, Emperor Ling felt at ease. Let's go. The Xia Emperor took a single step forward, and a series of ripples appeared beneath his feet. The ripples reverberated beneath Ning Fan's and Dugu's feet. Immediately, the two of them felt as if they had merged with heaven and earth. In just a breath's time, Emperor Xia had already brought Ning Fan and Dugu from the snow border to the heaven border. What a mysterious speed. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with amazement. This is a technique known as distance contraction. Only a very small number of true immortals can comprehend it. Take this jade slip, it contains this old man's understanding of this technique. If you break through to the true immortal realm one day, you can carefully study this technique. You will definitely gain something. Emperor Xia casually tossed a jade slip to Ning Fan without even turning his head. His eyes were filled with pain as he looked at the bottomless abyss in front of him. This abyss was the entrance to the secret land of China. Ning Fan kept the jade slip. After taking a glance at it, he sighed with emotion and kept the jade slip. The jade slip recorded all of Emperor Xia's experiences in comprehending the earth-shrinking technique. However, the current Ning Fan was still unable to comprehend all of them. Looking at the bottomless abyss, little Dugu did not know why, but her heart ached slightly. She frowned and her face was slightly pale. Ning Fan grabbed little Dugu's soft hand and frowned. Little Dugu's hands are so cold. As he channeled his mana into little Dugu's body, the latter's complexion gradually improved. Don't go if you don't feel well, Ning Fan said with concern. No, I'm going. But, can you let go of my hand? Little Dugu's face turned slightly red. She wanted to pull her hand out, but her palm was held tightly by Ning Fan. This was her first time holding hands with Ning Fan's. She could clearly feel the warmth of Ning Fan's palm. The warmth and safety made her feel a little nostalgic. Just like this, I'll hold your hand, and you'll follow me. After entering the secret zone, no matter what dangers there are, don't be afraid, I'm here. Even though Emperor Xia was following him, Ning Fan still maintained his full vigilance. One could not be careless at any time. Follow behind me. Don't take a single step. The Xia Emperor reminded him, then leapt into the depths of the earth. Ning Fan temporarily let go of little Dugu's palm. Little Dugu could not help but feel a little disappointed. All of a sudden, little Dugu felt her soft waist being embraced by a strong arm. Ning Fan carried little Dugu and leaped straight to the bottom of the abyss. The earth abyss was 10 million zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, deep. Emperor Xia was waiting for them at the bottom of the abyss. He let go of little Dugu's waist and held her hand again. Then, he began to study the environment at the bottom of the abyss. This was an ancient ruin. There was a man-made crystal sun in the sky, making the underground as bright as day. The soil under their feet was very soft and full of weeds. There was a fragrance of grass in the air which was mixed with a little smell of blood. It was very faint, but Ning Fan's perception towards the smell of blood was very sharp. Among the grass, collapsed ancient tablets could be seen from time to time. Each of the tablets only had 2 words written in divine seal script, abandoned sword. The words were carved with a sword. Although it was beautiful, it contained a hidden sharpness. It seemed like it was carved by a woman. It was not hard to imagine that this place was the secret zone of the sword ancestor. The words were naturally carved by the sword ancestor. However, why did the sword ancestor carve the words abandoned sword and so many of them? Could it be that the words abandoned sword contained some profound sword theory? My sword intent was comprehended in this secret zone. Therefore, it carried a trace of the sword ancestor's sword intent. After this grassland, there will be a barren forest. That is where the immortal formation is located. The people you sent died there. As soon as Emperor Xia finished speaking, he walked forward. Ning Fan took a deep look at the ancient tablet and left with little Dugu. Little Dugu looked at the ancient tablet with a blank expression. Abandoned sword. Abandoned sword, she murmured these 2 words, and her heart ached again. She did not know why she had such a feeling. She just felt that the woman who carved the 2 words must be feeling a lot of pain in her heart. She did not know why she had such a feeling. After walking forward for 10 li * 500 m per li, a huge barren forest appeared in front of them. In the barren forest, each of the giant trees was 100,000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, tall. They had withered branches and no leaves. On the ground, skeletons that had fallen for many years could be seen everywhere. There were also some newly arrived corpses. The owners of these corpses were all experts of the Heaven Palace. Ning Fan stared at each of the giant trees with a solemn expression. He could tell that one of the tens of giant trees contained a trace of the sword ancestor's sword chi which could instantly kill a cultivator. Tens of thousands of giant trees lined up according to the formation, forming an immortal grade sword formation with terrifying power. The reason why it was an immortal grade sword formation was because the power of the sword chi would weaken due to the erosion of time. Of course, this formation was set up by the sword ancestor. If this formation was at its peak, any true immortal who intrudes into this formation would only face death. Ning Fan naturally would not feel sad when he saw the countless corpses of the experts of the Heaven Palace. The Heaven Palace was originally his enemy. They were just forcefully taken as slaves by him. So what if they died? When Emperor Xia saw the skeletons that had fallen for many years, his eyes were filled with sorrow and guilt. Those people were all the experts of Xia country 6 million years ago. Due to a moment of confusion, Emperor Xia had fallen here. Chi as Ning Fan and the others went deeper into the barren forest, the sword formation on all four sides suddenly reacted. Hundreds and thousands of traces of the sword ancestor's sword chi broke out of the formation and charged at Ning Fan and the others. Without saying anything, Ning Fan pulled little Dugu behind him, looking like he was ready to attack at any time. His eyes were extremely solemn. There were at least 1,200 traces of the sword ancestor's sword chi in this place, each of them could instantly kill a cultivator. If one is attacked by 1,200 traces of sword chi at the same time, even an ordinary life immortal realm cultivator would be severely injured. Collect. Emperor Xia made a grabbing motion and all 1,200 traces of sword chi were absorbed into his palm. He condensed his magic power and all the sword chi merged into one, forming a golden sword light. When it condensed again, the golden sword light turned into a small golden sword. This item can be used for self-defense. Emperor Xia passed the small golden sword to Ning Fan and continued advancing without saying anything else. Ning Fan received the small golden sword. When he sensed the vast sword chi contained in it, his expression changed. This small sword was condensed from sword chi. Once it is used, it could turn into 1,200 traces of the sword ancestor's sword chi and deal a heavy blow to a life immortal realm cultivator. After keeping the small golden sword, Ning Fan held little Dugu's hand and followed closely behind Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia stopped in front of the largest tree in the barren forest and pointed his finger at it. A golden light flashed. All of a sudden, the giant tree in front of him turned into ashes and dissipated. At the next moment, all the trees in the entire barren forest turned into ashes and disappeared. After doing all this, Emperor Xia raised his hand and clawed at the ground. A sword-shaped golden stone was pulled out from the ground and he gave it to little Dugu. The immortal-grade sword formation has been destroyed. This is a sword stone that was condensed from the power of the sword formation. It can greatly increase a sword cultivator's cultivation base. A piece of sword stone is enough for you to directly break through to the void glimpse stage. Little Dugu looked at Ning Fan. When she saw Ning Fan nod, she kept the sword stone. After we pass the barren forest, it will be very dangerous. Of course, the danger is only for you guys. Follow me closely. Don't leave me by even half a step. After passing through the barren forest, there were many ancient tombs. The air was filled with a gloomy mist. Within the mist, the sound of bells could be heard from afar. An extremely dangerous feeling immediately rose in Ning Fan's heart. Little Dugu, on the other hand, was absent-minded. She did not notice the danger in this place. She quietly looked at the large barren graves without saying a word. Her heart felt a slight pain again. In her mind, scenes of flesh and blood flying everywhere unconsciously appeared. It hurts. She held her head with one of her hands and bit her lips with her pearly white teeth. Her eyes were filled with pain and she almost fell. Ning Fan did not care about the strange ringing of the bells. He hurriedly held little Dugu and continuously transferred traces of magic power into her body. What's wrong? Ning Fan's face was filled with worry. It's nothing. It's just a little uncomfortable. I feel much better now. With Ning Fan's help, little Dugu's complexion gradually improved. The ringing of the bells in the surroundings was getting closer and closer. In the gloomy mist, 4 giant ghosts with 8th break realm cultivation base were carrying a huge iron palanquin that was covered with chains. They were walking towards them with dense killing intent. On the gigantic iron palanquin, there was a ghost with a green face and fangs. He was wearing a bright red robe and his cultivation base was at the rogue immortal realm. However, the strength of his physical body was comparable to a life immortal realm expert. Gradually, the 2nd, 3rd and 4th iron palanquin appeared in the thick mist. There were 4 iron palanquins, 16 giant ghosts with 8th break realm cultivation base and 4 ghosts with immortal bodies. Ning Fan's eyes widened. The 8th break realm giant ghosts were still manageable, but 4 ghosts with immortal bodies were definitely not something he could defeat. The strength of a single punch from these 4 ghosts was comparable to a strike from a life immortal realm expert. Roar *. The iron palanquin landed on the ground. 16 giant ghosts with 8th break realm cultivation base strode towards them. Every step they took made the ground shake. The eyes of the 4 ghosts with immortal bodies were blank. 2 of them raised their fingers and pressed down. 2 rays of sword light shot out from their fingers and attacked Emperor Xia. The other 2 ghosts vanished without a trace. In the next moment, they appeared on the left and right of Ning Fan and Little Dugu. Their ghost claws directly grabbed at Ning Fan and Little Dugu. The strength of a casual grab was enough to easily tear a rogue immortal realm expert into pieces. Get lost. Emperor Xia's eyes turned cold. He shouted and his voice immediately turned into invisible sword light, slashing at the 20 ghosts. In just an instant, all 16 giant ghosts were dismembered into thousands of pieces. As for the 4 ghosts with immortal bodies, they were directly killed by the sound wave swords. Sword word technique. Ning Fan's eyes widened. He did not expect that the sword word technique really existed. It seemed like Ting Xianro was very interested in the sword word technique. If he could obtain this technique and give it to her, it would be a wonderful thing. Ning Fan then looked at the 20 ghosts that were instantly killed by Emperor Xia. As soon as they fell to the ground, they immediately turned into broken ancient swords. Their spiritual light dimmed and their sword intent dissipated. These are sword ghosts. When the sword master dies, the sword spirit dies. When the sword spirit becomes a ghost, it becomes a sword ghost. When I was young, I almost died in the hands of the sword ghosts in this place. As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Xia took out a jade slip from his storage pouch and gave it to Ning Fan. Ning Fan took a look at the jade slip and found out that it actually recorded the cultivation method of the sword word technique. The power of the sword word technique isn't strong. However, it contains a trace of the great ability of word compliance law. The 3 great realms of the true immortal realm are Du Zhen, shedding void, and thought-breaking realm. The 2 realms of thought's fragmentation are the speech realm and the thought realm. Words are the law enforcement realm and the Tao is born with a thought. This is the key to breaking through the thought's fragmentation realm. This technique isn't strong, but it might help you comprehend the law enforcement realm earlier. As soon as Emperor Xia finished speaking, he moved forward again. Ning Fan let out a soft sigh. Along the way, Emperor Xia had been continuously giving him opportunities. All he wanted was for his help. After keeping the jade slip, Ning Fan held Dugu's hand and followed behind Emperor Xia. Inwardly, he had already made up his mind to help Emperor Xia find Meng Bingyun's remains. Each of the traps and formations was easily broken by Emperor Xia. Each of the powerful sword ghosts was destroyed by Emperor Xia's finger. He had been to this place many times. Ever since Meng Bingyun passed away, he had forced his way into the forbidden place time and time again. In the beginning, his cultivation base was insufficient and he was no match for the sword ghosts. Every time he came, he would return in failure. Later on, he thoroughly comprehended life and death and became strong enough to fight against the sword ghosts. However, he could no longer enter the sword lake. 6 million years had passed and his strength was already comparable to a true immortal realm expert. He could easily kill some living beings and undead things in this place, but he could not enter the sword lake. The lake water seemed to be mocking him. Once you lose something, you can never get it back. We're here. After crossing a tall mountain, there was a calm lake behind it. The lake was surrounded by a circle of strange stones. Each of the stones had an ancient sword inserted into them. The lake water was rippling and entering the lake. It seemed ordinary, but Ning Fan sensed a trace of danger from it. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. He casually picked up a fallen leaf from the ground and threw it into the lake. The fallen leaf sank into the lake and turned into ice. Even a fallen leaf can't float. Ning Fan frowned. With his minor 5 elements physique, it was not difficult for him to defend against the ice power of the lake. However, with his current cultivation base, if he enters the lake, he would probably sink forever like a fallen leaf and would never be able to float to the surface again. Perhaps only Life Immortal Realm experts could move freely in this lake. Of course, every Life Immortal Realm expert only had one chance to enter the lake. If the rules of the lake did not allow them to enter the lake for the second time, they would certainly die. This is the Sword Lake, also known as the Heart-Seeking Sword Lake. It is said that the water of this lake can reflect the reflection of one's previous life. However, that reflection can only be seen by oneself. Others can't see it. As soon as Emperor Xia finished speaking, Ning Fan and Little Dugu approached the lake curiously and lowered their heads to look at the reflection in the lake. Ning Fan's reflection in the lake was a butterfly. However, it was not just one but hundreds and thousands of butterflies. He had reincarnated countless times and each of his lives was a butterfly. He used the life of a butterfly to exchange for the life of a human in this life. Can you see your previous life? Ning Fan shifted his gaze and looked at Little Dugu. At this moment, Little Dugu was looking at the reflection in the lake and tears kept flowing down her cheeks. What did she see? Ning Fan did not know. Only Little Dugu knew. Don't cry. I'm here. Ning Fan did not know what Little Dugu saw but he did not ask. He just hugged Little Dugu's slightly trembling body tightly in his arms, trying to warm her heart with his body heat. Little Devil Ning, you were a butterfly in your previous life, right? Little Dugu asked in a low voice. Yes. I see. I abandoned my sword and gave up my life of slaughter in exchange for reuniting with you in this life. It's worth it. She did not say much but said something that Ning Fan could not understand. Although he could not understand it, Ning Fan's heart was touched for no reason. He faintly felt that he owed Little Dugu too much. What did you see? Ning Fan asked in a tender tone. Don't ask, never know. Little Dugu raised her tear-stained smiling face. Ning Fan wanted to use the mind-reading technique to see what Little Dugu saw. He owed Little Dugu in his previous life, right? He wanted to see it clearly. Unfortunately, there was an exceedingly powerful force inside Dugu's body that was protecting her, causing him to be unable to see through her thoughts. Don't ask, never know. That's good. Little Dugu reached out her hand and gently stroked the contours of Ning Fan's face with gratitude and satisfaction. This was the first time she took the initiative to touch Ning Fan. There seemed to be something else in her eyes. It was nostalgia. Ning Fan felt a sudden pain in his heart and hugged Little Dugu tightly in his arms. Damn it! What did this woman see? Why did she cry? There was no answer. If she did not say it, she would not say it for the rest of her life. Perhaps Ning Fan could only find the answer himself. Perhaps he would not find it in his entire life. Asterisk cough asterisk cough asterisk Emperor Xia coughed awkwardly. He was still here and this young couple was hugging each other. How could they forget themselves? Little Dugu blushed and wiped her tears on Ning Fan's chest without caring about her image. She gently pushed Ning Fan away and tidied her hair. It's time for you to help Senior Xia. You're right, madam. Your husband has forgotten that I still have important matters to attend to. Ning Fan teased. Looking at Little Dugu's angry expression, his heart gradually calmed down. He would naturally know the answer when his cultivation base was strong enough in the future. The mysteries of samsara encompassed all living beings. Naturally, he could peek into the past and present lives. Senior, are you going to transfer the power of your primordial spirit to me now? Ning Fan asked. With his cultivation base, it was easy for him to enter the Sword Lake but it was impossible for him to get out. Only when Emperor Xia used all his strength to help him temporarily attain the life immortal realm would he have the confidence to go back and forth. All right. I will draw out the power of my primordial spirit and lend it to you temporarily. Come closer. Emperor Xia raised his hand and pointed at the top of Ning Fan's head. He closed his eyes and transferred the power of his primordial spirit into Ning Fan's body. His chi rapidly weakened. Even though he was still a rogue immortal, he was not as strong as before. On the other hand, Ning Fan's chi continued to rise. 7th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, 8th heavenly layer, 9th heavenly layer. Peak life immortal realm. Life immortal realm was divided into human profound ghost realm and profound ghost realm. Ning Fan's current cultivation base was an early human profound life immortal realm. Feeling the vast magic power in his body, Ning Fan's eyes flashed, but he was not too shocked. He was also able to control the magic power in his body that had skyrocketed without any discomfort. He had temporarily possessed the magic power of an immortal emperor, so a life immortal was naturally not worth mentioning. Oh? Little friend, you can actually control the magic power of a life immortal realm expert so easily? Emperor Xia's face was as pale as a piece of paper. His eyes were slightly shocked. Ning Fan's capabilities were much greater than what he had expected. Currently, Emperor Xia had lent all the power of his primordial spirit to Ning Fan. His body was extremely weak. Perhaps even an 8-break realm cultivator might not be able to defeat him. Ning Fan sighed. He turned around and walked towards the sword lake. Just as he was about to jump into the lake, little Dugu pulled his arm. Bring me with you. Listen to me. The sword lake is extremely dangerous. If anything goes wrong, before Ning Fan could finish his words, he was interrupted by Dugu Jiren. Trust me. I will be fine. I can even help you. Trust me. Trust me. I can come and go freely in this sword lake. I can protect you, trust me. Trust me. Ning Fan remained silent for a while. Then, he held little Dugu's arm and jumped into the lake. He had decided to trust her. If she is really in danger, he would protect her even if he has to risk his life. To be continued. Wisps of sword chi flowed in the bone-chilling lake water. Ning Fan hugged little Dugu tightly in his arms and carefully protected her. At this moment, he temporarily possessed the cultivation of a life immortal, so he was naturally not afraid of these sword energies. If it was the old him, even if he used his full strength, he would still be injured by the sword chi in the lake. Gradually, Ning Fan discovered that little Dugu seemed to be innately unafraid of the sword chi here. With her around, the sword chi that wanted to attack Ning Fan retreated one by one, not daring to attack. Ning Fan lowered his head. He noticed that the face of the little girl in his arms was pale. Her eyes were flashing with sword light. She seemed to be using some kind of secret technique to restrain the sword chi in this place. He could not help but feel a great sense of pity in his heart. He gently kissed little Dugu's forehead and said gently, "Rest, I will protect you." Little Dugu responded softly and dispersed the sword gleam in her eyes. She could also tell that Ning Fan, who was at the life immortal realm, was not afraid of the sword chi of the sword lake at all. That's good. As she nestled in Ning Fan's embrace, even the cold lake water felt warm. She looked at Ning Fan with an incomparably precious gaze, as if she was looking at a precious treasure that she would risk her life to protect. She didn't dare to show such a bold gaze in the past, but after seeing the reflection in the lake, she didn't avoid it anymore. 1,000,000 feet, 1,000,000 feet, 10,000,000 feet, he did not know how deep he had dived. The coldness of this place was already enough to hurt him who had a life immortal realm cultivation base. Just as he was worried that the person in his arms would not be able to endure the coldness of this place, he realized that her cheeks were rosy and her eyes were closed. She snuggled in his arms and actually fell asleep comfortably. This little girl, isn't she afraid of the sword chi and cold chi here at all? Ning Fan chuckled and shook his head. He was most worried about little Dugu. Since little Dugu was fine, he was naturally not afraid of the cold. Every strand of Ning Fan's hair and glabella turned into ice. Even his blood felt like it was about to freeze. Just as he was about to lose the cold, he finally saw the bottom of the lake. In the thick layer of sand, there were more than a dozen zombies that had frozen into ice. They were dressed in the clothes of the ancient Xia kingdom, and they should be the experts who had followed Emperor Xia into this place. Ning Fan's eyes swept across the crowd. None of them were women. Although he didn't know what Meng Bingyun looked like, she should at least be a woman. Her corpse wasn't here. Speaking of which, it was said that the secret to becoming an immortal was hidden at the bottom of the lake. Where was the secret to becoming an immortal? Ning Fan carried little Dugu, who was sleeping soundly, and leaped forward to search the bottom of the lake. After a long time, he found a crystal palace in a coral reef. This palace was equipped with a waterproof formation, and there were 2 stone statues of heavenly sword-wielding gods standing outside the palace gate. When Ning Fan tried to approach the palace, the 2 stone statues suddenly shone. They turned into 2 half-step life immortal realm heavenly deities wielding swords. Their empty eyes stared at Ning Fan. At the next moment, they charged at him. Destroy. Ning Fan just casually lifted one of his fingers and pointed at them. Relying on his powerful cultivation base, he killed the two heavenly deities without using any of his abilities. After the two Empyrean gods died, they turned into four sword-wielding Empyrean gods. Ning Fan raised his finger and destroyed them. After the four heavenly deities wielding swords died, they turned into 8 people. Ning Fan knitted his brows. The more he killed, the more heavenly deities holding swords appeared. What a strange ability. If they continue killing like this, thousands of heavenly deities would appear. Even if Ning Fan had a life immortal realm cultivation base, he would still die in the encirclement of a group of rogue immortals. Void Vortex. With a point of his finger, a massive illusory vortex appeared at the bottom of the lake, sucking all the shadows of the heavenly deities into the vortex. Gradually, the energy of the shadows of the heavenly deities was depleted and they turned into green smoke, dispersing. As for Ning Fan, he calmly carried little Dugu and walked into the Crystal Palace. Where is this place? Little Dugu woke up and gently jumped out of Ning Fan's arms. However, Ning Fan held her hand again. I don't know. Follow me closely and be careful. Ning Fan pulled little Dugu closer to him. After all, this was an unfamiliar place. Now that Emperor Xia was not with him, Ning Fan had to protect little Dugu alone. Thus, he needed to be more cautious. There were coral decorations, crystal tables and chairs, gold and jade utensils. There were many empty sword scabbards hanging on the walls. There were also some portraits of mountains and rivers. Occasionally, there were portraits of people. All of them were powerful immortals who could fly in the sky and travel through the earth. They were all extremely terrifying figures who could destroy a world with a lift of their fingers. Along the way, Ning Fan noticed that the layout of this place was very similar to a lady's boudoir. He could not help but speculate that this might be the boudoir of the sword ancestor. Even though there were heavenly deities guarding the outside of the Crystal Palace, there was no danger within the palace. This was slightly out of Ning Fan's expectation. Along the way, Ning Fan noticed that there was actually a room that was tightly shut. Inside the room, there was a dense sword qi. Other than that, there was actually a trace of extremely weak qi of a living person. There was actually a living person in this place. Ning Fan's vigilance instantly rose to the peak. His spirit sense penetrated the door and spread into the room. As soon as he saw the scene in the room, he was stunned at first. Then, he fell silent. Who is it? An extremely weak female voice came from inside. Senior, are you Meng Bingyun? Ning Fan asked indifferently. You. How do you know who you are? The lady looked like she would die at any time. I was entrusted by Xiao Wuyo to look for Meng Bingyun's remains. However, I didn't expect that Meng Bingyun is still alive. However, isn't living like this more painful than dying? Ning Fan closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. A gust of sword wind blew past and the door of the room slowly opened. Du Guqing's cold eyes looked into the room. At the next moment, she also fell into silence. Inside the room, there was a mysterious sword formation. The flying swords used in the sword formation were the swords of the Crystal Palace. The empty scabbards that Ning Fan saw earlier had already been taken away by someone to set up the sword formation. A lady sat cross-legged at the center of the sword formation. Her body was so illusory. She was just a trace of her remnant soul. The sword light in the sword formation would pierce her illusory remnant soul every once in a while. That pain naturally didn't need to be described. That lady was Meng Bingyun. She was not beautiful, but her eyes were more stubborn than most men. The sword formation that she set up was called Death Suppressing Formation. This formation was an immortal sword formation. It required a large number of immortal swords to suppress the souls of the dead, preventing them from entering the cycle of reincarnation. However, the remnant soul of the dead would have to bear the pain of 10,000 swords piercing their hearts every day. They would lose their physical body, their cultivation base and everything else. In the end, only a trace of their remnant soul would be left in this world. Wu Yu. You said that you were entrusted by Wu Yu. He is still alive. Is he? Is he well? Meng Bingyun's eyes glistened with tears. She had waited for 6 million years, but she had never cried. She had to bear the pain of 10,000 swords piercing her heart every day. However, when she suddenly heard about the news of her beloved, she could not help but shed tears. He is at the bank of the sword lake. A person can only enter this lake once. The second time he enters, he will definitely die. He couldn't come in. He tried for 6 million years but to no avail. He had always wanted to find your remains and asked me to enter the sword lake. However, he didn't expect that you are still alive. If he knows about it. Just as Ning Fan's voice fell, Meng Bingyun suddenly begged. Don't let him know. Don't let him know that I'm living in this way. If he knows about it, he will feel sad, guilty, and blame himself. I don't want him to blame himself. I'm content knowing that he is still alive. I'm content knowing that he finally has a shadow of me in his heart. You should leave now. Tell him that he can't find Meng Bingyun's remains. Make him forget about me. What if I insist on bringing Senior away and let you meet Senior Xia? Ning Fan asked indifferently. I would rather die than meet him. When you bring me out of the sword formation, I will certainly die. Meng Bingyun closed her eyes sorrowfully. It was not that she did not want to meet him. She just did not want him to feel sad and blame himself. She did not want him to see her in her worst state. Ning Fan remained silent. He had promised Emperor Xia that he would bring Meng Bingyun's remains back. Now that Meng Bingyun was still alive, he naturally had to bring her back. However, Meng Bingyun insisted on not returning. If he forces her, she would seek death. Ning Fan felt troubled. He shook his head and felt that women's thoughts were really complicated. Didn't Meng Bingyun suffer for 6 million years just to see Emperor Xia? She could obviously meet him now, but why didn't she? Little devil Ning, can you leave for a while? I will help you persuade her. Little Duga looked at Ning Fan seriously. Her eyes seemed to be saying 3 words. Trust me. Ning Fan was stunned. After thinking for a while, he felt that perhaps it was more suitable for a woman to persuade another woman. All right. I heard that the great secret of ascension to immortality is hidden at the bottom of the sword lake. It is most likely in this crystal palace. I will go and search again to see if there is any great secret of ascension to immortality. Ning Fan squeezed little Dugu's soft palm and smiled. Then, he turned around and left. Little Dugu walked into the room and looked at Meng Bingyun with sympathy and tenderness. Can I call you Big Sister Meng? Yes. Ning Fan did not eavesdrop on their conversation. Since he had chosen to believe in little Dugu, he would continue to believe in her. After walking around the Crystal Palace 3 times, Ning Fan still could not find any great secret of ascension to immortality hidden in this palace. Not to mention that there was no great secret of ascension to immortality, there was not even a single pill or Dao crystal. Originally, there were some immortal swords hanging on the walls. However, Meng Bingyun had already arranged them into a sword formation. Thus, there was no fortune in this palace anymore. The rumor of the great secret of ascension to immortality is really just a rumor. Shaking his head, Ning Fan stood outside a bedroom. It was the bedroom of the sword ancestor. He did not immediately go to find little Dugu. This bedroom was only 100 steps away from the room where little Dugu was. Ning Fan decided to wait for little Dugu here. He sat beside the crystal table and played with the empty wine cup on the table. His eyes swept around the bedroom. On the wall, there was also an empty scabbard. The immortal sword was most likely taken away by Meng Bingyun. Other than that, there was also a painting hanging on the wall. It was the portrait of the back of a lady in white robes. She was a very gentle lady. Her long black hair was fluttering in the wind. One of her hands was gently pressing her temples. The side of her face that was slightly revealed seemed to be wearing a smile. However, it was hard to see clearly. That figure looked a little familiar. He seemed to have seen it somewhere before. That's right. It's the back of the sword ancestor. Ning Fan had seen the back of the sword ancestor several times. Each time, he would slaughter the heavens and step on the white bones under his feet. All the gods and devils in this world are ants. If I break my sword, there will be no martial arts in this world. He still remembered the cold and domineering words of the sword ancestor, regarding all the gods and devils in this world as ants. He did not expect that such a cold and indifferent lady would also smile. Such a gentle figure did not look like someone who had killed all the gods and devils at all. Wait, Ning Fan suddenly rose to his feet and looked at the painting in disbelief. There was actually a butterfly in the painting. The sword ancestor was smiling at the butterfly. The moment he saw the butterfly, Ning Fan's mind went blank. After a long time, his eyes gradually became clear. That butterfly seems to be from one of my previous lives. Did I see the sword ancestor in my previous life? Ning Fan remained silent. He walked closer and took down the painting. He held it in front of him and studied it carefully. Gradually, Ning Fan's mind could not help but sink into the painting. In a valley with dense flowers and plants, a lady in white robes was sitting on the ground, hugging her knees. Her face could not be seen clearly, but the smile on the corner of her mouth could be clearly seen. She gently raised her hand and reached out to tease a butterfly in front of her. Then, she said with a faint smile, "Little butterfly, why do you want to go to the outer realm gate? Do you really want to go to the Zido immortal region? I have been guarding the gate for so many years. I have seen all kinds of intruders and killed all of them. You are the only one who surprised me. You are so weak. It's impossible for you to pass through the gate." The butterfly fluttered in the air. It seemed to be a little impatient and did not want to talk to this talkative lady. "You have quite a temper. If I didn't show mercy to you, you would have died even if you are an immortal emperor. Do you know that you are the first person in my life that I can't kill? No, it's the butterfly. If the immortal sovereign Huanggu finds out about this, I'm afraid that he will punish me." There were 10 black suns in the sky. This place was not the Zido immortal region. Ning Fan opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with great astonishment. He kept the ancient painting and his heart could not calm down for a long time. Even though he did not find any great secret of becoming an immortal in the Crystal Palace, he learned something even more shocking. The sword ancestor was not from the Zido immortal region. The sword ancestor came from another immortal region. The immortal sovereign of that immortal region was called Huanggu. Could that immortal region be called Huanggu immortal region? Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly gloomy. It seems like the butterfly also came from the Zido immortal region. Is the butterfly also from the outer region? Ning Fan came from the outer region. Little devil Ning, let's go. Sister Meng has agreed to go with us. While Ning Fan was deep in thought, little Dugu and Meng Bingyun slowly walked into the room. Ning Fan's brows relaxed and he shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. Be it the Zido immortal region or the Huanggu immortal region, these questions were not things that he should consider. Just like what immortal sovereign Zido had said in the tribulation of life and death, there were some things that he should not know now. These questions were too far away. The only thing he wanted to know now was the relationship between him and the sword ancestor in his previous life. However, it seemed like he could never find the answer to this question. "Madam, have you really convinced Senior Meng? I am ashamed of my inferiority to you." Ning Fan imitated the manner of a scholar and made a deep bow to little Dugu. Little Dugu's face turned red from his words. "You're not serious at all." Little Dugu let out a soft snort. Her eyes were filled with happiness. "You don't need to know what I said to Sister Meng. Just bring us away from the Sword Lake now." "All right. However, I have to trouble Senior Meng to stay in the Yuanya world for a while. Your remnant soul is weak and it cannot be corroded by the cold qi." Ning Fan stroked the Yuanyao jade. After getting Meng Bingyun's consent, he kept it in the Yuanyao world. Then, he held little Dugu's slender waist and turned into a ray of light, heading straight to the Sword Lake. There was also a time limit for lending the power of primordial spirit. Ning Fan's cultivation base was slowly falling back to the 6th break realm. He must return before his cultivation base completely falls. On the shore of the lake, Emperor Xia stared at the surface of the lake blankly. While recovering his magic power, he was recalling the past. Whenever he thought of the woman who loved him deeply, his heart ached. However, he could only close his eyes and let out a long sigh. "I hope that little friend Ning can find Bingyun's remains. If he can't..." Sigh. Emperor Xiao's expression was bitter. Humans are despicable. They don't cherish what they have when they have it and they regret it when they lose it. If he listened to Bingyun and did not go to the secret place to explore, if he had given that woman some love. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. She has already passed away. A ray of light broke through the surface of the lake. It was Ning Fan and little Dugu. As soon as Ning Fan returned, Emperor Xia, who was sitting cross-legged to meditate, suddenly stood up. His golden eyes were filled with nervousness. Little friend Ning, I wonder if you have found Bingyun's remains. Emperor Xia clenched his fists tightly and his wrinkled face was tense. He had never been so nervous in the past 6 million years. Before Ning Fan could speak, little Dugu stepped forward with light steps and said indifferently. There are no remains of elder sister Meng at the bottom of the Sword Lake. No remains, huh? Hee hee. Hee hee. Emperor Xiao wanted to smile calmly, but he was unable to do so at all. His body, which was originally weak, suddenly coughed out blood under the great sorrow. Madam, you. Ning Fan was speechless. Is little Dugu purposely making Emperor Xia anxious? Little Dugu winked at Ning Fan, hinting him not to speak. She was here to fight for justice for Meng Bingyun. Meng Bingyun treated Emperor Xia so well, but she had always been neglected. Only when Meng Bingyun died did Emperor Xia come to his senses. Meng Bingyun herself was reluctant to let Emperor Xia cough out blood. As for little Dugu, now that she and Meng Bingyun were good sisters, she naturally had to fight for justice for her sister. So what if Emperor Xia coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood? Serves him right. Little Dugu turned her head to look at Ning Fan and nodded with satisfaction. She thought to herself, my man is still the best. He is not obsessed with cultivation and abandons his wife. As she thought about it, little Dugu felt that Ning Fan was really a strange person. Which of the young men in other families was not full of fighting spirit to break through to the immortal path? They were either shouting slogans to go against the heavens and slay immortals, or they thought that they were the number one under the heavens. My man had no interest in becoming an immortal from the very beginning. He seemed to know what I want from the very beginning. Emperor Xia had lived for 6 million years before he understood it. My man had just started cultivating and he understood this principle. He cherished his family and loved ones very much. Men are indeed the best in my family. Little friend Ning, I want to be alone for a while. You guys can rest here for a while. When my magic power recovers, I will send you back to the snow border. As for what I promised you, I will certainly fulfill it. After that, I will make a jade tablet that can transmit voice across realms and give it to you. If the rain world is in trouble in the future, you can inform me at any time. If I fly with all my might, I can reach the rain world in 10 breaths at most. I will certainly slaughter all the enemies who come to your world for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Xia turned around and walked away step by step. Little Dugu had enough of fighting for justice. She then called out to Emperor Xia indifferently. If Senior Xia wants some peace and quiet, why don't you and Sister Meng have some peace and quiet together? 2 people? Sister Meng? Just now, Emperor Xiao's heart was in a mess and he did not notice anything wrong with the way little Dugu addressed him. Now that he heard little Dugu's words, he was stunned. Why did she call Bingyun Sister Meng? She knows Bingyun. What does she mean by having some peace and quiet together with Bingyun? Could it be that they have found Bingyun's remains? Just as he was thinking about that, Ning Fan gently stroked Yuan Yaoyu. Then, he held little Dugu in his arms and flew to the other side of the Sword Lake. Then, he said to Emperor Xia, Senior Meng, we will wait for you at the other side of the Sword Lake. Light flashed and a blue-robed woman slowly appeared. She was not a beautiful woman, but Emperor Xia was mesmerized by her the moment he saw her. Bingyun. Why you? Emperor Xia rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He was sure that he did not see wrongly. The person standing in front of him was definitely Meng Bingyun. There was no mistaking her qi. However, Meng Bingyun was only left with a remnant soul. On her remnant soul, there were countless sword scars. The death-suppressing formation. The name of this formation instantly emerged in Emperor Xiao's mind. All of a sudden, it was as if a dagger had pierced into his heart. He held Meng Bingyun in his arms in extreme agony. How much pain has she gone through for the past 6 million years? I'm the one who harmed her. I'm the one who let her down. From today onwards, no one is allowed to take her away from me. Wuyo. This is the first time you've hugged me. Meng Bingyun quietly nestled in Emperor Xiao's arms and revealed a blissful expression. All of a sudden, she felt a little grateful towards little Dugu. If it wasn't for that little girl's persuasion, perhaps she would never be able to enjoy this moment of happiness. At the bank of the Sword Lake, little Dugu hugged her knees and sat on the soft grass. She smiled faintly while playing with a stalk of grass in front of her. Ning Fan sat beside her and quietly looked at her side profile. The smile that came from the bottom of her heart made him feel lost. That smile really resembled the smile of the sword ancestor in the ancient painting. How could there be such a coincidence? Ning Fan smiled and shook his head. He reached out his hand and stroked Dugu's waterfall-like black hair. Today, Dugu did not resist Ning Fan's action of getting close to her. Instead, she took the initiative to lean her body against Ning Fan. The faint virgin fragrance entered Ning Fan's nostrils, causing him to hold his breath. He could not help but put his hand on little Dugu's soft waist. He could feel her softness through her thin shirt. His hand slowly moved upwards and slightly touched Dugu's soft and erect body. Dugu did not have any reaction. She just let out a light breathing sound. She fell asleep again. Ning Fan's affection faded slightly. He retracted his perverted hand and shook his head with a smile. He knew that Dugu must have trusted him a lot. That was why she could sleep in his arms without any worries. Moreover, she slept with him twice. Let's sleep. Ning Fan played with Dugu's black hair and recalled the scenes when he met her. He was not a good person after all. Therefore, he could protect her. A good person could not protect anything in this chaotic world. However, if it could make her happy, Ning Fan was willing to be a good person in her eyes for the time being. Perhaps from a certain point of view, I am also a good person. That was what Ning Fan thought. The people of the world had their own standards for judging good and bad. Suddenly, Ning Fan found his own standards. What is a good person? Well, it's a woman and a son. In this chaotic world, a person who is reluctant to leave his wife and son is a good person. Ning Fan quickly forgot about this question. He was not interested in the judgment of good and bad people. He had his own standards. Everyone thought that with Ning Fan's ferocious personality, he would certainly start a massacre in the 9 worlds once he had the qualifications to sweep across the 9 worlds. They did not understand Ning Fan. They did not know what he wanted. Ning Fan was not interested in ruling the 9 worlds at all. He did not like killing, fighting, and all the disputes in the cultivation world. He had already told the Rain Emperor that he was not interested in the Rain world, but the Rain Emperor did not believe him. His ambition was to surpass the 4 heavens, because only by reaching the 4 heavens could he become even more powerful. Only then can I protect the warmth behind me. After a long time, Emperor Xia and Meng Bingyun came to look for them. Meng Bingyun's complexion was much better. Her remnant soul had completely stabilized, while the Xia Emperor's complexion was ashen. Needless to say, the Xia Emperor must have paid an enormous price to stabilize Meng Bingyun's remnant soul. Given the Xia Emperor's abilities, even if he couldn't bring Meng Bingyun back to life, he could at least stay with her forever. Sister Meng. Little Dugu woke up just in time. She stood up and smiled at Meng Bingyun. Meng Bingyun looked at little Dugu emotionally and smiled intimately. Little sister Dugu, thank you, thank you. Dugu naturally knew what Meng Bingyun was thanking him for. While the two ladies were getting intimate with each other, Emperor Xia looked at Ning Fan gratefully, not knowing what to say. After a long while, he suddenly cupped his fists towards Ning Fan solemnly. His face was filled with gratitude, but he did not say a single word. The Xia Emperor understood this principle very well. Emperor Xia sent Ning Fan and Dugu back to the snow border. Then, he returned to the heaven border and stayed with Meng Bingyun at the old site of Xia country. Before he left, Emperor Xia gave Ning Fan more than 10 jade tokens that could transmit voice across realms. Any sound-transmitting jade tablet could send a message to the Xia Emperor in the lower realms, regardless of distance. If Emperor Xia received the message, he would immediately appear in the Rain world and destroy the invading enemies. With Emperor Xia around, even if Ning Fan ascends to immortality, the Rain world would not have any hidden dangers. It was indeed the right choice to go to the secret land of China. Time flowed like water. A year had passed. Ning Fan stayed in the sword world for 1 year. Accompanying little Dugu day and night was quite a pleasant thing. It was a very quiet life, far away from killing, far away from cultivation. He waited here for the old monster, who was still sowing the seeds of Tao. A year later, the old monster finally appeared in the Ice Snow Sword City. The old devil had created a small Kiliacosm treasure, and that acre of Tao land was inside the small Kiliacosm. After spending an entire year, the old monster was finally able to perfectly plant the Tao seed. Although he still had to wait for a few hundred years for the Tao seed to blossom and bear fruit, the old monster was still in a good mood. He went to see little May, who was sleeping soundly. On his way back, he was humming an inexplicable tune. "You are my little Tao fruit. No matter how much I plant you, I won't complain," he returned home complacently. When the old monster saw Ning Fan, he was stunned at first, then quickly shut his mouth and put on a stern look. After a year, the old monster's cultivation base had already recovered to the peak of life immortal realm. If he wanted to recover to the true immortal realm, it would still take a few hundred years. He sealed his cultivation base, leaving only the loose immortal realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stay in the lower realms. There was a law in the 9 worlds that forbade the existence of life immortal realm cultivators. Master seems to be in a good mood. Has the Tao seed been planted? Ning Fan asked with a smile. Yes, it's planted. In another 300 years, no, 200 years, little May will wake up. My spear is already unbearably thirsty. The old monster laughed wretchedly. Ning Fan was instantly speechless. What kind of shit is this old monster's head filled with? He painstakingly saved his beloved wife just to satisfy his lust? Of course, Ning Fan wouldn't take the old monster's crazy words seriously. If the old monster was really a lustful person, with his cultivation base, what kind of woman can't he snatch? Ning Fan had a deep understanding of this point. Those who looked wanton and unrestrained on the surface were usually people who were true to their emotions. Little Ning, do you have something to say? The old monster's expression suddenly became serious. He could see that Ning Fan was waiting for him because he had something important to discuss. Ning Fan nodded and told the old monster about the ascension passage of the Rain World. Then, he asked, "Master, if I ascend, should I go to the northern heaven or the eastern heaven?" "Of course, you should go to the eastern heaven." The old monster's answer surprised Ning Fan. 3 reasons. The old monster stretched out 3 fingers and said solemnly. The first reason is that there are no restrictions on your freedom when you ascend from the eastern heaven. If you ascend to the northern heaven, you must accept the quota of the Lost World Palace and serve the Lost World Palace. Damn. Why should my disciple serve the Lost World Palace? Since you found a free passage to ascend to the eastern heaven, you must go to the eastern heaven. If you want to go to the northern heaven after going to the eastern heaven, you can just use the eastern heaven gate to go to the northern heaven. It's just a matter of spending some Tao crystals. Of course, you can also choose to cultivate to the immortal realm and break the void to ascend. This is the second reason. The spiritual chi in the lower world is sparse and cultivation resources are scarce. Even though you are at the 6th break realm now, it's impossible for you to cultivate to the life immortal realm in the lower world without at least 1,000 years. Remember, these 1,000 years include all the methods you used to speed up your cultivation. Since you found a free passage to ascend, why don't you ascend? Go to the 4 heavens and then become an immortal. If you don't have any cultivation resources, you can just rob them. With your ability, you can probably become an immortal in a few hundred years. The third reason. Someone in the eastern heaven owes me money. He owes me 1 billion Tao crystals. Go and get them back for me. Damn it. I've always been the one who owes people money. Since when is it their turn to owe me money? The old devil's face turned red with anger. He took out a wrinkled yellow receipt and threw it to Ning Fan. Ning Fan was speechless. He felt that the reason why the old devil wanted him to ascend to the eastern heaven was because of this third reason. The other 2 reasons were nonsense. He looked at the receipt in his hand and kept it. The person who wrote the receipt was named Wei Wuji. Ning Fan naturally did not know this person and he did not take it to heart either. Ning Fan thought about it carefully. Actually, what the old devil said made a lot of sense. If he could ascend from the eastern heaven for free, why wouldn't he go? If he wants to go to the northern heaven in the future, wouldn't he just need to teleport there? He would just have to spend a little more money on traveling, but he did not need to be controlled by others. However, if he uses the passage to ascend from the eastern heaven through the blood slave garden, wouldn't it mean that his days in the lower world were already very few? If he wants to, he could go back to the rain world to search for the entrance to the blood slave garden and the passage to ascend. He could leave the 9 worlds right now. However, he did not know when he would be able to come back. Would it be more suitable for him to stay in the rain world for another 10 years to accompany his ladies? Have you decided? As a man, if you want to ascend, you should ascend to the eastern heaven. Do you understand? There are many wars in the eastern heaven. That's a battlefield for men. You should know that the thing I regret the most in my life is that I was born in the northern heaven instead of the eastern heaven. Sigh. What a damn pity. In order to collect his debt, the old devil really threw away all his moral integrity. He made it seem like Ning Fan was not a man if he does not ascend to the eastern heaven. Isn't it just 1 billion Tao crystals? I never knew that master is so greedy for what you have. Ning Fan said speechlessly. Nonsense. Am I that kind of greedy person? Would I force me to ascend to the eastern heaven just for 1 billion Tao crystals? Am I that shameless? The old devil snorted coldly, showing an expression of disdain towards money. Ning Fan was speechless. He was too lazy to argue with the old devil anymore. He said indifferently. All right. I have decided to ascend to the eastern heaven. 3 days later, I will leave the sword world. My good disciple. Remember to collect your debt from Old Man Wei after you ascend to the eastern heaven. Humph. How dare you owe me money? The old devil's old face turned into a chrysanthemum flower. After thinking for a while, he took out a jade slip from his storage pouch and passed it to Ning Fan. Ning Fan's eyes flickered when he saw the contents of the slip. The jade slip recorded the follow-up cultivation method of the black demon art, a secret technique and a divine ability. The name of the secret technique was Returning Fire Immortal Cultivation Technique. When breaking through the bottleneck of the life immortal realm, one's chance of becoming an immortal could be increased by about 5% if one's fire returned to spirit. However, the prerequisite for using this secret technique was to cultivate the black demon art to the peak of the 7th level. The divine ability was a mid-grade immortal technique. Its power was close to that of a high-grade immortal technique. It was called Black Demon Escape. This was a type of immortal technique. Even a life immortal realm expert could only use it a few times. As for Ning Fan, he could only use it once at most with his broken 6th realm cultivation base. The Black Demon Escape could teleport him 10 billion Li * 500 M per Li. Using it once was enough to exhaust all of Ning Fan's magical power. This was the old devil's special life-saving technique. After robbing someone's belongings, being chased by a group of life immortals, teleporting 10 billion Li * 500 M per Li, and disappearing without a trace. Without this technique, how would the old devil dare to rob them? This technique contained a trace of the profound meaning of shrinking the earth into inches. If he could learn this technique, his chances of comprehending it in the future would be very high. Putting away the jade slip, Ning Fan looked at the old monster and suddenly knelt down. The old monster's nose suddenly turned sour. He didn't avoid this kneel and sighed, after ascending, take good care of yourself. I'll be in the sword world. If there's any trouble in the rain world, I'll rush over with a ground shrinking. Don't worry. Go. The old monster turned his back on Ning Fan. Ning Fan stood up and stared at the old monster's back for a long time before turning around to leave. Perhaps to Ning Fan's, the old monster was more like a father. The first time he felt warmth was in 7 Apricot City, given by the old monster and Jiha. 3 days later, Ning Fan left the sword world. The old devil did not send him off. Little Dugu stood alone in the wind and snow, quietly watching Ning Fan step into the realm gate. From today onwards, she would be called Ning Dugu. The women of the sword world had no father's surname, only their husband's surname. Watching Ning Fan leave, she felt a little stifled in her heart. She knew that Ning Fan had ascended to the eastern heaven this time and there would be no news of him ever again. She knew why Ning Fan did not want to bring her along to ascend. There were still strong enemies in eastern heaven. Ning Fan might not be able to return alive. Why were Ning Fan's women rarely jealous? It was because they did not know if Ning Fan could live to the day when he was invincible in the world. They did not know if he could create a peaceful world where they would not have to worry about being in a precarious situation. It was not that they did not care. It was just that no one knew when they would die. This was the cultivation world, a world without any sense of security. The moment he stepped into the realm gate, Ning Fan suddenly turned his head and looked at Duga deeply without saying a word. Suddenly, there was a sprout of an ideal that was growing in his heart. Perhaps, he could learn from immortal Emperor Zido and create a great world where there was no conflict so that the woman he loved could live a carefree life. Wait for me, he said indifferently. Duga nodded silently. What she did not know was that Ning Fan was not waiting for her return but for something else. He was waiting for a peaceful world. Before returning to the rain world, Ning Fan went to the demon world and the tree world. He had left a sound-transmitting jade tablet for Palace Origin and Lu Haoyue as well. If Palace Yuan and Palace Lu were in trouble, they could also ask Emperor Xia for help. After all, Emperor Xia only needed a few breaths to travel to a realm. It was extremely fast. For a true immortal, the 9 worlds were just their own backyard, and they could reach it in just a few steps. When Ning Fan finally returned to the rain world, Hong Yi had already brought her people back to the Endless Sea. She stayed in Yu country because she wanted to protect Ning Fan's family. Now that Ning Fan had countless slaves, he did not need her protection at all. Then, Su Daozi returned to the rain world. The dignified leader of the 3 great rogue immortals in the heaven immortal world had become Ning Fan's slave. This matter shocked the 9 worlds. Almost everyone was afraid of Ning Fan's devil name. Apart from the old Yuan emperor, Su Daozi was almost the strongest person in the 9 worlds. However, he was captured alive by Ning Fan and turned into a slave. No one dared to go against Ning Fan anymore. Those who went against Ning Fan were either killed or taken as slaves. Their fates were miserable. After Tai Wu paid a huge price, Mu Luo stopped turning into a tree and regained his mobility. Yu Huang's remnant soul was also stabilized and freed from the Kesluo Bamboo Sea. When Mu Luo appeared in Yu country with his rogue demon cultivation base, the 9 worlds shook again. The rain world had another rogue demon. After a deep conversation, Ning Fan passed the mental seal of Su Daozi, Lu Xiao, and the other experts to Mu Luo. Even the mental seal of Big Head was passed to him. With Mu Luo, Su Daozi, and Big Head, the 3 rogue immortals guarding the rain world, no one in the 9 worlds would dare to offend the rain world even if Ning Fan ascends to the immortal world. With Emperor Xia's presence, there was no need to worry about the people from the upper worlds. In this way, the rain world could finally be at peace. In this way, Ning Fan could ascend to the immortal world with peace of mind. He left nearly 70 million Dao crystals in Yu country. With these Dao crystals, the old monsters who were stuck at the first level of destruction in the rain world could continuously break through to the second and third level of destruction. Of course, not everyone was qualified to use these Dao crystals. At least, the sons of the Rain Sovereign were not qualified. Only a small number of people could use it. All the useless pills, magic treasures and cultivation methods that he had were left behind. Ning Fan stood in the snowy 7 apricot city, recalling the past and muttering to himself. Ascension, he was not in a hurry to ascend to the immortal world in the next few years. Throughout these years, he owed his women too much. He wanted to stay behind temporarily to accompany them. He did not have the intention to bring his women along with him. It was safer to stay in the lower worlds. It was too dangerous to follow him. Ning Fan was a person who loved to take risks. If he dies, the women that he brought along with him would also die with him. Many people dreamed of ascending to the 4 heavens. However, Ning Fan knew that the 4 heavens was not a paradise. The battles there would only be more and the enemies there would only be more terrifying. Little cucumber, I want to go back to the Divine Space Island. A lady walked to Ning Fan's back casually. All right. I will send you back. Ning Fan smiled and held Yu Lingkong in his arms. Circles of fire ripples slowly appeared beneath his feet. As he took a step forward, he seemed to have become one with the entire heaven and earth. His magic power disappeared rapidly and was depleted in an instant. As for him, he traveled across 10 billion li asterisk, 500 m per li, in an instant and appeared at the ruins of the Divine Space Island in the Endless Sea. Little. Little cucumber, what kind of ability is this? It's so abnormal. You actually reached the divine space island in a single step. Yu Lingkong was so surprised that she could not close her mouth. Ning Fan's face was pale. Inwardly, however, he was extremely satisfied with this black devil escape. With just a single step, his magic power was depleted, but he managed to travel a distance of 10 billion li * 500 m per li. If he is really chased by any life immortal realm beings, he would disappear with just a single step. There was nothing for him to be afraid of. Do you want to learn? Ning Fan teased. Yes. Ning Fan casually flicked his sleeves. In an instant, a magnificent palace was built in the ruins of the divine space island. He placed Yu Lingkong on the bed and kissed her slowly. Yu Lingkong was enraged. She actually got sneak attacked by Little Cucumber. What the hell is this? She turned around and pressed Ning Fan under her body. Then, she began to peel off Ning Fan's clothes like peeling an egg. Ha ha ha. I've been waiting for this day. Little Cucumber, you can tremble to your heart's content. Tonight, I will also *ck you until you want to die. I'll let you know how powerful I am. To be continued. Yu Lingkong was done tormenting Ning Fan. She was about to die. She pushed Ning Fan away and went to sleep at the side. What a strange woman. Looking at her carefree manner, Ning Fan could not help but recall the scene when he bought her during the Pleasure Devil Islands auction in the past. Coercion, enticement, plucking, and finally borrowing her strength to increase his cultivation base. She was originally just a human cauldron, a partner, but unknowingly, she had left a place in his heart. Little Cucumber, let's fight for another 300 rounds. I won't lose to you. In her sleep, Yu Lingkong giggled foolishly. Her saliva had even wet the pillow. One had to admit that her sleeping posture was really bad. However, this scene made Ning Fan feel warm. It has been many years since we last got along well. Is she already at the Void Pier stage? It seemed like her comprehension was already enough for her to break through to the Grand Void Realm. She just needed some help. Ning Fan took out a Void Fragmentation Realm Dao fruit and swallowed it. However, he did not refine it. He carefully hugged Yu Lingkong, then his clone once again submerged into that extremely muddy and warm place. Traces of the Void Fragmentation Realm's Dao fruit's power were transmitted to Yu Lingkong through the joint. Ning Fan was helping Yu Lingkong to refine the Void Fragmentation Realm Dao fruit. Given his cultivation base, the speed of his refinement was naturally extremely fast, saving Yu Lingkong a lot of time. It's so hot, the power of the Dao fruit flowed into Yu Lingkong's body, causing her delicate body to heat up. Ning Fan bent down and gently kissed Yu Lingkong. Then, he swallowed an absolute void pill into his mouth. His palms moved all over her body, helping her refine the power of the Dao fruit. Her magic power was slowly increasing. Yu Lingkong, who was in a daze, let out a soft moan. Unknowingly, the bottleneck of the absolute void stage was broken through by Ning Fan's ferocious charge. Yes. The drowsy Yu Lingkong instinctively catered to Ning Fan. When the great void tribulation cloud appeared, Ning Fan raised his hand and extinguished the heavenly tribulation, not giving it a chance to make any noise. How could his night of pleasure be interrupted by the damned heavenly tribulation? The next day, when Yu Lingkong woke up, she discovered in disbelief that she had actually broken through to the grand virtual realm. When he looked at his lower body, it was red and swollen, riddled with scars. His body was covered in red marks. It was too ambiguous. How could Yu Lingkong not understand that all of these were done by Ning Fan? Despicable. Taking advantage of this old lady's sleep, you actually dared to launch a night attack. And to make it so intense. There was no joy of breaking through to the next realm. Instead, there was only the humiliation of being ambushed by Ning Fan. *ck. She was obviously the one who took the initiative, but Ning Fan actually turned the tables on her. Damn it. After I ascend, are you going to return to Yu country or stay on the Divine Space Island? Ning Fan asked with a smile. His lecherous hand reached out to Yu Lingkong's tender thigh and gently caressed it. I want to stay on the Divine Space Island. I want to rebuild the Divine Space Island. She began to pant softly. For a moment, she forgot to condemn Ning Fan. Thinking about it, she didn't seem to have suffered a great loss, so she decided not to denounce him. That's fine. You can keep this jade tablet. If there's a problem, you can send a voice transmission to the other end of the jade tablet. A senior with the surname Xia will come to your rescue. By the way, if you want to rebuild the Divine Space Island, I'll leave some manpower for you. After the two of them changed their clothes, they walked side by side out of the island. Ning Fan shook his cauldron ring and summoned Hua Yu and the other female members of the Light Feather clan. They're all your women? I really can't tell, that little cucumber is so powerful. He has captured so many beautiful women. Yu Lingkong looked at Ning Fan disdainfully. Her tone actually carried a hint of jealousy. They aren't my human cauldrons, but they have some connections. They are members of the Light Feather clan that I saved from the demon world. After explaining with a smile, Ning Fan left Hua Yu and the others on the Divine Space Island. The Rain World had already been pacified. With Emperor Xia around, the women he loved would not be in danger wherever they want to go. This was the advantage of not ascending. If he ascends, he would probably be confined in the cauldron ring again, guarding an empty room. Pfft. I don't believe that they aren't your human cauldrons. Look at them. Each of their eyes is filled with love when they look at you. However, it seems like their primordial Yin is still there. You really didn't do anything to them. Even though she said that she did not believe it, deep down, she did. Yu Lingkong raised her eyebrows. Her mood became much better. Even though she knew that Ning Fan practiced a dual cultivation method and had no choice but to pluck human cauldrons, she really did not like it. No woman would like Ning Fan to have too many human cauldrons. Forget it. I'll rebuild the Divine Space Island with this group of women as the foundation. Hee. Since Little Cucumber isn't in the Rain World, I can do whatever I want in the Internal Sea again. I can be a carefree and happy female devil lord. Yu Lingkong delightedly fantasized about her wonderful life without Ning Fan. While she was panicking, she also felt a little frustrated. Without Little Cucumber, who would she find to satisfy her lust? Damn it. She was not a casual person. Without Little Cucumber, she would die of suffocation. Yu Er, what do you think about that piece of land? The soil there is very fertile. Ning Fan seemed to have seen through Yu Lingkong's thoughts and pointed at a piece of land with fertile soil in the distance. The soil is indeed very fertile. Yu Lingkong nodded her head. We can plant a few acres of cucumbers. Let's build a frame and plant them. That way, the cucumbers will be straight and it'll be easier to do things. If we plant them in the ground, they will be more curved. However, maybe you like them a little more curved. Ning Fan teased her with a serious expression while looking at her ambiguously. Oh. Planting cucumbers. Yu Lingkong nodded her head. Suddenly, she realized the hidden meaning of Ning Fan's words. She stared at Ning Fan with extreme shame and indignation. Get lost. I won't use cucumbers to humiliate myself. I have hands. Hua Yu and the other female members of the Light Feather clan were stunned. They had yet to figure out the current situation. They did not know why Ning Fan asked them to join the Divine Space Island. However, it seemed like the Yu Lingkong in front of them was the Island Lord. However, isn't this Island Lord a little too tough? How could he say such shameful words so casually? His women are indeed not ordinary people. Hua Yu looked at Ning Fan and thought to herself speechlessly. After staying on the Divine Space Island for 3 months, Ning Fan went to the Internal Sea along the way. The Giant Devil Clan, the Six-Winged Clan, the Suppressed Mist Horn Clan, the Destroyed Ghost Eye Clan. Pill Island, Sword Island, Dongsu Island. In the past, he was the strongest devil in the Internal Sea. Today, however, he was the Lord of the Rain World. After meeting the leader of the Giant Devil Clan, Old Ancestor Dongsu, venerated Pill and the others, Ning Fan went to the Zhou clan of the Internal Sea to meet Heng Yi. On the Buzhou Island in the Internal Sea, a few cultivators of the Zhou clan were patrolling outside the island. All of a sudden, a man in white robes walked towards them as if he was taking a stroll in a courtyard. His pace was not fast, but his speed was way too terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of everyone from a faraway place. Isn't he a divine transformation realm old monster? They vaguely felt that Ning Fan looked familiar, but they could not recall that the person in front of them was the Devil Lord of the Internal Sea in the past. Is Hong Yi here? Ning Fan asked indifferently. It was a very simple question, but it made the expressions of the few cultivators of the Zhou clan change drastically. Hong Yi was the name of the Thunder Sovereign of the Zhou clan. This time, when Hong Yi returned to the Internal Sea, she no longer concealed her identity as a woman. She announced herself to the world with the name Hong Yi. However, who in the world would dare to call the Thunder Sovereign by her name and call her Hong Yi? The few cultivators of the Zhou clan immediately showed expressions of anger. In their opinion, even if Ning Fan was a divine transformation realm cultivator, he was not worthy to call the Thunder Sovereign by her name. The leader of the few cultivators immediately took out a spiritual arrow and shot it into the sky to sound the alarm. Then, a large number of cultivators of the Zhou clan rushed to Ning Fan from Never Zhou Island and surrounded him. There was even a Void Refinement Realm Elder who was approaching Ning Fan step by step. However, what was strange was that the Void Refinement Realm Elder was extremely respectful towards Ning Fan while the cultivators of the Zhou clan were staring at Ning Fan with hostility. Don't be rude. This person is Master's honored guest. He is the evil Cloud Rain Sovereign. That Void Refinement Realm Elder was the third elder of the Zhou clan, Zhou Chen. In the past, his memories were destroyed by Ning Fan's memory-severing Dao Sword and the knot in his heart was resolved. Today, his cultivation base had already reached the origin returning realm and breaking through to the void fragmentation realm was just around the corner. As soon as they heard the third elder's words, the expressions of all the cultivators of the Zhou clan changed. Sin. Evil Cloud Rain Sovereign. He is actually the evil Cloud Rain Sovereign. A wave of cold air rushed from the soles of their feet to their heads. Everyone wore a respectful expression. How could they not know about the prestige of the evil Cloud Rain Sovereign? Even a supreme being like Su Daozi had been taken in as a servant by the evil Cloud Rain Sovereign. The nefarious Cloud Rain Sovereign's contributions couldn't go unnoticed as he was able to turn the weakest rain world into the strongest of the 9 realms. When they thought of how they had been eyeing Ning Fan covetously just now, many of them were filled with fear. I want to meet Hong Yi. Ning Fan cupped his fists towards Zhou Chen. Master has instructed that if the Rain Emperor comes, he can directly head to the Extreme Thunder Palace to meet him, Zhou Chen said respectfully. The current Ning Fan was no longer comparable to him. Thus, he naturally had to treat him with respect. Got it. Ning Fan took a step forward and his figure vanished into thin air before everyone's eyes. No one could clearly see where he went. Seeing that Ning Fan did not hold them accountable, all the cultivators of the Zhou clan heaved a sigh of relief. Zhou Chen revealed a bitter smile. Master seems to have really fallen in love with the Rain Sovereign. Apart from Master, no one else can enter the Supreme Thunder Palace. But she let the Rain Sovereign enter. In the Supreme Thunder Palace, Hong Yi was completely naked. Her body was soaking in a huge bath as she cultivated with her eyes closed. When Ning Fan stepped into the Extreme Lightning Palace, he saw such an alluring scene. Why did you come to find me? Hong Yi asked indifferently without even opening her eyes. I found an extremely secretive ascension passage and I'm about to head to the Eastern Heaven Immortal World. That's why I came to see you and tell you about that passage. Perhaps you will need it one day. As soon as Ning Fan finished speaking, he took out a jade slip and placed it on the edge of the bath. Hong Yi opened her eyes and stared at Ning Fan quietly with her blood-red eyes. For a moment, she was actually speechless. After a long time, she stood up with her body dripping wet. She was not afraid that Ning Fan would see her naked body as she walked towards him step by step. After walking out of the bath, she walked towards Ning Fan with graceful steps. Her fair and tender body was covered with water vapor. It made Ning Fan smile faintly. He had already tasted Hong Yi's body countless times during the life and death tribulations. The taste was really good. Is she going to throw herself into my arms? I'm sorry to disappoint you. I have no interest in you at all. I'm also not interested in ascending to the Eastern Heaven. If I want to ascend, I want to go to the ancient Devil's Abyss. Hong Yi looked at Ning Fan teasingly. Why would she throw herself into his arms? She did not have much interest in that jade slip. However, this jade slip was sent by him from thousands of li *500 m per li, to her, with that thought in mind, she kept the jade slip in her hand. With a wave of her hand, the clothes at the side automatically draped over her body. Does my body look good? Hong Yi looked at Ning Fan teasingly. She had also asked Ning Fan this question in the past. At that time, how would Ning Fan dare to answer her? But now, you look good. I won't get tired of looking at you 100 times. The current Ning Fan had the guts to tease Hong Yi. This time, Hong Yi did not get angry. She also did not ask Ning Fan to watch his eyes. She was actually very satisfied with Ning Fan's answer. If you dare to say that I don't look good, I will certainly dig your eyes out. Even though her tone was cold, her blood-red eyes revealed a rare hint of a smile that went straight to the bottom of her eyes. She had once split her consciousness into 10,000 parts. One of them was his demon companion. He helped her resurrect and took revenge for her. In the midst of the life and death tribulations, he also had sex with her. If I ascend to the ancient devil's abyss one day and become a devil lord, would you be interested in becoming my empress? Hong Yi asked teasingly. Ning Fan let out a few dry coughs. He was speechless. He had the potential to be a gigolo. Why did everyone want him to be their empress? However, he believed that if Hong Yi ascends to the ancient devil's abyss, she would have the ability to become a devil lord. She was originally an extremely capable person. If she was not harmed by the Rain Sovereign in the past, she would probably have ascended to the immortal abyss a long time ago. From this perspective, shouldn't Ning Fan thank the Rain Sovereign for harming Hong Yi, which allowed him to meet her? I can't let this idea go. I have to forget, you're not willing. Hong Yi's blood-red eyes instantly turned cold. She had taken a fancy to him, but he actually dared to turn her down. If I were to be your queen, would I be able to sleep with you? Ning Fan asked in return. He held Hong Yi's wrist with one hand and used his other hand to knock the robe that was draped over her shoulder. Then, he held her wet and slender waist. You! How dare you be rude to me? Get lost. Hong Yi's cultivation base was obviously higher than Ning Fan's. However, when she was held by Ning Fan, her body actually felt numb and she could not exert any strength. Feeling Ning Fan's hand fondling her buttocks, Hong Yi panted softly. Her blood-red eyes gradually became blurry, but she said in a low voice. Recently, I'm breaking through a small bottleneck. I shouldn't lose too much primordial red. Is she begging me with a soft voice? Even the dignified Thunder Sovereign Bu Zhou would have such a moment of begging. Ning Fan could naturally see that Hong Yi was about to break through her bottleneck. He was just teasing her and had no intention of doing anything to her. Don't worry. I won't break your primordial red. However, Ning Fan's hands were roaming all over Hong Yi's body. He had no intention of letting her go at all. After fondling her for a long time, Ning Fan finally let go of her. At this moment, Hong Yi's face was flushed and her body was already wet. It feels good. Get lost. Hong Yi uttered a single word coldly as if she was asking him to leave. However, her blood-red eyes were filled with embarrassment and anger. She was actually touched by him all over. Damn it. All right. Let's get lost over there. Ning Fan purposely twisted Hong Yi's words. He carried her horizontally and carried her to the side of the bed of the Extreme Lightning Palace. Even though he could not have her for the time being, how could Ning Fan reject her request to have sex with him? He placed Hong Yi flat on the bed. She randomly picked up a pillow and threw it at Ning Fan. However, Ning Fan easily dodged it. The dignified Thunder Sovereign Bu Zhou actually used a pillow to hit someone without using magic techniques. Has he really fallen in love? Don't worry. I won't break your primordial red tonight. Didn't you say that I'm your empress? Then, I'll serve you well. Ning Fan took off his outer clothes and pulled down the curtains. Then, he flipped onto the bed and pinned Hong Yi down. You. Before Hong Yi could finish her words, Ning Fan had already sealed her red lips with his. One of Ning Fan's hands roamed all over her body while his other hand went to the ravine and played with the mud. How dare you? How dare you? How? Her soft curses eventually turned into soft moans. Hong Yi closed her eyes. She felt like she was surrounded by clouds and mist. She did not know what to do. She let Ning Fan fondle her and did not resist in the end. On the next day, Hong Yi woke up feeling extremely refreshed. She realized that she was in Ning Fan's arms and both of them were naked. She was annoyed at first, but soon after, she revealed a teasing smile. "You're awake? Is it comfortable?" Ning Fan teased. "You're indeed my empress. Your technique is top-notch. I'm very satisfied. You can continue tonight." "Empress?" Ning Fan's face immediately darkened. Yesterday, he called himself the Empress just to tease Hong Yi. He really did not like this title. Seeing Ning Fan's dark expression, Hong Yi instantly felt much better. She decided that from today onwards, she would call Ning Fan Empress every day and night to anger him to death. "In another 2 months, it's almost time for me to go into seclusion to break through a minor bottleneck. I'll play for another 2 months and then chase this stinky man away." Just as she was thinking about that, Hong Yi could not help but let out a moan all of a sudden. It turned out that Ning Fan's hand had reached into a place where it should not be. "Empress. I don't have the mood to do this kind of thing with you now. Stop it now." Stop it. As long as I'm in the mood." Ning Fan smiled meaningfully. "Calling me the Empress, huh? You have to pay a price for it. 2 halves, there are no more updates. Everyone can sleep early now." To be continued. 2 months later, Hong Yi went into seclusion again and chased Ning Fan away. Ning Fan used the Black Devil escape and returned to Yu country. That night, he rested in his room to recover his magical power. Deep into the night, the faint sound of a zither could be heard from the Sifan Palace. Ning Fan was slightly proficient in music. He could vaguely hear a hint of homesickness in the zither music. Under the moonlight, Ning Fan pushed the door open and followed the sound of the zither. In a snow pavilion in the side courtyard, Su Qiuling, dressed in a light robe, was playing the zither with her eyes closed. Sensing Ning Fan's arrival, Su Qiuling unconsciously opened her eyes. She stopped playing the zither and said with a faint smile, "Big brother, why have you come?" "I came to see you." "Are you homesick?" Ning Fan sighed softly. Back then, he hadn't been powerful enough, and he was worried that Su Qiuling and the others would not be safe in the boundless sea and that they might be harmed by the Rain Emperor. Thus, he had brought them all back to the Yu nation. After all these years, the Rain world had been pacified. Su Qiuling must have missed her family in the Endless Sea. Also, Feng Shuiyan probably misses the giant devil clan as well. What about Su Yao? Does she miss the outer seas? What about Yalan? Would she miss the Lost World Palace too? What about Bai Su? Would she miss Gusu as well? I'm a little homesick. But before Su Qiuling could finish her words, Ning Fan had already carried her up gently. "If you miss home, you can go back. In today's Rain Immortal world, you won't be in danger no matter where you go. Of course, you must bring this sound transmission jade tablet with you." Ning Fan had already taken Emperor Xia as his personal bodyguard without any restraint. He took out a voice transmission jade token and passed it to Su Qiuling. Then, he told her about the sound transmission jade tablet. Su Qiuling lowered her head, and her black hair covered her eyes, making it impossible to see her expression. Suddenly, a teardrop fell on Ning Fan's arm. "Why are you crying?" Ning Fan held his breath and hugged Su Qiuling tightly. "Why are you crying?" he asked gently. Su Qiuling did not say much. She just stretched out her arms and hugged Ning Fan's neck tightly, unwilling to let go. Reluctance, reluctance, reluctance. Needless to say, Ning Fan already knew that Su Qiuling was reluctant to part with Ning Fan. She was reluctant to see him ascend. She was reluctant to part with him in a grand parting that would last for thousands of years. No. He was not afraid of waiting for a mere 1,000 years. Instead, he was afraid that he might not be able to return once he leaves. Would he die? Would he die? Was he afraid that he would die fighting in the 4 heavens and be buried in a foreign land? As for someone as weak as her, she couldn't even go to the 4 heavens to look for her deceased husband's remains. "Right, I won't die." Ning Fan's words were filled with unswerving determination. This was a promise. Although Su Qiuling did not say anything, he knew all of her worries. Some people didn't need words to understand each other. If you die, I will hate you for the rest of my life. No, forever and ever. N. Don't cry. Tomorrow, I'll bring you back to the external endless sea to Gusu. We'll bring Su Yao and the others along. Xue Yan too. Ning Fan helped Su Qiuling wipe away her tears. His actions were unusually gentle. There's no need for Xue Yan. When you weren't here, the patriarch of the giant devil clan had already come to Yu country to see her. He wanted to invite her back, but she wasn't willing to go back. She just wants to hang out with He and the others, this little girl. Ning Fan was speechless. Feng Shuiyan and the other little girls don't cultivate or work. They just eat, drink, play, fight grass, throw pots, and fly kites every day. They really don't have the awareness of being a cultivator. However, wasn't this what Ning Fan was looking forward to? To let their hands not be stained with blood and let them live leisurely like ordinary women. How good would it be if the women he loved could live such a carefree life, a world where there were no conflicts? Teach me how to play the zither. Ning Fan suddenly smiled and said. When I miss home, I will play a song in the four heavens to listen to the accent of my hometown. All right. Su Qiuling gently broke free from Ning Fan's embrace and sat down again. She closed her eyes and calmed herself down. Then, she played a song on the zither. The song she played was the song of the Yu people. It was the accent of Yu country. Accompanied by the melodious sound of the zither, her voice was clear like the sounds of nature. She would only sing for Ning Fan alone in her life. What night is it today? I'm on a boat in the middle of the river. What day is it today? I'm on the same boat with the prince. I'm humiliated and happy. I'm not ashamed. My heart is troubled but it doesn't stop. I know the prince. There are trees in the mountains and branches in the trees. My heart pleases the prince but he doesn't know. There are trees in the mountains and branches in the trees. My heart pleases the prince but he doesn't know. Fortunately, he understood all of her feelings. He understood all of them. Fortunately, she finally met him again in this life. In that life, she was the flower and he was the butterfly. The butterfly would not stay for the flower but the flower would wait for the butterfly. In this life, he was her husband and she was her wife. I only hope that your heart is like mine and I won't let you down. May you have a bright future and be invulnerable to all your enemies. May you and I meet again in the rain world. Su Qiuling returned to Gusu. Gusu was located at the shore of the Pleasure Devil Sea. She could see her father and relatives anytime. It had been dozens of years since they parted from Gusu. One generation of mortals had been replaced by another generation. Only some elderly people still remembered the bloody massacre that Gusu had experienced in the past. Children did not know who Ning Fan was. However, the old mansion was still preserved. The Green Jade Immortal Island was moved back to the external endless sea by Ning Fan. Su Yao and the women of the Green Jade Immortal Island could also live in Gusu from now on. Yalan was already an early nascent soul realm cultivator. She did not return to the Lost World Palace but stayed in Gusu. Baisu always prepared the dishes and wine for Ning Fan. She had never done anything out of line. Everything was said without saying anything. Ning Fan stayed in Gusu for 3 months and practiced the zither every day. He had already mastered the essence of the song of the Yu people. Su Qiuling and Ning Fan played together with the zither every day. This kind of ordinary life was what she longed for. By the way, big brother, is little Stone doing well? Su Qiuling asked with a smile. Every time Baisu came, she would bring some dishes and wine, just like in the past. She looked at Ning Fan. Every time she wanted to say something, she hesitated. In the end, she only said some words that had nothing to do with romance. Su Qiuling was a person with a clear mind. How could she not know that Baisu wanted to ask Ning Fan if her son was doing well? Little Stone is doing very well now. Besides, he seems to be getting married soon. Ning Fan said with a smile. What? My son is going to get married soon. Baisu's face was filled with longing. Big brother, why don't you bring sister Baisu to see little Stone? How can there be a child whose parents are not present when they get married? Su Qiuling winked playfully. Baisu's face instantly turned red. Parents. She was naturally Little Stone's mother. As for Ning Fan, could he be considered as Little Stone's father? Ning Fan looked at Su Qiuling, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He naturally understood the meaning behind her words. He had never had a son in his entire life. Now, he actually got a son for free, but Ning Fan looked at Bai Su who was beside him and sighed softly. He was the one who taught Little Stone the Tao of Sword. Hence, he could be considered as Little Stone's master. A master was like a father and a disciple was like a son. Since Little Stone was getting married, he should pay a visit. Young Master Ning, if you're not willing to go, you can tell me where Little Stone is. I can go by myself. Bai Su's current cultivation base was already at the peak gold core realm. She already had some strength to protect herself when she roamed the world. There's no need. I also want to see how much that child has grown. Without giving Bai Su a chance to object, Ning Fan wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Then, his figure flashed and they disappeared. Zhongshan Country, a coastal country in the outer sea. Zhongshan Country was a low-ranked cultivation country. Most of the people in the country were sword cultivators. There were two major sword sects in charge of the country. One was the Golden Light Sword sect and the other was the Sad Cloud Sword sect. Both of them had late gold core old ancestors. The Green Sword sect was a declining sword sect in Zhongshan Country. Its sect master was only a late harmonious spirit cultivator. Today, the Green Sword sect was holding a grand wedding banquet. The daughter of the sect master was married to the disciple with the highest aptitude in the sect, Shiming. Speaking of Shiming, everyone in the Green Sword sect sighed in admiration. This person was originally a swordsman from a mortal country. However, with just one sword, he defeated countless swordsmen from a mortal country. He even defeated many vein-opening sword cultivators. After he became invincible in the mortal world, he stepped into Zhongshan Country and began to challenge cultivators. With the body of a mortal, he became invincible below the harmonious spirit realm. This shocked the entire country. Countless sword sects offered him an olive branch, but he chose to join the Green Sword sect. As for the reason, it was naturally because he fell in love with the daughter of the sect master of the Green Sword sect, Feng Qing'er. Feng Qing'er was also an outstanding female swordsman in Zhongshan Country. She admired Shiming very much. The two of them fell in love with each other. The sect master of the Green Sword sect naturally would not stop this heaven-sent marriage. Moreover, this Shiming's cultivation speed was really terrifying. He had only joined the sect for 10 years, but he had already succeeded in the harmonious spirit realm. With an early harmonious spirit realm cultivation, he was invincible below the gold core realm in Zhongshan Country. Feng Qing'er has found a good husband. This old man has found a good son-in-law. Hee, after this old man's 100 years, the Green Sword sect will no longer have to worry. The sect master of the Green Sword sect was sitting in the main seat of the wedding hall. Looking at the loving couple below, he felt very gratified. Most of the guests below were fellow Taoists from the various last-flowing sword sects. Seeing Shiming and Feng Xing's beauty, they all offered words of congratulations. At this moment, a few discordant voices suddenly echoed in the night sky of the Green Sword Mountain. Humph. 3 months ago, Shiming killed an elder of my sect. He must give this old man an explanation. This Feng Qing'er is a good cauldron. Shiming belongs to your Golden Light Sword sect, and Feng Qing'er belongs to my Sorrow Cloud Sword sect. Several gold core old monsters aura pressed down fiercely. The entire Green Sword Mountain immediately exclaimed. What? That's the Golden Light Ancestor and the Sorrow Cloud Ancestor. They don't come with good intentions. I heard that Shiming killed an early gold core elder of the Golden Light Sword sect 3 months ago. I didn't expect it to be true. Disaster. The two great ancestors of Zhongshan Country appeared at the same time. Our Green Sword sect is facing a great disaster today. The Green Sword sect master walked out of the wedding hall with an ashen face. He was very clear about what happened 3 months ago. An early gold core elder of the Golden Light Sword sect wanted to abduct his daughter and pluck her. However, he was severely injured and killed by Shiming. It was because he saw Shiming's deep affection for his daughter that the Green Sword sect master was even more willing to marry his daughter to him. The Golden Light Sword sect was powerful. Even though his daughter was almost humiliated, the Green Sword sect master didn't dare to go to the Golden Light Sword sect to demand an explanation. Unexpectedly, the side that was obviously in the wrong still dared to demand an explanation from the Green Sword sect. This was too much. However, the Green Sword sect master also understood that this was the way of the cultivation world. There was no such thing as reason. If the opponent's fist was bigger, then they were in the right. Gritting his teeth, the Green Sword sect master cupped his fists at the few old monsters who were standing in the air. Today is my daughter's wedding day. I hope everyone can give this old man face before he could finish. The Golden Light ancestor who was standing in the night sky already harumphed coldly. A vast magical power immediately hit the Green Sword sect master's chest, causing him to vomit blood and retreat. Face? You are merely a late harmonious spirit expert. Do you think you are worthy of this old man giving face? Quickly hand Sherming over, or else this old man will slaughter the entire Green Sword sect today. Golden Light ancestor sneered. Haha. Fengqing Air is an excellent cauldron. You can't kill her too. She is already in this old man's bag. Old ancestor Sorrow Cloud smiled evilly. Of course. Fellow Taoist Sorrow Cloud, rest assured. After this matter is over, this old man will wash this girl clean and send her to your residence. Golden Light ancestor said lightly. Father. Fengqing Air lifted the red silk on her head and rushed out of the wedding hall to support her father. Her eyes were filled with anger as she glared at the few old monsters who were standing in the sky. Sherming walked out of the wedding hall quietly. He didn't even look at the Green Sword sect master, but his face was terrifyingly cold. No one knew that Sherming's cold expression at this moment was very similar to the great devil Zhou Ming who ran amok in the external endless sea. He was Little Rock. His surname was Shi, and his given name was Ming. That Ming character was Zhou Ming's Ming. He was the person he admired the most in his life. He was the person his mother liked. He was the person who taught him the sword Dao. A teacher for a day, a father for life. On the day Gusu was dyed with blood, it was the great devil Zhou who showed Sherming the true meaning of power. It had nothing to do with cultivation or the sword Dao. It was just a belief, a persistence that couldn't be erased even if he died 100 times. He might not be a match for Golden Light ancestor and the others, but it was impossible for them to destroy his sect and take his wife. Sherming is here. Those who want to take my life, fight me. Sherming took a step forward. A weak sword intent suddenly appeared around his body. Although the sword intent was weak, it shocked everyone present. An early harmonious spirit cultivator had comprehended the sword intent that only spirit-severing sword cultivators could comprehend. Looking at Sherming's cold and sharp eyes, Golden Light ancestor suddenly felt restless. This kid must not be allowed to live. The reason why he wanted to kill Sherming before was because of the death of a gold core cultivator in his sect. But now, he just wanted to get rid of future troubles. Sherming's aptitude made him feel fear. With my order, Golden Light ancestor, the Green Sword sect must be annihilated today, and Sherming must die. Anyone who dares to help the Green Sword sect will be the enemy of my Golden Light Sword sect. Men, slaughter the sect. Under the order of Golden Light ancestor, thousands of sword cultivators who were hiding in the darkness of the night appeared on their flying swords, staring coldly at the Green Sword sect below. The guests were so scared that their faces turned pale. They fled from the wedding hall, afraid that they would have any relationship with the Green Sword sect. Tonight, the Golden Light Sword sect wanted to annihilate the Green Sword sect. No one could stop it. Tonight, Sherming, who was known as the #1 youth of Zhongshan country, would also fall. Uncle Zhou. Mother. Sherming closed his eyes and sighed softly. He was not afraid of death. His only regret was that he could not see Ning Fan and his mother before he died. In the next moment, Sherming opened his eyes in disbelief, looking at the two people who appeared out of nowhere in the night sky. A white-robed young man and a white-robed beautiful woman appeared in the night sky. No one saw how the two of them appeared. Uncle Zhou. Sherming's eyes that were always cold suddenly revealed a fiery look. In the next moment, Ning Fan and Bai Su landed outside the wedding hall. Ning Fan reached out his hand and patted Sherming's head, smiling. Little Stone has grown up. Little Stone. Baisu's tears flowed down her face. The corner of Golden Light Ancestor's eyes shrunk. He didn't expect the Green Sword sect to have external help, and that external help was Sherming's elder. He glanced at Ningfan, but couldn't see through his cultivation base. Then, he looked at Baisu, and his heart sank. Peak Gold Core Realm, this is bad. I didn't expect Sherming to have a Peak Gold Core Realm elder. I'm afraid there will be a tough battle today. However, judging from Baisu's weak chi, she shouldn't be someone who is used to fighting. Her combat power shouldn't be high. Fellow Daoist Baiyun, how about we work together to take down this woman? Golden Light Ancestor sneered. Alright. But after this, she will be my human cauldron. Old Ancestor Baiyun licked his lips. A Peak Gold Core Realm human cauldron was not something that could be found anywhere. As soon as the two of them finished speaking, they suddenly met Ningfan's cold eyes. What a cold and emotionless look. There was only cold killing intent in his eyes. He is my disciple. Ningfan's cold voice exploded in the sea of consciousness of Golden Light Ancestor and the others like countless claps of thunder. Golden Light Ancestor and Old Ancestor Baiyun's expressions changed drastically. The expressions of everyone present changed drastically. Nascent. Nascent Soul Realm Cultivator. This person's voice alone can intimidate us. He must be a nascent Soul Realm Cultivator. Hu hubby, the Uncle Zhou that you always mention to me is actually a nascent Soul Realm Cultivator. Feng Feng Air was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. No. Uncle Zhou isn't a nascent Soul Realm Cultivator. He is. Sherming wanted to say that Ningfan was a Spirit-Severing Realm Cultivator. But at the next moment, even he himself was shocked. Ningfan isn't a Spirit-Severing Realm Cultivator. How could he just be a Spirit-Severing Realm Cultivator? A boundless aura force spread out from Ningfan's body, causing the entire Zhongshan country to tremble. The mountains were shaking, the rivers were flowing in reverse, the earth was shaking violently, the sky was cracking and the void was completely disrupted. Void. Void Fragmentation Realm. The legendary Void Fragmentation Realm Cultivator. Old Ancestor Golden Light was scared out of his wits. Only a Void Fragmentation Realm Cultivator could cause such a phenomenon. Void Fragmentation Realm. Void Fragmentation Realm. It was a realm that he did not even dare to think about. A Void Fragmentation Realm expert could slaughter an entire low-grade cultivation country with just a single magic technique. How could he dare to offend such a person? As senior, this is a misunderstanding. Please listen to my explanation. Old Ancestor Golden Light's body trembled and begged for mercy. Ningfan's expression was still cold. He slowly raised his hand and clawed at the sky. He did not need any explanation. All he wanted was for everyone who targeted Sherming to die here. With just the strength of his claw, an unimaginable destructive force immediately swept across the vast sky, turning thousands of cultivators of the Golden Light sect into mists of blood. The thick smell of blood filled the air. Each of the guests who came to congratulate Ningfan kept quiet out of fear. There was even a guest who had been to the Middle State before. With trembling hands, he took out a portrait from his storage pouch. That was the portrait of the evil Cloud Rain Sovereign. It can't be wrong. It can't be wrong. He is the evil Cloud Rain Sovereign. He is the Rain Sovereign. Just a single sentence from him scared everyone to death. Not only was he a Void Fragmentation Realm old monster, but he was also the strongest person in the 9 worlds, the evil Cloud Rain Sovereign. Greetings to the Rain Sovereign. Countless cultivators knelt on the Green Sword Mountain and kowtowed to Ningfan. Ningfan frowned. With a flick of his sleeve, all of them were directly lifted up. He turned around and looked at Sherming, whose eyes were filled with doubt. Then, he smiled and touched Sherming's head, acting as close as before. Uncle Zhou, you. Sherming had a guess in his mind. He guessed that his Uncle Zhou was the dignified divine sovereign of the Rain World. However, this guess was too shocking. He did not dare to think about it. Silly child. I will always be your Uncle Zhou. Today is your wedding day. I brought your mother here to visit you. Ningfan flicked his sleeve. A gold core realm Dao fruit slowly floated down from the night sky. It was left behind by Old Ancestor Golden Light after his death. After thinking for a while, he took out a box of gold core realm Dao fruits from his storage pouch. That's right. It was a box. These are a token of our appreciation. Please accept them. Baisu blushed. Was he that close to her? He actually said that. The sect master of the Green Sword sect was stunned. He had no idea that his son-in-law had such a terrifying background. The evil Cloud Rain Sovereign. The evil Cloud Rain Sovereign, a pale force like the Green Sword sect, had actually become in-laws with the evil Cloud Rain Sovereign. This made him feel like he was in a dream. Feng Qing'er, on the other hand, was very obedient. After entering the wedding hall, she pulled Charming to serve tea to Ning Fan and Baisu. Let's treat Grandpa and Grandma to tea. No. It's not what you think. Baisu wanted to explain the relationship between her and Ning Fan, but she did not know what to say. She lowered her head while blushing. Ning Fan took the teacup and gave Baisu a meaningful look. He tasted the spiritual tea and nodded with satisfaction. This trip wasn't a mistake after all. To be continued. End of chapter 685. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.